A huge win for the PGC champions, and of course Lando Norris joining us here, enjoying some good old PUBG.
Passing you in the standings. And that's going to be heartbreaking this second round out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, where I've got a very familiar face alongside me, especially if you know your Formula One, Lando Norris. How's it going, man?
Hello, man. Oh, good, thanks.
What's your experience been like so far at the Esports World Cup?
It's just a new experience for me, and I'm also a massive gamer. So, I've loved to be part of the gaming community for many, many years. I was part of this growing up, so for me to come and see some of the pros and see some of the finals and things is pretty sick. Reminded me a little bit of my younger years, the last few years where I grew up gaming a lot. As a lot of you all know, I love my games. I'm still a big gamer, even on the side of Formula One. But yeah, just watched PUBG, watched Rocket League, one of my other favorites. Even though I'm terrible and I can't play any of these games, I love to watch the competitions. I love to meet some of the guys because they're all incredible and extremely talented. So yes, a lot of fun, nice and warm. But going on to some more places now, seeing some more people, seeing some more games, so having fun. I'm not feeling confident, but we're gonna have fun. I didn't think you were like... You meant how slippery it was going to be.
Yeah, I did.
You won, by the way. You are first.
Really?
What a surprise!
What? Shit, man. That was actually a lot of fun.
That was really fun.
Well, I ended up quickest, so that's my job number one complete. But it was a lot of fun. A little bit slidey. But if you want to learn about how to control a go-kart, then this is exactly where you want to start. So it was good fun. Learned how to drift a bit more. Ended up on top. So
Awesome.
top step. Top step. Podium.
In a minute, I'm going to use this envelope, yeah? It's not important right now, I'm just letting you know I'm going to use this envelope. Okay. You see that on camera? I'm going to use this envelope, but not yet. Take one out. Show it to everyone, show it to the camera.
Solid choice.
I'm going to take it and put it in the middle. But remember at the beginning, I said we're going to use an envelope.
What?
Look, inside the envelope.
No! That is mad!
I'll watch. I'll take the paper, I'll take the fire and turn fire into water. And then from water we get ice.
Yeah!
always been into gaming growing up, and you get to see the event that they put on for the best in the world for almost every game in the world. I think this is a surprise, and it's an incredible thing to come and see, to be here.
Deep down, I'm still a kid. I got that gamer inside of me still, so I love it here. It's exciting. It's fun to be a part of. This is like heaven for me. This is heaven.
Good morning, Dota fans. It is Slacks here at EWC Media Day. That is right. We have all the teams arriving to come take their pictures, get their makeup, do some interviews. It's sure to be exciting, and we're going to walk you through each one of the teams and see what they're up to. In fact, we have some teams coming in right now. Maybe we can do a seamless transition. Looks like one of our first teams of the day is Team Liquid. Wow, look at them. Look how happy they are. I've never seen a team so happy to do Media Day. Let's go bother one of them. You guys have a lot of cameras coming your way. Hello. Good to see you, sir. Are you excited for Media Day?
Yeah, I'm like super excited.
Oh,
Especially Media Day with you is like the blessing in disguise.
Well, I'm not doing it, so have a great day without me, my friend. Blitz, are you okay? What happened?
I shattered my ankle, but
Doing what?
I fell on it and then I snapped into it, and now it's just up and in.
Okay, well,
To see it on camera?
yeah, show us. No, don't do that. That's going to freak out the audience. Sir, I'm so sorry. I would carry you to Media Day, but as you carry the hopes and dreams of the Dota community, we love you, Blitz. Feel better. Happy Media Day. Goodbye. The hardest job in esports, it's not playing. In fact, it's doing makeup for everyone that comes to EWC. These talented men and women make these gamers look presentable. For the first time out of their basements in 9 months, they are here to be on camera and look lovely. Let's go ahead and check things out. We've got our own boys here. Mr. Coach, do you get makeup?
Yes.
Yeah?
Can you tell?
I cannot tell. You look like you naturally woke up today. You feeling good? You looking good, bro.
Thank you. Like, I don't need makeup.
What's your routine? You moisturize?
Okay, so you need to cleanser,
Cleanser.
then you have to do toner,
Toner.
and then you have to do moisturizer.
All right.
And then you're supposed to do one more, but I don't know what it is.
Are you a mewer? Do you mew?
Like,
Yeah? You mew guy? No. Sir, you look lovely. You don't need any makeup. We got more Aurora Gaming boys coming in here. Look at that fresh. God damn. Can we get a lush shot of this? God damn. This is good. Can I shake your hand, ma'am? You did God's work on that one. Incredible work. She's very busy. Don't tell her. All right. Hello, sir. Welcome to the makeup chair. How much moisturizer are you looking for here today? A lot. A lot, he says. God damn. That's the key to beauty right there. You get in there, Mira. Thank you so much. Wow. Incredible job by all of our makeup artists here. They have to go through so many people all day. And Dota players got to be in the top 10 worst. I can say that.
Introduce yourself, young man.
I am Nikolai, BB3PX from Level Up.
How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
There's no way you're 23.
I am 23.
Does anybody tell you look a lot younger than 23?
Yeah, that's always happening when I'm trying to buy alcohol.
Oh, do you buy a lot of alcohol?
Not a lot, just for holidays.
Oh, just holiday. How many holidays do you celebrate?
Maybe 2 or 3 in a year.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's not too bad. How are you guys feeling at this tournament?
It feels very nice. I appreciate that I came here.
That's good. And how long you been with this team?
I think 3 months together.
So you're pretty happy to be here then?
Yeah, I'm so happy.
What is your favorite thing about Dota 2?
You always can do something new.
I've been watching Dota for a long time. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true, for real.
So do something new when I'm casting your team, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
And last question I've been asking everybody, I don't know why. If your team were to break out into a fist fight, okay, you fight each other physically, who would be the victor, do you think?
I think Darky will be the winner of this fight because he is crazy.
Oh, so it's it's the crazy aspect, not the strength necessarily. Okay, cool. Appreciate your time and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. There was like a question I wanted to ask. I want to ask you guys, like on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the highest, like what is the drive to win and to be the best? Can you rate your own drive? What's yours?
Rate my drive, dude.
No. Rate your own. If you start rating each other's drive, it's gonna get messy.
You know, I will rate his drive.
Sure. I mean, you can rate each other's drive too.
Yeah, I'll rate his
but
drive.
I need yours also.
Frankfurt Major. This guy's drive.
No, but I mean today. Because a lot
when you were playing, you know.
Oh, when I was playing.
Yeah, that was a good drive. You had a good drive there.
Thank you.
Time has passed, and
that was 10 years ago.
Yeah,
but we're back to the same booth. So
we were young guys. So what's your drive, Will?
Probably 10.
Self-reflection, 10. Well,
I really, it's like Puppy said, like I feel like genuine gratitude to like, this game's given me everything. Like, you know, like my mom's here in Paris, exploring the city, but because of this event, she got to see me win TI. Like so many of my friends, a lot of my friends have careers through this game and stuff like that. I mean, you know, financially, we've done pretty well. I think everybody here. And also, like, I mean, I think all of us have won the TI, right?
Not me.
Okay, sorry from David, sorry. But you will, eventually. And so, like, for the most part, I feel I've got to do what I wanted to do, which was, like, do that. But I still, like, feel it. Every morning it feels, like, fun to, like, get up. I think it helps to have, like, people like, you know, Mickey, who's, like, very motivated. Because, like, those guys still, like, they have a lot of drive. And if you're surrounded, I think, by the right people, it'll continue it. You know, I love Zai to death, but near the end, he was very much like, I don't want to really be here anymore. Like, I've checked out. I think he told me it was prison. And he said, if we, like, lose early at TI, it's early release. Like, good behavior, you know?
that's a tough one.
So, like, you know, some people want to get out.
Like, do the guy a favor and feed on your lane, you know?
Exactly. And so I think... But, you know, I'm surrounded by the right people. Like, I think, for example, Ace and Tofu, they've been so close twice. They've been to a TI finals twice. So, like, the desire, I think, is high. So mine is as well.
No. I'll say mine is about a 9. The one missing is not because of my lack of passion for the game or love for my job. I love my job. I love what I do. It's just I'm traveling 6 months plus of a year.
Yeah.
And I'm missing so much time I could with my daughter, of course, and it's sad every time I have to leave her because she's going very attached to me.
Yeah.
And so every time I'm traveling, and I do want Yearn to go home.
It's a big sacrifice.
It is.
It's a big sacrifice for sure. Yeah. How about you guys? You keep it up?
You first.
Close to 10?
You first? No, you talk, then I laugh a little bit, and then screw. Okay. Like screw your.
I'm just not going to look at you when I'm talking.
He's really undermining all your answers.
Look there. Look at the cameras.
The thing is, his boot camp is right next to ours.
Yeah. Get back.
So we've been like the last few months, like since he became coach, it's been fun.
Okay.
Like, cause he's been there, like, you know, so usually we hang out. That's quite a bit in Serbia. So for me, my drive is like always a 10. Like, it's hard not to, like, I've been playing this game for like all my life and watching. So I watched like, at this point, maybe thousands of replays, you know, like from the start. I think, I see what both William and David like said. This game gave me a really good life. I think it's really easy to like get really sad and depressed when the years are bad, like, cause you have some good years and you have some bad years, but I met like a lot of good people. The game gave me like a super cool life. Like, I got to travel, I got to do what I love. I also share what David said about like missing a lot of your life to do this, because I got married this year, like recently. So
congratulations.
Thank you. It's like, holy shit, I actually found someone to marry me.
Oh, come on.
But you
know, he's doing this, you know.
I'm doing it myself.
I'm trying to help him, you know. He's doubting himself every time.
I can do it myself, man.
One little giggle by me and he's like, I'm trying, man. Don't give him what he deserves. Like,
it's a joke, man. It's a joke, man.
You pep talking me about pep talking him.
It's a joke, man. You know.
Of course.
But it's like, yeah, I think I still love the game. I think all the memories of my of Dota is more than just the game. I think just like all the fun memories I've had with the people, like some event, like me and him reminisce about some cool events, some fun stories. I think those are like the coolest memories I've had. Like winning, like doing well at some tournament, getting top 2, top 3. Like, you know, when we were like, I remember when we used to get those top 2, we used to be so depressed, you know. And then the last few years, it's like, well, we haven't been able to make some of the playoffs. I'm just like, okay, now I actually know how depression feels, right? But I think losing has also made me realize like it's not really about all that. Like, you want to win, the drive is to win, but the drive has become more like wanting some of my new guys to win. Like my Hellscream, he's like a 4 player. He's like a new guy in the scene. I really like him. Just like wanting them to do well is like a big drive. I try to do what William does, which is like tell them to invest, tell them, guys, stop wasting your money on useless clothes, because I've done it. All the stupid things they have done as a player, I've done. Like 10 times worse, right? So I'm like, please guys, don't do this. Don't be an idiot. Don't waste your life, you know? Go invest in S&P, please, you know? And so it's like, I'm also thinking about maybe quitting soon, but I don't know if I can quit. Like the game is too addicting. You know, it's like the being in the practice room, being with your goons, winning like a match, like it's like the dopamine and like the happiness from that is like out of this world. So I'm just like, am I gonna get too bored with life? So it's like a mixture of like drive to want to win, drive to like have like a year where like it goes well again, and the drive to like, I want to come and like meet my friends again, you know? It's like happiness, sadness, love, enjoyment. This game is amazing. This game sucks. It's like overall I look back and I'm like super happy. Like I have a cool life. I got married. I have people that love me and I got to do something cool. So like live your life, enjoy it. That's my drive.
That's awesome, man. I got inspired. I mean,
I know, right? That was a Seb speech right there, dude. Right?
I mean, I'm inspired by all your answers, guys. You guys are gonna make me come back, huh? It's bad.
Do you ever leave?
Bro, you're not leaving.
I'm expecting this guy right here. Okay, let's do this on camera right now. Like this guy says he retired.
Of course I left.
Right? And then he plays Dota every day, 10 hours.
No, but of course I left.
I was looking at that.
Yeah, right. When Dota Pro Tracker was still a site where you could see what people are playing in their pubs, this guy is still at the top. You know, over everybody, over every single person, every pro player. This guy plays more games.
To the game
retired.
Is special, but I left the competitive space. You know, it's like. I was like you guys, of course. It's like I couldn't bear.
You've never been like me. I've never played that many pubs. What are you doing?
Well, that's different. But it's like I couldn't bear not being at an event and not winning that event. Seeing somebody else win the event.
But how do you have the mental fortitude of like? Because the one
when you were talking about addiction, I thought this guy was like, yeah, man. I know what you're talking about. I need to get that dopamine, man. I need to play another Axe game right now. It needs to be done.
The thing is, I also know why he loves to play because like no one has anything over him. It's like any idiot's like saying him is like, bro, I'm Seb.
No.
I see that, dude, and I love it.
I get bullied around the same you do, and trust me, I've seen stuff in pubs. You have no idea. I've seen like literally TI winners like getting their lanes taken from them. Like I've seen people, hey, hi Thompson, I'm your biggest fan. Congrats on the second TI. And Thompson goes like, can I mid? No. And the guy just goes. And you're like, okay, well, I mean, then anything is possible. You know, I've seen everything. Well, how about your drive, Puppy? On a scale of 0 to 10. The Puppy scale, you know? Your real drive to the game. You've been there longer than anyone else here. By far. You've been you're the veteran. The face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I started Dota. You were like a legend. I started playing. You're a legend already. I'm like, I was fake nicking your nicknames. You know, like that's how it started.
It's true, dude.
And, you know, and now I'm out, and you're still there trying to win this tournament.
Maybe I would have, played some as stand-in sometimes. Could have played Blast, maybe.
Could have,
but we didn't go.
How's your drive? How's it looking?
It's on and off. Like for now, I'm enjoying in the spot that I'm in, right? Like about 6 months ago, before I started coaching, I was like, all right, I'm gonna pull a Seb. I'm gonna play like 100 pubs. I play like 20 pubs a day. Sometimes. Sometimes I ended up going 20, and I kept like that number going for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I got like rank 118 was my highest, and then Paravision asked me to coach.
Okay.
When I went to coach, I felt so good because I didn't need to play anymore like that much, and I didn't need to like prove that I'm good and try to get into a good team. I actually got
like a relief. In a sense? Yeah.
I didn't notice it right away. I just went there to just chill out, and help them because I don't know what I was getting into. But when time passed, I felt much nicer because now I can just kind of like do stuff what I kind of want to do in a sense, like because I always was about strategy. The play, that's a thing harder to replicate now for me. Because I already feel like my mouse movement ain't good. I already found out that thing 10 years ago. Like, this mouse ain't that good for me. My hand sucks,
Really? You think
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe for you it doesn't. Maybe you always suck. But like, I was like,
he's not stopped.
You see the shit I'm getting even after 2 TIs. Like, how many TIs do I need to not get that?
It's him though.
But you haven't noticed that you've gotten worse.
You actually have a point.
If you haven't noticed, then I got some news for you, man.
I seriously get it.
Yeah. But like at some point I started feeling it. Like when when the time where like Matu started also feeling it, I remember I started feeling it too at the same time. That guy was playing Lone Red Broodmother like in every game, and he's like, I think my hand just stops working at some point. And for me, it's the same thing, because maybe it's the players that play Micro Heroes constantly, because Enigma Chen, you know, and Enchantress, they constantly keep doing this thing to you where you actually start feeling like, maybe I'm not moving fast enough.
Yeah.
And once I started feeling that feeling, it's been harder to like drive yourself up. But like, I can't really think of it in a sense like, oh, I don't have drive because I play worse. It was just harder to get there. And I don't know if that's me having less drive or just like, I'm just accepting what's happening.
It's the chicken and the egg also, right?
Yeah.
Like, it could be the drive not pushing you, or like, you know.
I don't know what's pushing me, but I'm here and I want to win. So
nice.
I don't really care.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, I think we did overtime, but I could spend the day with you guys here. So we'll have to cut it short, unfortunately. No more knowledge from these guys. There's so much to get, but we'll have to cut it short. I want to thank you for your answers, especially you, Puppy. No, you the least, but I want to thank all of you guys for your genuine answers. I think it was very wholehearted, and it's going to be very inspiring for people to listen. Good luck to everyone. You don't need any luck, actually. Just enjoy the tournament. You guys have all you need, and may the best team win. It was not going to be me. That's what we know. Bye-bye.
Looks like P-Vision is also getting their camera work done. Look at this pose. There's a lot of vision. You can see by where he puts his hands. He's drawing a lot of the eye down to this area. It's very dangerous. We'll see what he wants to do after that, because naturally most... Oh, yeah. Get on there, boy. Spread. Oh. Oh! We got to get in for this one. Look at the face of the esport player. Yes! Oh, this is sensual. That's very good. Oh. How do you get him to look so sensual in these?
I guess it's his natural talent. He just looks like that.
That is natural talent. Can we get him to just do one little wink to the camera? I think that would really help.
You can wink to the camera.
Just one little...
Just wink.
Just wink. Just one wink. That's a wave, dude. Ah, damn. He just ain't got the riz. What can you do? What can you do? Look at this. God damn, they high up. I like those pants. That's very intense stuff. What game do you think they're in? Maybe they're in League of Legends looking down on us like they always do. No, it's fine. Don't worry about that, you know? No problems here. What game are they from? We should ask. She looks extremely serious. I'm not going to talk to her, though. She is a master of her craft, and I will not be around over there. You'll have to bleep that out.
But that's your master of the craft.
I have zero master of any craft. That's why I have this dog job. Thank you so much, Puppy. Absolutely.
Oh.
What?
Don't undersell yourself. Come on, you're good at this.
Thank you so much, Puppers. That's my boy. What pose are you going to do? They making you do a pose?
I like the crap pose, you know what I'm
Crap. Having like a pain face. Hernia! That's a good one. That'll hype people up. A lot of experts here looking as cool as possible. Look at this. We have Collapse. He's doing the classic come and see me at the bar move. And he's flipping us off. Don't do that on camera. We have to blur that now. That's very nice. And we're getting extremely mean mugged by the camera crew. So let's try to leave Collapse alone here. As now, let's go film these guys. This is Team Spirit, the defending champions of last year. They're all casually talking. Let's see if we can see what's on his phone. I want to leak this to the internet here. Here we go. Casually zoom in on his WhatsApp. Hey, sorry about that. No problem. Don't worry about that. You guys ready for Media Day?
Yep.
Now, this is the best Media Day man in the world. This is Team Spirit's media manager. I recently saw a video with him putting a pot on his head and smacking it several times. You're the best media guy in all of Dota 2. How's it feel to be among fellow professionals?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Yes. Thank you. Another banger interview. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I don't want to talk to me, Poshka. This guy, an old class, come here.
Hello, my bald brother.
Welcome. You're not bald, is that? You look great.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet.
You can't say bald brother. That's part of getting in the brotherhood. How's it feel to be back, big dog? Welcome home.
Feel good, good. But actually, I see that nothing changed.
Okay,
yeah. And I'm like tired already.
You said you would never come back unless Team Spirit paid you $1 billion gajillion. That's true. Is this what happened?
No, it's not.
Okay.
There was like a different thing.
Okay. Different thing. All right. Well, we're happy to have you back, Maposhka. You guys feeling good?
Exactly.
Hell yeah. That's a picture right there. Cut and print, baby. All right, fam. We are here at Vici Gaming. They're doing what we like to call hero shots. All right. That's where we make them look cool. They take a picture, maybe a cross arm, maybe a look to the side, maybe a look to the right. Let's go check in on how things are going in here. Hi, we're filming you today. You doing all right?
I'm good.
good, thanks. How are you?
Great. How's the hero shots?
Perfect.
Yeah?
Going great.
Does he look heroic?
It does.
Okay.
They're going naturals.
Now, what's your favorite shot to do with some of the players?
I like doing like just the typical.
Oh, the whisper?
Yeah, I like doing that one. But then like just switching it up a bit, you know?
Can we get a whisper? Can you hit us with a whisper? Just one. Oh! Okay, that was hype. You were right. That was good. All right, fantastic. Sir, what is your favorite thing to do on these?
You got this one.
Look at that, the catalog. The cross. Oh. Oh, the mean mug. Oh, these are good. Okay, so you're going to go with the cross?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. There's better than that. What if you did... Oh, come on. That's it. The power pose?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you show me one of those? The legend pose? Just give me a Oh, God damn, look at those guns, baby. That's the one. Do that one. All right, great. Photos are very fun. Go take them at home. Another killer transition. Now, one of the things I heard we're doing here at EWC this year is giving out some things to the fans. I believe they're getting signed cards. I guess I can't say Pokemon on air, something like small pocket monsters of the players. And look at this. Let's go ahead and watch them signing. Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but we just want to look at your signatures. Incredible. Look at that. That's Jabs. Wow. What a great signature you have there, Jabs. How long did it take you to formulate that unique signature?
Yeah, maybe like 5 seconds.
Okay, that's really good. Could you do me a favor and make a mistake on yours? Because, you know, those are, well, they're worth more, like a factory mistake.
Mistake. He can make it special.
Can you make one really special so that we can extend the offer? What are you going to do to make it special for me?
Special what?
That in itself is special. Thank you so much. Yes, but I hope your Pokemon cards go out very well. Thank you so much for having them do this beautiful task, Jabs. I'll never forget the incredible signature that I've seen here today. Great work, Team Nemesis. And now say the Nemesis catchphrase. What a challenge! Okay, that was nice. Woo! All right, thank you.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, Esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What's actually insane to me is that Action Slack's fee is so expensive that they're now actually making us take the metro to get to work. But it is day 3 of Dota, just about to start up. Not been anything too crazy happening just yet. How have things been going from your end?
Yeah, I think the teams that we've expected to lose their matches so far have been losing them, and the teams that we've expected to win have been winning them. Now, the teams like the format. That's one best of 2 per day. They get to focus entirely on their opponents, so we're not seeing like a ton of upset. We've seen some 1-1s, but not any 0-2s that we don't expect.
Well, it's starting to heat up now. The group stages are very much rumbling into the middle of it right now. We are nearly there to the knockout stages. Any actual surprises coming up?
I don't think we're expected to see too many surprises, to be honest, because the knockout stage is just going to seed these teams. They're going to get to play their elimination matches, and it's going to provide for some really good Dota that we expect to see.
That really good Dota is on its way. Dota, day 3 at EWC is coming.
A very good morning. The third day of the group stages is upon us here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris. And because it's day 3, it actually means that today we're going to see things, I think, fall into place a little bit more than what we've been seeing so far. So a lot of exciting things to look at and a lot of exciting things to talk about and a lot of exciting people to talk with, as I have 2 exciting people next to me. Seb, how are you doing this morning?
I'm great. Day 3, so far so good. A lot of Dota. It's, I think, still the beginning in a way. Like there's a lot more to come. But as you say, I think it's starting to shape up a little bit. Which team is looking the strongest? Which ones have the more work to do? So it's that phase of the tournament where you start to see things more clearly.
Yeah, because we've got 4 groups, Lacoste, and everybody's only playing 1 series per day. So we, for the last 2 days, haven't been able to really gauge people's power levels, but today we should.
Yeah, pretty much. Even though, like, yesterday we've seen all of the favorites kind of winning. There was 1 series maybe where the P time against 1L was a little bit of an upset, but other than that, the teams are getting into the groove, and we heard them talk about in interviews about getting more time to prepare, playing only 1 series a day, knowing that they have a little bit of extra time for pretty much everything and gives them extra preparation. I think that's why the big dogs are also winning as well.
Yeah, and even though on day 1 on this stage that we have here, all the series were tie, yesterday was a little different. And if you missed any of the action, don't worry, we got the STC Rewind coming your way, because we did have a lot of action. And even though on paper it looks like there were 3 2-0s on this stage yesterday, it was not as clear-cut as those score lines would make you believe, because we started the day with Extreme Gaming and Gamer Legion, and this was close. I think, Seb, this is the closest I've seen a team having a good read on how to deal with Lone Druid.
No, for sure, and it was more than close. I think there were moments in both games where we thought Gamer Legion were going to be able to actually win. They could have run away with a 2-0 if certain things went different. At the end of the day, you still look at Vichy as at Extreme Stories for being the team that's maybe more experienced, more stable, more solid in the later phases of the game, but it got really close. That series was crazy too. Enigma versus Aurora, I think.
That was the best series from yesterday.
We kind of expected it, right? We called it, it's Enigma series, you know what's coming, and it came. Like, it was wild.
Yeah, we also had P-Vision taking on Vici Gaming, and this was unfortunately for Vici Gaming. I think it was our most one-sided ordeal that we got to watch.
Yeah, I think we are seeing some of the teams as well, like P-Vision, who are the clear favorites to potentially take the whole thing. The way that they've been playing, they kind of stomped all 4 games that they played so far. It really wasn't as competitive as maybe you would expect it to be.
Yeah, we had our last series today. To be honest, I thought this would be the most clear-cut series with 1W versus VP, and in game 1 at some point it looked like that was gonna be the case, but then VP held against Mega Creeps for so long, and they still ended up losing both of their games. But that hold definitely made me believe in their power that they can still have a good shot at making it out of the group successfully. As we have got a lot of series coming your way again today. This is the schedule of today. We're gonna end the day with LGD versus 1W. Team Spirit VG Gaming is there. Enigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid, and then Falcons versus Gamer Legion is the one we start with. But of course, we have only one series. That is our Sony story of the day. And Seb, I know you weren't there when we chose it, but I think you know which one we chose. And we're going to put you on the spot right here.
I hope you chose the second series of the day.
Did.
Yeah, we did.
All right, we're all in the same. Great minds think alike, you know. Okay, I'm happy. We would have had a problem. I would have went on a strike if we were not going to talk about Nigma. But I think, Nigma Liquid, not only fan favorites, but also I think in terms of play style, maybe a little bit more exciting to watch at times, because you know, kills are going to happen all over the place. Teams are going to try to kind of pressure each other to the point, to the point where trying to break them essentially. And this is the kind of Dota I think that is the most exciting to watch.
Yeah, it might not be the cleanest style of Dota.
We don't care about that. We care about the fun part.
Let them worry about that. they will suffer that part. Their coaches and their staff. As for us, we're good to go.
Yeah, and both teams and all teams playing, we have a very spread out playing field. Like, everybody has a good shot of making it all the way to the top. And if you think you know who will make it all the way to the top, make sure you get your prediction in on the esportsworldcup.com and your pick'ems. I don't think, from my perspective, there's a clear favorite yet, even though it seems to me, Lacoste, that the teams that we thought were going to do well, they are doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, BB Team Aurora, they are kind of on top of their game for quite some time. If you check the results that Aurora, for example, did have, they've been getting many second places, 3, I believe. They got a 4th place as well. So some of these teams, as expected them to be clear favorites, we are not seeing many upsets. A lot of these qualifying teams also are not doing as hot because there is a clear difference in the skill level with the preparation, experience, and everything. Yet to see some massive upsets. So far, it didn't happen. Maybe when we get slightly more maybe when we get more information about the teams and everything, maybe they also are feeling a bit of a pressure playing on the stage as well, these teams that haven't attended many LANs. So potentially it could happen. Maybe just we need that day 3, day 4 to kick in.
Yeah, we had a couple of ties that maybe a team was able to take a game off, but nobody's taken a full series of a team that they on paper weren't supposed to. We're going to focus in on our first series of the day. We're going to have Team Falcons taking on Gamer Legion. Both teams having mixed results. So, we started the whole event 2 days ago with Falcons on the stage up against BB Team. And, of course, they lost their first game. So, that all checks out. Ever since, they have not dropped a game. So, I think for Falcons, that is exactly what you were to expect. Gamer Legion, they started the day on the first day with 2-0. And then yesterday, of course, on stage, as we just talked about, they were up against Extreme Gaming and they were not able to pull a win out. But I think we all saw what they have in store. And I feel like it was a little bit of an anomaly of a series because of letting the lone through 2 times. So I feel like we can't really know too much about what we can expect. So overall, you could make an argument, Seb, that this is an even series. Or is that too far of a stretch?
I mean, you could also not. It's okay, sure. No, I mean, there is a world in which Gamer Legion creates a lot of issues for Falcons, and obviously they can take a map, maybe even 2 from Falcons is definitely not impossible. I do think that Falcons, first day, sure, they can crumble. I think now we're at a stage where they must have picked up some pace. They're also, Lacoste mentioned it, there's a reason for why also the favorites are doing particularly well. Is 1 game per day gives a lot of time for these teams to break down what they have to face on the next day, and their coaching staff. You think of Falcon, you have to mention AUI 2000, their coach, probably one of the best coaches in the scene right now, one of the most accomplished coach ever in the history of the game. You give him 24 hours to break down Gamer Legion, he will figure out how to beat them. And you give that information in the hands of the Falcon players,
you've got a problem.
Yeah, that could definitely be a problem. We are going to focus our attention first on Gamer Legion. As said, they are 2-2 right now in this group stage, so this is the balance point. This is the tipping point where they could go to the upper echelons or potentially to the lower echelons. Wow, that is English. Very good of me. Of Group A. Now we're going to hear from Big Num how they feel going into the day 2.
Hey, Perch here with Big Num of Gamer Legion. How are you feeling today?
Hey, all good.
Great. You guys have been playing a lot of tournaments this year. You've qualified to quite a few. How do you feel that's affected your gameplay as a whole? Do you think the practice against the top teams has been really good?
Yeah, I mean, probably we're improving from tournament to tournament, I would say, and we're like trying our like hardest at every tournament to do our best to like achieve at least playoffs. So hopefully we will do that this time.
In terms of comfortability, do you feel better in online tournaments or LAN tournaments typically?
I mean, to be fair, there is like not a lot of online tournaments going on nowadays, so probably feel more comfy playing LANs. But yeah, it's like hard to compare because, I mean, I guess like Dream League is kind of online, but
yeah,
you're still playing from the bootcamp, so...
It's true, yep. But you don't have to look your enemies in the eyes later at the hotel. Isn't that better?
Yeah, I think there is like no difference, honestly. Like, Dota players don't really interact between each other.
That's true. I'm like, walk through the hallways with my eyes down, right? Yep. Yeah, exactly. You know what it's like. In terms of your guys' series yesterday, you had a tough 0-2 loss against Vici. How are you guys doing since then?
I mean, we watched it a lot yesterday. Tried to like learn from our mistakes, I guess. And hopefully we'll do better today.
Are there any like crucial moments in that game that you guys think you could have won the match?
I mean,
maybe
second game we kind of threw a lot, so like, yeah, like overchased. So like try like working on that yesterday. Yeah, hopefully it will be better today.
I hope so too. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview and good luck on your match.
Thank you.
Hope for them. They're doing better today as well and go to the upper echelons. I know the word. Don't worry about it. Gamer Legion played yesterday. What was there to learn from them from yesterday's series Lacoste?
I think they learned a lot even from after game number 1 because they made all the right adjustments. Even though they had an idea how to potentially beat this Lone Druid, it didn't work out for them. They definitely could have done it in the second game. It was definitely back and forth game. If you were like watching closely, you could see the moves that they were making, killing Game's Lone Druid multiple times. I think they killed him 4 or 5 times compared to game 1 where they only killed him once. And also interesting ideas that this team does have. If you've seen the picks, like getting this Largo mid against Lina, then playing Kunkka, not many teams are willing to play these type of heroes, and very interesting hero pool that they are going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that in action against their opponents, Team Falcons. This is a roster that is so stable, the most stable roster in a very, very, very long time. I don't know if there has been a more stable roster than this. This is a TI winning team, but throughout this year, has had a little bit of a rocky road, or rather, it sounds a bit silly to say because they have done very well, but at the end of the day, as Crit says, they're still a TI winning team.
For most teams, when you lose a lot, the expectation of other teams goes down, but I think when you've won TI, it's a bit different. Like, you're still, everyone knows, like, your highest level is the highest. Like, it's the same when people play Spirit. Like, when you play Spirit, you don't know, like, even if they're in bad form, like, you don't know if they're going to show up and be like 2-time TI winner Spirit or if they're going to be recent form Spirit. So you always have to respect them and be like, okay, if they are turning up at their best form, like, we have to be very prepared that we're just going to lose, you know. And I think, I wouldn't say we're at the same as Spirit, but I think people understand that we can be there. And then if we are, like, they have to respect that. So I don't think we get the same benefit as if, like, some random team, like, that hasn't really, you know, like, that has never really had, like, a high peak, has a dip in performance, like, they're not going to get the same type of respect because they haven't showed that peak before, you know? So I think for us, it's a little bit less than for other teams maybe, but yeah, probably not the same degree as, like, some Spirit, but I think it's the same concept, I guess.
It is feeling a little wrong to say that a team that has so many top 6 finishes, top 4, top 3 finishes this season is in a rough patch. But I feel like, Seb, when we're talking about Falcons, and especially if you compare them to last year where they came first in almost everything, and before that as well, it is almost, you can say this is a rough patch.
I mean, it is. I think that team. I mean, Crit just said it. Like, and I feel the whole competitive scene feel the same about them. Like, you expect them to come into tournaments to win them. That team is incredible. I mean, the amount of just raw individual skill, the amount of experience that they have. You think of Crit, you think of AUI, Snaking, Skitter. These guys have, it's 2 times TI winner. It means something. I think there's like a really cool balance of, youth, kind of, this kind of fresh outlook on the game, and at the same time, the experience and the wisdom of players that have seen every single meta you could think of in Dota, because Dota is a game of cycle at the end of the day. So I think the balance of Falcons is really the secret for why they're doing that well. We also got the chance to see a glimpse of what happens behind closed doors with them, and the team's dynamic is also very powerful.
We're going to find out just how powerful today's teams are, with Gamer Legion and Falcons being very ready to take on this 2-game series in Group A. A lot on the line, more so for Gamer Legion than for Falcons, who seems to be definitely the favorites going into this. But to get the series started, we're going to head over to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and we have some games to go through. But I'll tell you, today we're putting on our farmers' hats because it is all about seeding. We're getting closer and closer to eliminations, and although we haven't crushed any keys just yet, that day is nearing very, very fast. And I'm telling you, every single game matters from this point on, even more so than it did in the first 2 days, because the top teams are looking to get ahead, and the ones at the bottom are trying to fight away from eliminations. But this is only day 3, and there's still an opportunity to bring all of this back. Our first game is a battle of who can handle the pressure the best. Our first team joining us, though, on the stage is Gamer Legion! Walking the razor's edge between advancing and eliminations. Just 1 game win today, just 1, can keep them safely above water. GL is famous for taking games off of the biggest teams in the entire world. Can they do it again today and get themselves out of a little pickle? Usually I always appreciate a good pickle to get the day started, but not this one, not for GL, because on the other side, it's a tough one. It's Team Falcons! The 2025 Esports World Cup Club champions have that exact pressure to perform all on their shoulders. A 3-way tie has built up in Group A, but a clean 2-0 win today in both games will solidify them where they think they're meant to be, all the way at the top, like where all favorites should be. There's a reason why they're here. There's a reason why there's always looked at as the favorites in every matchup they're in. So, gentlemen, Gamer Legion, Team Falcons, please place your keys, and maybe we'll get them crushed by tomorrow. We'll see. Our game is about to start, and both teams are set and ready in position. How about we send it back and get our day started here, a day 3 group stage, a Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup.
The pressure is on as we are getting ready for the first game between Gamer Legion and Falcons. It's time to talk about what has happened so far within the Dota 2. We already mentioned, obviously, letting the lone druid through a couple times on the side of Gamer Legion. But I want to talk more about something else we saw yesterday, because not a lot of other teams do it. I don't think I've seen anybody else pick Largo mid. And it looked good, even if it didn't win.
It looked very good. Like, it did much better than I expected this hero to do. Like, he was all over the place, getting Spirit Vessel as first item, 4-4-0 build, being very aggressive, playing with the supports, making sure that, like I said it yesterday, I think if you throw in a casual Blood Grenade into that build, you have a solo kill threat. That extra bit of a tick from the Frog Stop, maybe a couple of right clicks, is going to be able to land you the kill. But a hero that we haven't really seen, like this, Falcons, they play it from a support role during, I believe it was Birmingham, when Amar kind of played it once. They got completely stomped, and I don't think he touched the hero ever since from the offlane. So they don't believe in this hero at all.
Yeah, and what I think is particularly interesting with this Largo is Earth Spirit is one of the most, successful hero this tournament. We've seen it on mid, and we've also seen it on position 4. One of the teams that has shown the most dominant performance so far is P-Vision. By far, I think everybody's looking at them, including the teams, I mean. And the Earth Spirit players, like, they're playing Earth Spirit on 9 class on position 4. I'm pretty sure somebody like Crit is like, okay, I'm ready. I am ready for Earth Spirit position 4. This is a hero that he loves playing, so we could see it. And the reason why I'm talking about Earth Spirit is because Largo is a natural counter to Earth Spirit. The Dispel is amazing. You get rid of the Vessel, get rid of the Magnetize, get rid of the Silence if your ally is getting gone on. Even the movement, the displacement is very interesting against an Earth Spirit trying to roll on somebody. It's a good matchup in the mid lane for a billion reasons. So if Earth Spirit is strong, then I think Largo goes even up, higher up in value. So probably a hero we're going to have to see more, and maybe it will be one of the weaknesses of Falcons not being able to pick the Largo themselves. We'll have to see.
One thing that, like, I'm looking at the drafts yesterday when Falcons were playing against Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters, they gave them Shadow Fiend and Undying 2 times in a row. It's just not the lane that you want to be playing against. And we saw Shadow Fiend players, they are getting better. Wits being perfect example, how you can actually play very aggressive Shadow Fiend, moving in 6 minutes, checking the rune, twin gate rotations. There's like Nightfall as well. Like, so many times he rotated either with the TP, either with the twin gate, showing that this hero is just not a farming hero. Like, you want to be engaged in some of these early skirmishes, making sure that you are off to a good start. So want to see if maybe some things are going to be changing, because like, there is no way that, for example, Bane as the hero gets priority over a hero like Shadow Fiend, for example.
No, for sure. I think are we going to see another round of SF Darkseer? Is like a Darkseer as an answer to SF? Are there going to be other answers to look at? It's interesting. I think the one thing, you mentioned the SF Undying lane. It's a very strong lane, probably really hard or maybe even impossible to contest. I think yesterday on Gamer Legion, Fade in particular had a pretty rough series. We didn't get to see much from him, and he's been pretty key to that team's success. So I hope that already from the draft they find a way to maybe set him up for a better start and a better mid game, so that he can do what he has to do in order for that team to perform at their level.
Yeah, we got quite a couple of bans coming out already with our opening game. The one that stands out most is probably the Winter Wyvern. We saw Speed played that in both games yesterday. It felt for them like a very comfortable hero.
It looked very good. I think Wyvern looks good in pretty much every single game, secures the lane for the safe lane carry. We are in the meta where safe lane just feels like this is the lane to beat. We're not talking too much about the mid lane. We're not talking about like some super strong off lane duos that are going to be putting too much pressure onto the enemy stuff. It's more about like, how do we solve this equation where they're picking Clockworks, Treant Protectors, Tusk, and these range turrets, which are almost impossible to kill. So this is something that teams have been focusing heavily on, try to solve this gigantic problem that we are facing in the current meta.
They choose to give the Treant Protector, obviously a very good hero for Falcons, snaking very comfortable on it. I think it fits the meta perfectly because you're looking mainly at range carries, and Treant is the best hero to accompany that. Also puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team, because if you happen to lose the lane to Treant, then you give him free gate access, and then it starts to be troublesome. They decide to steal the draw. I say steal because it's a classic pairing, Treant plus Draw Ranger. And you have to pick your poisons. Like, you want to ban the draw so that they don't get their hands on it with the Treant. You want to pick it yourself. It's a pretty cool approach. I think it can be a little risky. Again, I said Treant like probably the best gating hero in Dota right now. And this is what you want to do to a Draw Ranger safe lane. You want to make sure you don't let her dominate her lane forever. You bring numbers, you collapse, you dive the Draw Ranger. very susceptible, very squishy hero. So we'll have to see what Gamer Legion decide to add on top of this draw to protect her.
Yeah, and with only one ban that they have, I feel like that ban should probably now be dedicated to either Earth Spirit or they pick it up out of this ban phase.
I really like the bans from Falcons. I think it's very, spot on. The Largo position 3 is a classic answer to Treant Protector. You remove the leaving armor. You also have kill potential whenever he tries to harass you out of Invis with the Leech Seed. It's a flex pick as we've seen for Gamer Legion because Fade plays it, but also RCY, so great ban. They also removed the Undying with the draw. And they just had to go for the Axe. I mean, the offlane pull is pretty limited against Treant, to be honest. There's only a few heroes that actually can lane into Treant +1. Largo and Axe are probably top 2. So one gets banned, they pick the second.
I think we've seen the similar opener yesterday with the Draw Ranger into Axe straight out of phase, knowing that the enemy team didn't pick their carry yet, but Axe is good against pretty much any carry in the meta right now, being the Blade Mill buyer against all of these turrets. They have insane amount of damage. The lockdown, it does feel really nice. I've been very impressed by one hero particularly on side of Gamer Legion, and that's Dark Willow. This is the hero that they played in all 4 games so far.
It's a good game for you, Yeah. It could be a case of it could be a good Dark Willow game because you think of Axe versus Treant, he's gonna play the first waves with Battle Hunger, like basically you help your position 4 out trade the Treant Protector, and then he's gonna think of getting behind the tower eventually. Like that's how Axe maximizes. It's Axe's dream position to be in the laning phase. We've seen it on the first day, I believe, with Team Liquid, where Ace, as soon as he managed to get behind the tower, he started accelerating. And Dark Widow is one of the best positioned 4 to zone the enemy 5 from stopping your offlaner from creep skipping. So I really wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
What about the Tiny ban? Is that just because it's a strong hero against Draw Ranger?
It's interesting, to be honest. I'm not sure really what the Tiny ban is about. I mean, it's a pretty good safe laner against Axe. I don't know if it would have been their first choice with Treant. But Tiny, typically one of the favorites against Axe, because as I said, at some point Axe is going to start cutting waves. Tiny doesn't really care. He's happy tanking creeps. He's naturally tanky hero. Also, Axe Call, not really effective versus Tiny. Like, you don't really care getting jumped. You're so tanky yourself. You want to get on top of them anyway. So if they're going to come to you, they're maybe even doing you a favor. I think we've seen the exact same 3 heroes from Falcons on their opening series here in EWC. Maybe even in that order, I would say. They already had the snap.
Yeah, it's the same order when they played against Boom Boys.
Yeah, and that was a game that they really dominated, so they're happy with what they got.
I would maybe love to see a save, maybe some like Ringmaster type of a hero, but for now it's just Dark Willow that we mentioned. Seeing the combination between Snap and Clockwork, Snap plus Treant Protector, it is way too much damage. Dark Willow doesn't like to play into these heroes at all. Like Globs, we've seen what Snapfire can do at the later portions of the game. Like even throughout the whole game, the 1-2 pairing between Snap and Clockwork is going to be deadly against pretty much any hero on the map.
Even, I guess, Clock is pretty good against Willow in a sense. Like Cogs and ulti, you have a lot of ways to... This could be a Viper mid already. This could be their answer to Snapfire because, I mean, I'm trying to think, would Amar play Snap? That sounds quite unlikely to me.
Yeah, maybe, but this Axe could also maybe go and be played as a position 4 with Viper in the lane. I think there's a slight possibility. Some teams did do it. I also don't believe in Viper at the moment because the hero didn't win a single game. I believe he has been played 4 times, and it just doesn't feel as good anymore. Something about the hero feels slightly off. Seeing that you need to pick it, I think a lot of the teams are using it as a response to not seeing the lane matchup, knowing that the range carry is going to come out, and playing into these super strong safe lane duos makes it like very difficult for you to pick an off-lane hero. So the Viper kind of is their natural choice, but it doesn't seem to be fulfilling that role that he's needed to.
It's a little bit awkward in a sense. I mean, if that's what RCY wants to play versus Snap mid, and again, I think Snap mid really forces you into a limited hero pool because the hero's so dominant 1 versus 1, then I see why they would pick Viper, but that means they're gonna leave the last pick potentially for a position 5 hero, which is, not something you want to have happen. I mean, unless, there were position 5s that used to do that. but it's not the highest value you get from ultimate last pick.
Maybe if they go some like silencer route where you stop Snapfire from playing the game, it's good at like counter initiating once they go in with the combo. But then again, you have silencer. That's one of the issues. Sometimes you do become one button hero. Like in the first 10 minutes, you do well, and then this hero disappears, and here's pretty much global silence.
Yeah, most likely they're just waiting for Amar to have his hero, but then it makes me think, like, are there really more than 2 hard counters to any offlaner as a position 5? That feels a little tricky. But we're gonna have are we misreading something? Is there any flex potential on the Axe support? Because we see the Beastmaster getting bad.
We did say that this hero can be played as a 5 and 4 in certain situations. It's a strong body that's going to be soaking up the damage, insane high armor, and also good amount of regen, good strength gain. One of the like easiest heroes to just soak up the damage and get the trades.
And Falcons seem to think that it's going to be an Axe position 5. They're banning offlaners, which would mean that Viper goes mid, and they're banning pairings with Willow. And in that theory, Gamer Legion would have an Axe and a draw ranger on the safe lane. It's pretty okay in my opinion. I think it's quite acceptable route for Gamer Legion. The one question could be that, Falcons decided to pick up the Wind Ranger versus Axe, which I don't think is that bad of a lane for Axe. And also Axe scales pretty well through the game against Wind Ranger. So they could also just decide to not go that route and pick up a 5. Pick up a 5 anyway. As for Falcons, they're looking for the Amar hero. Obviously, you see it with the bans, he's being targeted. No Mars, no Timber for him. So he'll have to, get his hands on something else.
I have one spicy hero. Legion Commander for Amar.
It's good. It's very good. And actually a hero that he does play. Yeah.
And it has been on the radars of people because we've seen it banned at least.
Yeah. It's an interesting route. I wonder how actually particularly good against Axe plus 5 because now the Battle Hunger becomes completely useless. Good against Dark Willow. Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the Falcons lineup, you need to think of. I'm pretty sure Malrine looks at the Snap. We saw some games from Snap yesterday where the scaling in the late game was crazy. We had the interview from Skitter when Malrine was playing Snap, where apparently he just told them, guys, we just need to farm and the game will be very easy. So Falcons consider Snap as being a hero that like scales incredibly well through the game. So you want to pick heroes that are not too greedy with the Snap. Dawnbreaker is a really good example. Very good counter to Axe. If it ends up being a core, so maybe one more reason to not put Axe core on Gamer Legion, because it's very unlikely you get a dunk when you play versus Dawn, Tree, and Protector. Most likely the counter initiation will be too much.
Silencer that I mentioned now looks even more tempting, seeing the Dawnbreaker as well. But I don't know if that's the pick. Sometimes you do get baited into these scenarios where you're picking heroes that you don't want to be picking, because I'm looking at the Falcons draft and it looks super strong. It checks quite a lot of boxes, a lot of sustain, bit of a global presence with the Living Armor, Dawnbreaker ulti, even like Rocket to provide vision, and long-range distance spells that they can use, like Clockwork using the hook shot, power shot on top of that, Snapfire ulti. Feels very easy to play type of a lineup.
Yeah, and draw Silencer lane is a little bit, a little bit weird.
Yes.
Especially given the amount of pressure that could be happening. It's a Treant Wind Ranger lane, so they will have a free safe lane, and they're gonna be looking to gate. Like, there's a Falcon typical gameplay where they win their safe lane, they get gate access, and they just keep gating on top of the draw. So I think Gamer Legion, they really have to be aware of that threat that could come with a Snap ulti, Snap TPing into the tier 1, getting an ulti from max range. They're gonna bring the heat to the Gamer Legion safe lane, so they have to factor that in with the hero they want to pick.
But it's double orb walkers. Think of the damage in the first 3 minutes.
It's going to be annoying for Amar for the first 3 waves, and then he's gonna have a smile on his face for the rest of the game. So
no, I know.
It comes. Okay, I see the purpose of the silencer. I think global silence is very, very good this game. No doubt about it. I'm just very worried about the laning phase. And
well, now you have Silencer and you have Viper on the same team, which is a bit of a problem. I mean, I've been there bazillion times in terms of like pub games where you feel like, something's good as well. But with the bigger picture, I think this type of a draft falls apart like super quickly if things don't go too well for them in the early stages.
If they play it really well, they must be aware of, what we're mentioning here, that it's going to come from Falcons. So it's just a matter of executing it properly, not overplaying your hand on the safe lane, playing, conservative when you have to, playing with TPs, Dark Willow also being aware of the treant rotations and maybe preemptively TPing, something like that. They had really strong early games yesterday, Gamer Legion. The rotations were really spot on. They didn't get outplayed by Extreme whatsoever. So if they're able to replicate that amount of discipline in the early game and they get through that, then their lineup is going to come together really well, and they're going to be grateful they have Global Silence on their side.
You know what's stronger than double orb blocking? Triple orb blocking, Shiver. They have Viper, Silencer, and Drow Ranger.
How can
they should
lose?
try lane this.
How can they lose?
Let's go, try it.
What kind of power spike are we looking at for Team Falcons? Because if we're talking about how Gamer Legion is going to be doing okay in the laning stage, I'm sure that Falcons is going to come online and try to stop any kind of rolling ball.
I think their lineup is quite versatile in the sense that it could like explode in the early game. It could be very explosive with Wind Ranger being active, you know, Dawnbreaker ulti, Snapfire winning her lane and then rotating, but they're also happy scaling. These are, you know, they have Treant clocks, so it's going to be very easy to play the map with these two heroes. You know, they have a lot of ways to scout, to get vision, to set up for their cores. So I think they're very flexible in how they want to play it. They could play it very fast or very slow. Either way is going to work for them.
You're talking about scaling. Drow Ranger is still the biggest carry in this game. Like out of the 10 heroes here, Drow wins.
Well,
theoretically, yes.
But also Snapfire late game as she deletes 2-3 heroes with the refresher, especially if she gets to level 25. This hero is just a menace, like 4 cookies, double ulti, blink daggers, 2 scatter. It's just way too much damage that she dishes out. And I think in this game, she can keep the distance. There aren't really many gap closers on the enemy team other than Axe.
And on the other side, there are a lot of ways for Falcons to get on top of the draw. Wind Ranger, Clockwork, Treant, even Snap, Aghanims later. So not that easy of a draw game, but you're right. Theoretically, she can scale.
We are going to find out how this game is going to play itself out. It's the first game of the day here. Gamer Legion and Falcons going head-to-head. Gamer Legion at a 2-2 score so far, with Falcons on a 3-1. Let's see who takes the lead in this one with Cap and SVG.
That's right, when the lights are brightest, that is when teams are really able to demonstrate whether they just have potential or whether they actually have value. Gamer Legion, they have time and time again shown that they have potential, but when it comes to the big matches, the matches on stage, the playoff matches, they seem to crumble time and time again. They came into this group stage 2-0, ended up throwing that away yesterday in a rough series, and are now tied 2-2, and they're matched up against champions, Avery.
A lot of pedigree on this roster, that is for sure. A lot of pedigree within the organization for their short stint in esports so far. Hoping to hold that torch high as they continue their onslaught through this group stage, and they're going to start this game 1 with 3 bounty runes already. A minor victory, and they're going to send Amar mid.
Oh, what is this? This is some sort of weird first blood attempt with 2 cores?
This is real spicy. Does this work? I mean, it does work.
I mean, they are going to get some serious damage on him. Will they be able to kill him here with the double stun slowdowns? RCY is certainly dead. Malreen's going to body block him underneath tower. Malreen is going to die for this. Is
what?
This worth it?
It's definitely.
I'm confused.
It's not worth it if the Snap didn't get the first blood. I think the idea is he's going to start boots. He gets first blood. You can buy fast bottle, and then all of a sudden you're pushing waves. You have a faster bottle. You can go jungle against the Viper because otherwise this lane gets a little rough. The fact that Amar took the last hit. Now you're just kind of stuck in a normal lane as this Snapfire. I guess you get extra experience. The Viper missed a little. Amar's still camping here. They want to get the return kill, but I don't think RCY is going to give it to him.
This is ridiculous. I mean, sure, if they get back-to-back kills and Viper has to walk out to lane, it's incredibly slow hero, 275 movement speed, but...
He's still lingering here. What?
I mean, also, surely at some point, like, if you go for the dive here, Gamer Legion are going to respond with somebody. They can't afford for RCY to die here, so...
You have to go bottom with one of these cores. It's a very cheeky idea. I don't mind the idea of... I think we should see more early, like, pre-lane core rotation to get the first blood, and then you just TP lane. In these situations where it skews the lane by a considerable margin. I think the idea from Falcons was really smart here. I just think the end result didn't pan out how they wanted it to in terms of who got that first blood gold to really make it worth it. That said, Amar, he will get a fast boots off of that. which is really going to help him against the double range lane down here. So in that sense, it worked out a little bit for him against a otherwise very tough matchup. You do give some free waves to Ghost, who is going to have to buy 0 regen with this Drought, 8 denies. That is worth a decent amount. But you bypass a little of the early orb walking shenanigans that were going to cause you some trouble. Kind of an even trade in the end.
Yeah, I wanted to check the experience just because you would imagine that Gamer Legion have the lead in that regard, given these shenanigans, but it's not by much. It's just by 20 experience. It's not that big of a deal.
I just don't know if that move actually changes mid lane too much. Even if you get the last hit on the snap, he gets really fast bottle. Optimal scenario, I guess your pathway to level 2 Scatterblast in the jungle is a little faster. That's their argument, which I can kind of buy. But you still can never lane the Viper here as the snap.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Maureen just, he has full resources right now, but he can't really enter the mid lane. So it's still going to be a rough one for him mid. He's very practiced to getting out of these lanes. If he can get the creep pull going, it would be nice. He's kind of struggling to get back there, though.
What did you make of the panel's discussion of Gamer Legion's draft? They seem to be not a big fan. The Silencer is obviously very good versus Falcon's lineup, but they felt like it made the lineup look kind of clunky. I don't really see it. But it's Seb, so of course he's right. So can you explain why he's right?
Well, that's a pretty loaded question.
Are you going to disagree with Seb?
You're either throwing me under the bus or I have to throw him under the bus. So
that's a win-win for me.
I agree the Silencer serves a very distinct purpose here. I guess the question is, does it kind of kill your draft integrity too much to be worth it?
Oh, again, that's the question mark for me. Like I think it's fine, right? Like you have a Viper who's going to win mid lane. You have an off lane initiator that starts fights for a Viper Drow Ranger. You still have some disables between your support duo. It's not one of those like support duos that has no stuns. I hate those.
Would not want to play Silencer as a last pick here.
Okay.
I'll put it that way. It's not my style.
Okay. Ghost in some trouble behind the tower. Hammer's going to hit him. Snaking going in with the dive, and Ghost pushed back into the corner is certainly going to die here. The question is, how much is Falcons going to give up for it? In fact, Ghost managed to almost stay alive. He actually did die first. Amar falls, and then Snaking shortly after. Gamer Legion definitely get the better of that situation. Would have been very nice for Ghost if he could have stayed alive long enough to get some experience for it, but
you get the insteal. The insteal is actually pretty big against these strength offlaners that need to cast their spells to have impact. Like Dawnbreaker does not like losing the early in here.
Dawnbreaker hates having her mana stolen away.
Yeah, so that really sucks for Amar down here in that exchange. I don't think Ghost is too sad. He's going to come back here. He's free farming. Yeah, you get that cheeky kill with the Treant rotation, but it's the axe cutting top that is going to free Gamer Legion to bring supports down here anyway. You're not touching Fade with this dual lane, so Gamer Legion should be happy with what's happening in this laning phase. You have a free farm mid Viper who has zoned the snap completely, though Maureen looking for a cheeky kill. I don't know if Fade expects this rotation top. They're going to go on Amar bottom at the same time.
Yeah, trying to make double moves on both the side lanes. Amar, he's going to be stunned up and in some trouble with these slows. He's definitely going to die here. Does Fade fall to the Snapfire? Yes. He does. So Snaking, who was sitting there so patiently, he could have taken the last hit on the Centaur, but instead he holds it to make the go on to Fade. Maureen rotates over, which is great for him. He doesn't want to be in the Viper lane.
Nope.
He wants to help shut down the Axe. They get golden experience for that kill. That seems like a very win-win scenario.
Picks up Bounty Rune on the way back, so he's full resources. Very heads-up play for Maureen. Recognizing these opportunities around the map when you can't lane mid, you have to find something.
Look at this massive wave. You can already see Maureen feels like this wave is too big. He starts spamming out some spells early on.
This is a dead tower if Gamer Legion can zone Falcons off of this wave.
Which is exactly why Bignum has already made the rotation.
Gonna have to tank it a little bit though. Maybe you're scared of tanking it with Snapfire spells. They're gonna bring a Dawnbreaker and they're gonna bring
look at all these
everybody
teleports.
in.
Yeah, RCY's gonna get caught by the cookie. Brambles are gonna come in, but he just sets up the shackle shot that lands on a Bignum, and now he's likely dead as well. No, he had the Shadow Realm TP out. They have no stuns to stop him. So
smart move from Falcons. Really need to save the tower there. More space for Maureen. And ATF really just committing a lot of his early game towards the Snapfire, saying, I don't need the greatest game on the Dawnbreaker. I can play a utility role. You carry me. Please, brother. Creep wave times. Might pan out here. Is a very strong hero to scale. But I'm a little worried that Dawnbreaker it's a rough hero to function from this position.
Yeah, I do not think that Dawnbreaker is a great utility hero in that regard. This is a hero that wants to be able to dominate its lane, get early kills, and then go from there.
The other issue is to say I'm going to play a utility Dawnbreaker when they last picked Silencer.
Yeah, when your biggest utility is your ultimate and they have the 1-to-1 counter to it.
Right. I mean, that just has to feel great for speed. I think the way you can play Dawn into this hero is if you just get fat, you kind of abuse his right click, you abuse just being tanky in the fight more, you don't have to just ult in as a counterplay. Silencer doesn't do a lot to that style. But if he's relegated to I'm an ult on the map, and you global that every time, well then, what is ATS presence going to be in this game? Very concerned for that. I feel like this game is looking very comfortable for Gamer Legion, assuming they can get this Axe to like Blade Mail Blink pretty fast in this game. He's their one play creator.
Yes, there's a lot of pressure on Fade
for sure
in this game, right?
Their heroes are pretty static. They're pretty reliant on this Axe being the initiator, being able to open up some opportunities. But if they get there, smooth sailing, I think this lineup's going to come together, and Falcons might have a tough time fighting. They have a pretty low damage support duo. They are really dependent on this Snapfire for a lot in this game, and he just hasn't been able to lane. So that's been shut down too. This Viper has done its job. Have to play through it. You don't want to leave RCY on an island.
Yeah. They're going to bring double supports and backstab Malrine. Just dive the tower, hit him with a Viper Strike, make sure he can't TP out.
He's screwed.
Yep.
And damage.
That'll lead back to more pressure on this mid tower.
Very high level supports for Gamer Legion. This is a level 6 Silencer, effectively. He's like a couple XP off, so he's going to get it on the next wave. It's very early to have this global available. And it's not going to be that great offensively early. Again, you only have the one jump in the Axe.
Yeah.
But let's say he can global to bail out the Axe on a gank, you know, ruin one of Malrine's move. That's worth a lot in this early game, as Falcons are going to have to salvage it through either Skeeter or Malrine.
Avery, I've got a dumb question for you.
Okay.
All right, so sometimes you get in these situations where, let's say you lose your safe lane so badly, right? Lane's just falling apart. You're getting dove all the time. Sometimes when the tower dies, it's actually a relief, right? The creep wave's now going to push into the tier 2. They can't pressure me as much. Amar going to be in some trouble here. Kisses are going to get one kill. Maybe the second one is the port's going to be in trouble. Skeeter with the rotation. Shuts down Ghost and a power shot to finish off Speed as well. What a rotation there from Skeeter and Malrine. The duo shows up, baits. Amar beautifully baits that whole situation. And they get a 1-for-3 that is pretty much, I mean, the net worth is now even.
I think Gamer Legion just lost track of where this Wind Ranger was. Because, yeah, your Axe was cutting. He has some free farm, but the Wind Ranger was ultimately free farming. Very fast Javelin shreds. Easy gate rotation for Skeeter. The second he gets on top of anybody in this game, he's just going to melt them.
Which is odd because they have that very deep lane ward.
Yes, I think they should have read that. I mean, they were backing up a bit, but then they got baited into that kill on the Dawnbreaker. And again, the Dawnbreaker's not really important here. Falcons have shown their priority. This Wind Ranger is mega farm now after that double kill. Sick rotation from Skeeter, 4-0 start. He might just carry this game.
Bramble catches crit as he trying to make his way to the Power Rune. Will not be able to get the Power Rune nor keep his life.
Sad life of Clockwork as RCY gets the last hit, going Mage Slayer on the Viper. He's going to be a tanky boy. The Wind Ranger is the best answer for this hero. We'll see if he decides to itemize against it in any capacity, but you do have this Axe Blade Mail call that's going to be able to answer Skeeter for a lot of this game because you can global on top of it. So there's no real counterplay to that interaction for Falcons. That's going to be a concern as this game scales, right? If your Wind Ranger is designed to carry this game from this position and he has to go up against Blink, Call, Blade Mail, Global, potential Terrorize on top of that, like, you need a lot of items to deal with that.
Gamer Legion being out-rotated. Well, okay, never mind. Fade's going to be able to get the chop, but with the extra movement speed, can he get away from Skeeter here? Activates Blade Mail, but it's to no avail. Skeeter will run him down all the same.
He could have absolutely killed both of them if he had that Blade Mail being delivered.
Yeah.
But another nice recognition from Skeeter. He's going to have a very fast Maelstrom here. The hammer's already flying out. Very nice timings for the Wind Ranger. Level 9 as well. Are losing some tier 1s. Now you got to be wary about the objective advantage here, as Viper's just kind of mopping up the waves, but Skeeter back to bottom, looking for more action.
Yeah, he is relentless, man. He knows that his other two cores have been shut out of this game. He's the one who has to make some space, which is his specialty. Shackle shot unable to land, Gus to push him back. Those towers being taken, though, that was part of my dumb question. You're in this matchup against Viper, right? You're being dove and stuff like that. Do you really want to keep your mid tower alive in some ways, isn't it better if the creep wave is just able to push into the tier 2? Because it's also not like Viper is the most amazing rotating hero, right? That mid tower's gone. It's not like, uh-oh, guys, there's a Viper who's going to be in the 2 different side lanes all the time.
I would say against a bad team, yes. Against a team that knows how to exploit it, no.
Okay.
We saw this a lot with when Gaming Gladiators were in their form with Quinn, right? Because Quinn likes to abuse his advantage. He's very good at taking this mid tower with the collapsing supports, and then he's honestly, he's probably the best in the world at utilizing the space after the tower goes down. Like, he's going to play in your jungle. He's going to take your camps. The supports are going to be with him. You're not going to be able to utilize this mid wave going into you by the tier 2 that effectively. That is what a good team will do. A bad team will just let you sit there and farm and recover.
Yeah.
So it's really dependent on what the advantage team can do with that space. Like I always say, towers are not really worth that much on their own. It's what you do after they fall. And good teams will exploit that advantage. Bad teams won't utilize it. Therefore, if you take that tower and just leave the area, well, having that tower down is irrelevant.
But isn't with the bigger map, aren't you spending more time on the sides of the map anyway? And not
as a mid in the early game, if we're talking about mid tower, right? I think there's still a lot of potential to abuse that advantage. We just don't see it as much.
Okay. Mage Slayer is done for RCY. If the Wind Ranger is the problem, what do you go next? How do you itemize against the Wind Ranger?
As
Hurricane Pike? As Viper.
As the Viper? Yeah, Hurricane Pike's a decent one. I'm trying to think if he has like any scaling item build up that would also deal with him.
Yeah, I feel like there's not very natural items for Viper to build in this matchup.
It really isn't. It's a fairly one-sided matchup. I think you just go whatever you're confident scaling with in this game generally. Like, I don't think you have to overthink this particular matchup. Your attack speed slows aren't really great against the Wind Ranger. You can go the Blade Mail, but you're not going to feel great about it.
Yeah, that doesn't sound amazing.
Nah.
Crit, going to be caught once again. Back-to-back support deaths as Gamer Legion are doing a good job hounding him. Oh, actually, Bignum's going to be the one to die instead.
Not bad.
Sapphire Kisses come in, get that. Still, it's a 1-for-1 with the kisses being used.
And they have the Axe Blink plus Blade Mail. So this Gamer Legion lineup is online right now. We're going to see them try to make an increased proactive.
An amazing catch if they could get it. Oh, it would be so good, but I highly doubt Falcons is,
No, that's a tough go. Maybe if you had gone down here 30 seconds earlier and you smoked to their Wisdom Shrine, but that timing has come and gone. And you got to be careful about getting out-farmed in this game. I do think Falcons can play the map a little better with their 3 cores. They have the Boots of Travel Snap, they have the global ability, the Dawnbreaker can kind of sit on a triangle or something. Your Viper is a pretty static hero. If your Axe goes for big moves with the Blink and misses, that's wasted farm time for him.
And they also have 2 supports that are going to play very forward on the map, right, and catch Smoke Ganks, right? Yep. Train Protector, that's pretty much his whole job. Clockwork is also very good at that.
Oh, yeah, these 2 supports for Falcons, they're not going to find a lot of farm, but they can absolutely just ruin your advance here.
And because of that, it feels like RCY's early advantage, he's not really able to utilize it the best. He's already a slow hero moving around the map, but then you combine that with your move running into a Train Protector, and you're not going to find an opportunity to kill a core.
Falcons getting some time to recover here. This is what they want. They're also holding this last tier 1 in their offlane, living, armoring it up. This could be a valuable tower down the stretch. They can hold it going into that 20-minute Tormentor. We'll see how much they prioritize this, especially if the tree just parks himself down here. Could be Snaking's priority in this game.
Left the Viper alone. RCY trying to catch up to him. Hammer. Amar running him down. We'll be able to slow him down with the Echo Saber hits, plus combined with the Q. They use Global Silence, but it's already done. The damage is done, and Fade doesn't even get the counter call. They're going to get nothing for this. Gamer Legion once again being just outmaneuvered around the map. Again, due to the information that these supports provide, Dawnbreaker Ultimate's going to drop on a Speed's head with the kisses along the side. Ghost almost got caught in the middle of that one. Fate does come through, chops down Crit, gets the call onto the Dawnbreaker. Do they have the damage for him? A little bit with the Drow coming in, but doesn't want to overcommit. Here comes Bignum, more damage, and Amar will die for this, but so will Fade. Perfect trade for Falcons. They're going to get Bignum on top of all this. This whole fight has been Falcons. It just starts from the jump of them getting the Viper for free.
Exactly.
And then everything snowballs after that.
You're taking a fight without your strongest hero in RCY. You want him on the front lines every single time. You want to make Falcons fight through him or have to commit big spells like that Focus Fire onto the Viper so that Fade can get better calls. He doesn't want to have to single blade mail call a dog breaker, right? This is not what he's looking for. This gives a free fight to Skeeter, who's just mopping people up with the right clicks. Honestly, he gets so much out of this fight. He was already farmed, and now he is giga farmed. It was all that ward bottom. If you look on this bottom corner of the map, they had a deep lane ward that really caught Gamer Legion off guard. They were centering their entire jungle and missed both of the Falcons' wards. So sick warding from Snaking, getting deep with this Treant Protector, setting kills up in the one part of the map they can find. There's not a lot of kill opportunity for Falcons at this point in the game. They warded in the one spot they could get it, took advantage of it, and it turns into effectively a team wipe. These are the little things that make good teams good.
Yeah. I mean, just it all starts from them understanding the Gamer Legion have to utilize the gate a lot, right? The slower nature of their heroes to get to these side lanes.
For sure. Also where this Viper's going to play.
Managed to get the call on Skeeter. If there was only any follow-up, they would have a kill here. Sadly, Victim's too far away.
Tough hero to solo kill with Axe.
Would be a nice pick off, and from behind it'll be the Silencer collecting some more intelligence.
Should be up to 11, yeah. There he goes.
Well, this is a game the Gamer Legion a laning phase went. Yeah, what is this?
What is it? Is this actually a play?
It's a very slow one, but
I don't think this
maybe it's not that slow actually.
Yeah, I guess they have some minus armor.
Yeah, thanks to Maureen with the little shredder.
Yeah, interesting play call. This is not a Roche I would have expected in this game because Focus Fire doesn't really last long enough for you to clean it up with just the ult.
And Snanking's going to read the heroes coming in. They are almost here. They might still be able to get a good call off it. They get the call on his Skeeter, but unfortunately he's the one with the Aegis. So Fade doesn't even try and stick around for the kill. I'm surprised that Gamer Legion don't force that fight more.
I'd be really tempted to just commit there.
Yeah, you should know that Wind Ranger is halfway useless because she already used Focus Fire, right?
It was coming up again, actually, but even then, you should be pretty happy to take any sort of fight at this point in the game because you have Global. Like, the Dawn can't use ult, the Snap potentially can't use ult, especially if you can start on Skeeter. It's their big damage source right now. That should be an advantageous fight. Maybe you're just unsure what the hell is happening there because you're not expecting such an early Roshan from a Wind Ranger lineup. Another sick play call from Skeeter. He is really owning this game. Level 14, 7-0.
And yeah, you weren't wrong. The Focus Fire was back up during that pause, which meant that they were in the pit for 40 seconds and Gamer Legion didn't get to it in time.
Benefit of a surprise move. You just catch them off guard. No one's expecting it. No one checks the pit. You get away with murder right there.
So it's pretty clear Gamer Legion not able. Plan A was definitely win lanes and snowball off that and, you know, have a very dominant mid game. But they still have some very strong late game heroes. I mean, they have Drought Ranger, one of the best carries of the game right now.
I'm just not as convinced by their map play as I think it needs to look for them to confidently scale here. I think the Snapfire is just getting so much right now, uncontested. So Wind Ranger's had a tremendous game. ATF will always recover. He's just that kind of player. And I think you do get outscaled in the ultra late.
I mean, if they're going to get both objectives over you at 20 minutes. 10 minutes ago, you would say there's no way that's going to happen.
Rough stuff for Gamer Legion. Win lanes and lose the first Roche, lose the first Tormentor. Not what you want to see.
And a great chart. I mean, if you're talking about the way that Falcons is winning this game is through the map play, then them being able to have some extra vision on the map with Eyes and the Force is going to be great.
Big gold injection for supports that don't naturally farm too fast either.
Yeah.
That's going to feel great here. Snaking can get some extra vision out on the map.
Yeah, I guess actually both their supports do have shards that give you kind of vision mechanics. The jetpack.
For sure.
Falcons with their smoke. So they smoked off Tormentor, TP back, and quickly ran back out with full resources, trying to, get yet another objective away from Gamer Legion. But this one looks like they are going to be here in time. Shackle shot, but instantly the call is there, but the Dawnbreaker ultimate is out. They caught the silencer. That means there was no way to be able to stop him. Still, though, that's going to be the Aegis. Bignom's getting a lot of damage onto the Dawnbreaker as well. Cookie goes out, but they managed to get the kill. Skeeter's back into play, but he is going to be Viper struck on the second life here, making a run for it. Slowed down by the Frost Arrows as well. RCY, they get the call on him, pull him back in, and the double orbs will finish him off. Crit too late with the hook shot. He'll die as well.
Such a dangerous smoke to go in like that against the tier 2. You're basically banking on the fact that Ghost will not be there, because if he's there, he gets free position as a Drow under his tier 2 for an entire team fight, and he will just mop you up. A very risky play from Falcons, trying to abuse the fact they have Aegis. I think Skeeter assumed he was going to be able to survive a couple of those axe calls, but Gamer Legion were ready for that play. They're there on time.
I would also argue the fact that they caught the silencer in the first place is actually good for Falcons. It could have been even worse, right? Because otherwise Dawnbreaker isn't even in that fight due to the global silence.
Though I guess there's another argument, like if you have to use Dawnbreaker ult and Snapfire ult to kill silencer,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Kind of did his job anyway.
Yeah,
like,
he did.
What more is he going to do in the fight, right? He basically globaled the 2 ults because he just tanked them.
Yeah.
He globaled it with his body. So I don't think that's actually that great of an exchange, because it's about where you're taking that fight. Like if you just pick the silencer off at the start and you're in a random open area, sure, you can kite back, but you can't disengage from under a tier 2.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think Speed's happy to tank that. Okay, whatever. You want to use all your ults on me under a tier 2? I get free position for Drow. We're going to get a great axe call. My Viper's going to come in at the end and clean somebody up. Like, I did my job and effectively, and I get to hold my ulti. Big win for Gamer Legion, particularly for Ghost. Like, you're still looking for this Drow to carry a lot of the weight this game. And the Drow Wind Ranger matchup, it's a really weird one. Like, this can absolutely go both ways at any point in these fights, depending on if you can get on top of the Drow with the focus fire, you can melt him. The Drow generally is going to scale better with you. He can throw the multi-shot into you. He doesn't need to buy an MKB or something. If you get to Satanic late game as the Wind Ranger, you can sometimes just power through.
The Drow top lane. They went through the gate. And they had Ghost push in top lane, but Falcons, despite that hook shot, did not actually take a big chompy bite on that bait. They actually backed out. Just a hook shot and run away.
Gotta respect Global that can stop your long-range kill attempt.
I'm gonna guess it was the Eyes in the Forest. They had one on the gate.
They did have one on the bottom one.
So they knew the rotation was coming. And might still be able to get something for it. Crit actually blinks into Fade here, puts him inside the cogs. Here come the kisses. They give him a force staff, trying to get him away. Snaking is hoping to catch him, but the kisses are just too on point. The hammer over the top to finish off Fade, or Speed rather, a double for Falcons off of that one.
Didn't want to global it, and might end up regretting that decision.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Kisses is one of the only real damage threats that Falcons has in these fights. I mean, surely the first blob that you see, you just instantly global.
This is why I wouldn't want to play Silencer in this type of game. Yeah, you have direct ults that you can global, but you only have one jump in the axe, and I think those types of games are... Like, your game is super dependent on what Fade finds, and if he doesn't find anything, then you're just kind of a sitting duck.
Sure.
Maybe we'll see some more effective globals later on when the Drow can position a little more aggressively. You can protect Ghost with it. That might come to fruition, but for right now, it's kind of hard to find the usage for his spells.
Yeah, what do you think about this Linken's pickup? Obviously, it countered the focus fires, making sure that Wind Ranger can't just run him down.
There's barely anything that pops it in this game.
Yeah.
In fact, there isn't anything.
Yeah. So it is a one-spell Linken's pickup.
In that sense, it could be really nice here. I don't know what Skeeter's supposed to do, other than go early Hurricane Pike. If he wants Hydra's Breath, that's going to feel bad. If he wanted the Hurricane Pike anyway, he might not care. But then you're still wasting a lot of the value of that item.
Sure.
I don't mind it here. It could be pretty nice. If you want BKB too, though, I don't like this. We'll see if he skips BKB in a game like this and relies on the Global Silence to buy him some space against the spell power.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're using Global Silence for kisses, then it feels like not a big deal to not go BKB on Drow in this game.
Grandma's cooking, though. Top net worth. Maureen, with the rough lane that he didn't even really go to, makes it happen.
Yeah. This hero just farms so incredibly fast. ENA just allowing the Scatter Blast to just do so much damage, quickly clearing through jungle camps, and then Boots of Travels, so you can be all over the place on the map.
He probably has the best talent tree in the game right now, right?
Yeah.
I cannot think of another hero that vies with him because he has 2 good talent pathways that would both be basically A or S tier on any hero, and he has it on the same hero.
Yeah, when you're a Snapfire and you hit level 27, 28, 29, you're going, oh, yes, I get this talent, you know? Like, that's a sign that your talent tree is too
I actually
good.
don't think he has a bad talent. Like, legit, I think all of his talents you're happy to take. His weakest talent is probably the level 10 Mortimer Kissburn, but even that it's still a decent amount of damage over the course of a game.
Of course, yeah. Now, the question is, what is her most broken talent?
The 25s, for sure.
Well, okay, but, you know, relative to their timing, I think it's the 20 Fire Snap cookie charges.
Yeah, it is probably the double cookie.
So insane.
I think any of the talents that give you charges on a spell are generally busted.
Yeah.
Surprised they still exist. Snaking, eyeing up Big Num bottom. He looks pretty screwed.
He gets off the Shadow Realm, but there's a lot of AoE damage.
Oh, there's no cogs.
Wait, yeah, what happened to the cogs?
Huh, interesting. Where to use it? And the other thing is, like, that's kind of a weird misplay from Crit. If he didn't have them, just save Hookshot, right?
Yeah. I mean, you have Blink Dagger.
Okay.
None of that needed to happen that way, but okay.
Weird move. I don't think it changes much, but...
Yeah, it's a pick off on a Dark Willow. Who cares?
They're getting the lane in. They're finding some farm on 2 supports that will happily gobble up some waves if they have the chance to do so.
So no surprise, Gamer Legion is being out-farmed by Falcons. 1, it's Falcons. 2, their heroes are just going to be better for it. We already talked about how they're able to play the map better. But you are getting to those key items. Lincoln's, he's done for the Drow Ranger. We have Manta for the Viper. And BKB is almost done for Fate. So probably expecting Gamer Legion to get on the offensive here pretty quick.
Looking at next Roshan, that's the fight they want to take. And I'm kind of surprised that the Vipers stayed near the top of the chart here. RCY finding a decent amount in this game. Good news for Gamer Legion. Carrying around that gem as well, so you got to be a little careful in the tree. How deep into these enemy jungles you want to push it. Particularly nearing this Roshan spawn. You lose a couple heroes, could just be that objective gone. BKB available for Fade means Gamer Legion likely are going to try and get mid-wave in and then make a smoke play to either secure vision or look for the pick-off going into this objective. The other play you can make is you can bait the Viper on a wave. If you think Falcons are going to try and do the same thing, bait the Viper, counterplay it with the Global, take the fight off of that.
Smoke is going to break. They spot the Axe. That is a perfect hero for them to jump on, force the BKB, ruin his initiation. Gamer Legion are so dependent on that hero. Now, they don't get a kill for it.
They got Global.
Will have an opportunity to still get another initiation.
And Global down makes this fight a little more convincing. They want to go for round 2. If Gamer Legion just stall, Roche will go top here.
Yeah, and I think that's what they should do, right? Fade's life is very hard if there's no Global and no BKB.
The issue for them is I don't think you can ever just man up and force Roche on this game. I think you have to take the fight before it. And that has proven to be quite difficult against a Falcon team that is very good at reading moves.
Well, this is a classic.
Solid vision mechanisms.
You're playing up against global heroes, smoke to the global hero. We're going to see Gamer Legion make this move away from the Roshan pit to catch the Dawnbreaker. Now, the Dawnbreaker's pretty tanky, but there's so much damage here that even the TPs coming in from Falcons, they're going to be late.
All right, what can they do with this? Roche is going to walk top.
They've got 60 seconds. By the time Roshan gets there, it'll be more like 40 seconds.
They showed the Drow mid and they hit the scan, so they know Falcons are running in trying to take advantage of this. They need to get the hell out.
The jetpack is going to spot him, manage to get the initiation on Fate. Bumps him back into Skeeter with a focus fire. Not much Fate can do here. Ghost is going to be able to put some damage on him. This is going to be a problem for Skeeter. He's got to win run away. Snake King, he popped the overgrowth, but he wasn't close enough. He didn't get them. Skeeter runs multi-shot. Ghost actually goes for the clockwork. He might have gotten Skeeter if he threw the multi-shot up and said, here come the kisses, though. Force out trying to get away from it. A couple more globs are going to land, but Snake King's going to die for it. Ghost is healthy enough that no turnaround from Falcons here today.
Skeeter's lucky to get out of there. A couple more marksmanship procs, he's just dead. I think Ghost got a little unlucky, to be honest. He hit like 2 out of 10 or something. Below the 40% for sure. This is a rough fight for Falcons. You don't have the Dawnbreaker. You're missing so much of your firepower.
They didn't use Blade Mail?
He never got it off early enough.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, that's not... He walked down the entire way. He had mana for it.
He had the mana?
No, he had the mana for it. He was at 33 mana.
I thought I saw him pop it. But,
I mean, unless the replay is bugged, it was off cooldown, and he had mana for it. In which case, you know, considering how low Skeeter got in that fight. Roshan Maureen is going to come in. They're trying to hook shot in. They do manage to grab the Aegis, but Amar with a massive hit there. A Cookie pops him away. The Viper might have an opportunity to get some spells off here. Making a run for it. Goes for a TP. Doesn't turn around. Viper strike. TP's away and he got out.
Ooh.
What a crazy play.
That was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, that felt like that was going to be them wiping Gamer Legion, or at least getting a number of kills inside of the pit. Instead, it's just an Aegis and a silencer. Honestly, I think Gamer Legion got away lucky.
Yes. They should be counting their blessings that did not go worse. Could have had Aegis snatched. You could have lost your cores. Looking for the
clock to the other side of the cogs. Here comes the Cookie. Oh, Dawnbreaker on top of Ghost. Ghost does get stunned, but it doesn't matter. The Viper is here, and it's pushed back to Snapfire. And Dawnbreaker doesn't have the damage by himself to kill Ghost. That means they're both going to die here. Pushed away, double slowed down. They're just being kited out. Not much they can do here. What a great fight for Gamer Legion. Just they bounce right back.
You're missing some BKBs to take that. If you're Falcons, that is just the wrong call, and maybe not respecting this Drow. Your Dawnbreaker is not killing Drow in this game.
It wasn't even close.
He is not a scaling threat. You need Wind Ranger in the fights. I don't think you can take a fight into Ghost without the Wind Ranger. And you need to respect the fact that he can only focus fire one target, and with the Lincolns on the Drow, it's not necessarily guaranteed for him to get in there quickly.
Skeeter has made the call. He was probably saying, guys, I have to finish up Hurricane Pike before we take this fight.
This is what we talked about. It's been in the works for a while. He finishes it, but now you lost a big fight before he got there. This Drow Ranger is kind of just out of control in this game.
Yeah.
It honestly, it's a pretty good Drow game. Let's be honest. Like, this hero is first pick for a reason. They got it in a pretty solid spot, and you have a couple gap close mechanisms, but you don't have the best heroes to ruin his day in the fight in terms of the positioning, the formation. Like, it would take some sick smoke angle or something, because Gamer Legion can just park this Viper up front. And he's getting some Drow aura. He's frontlining for the Drow. You have this Axe that can call the Wind Ranger if he does find the Drow Ranger. You have a lot of counterplay here to protect Ghost.
Same goes with the Global, right? Like, they have two different mechanisms to protect Drow, even if they do get on top of her. And getting on top of her is very difficult with Axe, Dark Willow, and Viper all kind of offering some sort of front line for her.
There's a little amp damage rune for Ghost as he's pushing towards 25. Do you ever take marksmanship chance?
I have seen it, yes.
In these matchups where you want the extra evasion pierce, I could see it being pretty nice here. I think it's the weaker talent, but
yeah, I think most of the time it's a weaker talent, but if you are in a game where you're doing more single target focus, you're trying to get around this evasion that you're talking about, I think, yeah.
Like, this could be a game for it. I can kind of see the argument. If he came in the end game interview and argued it against me, I'd be like, you know what, I can kind of buy that. But in my heart, I know it's probably not the better talent in almost any situation.
Yeah, multi-shot waves feel so good.
Yeah, it's pretty broken. They're going to mass TP top trying to defend the Wisdom Shrine. I've seen this before. Falcon's just going to bail on the steal attempt.
Jetpack that goes nowhere. Just a crash landing for crit.
He's getting fat. If you're Falcons, you might have to just put a pause on this game and try and get the snap 25 with the refresher. Get that nonsense going.
Yeah.
There's the refresher.
Got the refresher.
He's just mega farm.
1.5 levels.
Yeah, he needs the experience here. So I think if you're Falcons, you're definitely not fighting before that. There's just no point.
So then the onus is on Gamer Legion to make something happen. They probably want to wait for their level 25 on the Drow Ranger, but once you do get that, are you willing to brave the high ground?
Without an Aegis, likely no.
Yeah, I don't think so. Which means that Falcons are near guaranteed to get that 25 on Snapfire. It's pretty spooky.
He got Conjure's Catalyst too, of course.
Yeah, disgusting.
Oof. Yeah, he's going to melt some face, that's for sure. You have that global you can hold, and you might have to just not global Solar Guardian in some of these situations if you don't think it's going to change the fight too much. I think that might be the right call. I'm actually not worried about Solar Guardian coming through, even on my Drow or something. Like, this Dawn's just not doing any damage, so who cares, right?
Yeah.
I'm more worried about this Conjure Catalyst Snapfire ult decimating my Drow who doesn't have a BKB.
If anything, I feel like Mar is almost a distraction. He's going to get AC, and he is going to be very tanky, but he doesn't actually offer that much damage right now.
He's not killing Drow.
Yeah.
There's no way. He has no evasion pierce. You can get Hurricane Piked. It's a nightmare for him to try and bring him down solo. If the cores all collapse on top of Ghost, I can see it, but otherwise, it's going to be a struggle.
Somebody dropped their Lotus. Well, double it down on the slows. I mean, you've got Axe Battle Hunger, you've got Viper, you've got Frost Arrows, and this Viper is going to go for a Scotty next.
Just tank up.
Yeah.
Be really annoying for the Dawnbreaker snap. If you ever Viper Strike hit them, they're pretty much just done.
Do you think there's... would you ever consider more mobility on the Viper?
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
I think he can end up with Swift Blink in this game.
Do you think that would be the better option than the Scotty? Right? Like, he's got this Mage Slayer. Super effective if he actually gets to the Snapfire. If he Viper strikes the Wind Ranger, she feels like her fight is really rough.
I don't think the blinks are that good if you're trying to maintain a formation around the Drow.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't think he has to go assassinate people. You just have to play around Ghost. So the tankier you are, the more annoying you are, it buys time for your Drow Ranger. To me, that is what the game is about here. Don't make it more complicated than it has to be.
Fair enough. That Scotty is almost done. But the level 25 is here for Malrine. Man, he got that fast. Okay, and immediately the smoke up. I mean, it's on the dot.
He's ready to cook.
And I feel like Gamer Legion is not going to be ready for this.
Likely no, but the global can bail them out of that initial surprise.
Yep. Smoke through mid. Don't have Snaking with them. Snaking's trying to deal with the side lanes while they make this move. Jetpack is going to reveal. Fade. Missed the hook shot. Actually hits it on the Drow Ranger. Blinks back, catches Big Numb inside. Fade is going to make a run for it. The Global Sounds is going to be put to use on the first round of Kisses. Now, you could just see he's going to reset. Malrine, he jumps in, hits the cookie. On to Fade. Now double cookie. Chain stunned up, and he's gone before the Terrorize can actually land. And then a quick retreat. They still have another round of Kisses to go. So a very nice assassination there from Falcons. It was a 1-for-1 trade-off, but taking the Axe out of the equation is a big win for Falcons.
And Gamer Legion a little tentative to push in there.
Yeah.
I think they just want this BKB on Ghost so he can play a little more aggressive, a little more independent. And they're okay sacrificing a poor trade there to make sure this item's online. He's truly, in the end game now.
Yeah, when you're 10 seconds away from that item, that's fair enough. They're actually almost catching heroes. Unfortunately, Brambles doesn't quite land Viper Strike onto the Terrain Protector. He's the one with the cheese here, the gem rather. Big burst damage. Malrine trying to pick off Big Numb, does manage to get him, and he cookies on out. Away from Ghost, he's going to be fine. RCY in some trouble. Focus fire from Skeeter's going to try and take him down. Ghost is trying to get enough damage to finish him off, but the stun came through, and Ghost, he still can't get him. Now he's going to be hit by another stun. Hurricane Bike, it's all not enough. Somehow, Skeeter lives through it all. Just ran in against 3 different heroes and gets the bailout from both Malrine and Amar in the nick of time.
And you have to ask the question, why were Gamer Legion forcing it like that?
Yeah.
4 on 5, no global to bail you out against the Kisses. He still had Refresher on the snap. Was this the fight to take? You're not even all there at the start. Felt very forced.
Yeah, trying to do this without Fade.
This play just seems a little sus to me. Ultimately, it's some sick spellcasting from Falcons that wins it out. You get to put this Conjure's Catalyst to great use. The Kisses just clean everybody up here. And once again, not getting enough marksmanship procs going into Skeeter. He just can't get them to land.
I mean, Gamer Legion, it's you see it time and time again. It feels like the moves that Falcons make, when they make the move instantly when they're online, when they hit their 25 or they hit some key item. It feels like their formation is always better. Gamer Legion things just feel sloppier, right?
A little forced. Like that felt like a little bit of a forced move rather than I see an opportunity. The Treant even had buyback. So you're fighting a buyback. You're going on a buyback hero on enemy outpost before Roche is up without everybody. It's one of those things, if you see the opportunity, yeah, you can take it. But what was the opportunity there?
Now,
and you end up getting outplayed, and now you're in the hole.
Yeah, Gamer Legion, it's a loss of net worth, but they are still going to be able to play for Roshan, fortunately. They was during that downtime.
Long spawn. The thing is, this is going to give Skeeter 25 and potentially Satanic, and these are the big timings in this Drow matchup. Satanic is huge here. It lets you just man up, hit Satanic, hit Focus Fire on the Drow, and even if Drow sits there and hits you, you lose that man fight as the Drow Ranger, unless you go Daedalus and you just like crit him 3 times. So Skeeter's going to have a really nice advantage if he can finish this item. He's still a little bit away, so if Gamer Legion fight now, they don't have to worry about it.
So it goes back to Fate. He needs to get that hard initiation where they just get a clean grab on somebody, quickly burst them down. Preferably, they catch one of these cores, which is why they're making this long smoke around. But again, I mean, they're just, even in this smoke, they feel very split up, you know?
They're having a lot of trouble finding the backline. The Clockwork and the tree are creating an indomitable force.
Yeah, there's just
especially along these tree lines. Like, there's just no way to start on one of these heroes easily.
And they're going to be spotted. Rocket Flare. I mean, Falcons already knew what they were up to. They're playing the high ground in this triangle area with a Radiant side Roshan. This is the place to be. This is the command center.
You don't have buybacks on your 2 damage dealers either. You have a buyback on the Axe, but can't really throw anybody else in here and just try and abuse numbers advantage to get a Roshan. You do have a Refresher on speed. He has double global now.
That's big.
Yeah, it's really big if you can counteract both of the kisses here from Allreen or interrupt some sort of cookie combo. Both could be pretty impactful down the stretch.
Falcons and Gamer Legion both have some light pressure on these side lanes. Falcons can push in top. You see Gamer Legion pushing in mid. It's Falcons who are going to give up this area and go for the smoke play. But once again, it's going to find its mark. It's going to catch Fade. Chain stunned up, hit by the cogs, knocked back. Too much damage is done. He's dead.
He is the one here with buyback here. But they're just going to bail on this map position. That should be Roshan for Falcons. Pretty hard to buy and then run through all this vision to get there.
Yeah.
And the vision has been a huge deal. This Clockwork has found a lot of great initiations in this game, and a lot of it is based on the Treant just providing huge swaths of information advantage. Early shard plus some deep warding, him scouting. Like, again, how do you get through this vision wall? They're scouting RCY bottom. He's in trouble down here.
He's got a big burst out, tries to go for the teleport away, but Snaking is there, puts a stop to it. That means RCY will get picked off alongside Fade.
Damn, he's tanky. What the hell?
Yeah, he is. He is.
That was kind of an impressive death, you want to put it that way. But to no avail. No buyback on him. Dead for 90 seconds here. It's going to be high ground hold for Gamer Legion and try and turn the game off of a botched high ground from Falcons, because that's the position you're now in. Refresher shard for Amar. He has double ult. The Snap has double ult. 2 lives on Skeeter. Satanic flying out, so you're going to have to deal with that too.
It just feels like it's failure after failure for Gamer Legion. You know, first it was like, okay, we lost that fight, but we can contest Roshan. Okay, now we lost this fight, but we can still play for a high ground with 5 heroes. Now it's a high ground push from Falcons without having 5, and now they just got the initiation on the Drow Ranger. Falcons aren't going to reset, though. They're not going to full commit. Lit Skeeter take that tier 3 tower.
Ghost needs Daedalus. He went all these early defensive items and they're nice, but he needs big damage right now. Not doing enough DPS to threaten these heroes in the windows where he can.
It is pretty crazy how tanky he is. 3,000 HP with 46 armor.
He's a beast, but he will get melted by Skeeter if he gets on top of him.
Yeah.
It can happen real quickly here.
Radiant are scanning.
And Falcons don't keep it up. I'm surprised they didn't go for a full lane with the Viper dead, but now it's full 5 for Gamer Legion to make the defense here.
Starting on RCY could be problematic. He is very slow to bring down, even committing ults onto him.
I mean, Falcons definitely got a good damage test on him earlier. And with the double siege wagons pushing in with the banner out, I managed to get the focus fire out of Skeeter. That's pretty decent.
I just don't think he can kill the banner here. I guess he can slow down the catapult attack speed.
That's true. That's true.
This is the slowest siege of all time.
I mean, there's got to be this window of focus fires on cooldown that he's going to try and go for it. And he will get it, yeah. That was a good read. He waited the full 20-second duration.
Amar's taking top.
Okay.
He's swinging on this tier 3 little rat action from the Dawnbreaker, not a hero you would expect.
Yeah, Gamer Legion, it's very much a lineup that wants to be able to stay as 5, so you can abuse that a bit.
Very awkward high ground for Falcons. It's just not easy to jump in here onto potential buybacks. Very hard to go high ground against the Drow in the first place. You don't have a natural high ground breaker.
I mean, Falcons is pretty comfortable with
that is true.
Farming and pushing late, so
they do not mind the clock ticking up considerably.
Yeah, you can already see Crit and Snake King are going into farm mode. Everybody at Falcons is splitting up, farming some sort of neutrals. I feel like that's the hard part as the high ground team is judging when, because you want to always be prepared. You're hoping they push into the high ground. But it's making the read of when you can smoke out and catch the enemy when they're split up like this, when they're farming these neutrals, because you have no vision. You have no information to work off of most of the time.
It's very difficult.
Skater is almost done with the Aghanim Scepter, the upgraded Tailwind.
Got the Gale Force too. I wonder if you can ever drag someone out of base here a little bit, make your life easier. Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. Another great
Especially
hook
with
shot.
Crit making the initiation, pushing back heroes with the cogs, and there it is, the Tailwind almost pulled Fade out of the base entirely. They had to pop the global silence to make sure he stays alive. That is going to be one global down, one Kisses down.
Pretty reliable casual initiation here. You just hookshot cog, blink out. Not a real counterplay. There's no instant stuns.
Yeah.
On the side of Gamer Legion, so Crit's just getting free information, free pokes, getting a global out here or there, and all of a sudden you can just reset, go again. Pretty value. Skeeter gonna head up the high ground. Doesn't like what he sees.
How much does 25 change for Viper? I feel like it's not that big of a deal,
Yeah, it's
right?
not the biggest talent. I mean, he used to have the universal one now.
Yeah, that one was pretty sick. Fade's level 25 would be pretty big. I mean, he's already got the extra AoE off of Shiva's. So he could get a big call. Then again, Falcons, how much are they ever really, within 500 units of each other? I feel like they're able to maintain a formation that is pretty broadly split.
This might be one of those Axe games where you need a refresher just to double call, maximize the time the Drow can hit a hero that's locked down.
Sure.
Even though your mana pool is pretty tiny.
Nice pickup. Set up, maybe, actually. They don't easily get him. Snake King is going to be fine. They quickly try and teleport away. Bignum's going to be stopped by the overgrowth.
Well, this is awkward because the bottom wave is pushing in.
Bignum, Shadow Realmed up. They do keep vision on him. He still has Terrorize, but looks like he is going to get caught.
Just so hard to kill anybody in this game.
Yeah. And a pickoff like that is probably not enough for Falcons to go high ground. They need to go high ground with the Aegis. They're not going to go high ground in a simple 5 versus 4. They're just going to out-farm you for a while. 27,000 net worth lead. Give it another 5 to 10 minutes. That'll grow to 40K.
This is where having Snap on your team is really nice because he's just scaling to level 30.
Oh, they're actually going to try and make a move here.
Amp damage on the Snap. pretty spooky here.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of damage. Chain stunning on RCY. Global Silence does get used early here. Now they have the kisses they could put to use. And here comes the damage. See how many they can land. Gets a lot of damage on Fade, but ultimately he gets out of the way. Also, talk about the long range. Amar also, he took the Celestial Hammer cast range and speed, so he's also able to throw a bunch of damage, 2,000 units.
Good gap close here. But the Daedalus is up for the Drow. The buybacks are there for Gamer Legion. How do you force this fight? It's just so impossible. You pretty much have to play a very patient game, make Gamer Legion come out of the base, and take that fight.
Oh, hook shot, a bunch of heroes, bots two in with the Dawnbreaker ultimate. He actually cancels the bots. Maureen blinks over to the side. Fade, meanwhile, stuck in all these cogs. Samar is super tanky. They have the overgrowth locking down these heroes. The multi-shot trying to keep him back, but the shackle was pretty nicely put, but they do have a Ghost Scepter helping Viper reset against this focus fire. And Maureen jumps in with the double cookie, finishes off the axe. Cookie's a third time, a fourth time to try and get away, but oh, what? He does stick out. The damage over time finally finished him off there. A much-needed kill for Gamer Legion because they used the buyback on the axe. If they didn't get Maureen there, that would have been a bit of a disaster.
He has Divine disassembled.
Yeah, he's ready to go. He actually got level 29 off that, so he's got the little shredder, most of the talents.
He needs 30 to assemble it here.
Yeah.
Give him the extra oomph in this late game. It will start to melt some heroes for sure. I think that's what you're playing for. Your Falcons, this fight's just kind of an appetizer. He definitely forces the issue a little bit. Like, you're probably not getting out here even with the quad cookie. Just too much range damage. Looked like he was almost going to live, but that Viper damage is pretty nasty. Let's see if he assembles this. I mean, 430? I mean, is there any reason to ever do that? I feel like no.
I mean, the problem with Snapfire is you're still broken as a magic damage hero, even this late into the game.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to force that transition until you actually have the.
I will say a little less so against this Viper. He just has such high magic resist, plus Pendulum, plus global silences are really annoying for the magic snap.
Sure, but that's not his job, right? He's not the one who needs to deal with the Viper.
No, not necessarily. But he can. If you get to Divine Daedalus here with Snap with the level 30, you kill anybody in Dota. Like, it's... You just go in with the Shredder hits, you refresh, get another Shredder
Put
pop.
it together.
He did assemble it. Okay. Interesting. Doesn't have the 30 talent, or so... The damage is really reduced on this.
I'm so surprised. I figured you would at least get the Aegis first.
Well, he can play with the magic damage radiance.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And then when he hits the 30, switch it over. So maybe this is still the right call. He's just not going to commit in with a bunch of cookies. But it does change the idea a little bit here. Or, you know, it helps him farm faster for the 30, I guess.
That is also true. It is just a slight addition of risk for Falcons. If you end up
little spicy.
losing this Roshan fight, you're going to be giving up a whole lot back over. Falcons currently rocking the 30,000 net worth lead for this next Roshan, and I think Falcons are just going to wait for Roche to move over to the other side, right? There's no reason to take this.
No, the Roche is not counting for a lot in this game for either team, to be honest. I mean, an Aegis on the Drow technically lets you try and push, but I don't even know if that's true. Just one of those games where the high ground for either team is almost impossible. You need to win the fights outside the base. So the fight for Roche is more important than the Roche itself. Getting buybacks down.
We also have the Drow Ranger getting some of the other talents. He just got the attack range one. So that is going to be a significant upgrade to these multi-shots going even further.
His 30 is influential here too. For
yeah, if he can get that 30, the extra marksmanship is going to be influential. I'm not going to say massive. Oh, I've never seen that one before.
Is it good though?
No. It's pretty simple as just a rocket flare to stop that, but...
It says Gamer Legion waiting for their buybacks, right? The timer on the Axe and the Dark Willow are ticking down right now. So if nothing happens, theoretically, they're resetting a little bit here. Most of these heroes on the side of Falcons are just capped out. Other than that Snapfire, I mean, that is a looming time bomb. 5,000 HP on Amar. He got to the late game scale. Overwhelming Blink Satanic. He is a monster.
Here comes the smoke, and it's going to be Gamer Legion on the low ground here. Shackle shot doesn't quite land, but the follow-up hook shot does. Fade disappears with the Glimmer Cape, trying to hit him with the kisses, but he's already outside of the range here. Amar jumping back in, getting some damage on the axe, making sure there's no initiation, and harpoons away. RCY trying to get the catch. Another shackle shot lands. Fade's in trouble. Fade has to use Scepter. Still has a BKB, and has a Blink Dagger away. Opts to use it now. Viper Strike put onto Skeeter, so it's going to be Falcons resetting now.
Well, that was a fight of all time.
Who used what? You had BKB on Skeeter.
Kisses and some BKB, but that was it for Falcons, really?
You still have double global for speed, so it's actually Gamer Legion that have a bit of an advantage here until that happens. Big Number gets picked off, and there goes that.
That's a 5-on-4 guaranteed. The vision from the tree is really doing some work in this late game.
Yeah, the fact that Gamer Legion let Falcons get up to this high ground before Courier going to be sniped trying to pick up the gem. Crit will nab it away.
They need some sort of instant disable. Like, you can't let this Clockwork keep getting free initiations without any sort of punish. You need a Hex or something. Or just Axe call him, which...
That feels pretty
sounds
bad.
pretty bad, but I don't know what the alternative is.
Aghanim Scepter on Silencer. You have double ults.
I don't know if it's really doing much. It's minimal damage.
How fast does the damage happen, though? Does the first take? I guess I'm asking, can it stop his blink wave as you know?
Yeah, theoretically, but it's not an instant tick, I believe. So you're better off just buying Hex or something, I
guess.
All right, so they gave the Aegis to Skeeter for the high ground siege. And Maureen will have his level 30 here. He has the Swift Blink as well. He's just kind of missing Daedalus, I would say, for the true double 6 slot with the magic and the physical.
Hunting bounties.
I'm sorry, you really think that other items are more value than Ags when you have double ultimate? This Ags can't be that bad.
It's pretty bad.
Isn't everybody just gonna be throwing all their spells anyway? That it will kind of ramp up. I guess it's like, isn't it better than Octarine?
The thing is, it just gets dispelled. Like, people are trying to dispel your global anyway. Like, there's a Wind Waker on Clockwork. There's a Wind Waker on Trine. I mean, who are you?
Yeah, which is why the second one is where it actually, starts doing the damage.
Sure, man. Just go for it.
I guess I'm looking at it. He's got 5,200 gold, and I'm like, well, you got to do something with it.
I would rather he buy Glimmer Cape Vlad's than Ags.
Okay, I can get behind Vlad's.
Vlad's is kind of dope here.
RCY is thinking about an Ag synth himself here because he is so damn tanky. Almost has 5,000 HP. That having the upgrade on Corrosive Skin would be pretty nice.
Block of cheese for crit.
Oh, well, there goes putting damage on him.
The most hype, useless item I think that's ever been put into Dota. I mean, it's not useless, but...
Sure, for the hype to uselessness. Yeah. There's the jump. They managed to get the call out of the Snapfire. Yeah, that didn't do anything to RCY. He kind of just chilled on that one. But they did get the building.
They need to break this guy. They won't do any damage to him.
And he's sitting inside the shackle shot coming through.
Is it time to just start focus firing barracks here with Aegis? Wear it down one by one?
Yeah, but I mean...
Give block of cheese to the Wind Ranger. He just goes in, hits the building, backs up.
If doing that increases your chances of losing the fight by 5%, when getting these lanes of barracks doesn't actually do anything for you, right? Like nowadays, super creeps are nothing, and mega creeps are whatever.
All right, tier 5 neutrals. That'll be the solution.
There
we go. Get some Stygian Desolators. Yeah. That'll up the damage considerably.
And this is also where you potentially get massive pickoffs because the Radiant feel like, okay, we've got to go out and get our own tier 5s. Gamer Legion are going to farm together as a team, so it is going to be a very slow tier 5 production for them. And no, they actually smoke out, start pushing away. The Terrain Protector's already coming over. Snake King knows what's what.
He's running. He's booking it.
That's right. He's going to find somebody.
The fastest treant alive.
Meanwhile, Ghost is just zooming through, multi-shotting down wave after wave.
Radiant are scanning.
I would love it if he goes into the dire side of the map. Just keep going all the way. Yeah.
You have to, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way you're going to get these tier 5s.
You get to buy his Eagle Song, too. It's pretty nice. Pretty hard to get to the shop right now for Gamer Legion, so... Extra value.
Multi-shot does so much, he's able to stay smoked.
He's one more off of something.
Hopefully, he maybe can chill around here for the 61 minute.
Maureen took Dazun. I'm assuming he did not get Stygian.
Yeah.
Hurts his DPS a little. Amar did get a Stygian.
He did. So people
Double
are actually getting
Witchbane,
Witchbanes now.
Well, against the Global.
Oh, yeah.
This is a solid Witchbane game against the Viper, the Global, the Dark Willow.
Here come the kisses, forcing RCY back and a focus fire on the melee barracks. There goes the call, trying to pull the Wind Ranger in.
Not
Slowed
bad
down by the Brambles a bit. A Yule Scepter. Another Bramble. A Cookie. Another Cookie. That's so annoying, man. Cook's just too versatile of an ability. There's the Ag Synth for the Viper. So watch out for that nosedive.
I will say Manic on Wind Ranger is also pretty insane.
All right, so as a Drow Ranger, you're going to get Audacious. It's the most broken enchantment, all of them. But his item choice was Fallen Sky.
Not great.
That...
He also probably rolled pretty poorly here.
How bad were your options that Fallen Sky was the best choice?
I feel like a lot of people actually rolled kind of poorly here. Just gotta make do with what you get, I guess. But you do have a tier 5 neutral advantage if you are Falcons.
RCY gets back up to the high ground. Viper Strike put onto Amar, but the Cookies will always get these heroes back to safety. If one Cookie does it, there's another, and another, and another, and another.
Yeah, you hookshot them illusions.
Oh, call on the Snapfire. See if they can focus him down. Wind Waker protects. Multi-shot's going to get a little bit more damage, but the Eon Disc procs, and he is healthy enough. The Gamer Legion can't immediately get the kill. Force Staff to get out of this one. Oh, there's going to be an Overgrowth. Catches some heroes. BKB goes off, though, and Multi-shot's not getting the kill on anything. Shackle shot on RCY, and he's getting low enough that he actually has to reset here. Oh, Fade attempting to get the call, but he jumps into a round of cogs.
They need to get this banner down.
Another round of kisses coming in. Amar actually inside of the enemy base right there. And the hook shot finishes off Big Num. Now the pullback hit. Oh, Speed gets swiftly one shot. RCY's going to slow him down a lot here. Hard to get this kill. Fallen Sky's going to miss. Ghost sets up on the ice ground with the iceberg, trying to finish off Amar. Gets him down to about half and then easily reset by Falcons. Feels like Gamer Legion are getting desperate now. Global Sound's put to use to stop the stun onto RCY. Shackle shot doesn't quite land. There goes Focus Fire. But again, they reset as soon as the multi-shots start coming into play. Gamer Legion are getting more and more desperate to finally get their hands on Falcons, but Falcons remain too damn elusive.
And they're taking buildings every time. The Wind Wakers can always bail them out. There's no nullifier on the side of Gamer Legion here. No answer to these defensive Yule Scepters coming in. They're just slowly finding openings, one hook shot at a time, one building at a time. Classic Falcons gameplay, 50k net worth lead. There's level 30 for the Wind Ranger. They want level 30 on all 3 cores. They want to end this game in style, their style. And Gamer Legion just cannot latch on to anything. Like, your one stun is the axe call. There's just no way Fade can find a good target here. It's too much gunk, too many Wind Wakers anyway.
Yeah, you don't kill anything fast enough. It's a 6,000 HP Dawnbreaker with 35 armor. Just consumed a Moon Shard, by the way, and is trying to get a refresher.
Need Divine Drow, I think. I was thinking about eating an Ags, which is a damage upgrade. I don't know if it's enough here. There's double Overgrowth to worry about. I mean, there's just so much stuff.
Yeah, making yourself tankier and tankier is not really working for Gamer Legion.
And it'll just be second Divine or backup Divine for Maureen over the Daedalus.
Hookshot lands onto Fade, pushing him outside of the base here. Dangerous spot to be in with the nullifier placed onto him. They can't really bail out the axe. He goes for the call, just trying to defend himself. Get up to the high ground. Skeeter runs him down, though, rather easily. Pops the BKB, makes a run for it. There's nothing Gamer Legion can do to stop him. He's outside of the base. The buyback's going to be used. Fade tries to smoke back into place, but Falcons have reset their formation.
1 kill at a time.
They've gotten 3 buybacks out of Gamer Legion, 1 by 1.
You might not like it, but this is what peak high ground performance looks like.
Yeah, it kind of is. Maureen, he jumps in, does his little shredder shots.
Takes no damage, apparently.
Yep, between the...
Block of cheese.
Yeah, they've got a million things. Wind Waker, Aeon Disc, cookies. Now Amar's turn to jump in, have a little poke, jump away with the hammer. I mean, these are the least hype 65-minute fights I've ever watched.
It's pretty disgusting.
Like, you know that Falcons are not in danger whenever they jump in. Whenever Maureen jumps in, it's usually like a jump scare of like, oh, something's going to happen. Instead, it's just like, yeah, he's going to little shredder.
No stuns. They have no nullifiers, no hexes. It's just axe call.
Yeah.
We're 67 minutes in a game and they have 1 axe call to play with. It's just not good enough. Way too much freedom for Falcons right now.
Gamer Legion tried to play tanky, long team fights against Falcons.
Good luck.
Kind of the masters of that.
Pretty much the only way I think they can win this game is if they get Ags plus Divine on Drow and
Nullifier on Viper.
No, it's just all about forcing an overextension into tier 4s of Throne where the Drow just wipes them off of some crazy like hypothermia explosions with crits, and Falcons commit bad buybacks and you can run it down mid. I think that's pretty much your only win condition. I don't know what the probability on that is, but I'll give it 5%.
Okay, what does the Viper...
If he gets there.
What does the Viper build, though? He's got 9,000 gold.
What does Viper build?
Yeah, he's got 9,000 gold.
I mean...
Consume a Moon Shard? That's not going to do it. Null Talisman? No. Nullifier? Okay. I feel like that is more impactful at this time than the Manta.
Build a time machine. So you can go back to 30 minutes and try and win this game at the right point. You know, like, there's nothing to build. You're Viper.
He finally has his tier 5. I mean, anything that is damage at this point, I would just take Divine Regalia.
It's not going to get that much damage, let's be honest.
I mean, some damage is more than no damage.
Yeah.
What you would Zoom Bloodright? Bigger Nether Toxin?
Okay, there's a nullifier. Something. Yeah, your nosedive is larger.
It replaces his bots too, because you're sitting in the base, so you don't need the bots. And he did take the Divine Regalia. Oh, and he's about to get his Predator damage per missing health talent. Avery, isn't that exciting?
That's like an extra 10 damage per hit.
Yeah. Combine that with the Moon Shard he consumed.
Hey, pretty spicy. Getting spicy in this game right now.
Whole bunch of vision from Crit. Off this Aghanim Scepter. Focus Fire Nullifier on RCY. RCY trying to force staff himself out. Gets the call on the Dawnbreaker, and the Dawnbreaker is actually dying this time around.
Some actual
Tries to jump away with his hammer, but he couldn't get far enough.
You fool! Why'd you go high ground?
They actually hit him with the Nullifier.
Never go high ground.
Never go high ground. I mean, you didn't pop BKB.
All right, we got to go farm for another 10 minutes, guys.
To be clear, can't he be fine if he pops BKB when he jumps in?
Yeah.
Like, that's intentional, right? He dies. If Gamer Legion try and force things, he buys back, jumps in with his ult and BKB.
I don't know, man. They're playing for the 5%. You know, they have the Drow Ags. He's working towards Divine. I think if they get there, this game does get a little weird again, just because of the double global preventing kisses. Like, there's nothing that Maureen can do to guarantee a kisses, right? There's no item you can buy to stop global cutting off the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, should ATF die there? Probably not, but
probably thought he was going to get a Wind Waker or something from somebody.
He probably got confused by himself because he went high ground.
What am I doing here?
Didn't know where he was.
Why am I not hitting neutral creeps right now, right?
Hit himself in confusion.
51,000 net worth lead for Falcons, and it's not over. Not by a long shot.
The best news is the buybacks might come back up for Gamer Legion.
No, the best news is I think we're going to see Giga Tree.
Ooh.
Snaking has a point booster. I assume he is building Ags.
Yes.
Cool.
It's coming.
so they can have a third hero.
It's coming.
That is over 6,000 HP.
They use the 1 block of cheese. It's kind of sad, but they do have 2 more cheeses they're building towards. They could have had triple block of cheese. Think about the potential. Every core has a running block of cheese.
Yeah, disgusting. Ag Synth for the Dawnbreaker, 10,000 golds on Snapfire.
Yeah, he needs Daedalus. I don't know why he doesn't want to replace Aeon Disc with Daedalus. Like,
well, I mean, they're winning the game right here by not dying.
I think he can just blink Shredder, hit buildings with the Daedalus Divine. They just disappear.
Like, Skeeter can do that too. They've already got Megas, or about to be until the call comes through. Okay, now it's going to be Megas, but they kill the Wind Ranger for it. It would be very sweet. Eul's Scepter up in the air. Wind Waker does manage to get a runaway. Ghost comes in too late with the multi-shot, and they successfully get Megas. Not that says anything about the game. I mean,
no, not necessarily.
Gamer Legion's like, oh no, now we're going to be stuck inside our base.
I just think they have ways to assassinate heroes
have some fun.
pretty reliably because they have so many Wind Wakers, but
yeah, but this is
not happening.
This is the
well, who am I to critique their late game?
I mean, are Falcons going to try and end the game?
Maybe they're trying to end the career here of Gamer Legion. You know, like they're not just trying to win game 1. They're trying to win every game till the end of time by making a statement.
Yeah,
they need the second round of tier 5s. That's what we're looking at. You know, you got to get.
Of course, because your current tier 5s are not good enough.
What did Skeeter reroll? He rerolled into nothing. Okay, unlucky, brother. Takes minutes.
Wait, really?
That's a little something. Is that even better here? I don't know. Who knows anything about ultra late game Dota 2?
Well, I think you're supposed to. Goodbye, Aegis.
This is where you wish you had Eternal Envy on your team. He would have a plan.
He'd theory crafting the hell out of it.
The plan might not work, but he'd have a plan.
This is the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Yes. If Gamer Legion never moved from their base, and Falcons... In fact, actually, no, what am I saying? There's no unstoppable force. It's just 2 immovable objects staring at each other.
He rolled better on the snap. That's pretty nice. He has Regalia and Stygian to choose from, and he gets the Daedalus. Okay, now we're playing Dota, and he finds an amp damage room. This is it, Austin. This is the moment.
Okay.
Daedalus, Divine, amp damage.
He was just waiting for the Daedalus until he had a good tier 5 neutral to play with. Now it all comes together. It's the Exodia.
Now you can actually just chunk this Viper. If he does not get the Crochet off, or if it gets dispelled, he will die on that front line. Maureen, he is online. I would love to see him just take the Aeon out. Like, just go full send it, right? You have Buy, you have bots too, you have these Wind Wakers, you have Refresher. Just go in there, Shredder, hit them, refresh, Shredder again. Everybody's dead. The screen disappears. Like, this is what the hero's designed to do, but they're playing
Oh my god, he has an amp damage. It really is Exodia.
He's ready to go.
Daedalus, ready to go.
This is it.
God.
You gotta send it.
Here it goes. Can he pull up the Viper? Okay, no, he actually can't. BKB goes off down to half HP. Focus Fire might be able to finish the job. RCY is trying to get away with the Manta. Now the Crochet, and he goes off, and they do not get the kill, and it's the Wind Ranger who dies instead. Hook shot, refresh, turn around. Drow Ranger needs some help here. Global Sounds, and now the damage comes through. It's not the Viper, but it's the Drow Ranger who dared to dive almost outside of the base there for a second. Maureen takes advantage of it.
All right, he still has his amp damage running. Can absolutely go back in here.
Yeah, just for a couple more seconds. Go for the tier 4s. I mean, you got to force these buybacks at some point. Two or three shots of the little Shredder, and he's out.
You do have to be careful about the blade mail and the axe.
Got the call on the train. Okay, that didn't last at all. Tier 4s dropping Nullifier, Viper Strike, Cookie trying to get him out of there. One buyback being used from Big Numb now. Making another one as the call does land under the Tree Protector. Dawnbreaker jumping in after RCY. Ghost refusing to use his buyback just yet.
Where's the Drow buy?
And look at Staking, he's so damn tanky. Speed in some trouble, almost got crit to death there from Amar, who is not going down easy. Without the Drow Ranger, they simply don't have damage.
If they hold, though, that's a big buyback to hold in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Maureen's slow enough that he might not feel like he could do this anymore. Cookie's going to go out. Cookie's just such a godsend. Paul goes out, though, and they can finally get a kill off this Cook lane. It did get it. Is he going to die to the Viper Strike? He does die to the Viper Strike. RCY all the way inside the base. He goes into the well. Mar, what are you doing? That's the fountain. There's not a place to be. The Drow Ranger doesn't even buy back inside of a fountain dive. Holds on to it. 10 more seconds till goes back up. The cheese is going to be eaten. Amar making a run for it with the hammer. Nullifier placed on the tree, and Protector Tree's going to die here unless the hook shot can bail him out. The throat's in trouble. Skater's going to focus down. Goes back up into play. Forces Skater back. RCY getting low. Manta dodge on the shackle shot.
Can they hold the glyph here? That's the biggest question.
Call on Amar. They're focusing him down. Ghost trying to deal with the creeps right now while Viper focuses on Amar. Tree comes in. Amar almost dead. Here comes the Dawnbreaker. This throne is at half HP. Dawnbreaker is going to die here, but the little Shredder almost finishing up the fountain with the focus fire up the mid-range as well. They finally pop the glyph. The ball goes down, and there goes Maureen. He's dead. Divine on the deck. Multi-shot. Chasing down some heroes. Another ultimate there from Staking. He pops it in, but the throne, it will die as the comeback from Maureen on the second life goes straight to the throne, and there was nothing to stop it.
They couldn't have glyphed there. The thing about that hold is I understand holding the Drow buy because the way you win that game is you need 2 lives on that Drow Ranger, and you have to hold your glyph. If Falcons have buybacks while your glyph is down, the game ends, right? It doesn't matter how many Divines they lose it. Like, you're going to go in with Stygians, Shredder hits, it's gone. Very close to turning that end engagement. Again, I think the way they win that game is Divine Drow holding a base defense where Falcons throw into it. It was very close, but close is not a win as Falcons, in traditional Falcon style,
grind it out. I mean, if you look at that graph, it's like they're grinding out the extra 1% every minute.
They got the triple Stygian, though. Double Moonshard, triple Stygian with Divines. That's pretty much how you end a game like that against these high ground holds. I think, yeah, like, is there small stuff they can do there to accelerate that win? Maybe. But they just never want to do that in these situations. They rather just play ultra conservative. I think, in hindsight, holding Aeon on the snap does make some sense against the Blade Mail Axe call. Like, maybe he's thinking, if I get Blade Mail Axe call with Divines, I'm just going to kill myself, so I need it in the inventory. That slows it down a little bit.
Sure.
There's some wise decisions they made to ultimately get the win there, and that's what it's about. It's just maximizing your probability in those late games. This is not an easy lineup to end the game against.
No.
Like, it really isn't. So, as much as we're memeing a little bit here, I think this is one of those games, like, you do have to play it slow. I mean, they're going to have buyback Drow in the fountain. They're going to have a Viper who's sitting there. You're getting attack speed slow. It's not that straightforward. So, they got the win.
They did. They got the dub in the end. Falcons do it the Falcons way, grinding out the win percent until it is just impossible for Gamer Legion to make the comeback. Gamer Legion, they had a strong hold, but ultimately this was never really a part of the game plan, right? This was supposed to be a lineup that they were supposed to take control of the game, and it felt like they never really did that.
And I think we're starting to see a trend with this team where, like, somebody on this team has to step up and be a little more assertive into what is the win condition, what is our timing, and we need to play for it. A little too tentative for me. Like, it's 80% there, but you need to be 90, 95% there to take on some of these top dogs. Or you're just going to get outmaneuvered a little bit in the mid game. They take a little more farm. They grind out an advantage, and suddenly you're behind, and it's like, well, what is our win condition now? Now it's just hold the base and hope they throw. And that's not a real win condition.
Crazy 76-minute game for opening game of day number 3 at the Esports World Cup. Let's head back to the panel.
Never go high ground. That seemed to be the motto for Team Falcons for this first game of this 2-game series. This was quite the game to start on, let me tell you that. A lot to break down, and I don't really want to go back to the start of the game, but we will eventually get there because that was also very cool. But Lacoste, this game overall, close to 80 minutes. Was that on your bingo card for this one?
No, but I also have to feel bad for Gamer Legion because the games they've been playing, the games that they've been losing yesterday against Extreme Gaming, this first game against Falcons, it just doesn't sit right with me. Seeing that this team can potentially be winning these games as well, like they're getting close. In this game right now, maybe they were, stuck in the base, but there are some of the issues that they still need to fix, and it feels like they're getting better with each game that they play. It's just that they need that little bit of oomph. They need that something to push them towards the win.
And to be fair, having to play that kind of game versus Falcons is probably the worst team to face in that scenario, because I don't want to say they even created that kind of meta, but they were definitely pioneering the fact that, hey, it's okay to wait for the 7th and the 8th Roche and to finish the game. It's like,
and just re-roll your tier 5 neutrals.
It's don't bump your head against the wall. They don't see a problem with being 50k gold lead, and it was like a code of honor in Dota. It's like you're 30k gold lead, you have to go high ground, but they're like, no, we are just here to win the game. We'll do it safely. And I mean, props to them for being so. It takes a lot of discipline, honestly. It takes a lot of focus. It takes a lot of patience, which are very important, traits, I think, right now in Dota, in how the game is being played.
Yeah, there was one thing that we noticed while watching the game. I mean, obviously, there's a massive goal discrepancy between the two teams. 20k of that goal discrepancy came from, if you compare the two offlaners, is it just that hard, Lacoste, for an Axe to get in the top 6?
Yes, it's very difficult in a losing game where he's stuck in the base. Dawnbreaker, being a global hero, she can farm pretty much all the other area of the map where nobody else wants to farm, so she's consuming literally 1/4 of the map and then joining whenever she's needed, compared to Axe. When the lane's getting pushed in, he's not going to be showing. If you show, you're most likely just going to straight up die, and you don't have counter initiation. You are the stun for the team, so he can't show. It's going to be Drow Ranger, it's going to be Viper, and maybe one of the supports trying to push out the lane. Otherwise, it just doesn't really work for you. One of the reasons why Fade didn't have that good of a time. I think Amar needs to click faster. It's 600 APM.
That's a Dawnbreaker player, getting chain stunned and trying to get ulti off. I don't think this is an absolute classic right there. No, I think, both teams played a really good game. I think it came maybe down to the experience of the Falcon core players also, in the very late stages of the game. It is quite subtle, buying the right items, committing at the right time. Also, controlling the right area of the map, getting these objectives. We got to see Snapfire in the late game once again. That hero is, at this point, it's upsetting. I'm getting upset watching this Snapfire throwing kisses, and the neutral item, also the catalyst, the caster were mentioning it's dirty. Honestly, I kind of hate to see it. There's too much damage. You have to stop it somehow. They even had global, which is one of the best tools in the game, but even that was not enough. So.
But having a hero that throws kisses do very well in the City of Love?
No. As a Frenchman, I decline it. Okay. I'm happy to not see it again. It's just way too strong.
Well, I do want to go back a little bit to the start of the game, because we talked a lot about seeing that safe lane with the Drow Ranger and the Silencer come to life for Gaming Legion, and they had a good start.
They had a really good start. The laning phase, as you can see here with the net worth, was looking very solid. Essentially, it was just the Wind Ranger that had a decent game, but they were trying to keep pushing the advantage especially on their safe lane, which is what you want to do. You want to play around the draw, as we're going to see here. But this is a very typical Falcons move, where they try to punish the Dawnbreaker. Once again, Amar had a really rough game, but next thing you know, Marine is there, Skitter is coming from behind, he gated, and all of a sudden you end up getting completely outnumbered and throwing away your advantage completely as Gamer Legion, and that was a big turning point in the early game. And what we're going to see here, if you could take a closer look at the minimap and pay attention to the upswords, how they're placed, this is, I think, a crucial mistake from Gamer Legion, something that you cannot afford to have against Falcons, where they don't have any sort of gate control, and instead the ward that they are working with, which is this one, ended up not paying off at all, because you have a Wind Ranger and a Twin Protector constantly gating behind you, and really getting Falcons back into the early game. On top of it, what happens is you don't have any vision when they're gating back to their safe lane, and now your Axe that was trying to take advantage of the space is also dying, because essentially both your side laners are just blind to what this Wind Ranger and this Twin Protector are doing. So to me, this is really something that teams will have to factor in when they play versus Falcons, is get some sort of gate control. And obviously it is easy to deward gates right now in Dota, but we've seen the appearance of smarter upsward positions where you place it on the lane literally, or on top of the tower. Just find a way to know whether or not their gating, because it will just undo everything you did in the first 5 minutes of the game, which is a big blunder if you're Gamer Legion.
And very much a shame, because they were doing so well, and then it was these moments. But we also had in the entire mid-game portion, I feel like, Lacoste, we had Falcons just having the better map play overall. They were making the moves and they were dictating everything.
Yeah, they were kind of the aggressors in the mid game and late game. Of course, they controlled the whole map. Getting silencer caught a couple of times as well before the fight starts. This is kind of their go-to, maybe being slightly out of position on that silencer. But other than that, I also like the fact the support duo on Falcons, they looked extremely good. There was an interview, I believe it was during a previous tournament, the one before, where Crit talked about the itemization on the supports, that Blink Dagger Force Staff feels like kind of the go-to items to pick up, because maneuverability in the team fights, the saving potential that they have is so good. And in the super late game, because both of them had Blink, they had Force Staff, and they also had Wind Wakers available, it just makes the fight so much easier, especially when sieging the high ground, plus unlimited amount of cookies as well. They had a whole jar of cookies, Shiver, that they could throw in. Like, this is like 4 plus the Force Staffs. They didn't have enough. They didn't have this act. They only had acts who could just blink in, call, and that was their lockdown.
Yeah, I'm a little worried after a game like this. I don't think, Seb, there's any one point in particular that I feel like Gamer Legion, like, oh, if they do this different, you know, they got this. Like, where are you gonna take it for game 2, you think?
I mean, I think in that kind of scenario, you have to focus on the positive if you're Gamer Legion, because obviously your brain kind of takes you to what could have been different, you know, the missed opportunities. At the end of the day, if you take a little bit of distance, and I hope that their coaching staff is going to help them with that, is like, you took Falcons to an 80-minute game almost, and they struggled a lot. You know, you were like outplaying them in the early game. They had to clutch it out to even get to play, and you know, they took you to their territory, and it was hard also. So honestly, you could look at it as a confidence boost, if anything, you know. And Falcons are probably favorite to win the whole event, or
at least end
up in the top 3.
Yeah.
So it feels bad, but you know, if you distance yourself with it, it's not that bad. So I think they should just be confident going into the next game. I would like for them to find a way to enable their offlaner a little bit more. I think we don't get to see enough of impact in these games, and I don't think it's related to the player's potential. He's a great player, and he's shown it. Something isn't clicking on that side, so I think they need to. Maybe it's like a mental thing. Perhaps it's how they play on him in the game or in the draft. I don't know, but I think that has to be tackled if they want to like have a stronger, you know, bigger picture.
Yeah, we'll see if that indeed is something that changes for game number 2. Before we go to that game, though, we are going to check in with Malrine, or rather, we already did, because this was before the series.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better keep right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
I'm here with Malrine from Team Falcons. Now, you guys are a pretty storied institution in Dota 2 at this point. You guys have been the same roster for getting close to 3 years. How does that feel looking back on that? Because most teams roster swap and disband and things like that.
I'm grateful for the time that we spent it together, and I'm definitely gonna remember this 3 years as like my best memory, and I'm gonna treat it as my best thing.
That's great. Happy to hear that. Last year, you guys got second here at EWC, and then you won TI immediately afterwards. Right place, right time. Are you guys hitting a similar strength point this year?
The thing is, before the last year, I was saying, like, if you're gonna look back to the 2 years, we got like 4th place in TI and 3rd place in the Real, and I said in that year we're gonna get 2nd and 1st, and that kind of what happened. But this time, I mean, we'll see how we're going to story land, but I hope it's going to be better, and it's not going to take 2 years to win one of the tournaments.
You have a good shot. I think you guys are off to a great start. Are you guys feeling confident about your game so far?
I think we're going to get better by the time. We just need some time, and we didn't play for a long time, I guess, because I just missed the blast. So, especially me, I need to get some time, and we'll see how it's going to go.
Are we going to see any Sandking mid? I know it's one of your best heroes. I feel like every time I watch you play the hero, you're like, do well mid, gank, safe lane, kill them with epicenter, kill tower, do stacks. Like, you're just mechanical every time.
I mean, it used to be meta, but like nowadays, Sandking kind of got fixed. Thanks me, right? And then,
thanks for that.
Well, I don't think we're going to see that, but maybe I'm going to open my hidden bullet.
Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. Wait until the last pick and be like, guys, you're going to have to play my mid hero. I got to play Sandking. It'll be really good for the game, I'm sure. Okay, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
That's right, I'm Cap, and this is SVG, and we're going to be your casters for the opening series. It's Gamer Legion versus Falcons, and a matchup that, Avery, is perhaps a little bit of David versus Goliath.
Yeah, Falcons are going to go up against the top contender here, and anytime you face North American Dota, you better be in your prime, and we'll see what Falcons bring. It's still early in the tournament. So
still early in the tournament.
I would expect a draw out of this series. I think if Gamer Legion can play up to the level we expect from them, anything is possible.
Okay, well, you saw the games yesterday. They were certainly not at a top level.
A massive fluke.
Meanwhile, Falcons are looking pretty good.
They're getting into form. On the way up. Trajectory is looking positive. Can't wait to see what Sandking cooks up in this event. Another NA representative. In a sense, NA will win this series no matter what.
That's true.
We're getting ready for game number 2 between Gamer Legion and Falcons. The first game already taken by Falcons, close to 80 minutes. That's a lot of information about how to play the game or how you should have played the game to look back on. And it's a lot of time, especially for the coaching staff, to think about game number 2, because what else are they gonna do while watching that game number 1? So where are they gonna go? Seb, I already got your thoughts on this one. So Lacoste, where do you hope Gamer Legion takes this one?
Seb mentioned the offlane issue that they did have. I kind of think it's tied to hero pull from the mid lane as well. RCY in the games that they won so far, he played Earth Spirit twice, and then he played Largo, he played Kunkka, which is kind of a hero that can make moves, but he also played Viper. He's playing these type of heroes that are not really maybe complementing the offlane, where your offlane doesn't have that +1 to really play with, and maybe even come down to the 2 very defensive supports that they are playing with. A lot of the time you see this Silencer, you see this Viper, they are lacking some of the damage.
Yeah, actually, no, now that you mention it, maybe there is like something that's lacking there in terms of the dynamic. It's hard to make plays around the map, and that kind of slows down usually the very strong start that they've had. I mean, I didn't catch the 2 games that they won on day 1, but we've watched them play 3 times now in a row, and I think they've dominated the early game 3 games in a row against both Extreme and Falcons, and it wasn't even close. Like, they just have such a really strong 5 to 6 minute start, sometimes even more. So it's just like the transition after that is a little bit iffy at times, and it could be hero composition, definitely. So maybe some adjustments to be made there. I'm trying to reflect also on the Viper pick versus the Snapfire, because obviously Snapfire is a hero we're going to see a lot. They had an answer, and it looked like Mullerine knew it was a good answer, because he switched his approach completely. Started with boots. Amar did some crazy stuff where they kind of approach the Viper Snap like you'd approach like a Huskar versus a melee hero, where we need to kill this Huskar level 1 with blood grenades and a weird smoke. So hard to tell, you know. Do you consider the Viper versus Snap something that worked, or is it not good because you end up with a Viper mid and that's not ideal? I don't know. They'll have to draw their own conclusions. I think the Treant ban is something I'm happy about, because I think that hero is just not okay.
Yeah.
So happy that they make that adjustment at least.
Yeah, and now this leaves Shadowfiend in the pool. Like, we've seen different approaches to Shadowfiend, Darkseer being one. I'm a big fan of P-Vision, what they've managed to do against Shadowfiend. They picked Darkseer, plus they also picked Sven. This is one of the hardest counters because it's combination with the Darkseer. Of course, you have the vacuum stun throughout the whole game, plus you also have Warcry that is very, very good against the extra minus armor that Shadowfiend's bringing.
But actually, now that I think about it, I'm thinking of Amar's hero pool, and SF sounds like a hero he doesn't like playing against. Because Amar Darkseer, I think he's played it, but definitely not a thing. I think he will play Darkseer if his team is really vibing, and he doesn't feel like he needs to carry the game. Be Amar. He will just be one of the boys in the game. But I don't think he's gonna play Darkseer if the game is challenging. Then he's gonna want to be on one of his signature heroes, and most of these heroes actually don't lane well against SF at all. Timber is unlaneable in my opinion. I think Mars is pretty rough. Slaughter doesn't work. The only Amar hero I could think of against SF would be the Razors and the Vipers of the meta. But I say the meta, they're actually not meta at all. But within the first pick Clockwork, it could very well be heroes that Amar thinks about to lane against SF.
Most definitely. These two range heroes that you did mention, Razor, Viper, try to find something that's going to be... Because you don't win the last hit trade against Shadowfiend. He just denies everything, has way too much damage, especially if he's off to a good start. So kind of difficult, and Falcons will pick up that Clockwork again as a trade-off.
Yeah.
We've seen so far Crit play the Clockwork every time. Are we surprised at all that previous game and so far, of course, this game as well, Earth Spirit is just not there? Not banned, not picked?
As for the support role, I think teams, they're in the middle of the group stage. There's a lot to focus and worry about. Perhaps they don't really have time to look at what 9 Class is doing, but definitely will change, between stages of the tournament. With that being said, Earth Spirit mid, I think, deserves a higher priority. It could just be picked. That is a little bit surprising. We might see it this game. Madarine can play it. RCY can play it too. We'll have to see. I think that the Clock is most likely to be a position 4 hero this game because, again, from Omar's hero pool, I think it's likely he's going to look at a range hero against an SF lane. I would like to see maybe an Undying ban. I mean, I'm trying to think what could Gamer Legion pick to help this SF lane versus what I think will be an aggressive Falcon offlane. Undying is up there, and we've seen Falcon run the Undying SF twice yesterday, so maybe they'll put some respect on it.
I had to double check. Amar, he has only 6 games on Darkseer, professional games. Last time he played it was last year, and currently sitting at only 50% win rate. So I don't know if they want to be going that route. There is a saying in Falcons, but whenever they play, you have to be master tier. If you want to be banging out a certain hero, you can't just pick it.
Yeah, Amar is definitely the kind of player where if he's gonna lose with a hero, he's gonna let his coaching staff know that this is the last time they're gonna see this hero.
Hero is not good.
On him. The hero's not good, yeah. I'm not playing it ever again.
Ooh.
Okay, they pick a Necro, which is very interesting because this is a very hard lane for Necro, I would say, against SF. So is this a Necro position 1 and they're locking it? But when you pick it that early, usually you want to keep the flex open.
Yeah, and didn't we say yesterday that there is still a little bit of flex for Shadowfiend to go mid as well if you want to still go for Muerta that counters the Necrophos that's still in the pool?
A little bit, but I think you're also happy with position 1 SF against Necro, to be honest. Triple raise plus the help of the position 5 is more than enough to get rid of a Necro. Interesting pick. To be honest, I'm a little bit skeptical about this Necro pick. I don't think it's very good right now, but maybe it's just a hero that they have incredible confidence with, and they're just happy to run it.
I don't know. I would pick Snapfire straight away. Snapfire +1, maybe a laning partner for this Shadowfiend. Looking at Speed's hero pool, he doesn't have that many melee heroes that he does play. He kind of excels playing these ranged position 5s. I would love to see a body. They're going to stick with Dark Willow for now.
Then maybe the SF mid is not out of the equation because But to be fair, they also just run Drought Silencer, so maybe they don't have this mental blockage where they need to pair the range carry with the melee hero. Maybe they're just happy to run a double range, which actually double range against Necro is not bad at all. It's pretty good.
And I think they did double range yesterday as well with the Winter Wyvern as support.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe that doesn't block the SF, actually.
I don't know. I'm just seeing Snapfire being left in the pool.
It's crazy.
Against Clockwork, you have a free save. We saw how great can it be in the previous game, and the magic damage against Necrophos. It's just one of the best heroes throughout the whole game to deal with him.
It's a no-brainer, to be honest. It would be such a good pick. It just comes down to whether or not they're comfortable playing the hero or not, because at this point, if you pick it now, it's cool to keep some sort of flexibility. They do go with the Undying, so they get the Undying SF lane, which, again, I think is a menace. Undying also very good against Necro, in a sense, because Necro's very slow hero, so as soon as Undying is gonna press Tombstone and Blood Drain on you, there's no disengaging. You will die. You're really low HP pool also, so decay hurts extra. Like, couple decays, couple raises, this Necro's just gonna explode every time they go on him.
Is Falcons hereby, did they kind of call Gamer Legion's bluff in regards to the Snapfire? Do we feel like if you don't pick it here, you just probably won't pick it ever?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a possibility. It was definitely the highest value pick in the draft. And again, that's another reason to pick it. We've seen what Snapfire does to Earth Spirit mid. Like, the Earth Spirit is completely, it's shut down. He doesn't get enough gold and XP in the middle lane and plays from behind the entire game. This is not something that you want as an Earth Spirit. You need to give him like some sort of stable start. So happy to see Falcons pick up the Earth Spirit. It's a great hero. But again, I think they're very exposed to a snap pick right now.
Yeah, it's good against all of these heroes. Like, you would kind of be winning most of the lanes. You and me, we were talking about potential heroes that can come out, and you did mention Enchantress being one of the heroes that can maybe go to some of these stronger safe lane duos and try to threaten them because of the extra creep that you're getting, being very good at potentially like stopping them from connecting to the wave. And I mean, it looks very good here as well.
I really like the Ench pick. I think it's a classic answer to you range +1 dominant laners. Eventually they start getting gated on or attacked by an Enchantress level 3 with a creep, and they don't really have an answer for that, because the creep's running at you. What do? You're gonna click raise on the creep, and then Necro and Clockwork are free to dive you. You let the creep harass you. Eventually you're in kill range. It's very annoying for these heroes. So Falcon's plan is, sure, the first waves are manageable always, especially with Necro Clock. Just click your spells on the wave and you'll be fine. And they're just gonna wait for snaking to be able to help them. Necro could still be safe lane, by the way, and they pick another hero for Amar, but the plan is going to be to collapse on this SF and to make sure that he doesn't get to dominate his lane. That he will get a, free couple waves, perhaps 3-4 waves, and after that they're going to start attacking him. On the other side, we get to see the RCY Invoker. It's been super respected so far. It's been first phase banned against him most of the games. He gets it this time.
I'd like to see a stun, some kind of a setup from the off lane for Gamer Legion, because right now I'm not seeing any. You're not utilizing your Invoker. You need something to set things up in the side lanes. You have this Dark Willow, which is kind of the setup, but it's not guaranteed, so I'd love to see him being paired up with something with a stun.
Yeah. What's a little bit tricky is that he doesn't really know what he lanes against. It could be a Necro, which is a hero you just can't ignore when you choose what you want to play. Very tough laner, or it could be something completely different. So it's not an easy pick for Fate and Gamer Legion. They're banning Falcons, is banning Centaur. He's gonna need to, it would have been a really good pick. Like, he needs to pick something that brings a stun, as Lacoste is mentioning, but also something that is quite stable on the lane.
It's also a very good save. This Centaur ban kind of...
Who do you have?
What do you have, Shiver?
I have an Underlord.
Underlord is a pretty good option. I don't think it's...
Never mind.
Okay, they go for Night Stalker.
All right, not bad. I'm a big fan of this hero. I want to see what he wants to play. I think this might be Skeeter's hero, whether he wants to pick up some, like, prior to Night Stalker, I would say Weaver, maybe even Clink, something more maneuverable, because they are, again, lacking some of the stuns. it can be tricky. Like against both of these heroes, if Night Stalker gets on top of you, but prior to that, you're fine. If you get Shukuchi off, you're kind of running away. So this still might be the pick that they're going to be going for, but Night Stalker, I've been very impressed. I don't know how you feel about the hero.
I think it's a very good hero. It's definitely underrated and underpicked. Plays really well with Invoker also. I think whenever I see Night Stalker in the lineup, I want to have heroes that utilize the vision advantage. The fact that they don't see you, you get to pick your angle for the fight and cast your spells the way you want to. You know, that's literally what Invoker hopes for every game. I have to say that lineup to lineup, I think Gamer Legion have a really nice draft against what Falcons is working with. Falcons, they have this plan of like getting the pressure to the SF lane, which I think can happen. Again, Tiny pick, also very good. Tiny's a hero that stands his ground, so he doesn't really care about NS. He has a good lane against him, and essentially Tiny's hard to stop if he gets like a free first 5 minutes, because he becomes way too tanky, impossible to trade. You can't really contest waves against him. He's gonna click stun and right click you a couple times and you lose 600 HP. So it's going to feel completely okay for Falcons to leave the Tiny on his own in the safe lane and start bringing numbers to the Invoker, to the SF, and start diving them over and over again. So Falcons, they have a cool plan, but they need to execute. If they don't, I think Gamer Legion's lineup is just gonna find to be superior.
I like Gamer Legion a lot in this one. I feel like this Night Stalker pick, especially against Tiny, it's not really a hero that shuts him down in the first 5 minutes, where it's exactly where the hero wants to be. This is something that you want to be getting the levels, your support's trading on the side, and then I want to see him play aggressive. We were a bit critical on Fade, like how much he was able to achieve in some of these games because of the potential hero combinations between him and the mid laner, and also having a bit of a more slowish support. So I think this time around, he is a hero that is not really afraid of anything other than maybe you getting stunned by this Tiny and then tossed back with some like follow-up spells. But other than that, he should have a pretty free reign. And I want to see him play aggressive, like utilize the Twin Gates, just be very aggressive. Not necessarily need to play for himself. Instead, just go for the kills and try to punish Falcons early on.
It's a good NS game for sure. They have very little tools to actually stop him from doing NS things. So there's big responsibility on his shoulders.
From the way we were talking about this game, there's a lot of focus on how it will go from the mid game onwards. The laning stage, are we gonna have a laning stage that is very similar to previous game where one team's gonna run away with it? And in this case, is it once again Gamer Legion, or is Falcons gonna be better this time?
Basically, Falcons like safe lane is completely uncontested for Gamer Legion. This time he's going to free farm, and he's gonna have the freedom to do whatever Snaking decides to do. Whether he wants to play around his Earth Spirit, pressure his Invoker, or to help his offlane and pressure the SF is up to him. It's gonna look very similar. I think Invoker is gonna be hard to stop in the mid lane. I think the gate control is crucial once again.
Yeah, I don't know if this is getting picked up on microphone, but in case it does, I think Apex is starting their playoffs weekend, so it's getting quite loud here in the area. I will imagine it's gonna get quite loud in this Dota game as well. In the first game, we did see Falcons take it after near 80 minutes, by the way. Is the high ground hold as strong for Gamer Legion this time around? Or for Falcons? Which way around? It could go to another 80 minutes. I hope everybody is very well hydrated. We're finding out together with our commentary team. It's Cap and SVG.
A chance of redemption, not just for Gamer Legion, but in particular for Fade. He had an okay performance on the Axe, nothing amazing in Game 1, but it wasn't enough to secure victory. But now, he is on his hero, the Night Stalker. No, I don't think there's any offlaner out there of any Tier 1 or Tier 2 team that is more known for their Night Stalker than this guy.
No, I can't really think of anybody.
I mean, I just don't think many offlaners, or especially teams, just like the hero that much.
Who plays Night Stalker?
Yeah.
Out of any top tier offlaner. Snaking's Night Stalker used to be really good back in the day.
Sure. Back when he was an offlaner.
Yeah, it was actually incredibly good. I don't think we'll ever see that again.
In fact, I think it's always been a bit of a North American offlaner.
Yeah, to a degree.
Why is that?
Well, back in the day, it was a very chaotic roam-heavy hero, which I think NA played that style. the hero's way different now. Right now, he's more of just kind of a scaling hero, or you can like assassinate a specific hero that the silence is really good against. You're a nullifier buyer. Some of those things can work for you. Definitely a good nullifier game here against the Necropost. The silence is good against the Earth Spirit, the Necro. The supports don't really do too much to you. I'm not as sold on this Night Stalker pick. I think it can do a lot of work against the Falcons lineup, but I'm a little worried that the Gamer Legion lineup just requires a lot of farm across all 3 cores. Like, theoretically, you're playing 3 farm-heavy carries. That's how I think of this Night Stalker on average. Yeah, he can take a step back, but this hero generally needs to farm in the down periods. He needs to scale. He needs to put in right clicks to deal damage in the fight. So you're kind of missing some stuns. You're missing some initiation. You're missing some, heroes that go in, tank spells, and set the fight up for your other 2 damage dealers, which to me, Invoker, SF are like, those are 2 straight one-position heroes.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm a little worried in that sense in terms of where the farm distribution is going to come from and what the team fights look like. But if it all comes together and they find a lot of net worth and they scale, I mean, yeah, you're going to outscale Falcons here. I don't think you're too worried about that.
I do wish that they had more control from their offlane. When you've got Invoker SF, I also don't think it's the best game for Night Stalker when it comes to assassinating heroes.
No.
Right? You have to right-click a lot, so Enchantress is a little bit difficult. Clockwork has cogs.
Okay, he's chilling. Oh, is he chilling?
Maybe. Amar, put some more damage on him. Cogs are going to be blocked by the SF, keeping speed from that damage.
Very dangerous lane up here. The Undying going in, trying to get decays off. Amar trying to stay alive, and then you have this raise combo that can come out and just burst anybody if you miss position. I will say, 11 denies mid, though. What is going on here?
Yeah, what the hell?
He's just abusing the high base damage on the early levels, but Maulrine putting on a clinic in this matchup right now. He is decimating RCY. 3-0 for this Invoker. Missed the range creep with the cold snap. I mean, this is a disaster.
Rough start. Maulrine bringing a hero that he showed off in 2024. He was kind of not an Earth Spirit player, then brought it out in 2024, and it's been a minute since he has played this hero regularly, and it seems like EWC is the time where it's come back into the fore. We saw it yesterday, now we're going to see it again today.
It's an annoying hero to bring down. Like, this hero's just so tanky with the 3.8 strength gain. You can build up some armor items. You can build BKB. You can build Dispel. You do a lot of damage with your ulti. Just an obnoxious hero. I don't think he does any one thing particularly better than any other hero in the game, but he does a lot. He stuns, he initiates, he tanks, he silences, he slows. He's got a little bit of everything, and it just feels good to play with this hero. As long as he doesn't get crushed on lane or cheesed out of the early game, he's going to give you a lot.
Well, he's definitely not going to get crushed on lane. He's doing the crushing, as is the Shadow Fiend, 19-6. Not doing quite as well as Maulrine snags yet another deny, up to 15 now.
It's crazy what he has done here in the first 2 minutes on this Earth Spirit matchup. I mean, he's got more denies than 2 of the cores on Gamer Legion FCS, right? So, putting in some work, for sure. Mar gets low off the raises, but he does have one Fairy Fire Lotus. Sunstrike misses. Would have killed him there.
Tried to go for a sneaky kill. No luck there. I do think Night Stalker is a lot stronger than he's been in a little minute, because they gave him this evening feast. This ability for him to be able to sustain himself in lane. On top of that, he's able to eat creeps during nighttime, which is a nice addition as well. I feel like it just means the hero is able to stay on map during that limited nighttime period,
It's a big deal. The resource management is a lot easier. You can also go in and out of fights a bit better, especially if you can eat a big creep or something with a big HP pool. You just go straight back up. It's like you get 2 fights for 1. So you can do a lot of interesting things with this hero. I think the challenge for a lot of Night Stalker players is how do you itemize this hero?
Well, I think that was another reason why I think it's better than it's been in a while. Harpoon is a fantastic item for this hero.
Yes, Harpoon's
it makes it even good during daytime.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll give you benefit of the doubt. The issue for me is, what do you buy first? Are you going straight Harpoon? Is there a, some sort of armlet or Midas that is viable in the meta that lets you get there? I think that always feels good if it's viable, but we just haven't seen
way too aggressive there. I think he thought he was going to get a lot more heal off that Midnight Feast than he actually did.
Still level 1.
Yeah.
Didn't need something big. Yeah, that's going to set you back. I don't know if you're supposed to go to base here or not. It'd be pretty tempting. I don't think you want to just waste your nighttime limping around on 100 HP. Come on.
Almost dies yet again. Where's the Sunstrike?
Yeah, where are the Sunstrikes in this early game? We saw one up top and it missed.
I mean, you can't say that he's focused on getting CS because that isn't happening. So you might as well put more of your mental efforts into landing Sunstrikes instead.
Malreen's even going to tank the tower here to try and save the catapults.
And Snake King's going to come over as well. Maybe get an enchanted creep to tank for it. Yeah, this is going to a tower that's going to take a lot of damage.
You have a tombstone to drop. You can get speed in here. Should be able to defend this. I don't think you're just diving the tower, even with the magnetize available. No points in the roll makes it a little difficult.
Illusion runes? Oh.
I didn't get there in time.
A little late.
Could have been pretty interesting, though. Solid laning phase for Falcons here. This Earth Spirit is giga fat. Just a complete demolishing in the 1v1. And it's going to set Falcons up for some nice advantage here going into the second half of this laning phase, especially with Night Stalker continuing to just limp on low resources down here. I don't know how much I like this. I feel like you should have just gone base, come back, and then maybe you can exert some pressure or look for a kill.
I mean, it's probably the fact that he didn't get boots on this build up to Treads. He went the other items first, just a full stat build, so he probably feels like it's inefficient.
He's getting rotated on now, so...
Yeah, now it's going to be really awkward for the fight over the Wisdom Shrine. We may have both sides being stolen away. That is exactly the case, but Malreen gets the first blood by finishing off that Night Stalker kill.
At least you don't lose both shrines there with how strong this Earth Spirit is. There's a little silver lining for Gamer Legion, but it's a very small silver lining.
Oh, but if Malreen gets the kill on Ghost, they drop the Tombstone. He didn't quite get close enough, and now he's going to take a couple of races in the Sunstrike, finished him off. So no follow-up magnetize. Ghost should be fine.
Okay.
What a big turn.
Big turnaround. That's a huge hero to take off the map, a big spell to take off the map, and that magnetize being down. Now he has to basically walk out from base, or roll out from base a little bit. Nice little gift to Ghost, wrapped with a bow on it. No Reaper for Amar as he's too low level.
Trying to get aggressive on Skeeter again, but he's hit his level 6, so he's a lot tankier. Sunstrike will make him a bit squishier. Can they finish this kill? No. Not yet, anyway.
Some of the Sunstrike pressure, and this is exactly what you want. One, for RCY to recover. He needs some extra gold injection here. But two, it helps some of these... You know, Night Stalker isn't the highest damage hero. You have a Sunstrike on top, suddenly some of these kills are a lot more feasible.
Yeah. Especially when you're going a max crippling fear build instead of the max void build. So your damage is...
even lower.
Even lower, it has to be, right?
Your farming speed's faster, your disable's a little better, but your single target DPS is considerably worse. Snake King continuing to hunt RCY behind this tower. Very annoying matchup for the Invoker. Not a hero you can really burst in the early game, and he just goes into the camps you want to farm, steals creeps. Really annoying. If he ever gets an enchant on you, you're probably just dead.
Takes one of the Forge Spirits.
That's always a great creep to snag too. And he takes your tower mid. That's the biggest thing. It's really hard to defend this mid tier 1 against the Enchantress roam as an Invoker. And whenever this tower goes down, you just feel a little helpless on the map. Pretty much just have to retreat into whatever safe jungle camps you have and hope your team can create some pressure elsewhere to land those Sunstrike kills.
Which is what's happening bottom lane. They are going to rotate the SF over, but this is a tower that is already dead. And they're ahead of the push coming in top lane. So I do wonder if Gamer Legion's going to go back through the gate and defend this.
Absolutely, you defend top here. You have Sunstrike, you still have nighttime to play with for another, 20 seconds if you can get on top of Amar and just silence him.
And
real chance he dies.
This is an opportunity maybe to get Amar, but it's hard to get in there against the Clockwork Cogs. I think that's the biggest issue.
You also just don't have many stuns to play with this game, so you really need to be careful about how you choose to initiate skirmishes and not give Malreen very easy counterplay. You start chasing heroes down, Earth Spirit just rolls into you, you're going to have a bad time. Yeah, back to daytime, so not the craziest first nighttime we've seen, but you got a kill, you got a tower. The net worth is looking okay. And of course you have Dark Ascension. If you're not dead on the map right now, they're going to smoke up Fade and go back through the gate again. Don't know about this one though, because you're looking for who down here? Tiny with 2,000 HP?
Yeah, it's pretty rough to kill to get.
That's a really rough kill.
And now Speed is probably just going to get blitzed under tower here. As he's going to get off the tombstone at least, but this is going to be a Reaper scythe kill.
Gadunk. Stared at by a Croaker. A sad way to go.
Smoke heads to mid lane. I mean, they're really looking for some way to take a fight with this Dark Ascension, but it feels like the obvious fight was going to be top lane.
To me, this is not a Night Stalker game where you run around, pop ult, and kill people.
Yeah,
this is a Night Stalker game where you're just farming and recognizing that, yeah, you have insane scale. Your early game's going to be slow, and these heroes on the side of Falcons are extremely tanky. I don't think you can kill anybody with Dark Ascension right now. It's a 2100 HP Earth Spirit with Strength Treads, a 2100 HP Tiny, and a Necrophos.
Yeah.
I mean, the Necro is the easiest hero to kill, but again, you don't really have an easy way to initiate on him before he can pop Ghost Shroud. So I think you just have to farm. And I think you have to recognize that if you're Gamer Legion, not spend too much time running around trying to make something happen that is not going to happen.
Yeah, if he can get to Harpoon, Nullifier, BKB, like, he will be a menace to the Necrophos. But as it stands right now, he is just reacting to everything and not finding a kill anywhere.
Again, I don't like this reaction. You're just not going to have these sorts of opportunities in this game as much as you want them on the hero.
Also, does he want them? Because if you really wanted them, you would have maxed out Void. Right? He went a farming build in the first place.
Fair point.
Well, it's Falcons, so you know Falcons are probably going to be out farming you. It's going to be a rough spot to be in.
And I think that's one of the hallmarks that makes this team very consistent across all patches. They don't force bad moves.
No, no.
Very similar to One Dove in terms of how 33 likes to play. Like, again, this is the same core Tundra team from that TI win. What was it, 3 or 4 years ago?
Ooh, Glyph going to be used, and Fade has to pop the Dark Ascension just to get away. Maybe turns back to Amar. After all, he still has the damn damage. That is something that they did not put in the calculations there, Falcons. Almost lost their Necrophos, and may still. He's going to chase after him a bit more, but he's gone.
If he had instant turn there, he might have been able to make something happen.
I think so, yeah.
Well, spooky gank there for Falcons, but they get the Dark Ascension. No harm done.
Radiant's middle tower.
Continuing to farm up the map, and I mean, you got to remember, this is a snaking Enchantress. This game is going to look a lot different as we progress deeper and deeper compared to that game 1 where they had 2 supports, neither of which pushed waves. This is the best lane manipulation support in Dota 2, and snaking abuses it super well, so he will get that. Like, he will easily overtake Night Stalker in this game if you continue to look for plays that bust, and he's just farming up waves.
Yeah, and you've got the exact opposite on Gamer Legion's side. Undying Dark Willow. Right. Not good heroes for farming neutrals and getting fat.
You can stack Ancients and kill them with Tombstone.
Yeah. I mean, if you're spending half of your time as Undying on this part of the map, that probably doesn't feel great.
Here's where I go back to the draft from Gamer Legion. It's really scale heavy. It's very farm heavy. This early game is going to be awkward. That's just, you have no low cooldown initiation tool, right? You have no playmakers across your cores, especially during the daytime. So you have to recognize that. You gotta play a little chill, a little patient. Make sure you're stacking. Make sure you're farming. Keep the efficiency up. And you can force Falcons into a position where maybe they feel pressure to run into you, and that's how you get a good fight in this game.
Right.
You're not going to get a good fight chasing them on their side of the map. You can get a good fight by forcing them, oh, we got to go kill these guys farming some mega ancient stack on triangle. Let's roll in there. And then all of a sudden you drop that tombstone, you drop the flesh golem. That fight's good. You don't need stuns if they're rolling into you. This is the type of pressure I would like to see Gamer Legion create in this game. And I don't think they've been super focused on it. They've done it a little bit.
It does also mean you have to have the correct map read, because while you're split up in farming, Falcons might come and hunt you down. They do get the pick off on Bignum here. Much better than catching the SF, though. This pick off is not that big of a deal, but it's just one more thing. Falcons is up now 5K at 15.
A decent lead here. They can translate it into some more map controls. Lead can definitely grow. Time to start pushing some waves with that decay. You gotta get some map pressure somewhere.
Maybe it's unrealistic, but I feel like all that running around from Night Stalker, this second nighttime, you wanted to have maxed out abilities. You wanted to have maxed out Silence maxed out Void. And he does not have that due to kind of running around, still only level 9. He's going drums into BKB.
He'll be okay once he gets there. This build-up's slow.
That's a very early game focused build-up, I feel.
You got to find something in this nighttime, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you go 20 minutes with 0-1-1 as Night Stalker, there was probably a better pick.
Fade does not get hit by the hook shot there, but the toss forward, the Silence, can he get the Reaper Scythe? He does. Amar
it's a
locks
big
him
snag.
down. A big kill during nighttime to also farm the Tombstone as well. Nice addition, Maureen. Wow, that was a lot of damage. Kills Bignum.
Don't need high points in roll when you have a haste rune. Suddenly the map's shrinking for Gamer Legion, unable to get this bottom lane out. Nobody's really been able to push top against some of the Enchantress creeps and whatever. They do find snaking. There was a little bit of a trade there.
They do. Night Stalker picked up the shard, so more farming focus on these heroes, but still being out farmed.
You got to get some sort of fight going for Fade. He needs the skirmish to happen. He needs to live through that skirmish, and you got to find at least one big core kill, especially with Reaper on cooldown.
They're looking to kill him again, but this is a really good setup here. Bignum focusing down this Earth Spirit. They managed to get the AoE stun onto the Necrophos as well.
Great
it's an easy double. That is exactly what you wanted to see with your Gamer Legion. Some core kills that gives Fade the experience. Now he's got maxed out Void. Now he can chase down more. He's got the Tiny in his midst. This is a kill they could get thanks to the Invoker's damage. The cold snap, and here comes Speed. Speed will make it a lot easier to slow him down. Hook shot, toss him over. They're all on top of each other here. And even Ghost showing up to the fight, trying to finish out Skeeter. He spots him underneath the tier 2 and finishes him off. Beautiful stuff.
Gamer Legion striking off of a botched game from Falcons. Not recognizing again. That, I think, is the best fight Gamer Legion can get in this game, is that Falcons run into them under a tower.
You called it. You pointed it out
That's what you
perfectly.
wanted. It's what you wanted this whole time. And I think Gamer Legion could have played for it even more, right? They could have just mass stacked and forced Falcons into a pressure position like that sooner, because when they run into you, this lineup functions amazingly well. You're going to drop Bramble, you're going to drop Terrorize, you're going to drop Tombstone, Flesh Golem. Night Stalker is going to be able to lock someone in all of this gunk with a long duration silence. Maybe he's not doing the most damage, but you have a lot of damage in this lineup if you can just lock some heroes in place.
Right.
Yeah, great fight for them. It was a 5k lead down to 2. SF's top of the board now. And great that Ghost was able to join that, committed to the chase down. Getting that tiny kill feels really nice. Hard hero to bring down, but you delayed the Shadow Blade. His map pressure is going to get mitigated a little bit here. And it doesn't take too many of those fights to be in a very solid position here as Gamer Legion. Again, you have so much scale in this lineup. You're going to feel good going late.
Ghost the first to break that 10k marker, has 220 CS on top of joining that fight bottom lane. He's done very well for himself.
Untouched.
Unsurprising, right? I mean, Ghost, when he was playing for Enigma Galaxy, felt like he was just a rock. Never really saw him had very many bad games. He was just always very consistent. And he's brought that to Gamer Legion.
Well, they had bad games. But
Enigma Galaxy had bad games. He did not have
we
bad
won't put
games.
We won't put it on anybody individually.
There's the BKB for Malri. That changes things quite significantly. No longer has to deal with this Night Stalker silence as much. And can just make the full commitment to killing the Shadow Fiend or the Invoker when he spots him.
Very powerful item in this game. Pretty much nothing Gamer Legion can do to it other than the SF or the Alacrity just starts swinging, which it is a real threat. He's hitting quite hard this early in the game. You don't have any armor up yet, but otherwise you're working the fight for sure. This game looks a lot better for Gamer Legion than it did 5 minutes ago, though.
Yeah.
Trying to find a little extra pick off with the Sunstrike should be pretty easy here. Night Stalker feasting.
Man, Fate could get to BKB during this next round of daytime. And they'll be pretty online for the mid game, at least.
I'll also say
they like their scale, so.
I like the vision aspect of Night Stalker for him this game because I think that was a massive issue in game 1.
Yeah.
It's easy for us from an observer perspective. Oh, Amar?
Amar's in pretty deep here.
Yeah,
they have so much chase that there's no way out.
Very greedy spot to farm in.
Yeah, why was he there?
This is normally a spot we see him push if he's like Timbersaw or something. He's like, even if you bring 4 heroes, you're not killing me. Necro is not going to be tanky in this game. You need BKB for sure at some point. You need a Dispel. You probably need Force Staff or Hurricane Pike to get out of the silence. Like, you need something to deal with the multiple disables. Invoker dunks on your hero. SF kind of dunks on your hero. Night Stalker kind of dunks on your hero. It's a pretty rough Necrophos game. They definitely counterpicked him pretty hard.
Yeah.
So you have to recognize that.
Do you think that was intentional? Like this play, he played so deep and then his team took Tormentor? Was that part of the plan?
Not really. I don't think we normally see ATF sacrifice himself almost ever. I think it's just Falcons making the most out of a bad situation. Also, you got to abuse Night Stalker's downtime. I feel like anytime he is in the daytime without ult, or even if he has it but he's in a bad place on the map, you need to be taking more gold or at least objectives out of Gamer Legion's hands.
Sure. Which is why you got to be so careful using this Dark Ascension against a team like Falcons. I mean, he pops another one of those and they don't find anything for it. Maybe it's, you know, Roshan or bad daytime team fight. Shadowblade is a pickup for the SF, and this is really well timed because this Earth Spirit is looking for him with the BKB, but he doesn't have any detection. Same goes with going after RCY. If he can get off the Ghost Walk before the silence, they run into Bignum again. Bignum is doing a great job of intercepting ganks. We'll put it that way.
It's a value one to intercept because it's your downtime for the Night Stalker. So sacrificing a support right now is totally fine. They might even get Amar again.
Like deja vu.
He is just
Amar
playing
pushing
so
this
far
top
up.
lane, and Ghost is looking to get a point blank correct. Wait, oh, wait!
What?
Tornado misses from RCY. That was supposed to set up the Requiem.
That's a guaranteed kill.
Yeah.
You are not supposed to live there as this Necrophos with 1,300 HP. Ghost Shroud getting dispelled. He is lucky to escape Mercy, was shown. Still, Gamer Legion are chilling in this game right now. Like, they're not under pressure to force any bad moves. You're just waiting for your nighttime, waiting for Night Stalker BKB, which he will have for the next darkness here.
A different situation than game one, right?
Yeah,
they may have had the Drow Ranger, but it did not feel like the late game was guaranteed to go their way, and you saw that play out. This one feels way more favored.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's guaranteed, but it's as good as you get. You have a Tricore that's going to scale like a Mack truck here. Like, you have a Alacrity Shadow Fiend, late game Invoker, and a Night Stalker as your offlaner. If you can't scale with that, I don't know what you're supposed to be scaling with.
Yeah.
I could see them run into issues getting kited in later game fights. There's a bunch of Force Stabs and some tanky boys on Falcons that can live through an initial burst, and you reset the fight. There is displacement on the side of Falcons as well, right? You have Hookshot Cog, Bounce Back, you have Kickback from the Earth Spirit, potential Ags later, you have Tiny Toss. Falcons are very good at abusing these displacement spells. Going back to that Tundra TI run.
Yeah.
They abuse the hell out of Tiny. So they know how to skirt the edge of a fight, toss somebody in, and kind of ruin your position that way.
Speed's going to get picked off here. Another Reaper side kill for Amar.
Well, he'll hold
Unless he
it.
doesn't want to use it.
I think you definitely hold it now. The charge is just not... It gives you, what, 1 regen or something? Like, congratulations, right?
Yeah, it's not amazing. I guess my thought being, are you going to have a fight in the next minute while it's daytime?
But what is the point of using it, I guess? What do you gain out of Reapering him there? You're gaining a Reaper sight stack that gives you an extra HP and mana regen?
It builds up.
A little, but this hero runs around with full mana HP anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. Smoke from Gamer Legion looking to connect the ending of daytime here. They pop a Dark Ascension. It covers you until night. Good time to take a fight.
Solid position right now in the Night Stalker if he can find a target.
He's running to Maureen. He's already out of there. Plus he has BKB. Not a kill they can get.
Again, you just have to be patient. You can't force bad goes just because you want to get a go. If the opportunity's not there, if Falcons play it safe, then you keep farming. You have an Invoker who can play the map. That is what he does best.
Well, Maureen's going to run into them. Will be forced into the BKB usage.
Very early.
And didn't pop the Dark Ascension, so holding that for a more crucial fight down the line.
You definitely need Shivas in this game. Saw the power of the SF right clicks going into him there.
Yeah.
You die real fast. just force Roche here. If you're Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
You have an Undying Dark Willow around the pit. There's only one BKB on the side of Falcons. Very hard for the other two cores to fight into that nonsense. You have Invoker, you have SF who can just sit in there and do it with alacrity. Super fast. This is absolutely the right call. And now you're daring Falcons to contest a nighttime Night Stalker on the front line without the tiny BKB. They're a little ahead of his. I mean, the Burst Spirit one's on cooldown. So
frankly, I feel like this is an impossible fight.
It is.
Falcons should not even try to take this.
And they won't take it.
Good read.
Still 5 minutes Aegis for Ghost. Going to be quite juicy here. Finds a little Arcane Rune as well. Yeah, kill that Ursa.
So what can you do with this Aegis? They are
tier 2s.
so strong right now. Yeah, like, do you just plan to take out the rest of the tier 2s, take as much map control as you can before daytime comes back in?
Or aggressively look for the fight, which Falcons are kind of giving it to him right here.
Yeah, they really are. Diving into this tier 2 area. Crit's going to get broken here and killed.
I am very surprised Falcons were looking for something that aggressive near a Gamer Legion tier 2. Like, how was that fight going to go well for me, you know? My mind's in dodge mode right now. Maybe if you find some pickoff with the Shadowblade Tiny Reaper, that could be interesting.
Yeah, this would have been a sick one. Get on top of Fade, burst him down with the Reaper Scythe, and they may still have an opportunity to do so from the trees. They hit the Avalanche, and he got off the BKB before the Reaper Scythe.
Nice, fine. That's value, though. Get the BKB out of him.
Mars, he's really going for him. He's actually going to get him? I mean, he's going in so deep here. Can nobody from Gamer Legion punish this? Oh my god, he got it.
What is that call? Like, why is there nobody bailing that move out?
They were pod committed, I guess, to this push in top lane. I mean, Falcons very obviously know what is going on here.
That's wild. That worked that well.
Even though it's 4 versus 5, I guess they have the Aegis. Gamer Legion are going to keep it going here. This is dangerous, man. Tower's almost dead. Requiem front line catches Maureen, and Maureen, those final hits, he can't dodge them. He's going to die.
This SF is about to go ham on this fight.
Skeeter tried to kill the Undying, but he doesn't burst him down. That is going to be bad there as well. Shadowblade trying to get out of here. Any detection? No, not at all.
Well, they do a decent job disengaging from that Tombstone fight that was not in their favor. Really have to be careful with where Ghost is. How fast that damage can come out. It's going to TP to Outpost, maybe try and hunt somebody here with another Silver Edge.
I like this early gem pickup. That has been the trend. Gamer Legion are picking up on that.
And look at the right-click damage going in. This is why you need an armor item here. Just no way to get out of that if you're Maureen.
I mean, is that ever not going to be an issue? He has a plate mail. Quick little burst onto Fade, got off the BKB. Here comes Amar once again. Amar is going to be silenced here. Fade is going to make for the trees, though. Play the distance, wait for RCY as backup.
You can try and cancel TPs if they bail. Oh, this could be a massive AoE void.
Yeah. He could stop him from making that TP away. Set up the tornado into the EMP, into the meteor, right on top of Skeeter. Skeeter's dead, and they're going to chase after even more. Fade, he's going to slow down Amar. A big pickup. The Sunstrike, that's going to be dodged. Turn back around. Amar goes for the Reaper Scythe kill. Oh, he got him. No, the neutral creeps got him. Still, though, Amar was dead 100%. The fact that he got anything out of that, they recovered the gem. Cricket's out with it. Big play.
Okay, they salvaged that hardcore.
Natural. Was that neutral?
It's your boy Speed here.
A natural death, you know, he died in neutrals.
Yeah, he did.
Pretty unlucky for Amar that Reaper was right on the edge.
It was so close.
This is a position where you're probably losing everybody here if Gamer Legion played to absolute perfection.
Yep.
Like, you're just in big trouble. And that's the power of the Night Stalker. He can play on the outskirts, I guess, this game and kind of just set up his other two damage dealers a little bit in that sense.
Big move by Crit getting that gem back. And so as a result, the net worth favoring Falcons. And this means Gamer Legion is going to be playing without detection for a little while. And they could buy sentries and dust and stuff, but Maureen pick off on the mid lane on Bignum. Yet again, Bignum will be the victim of one of these cores. See if he dies to the physical damage. BKB doesn't roll far, goes to the TP out. Let's see that Alacrity hitting him, but he's got completed Shivas now.
A lot tankier.
A lot tankier than he was before.
Oh, they find RCY.
RCY dead a second time. Tornado goes off. It bails him out. The tree being tossed forward. Oh, it got him. It was
Big
just
hit.
enough damage. Ghost is going to get kited around here. He's not in danger of dying. He's got Aegis and BKB.
He's going to get tossed back.
Tossed back, playing around, trying to wait out this Aegis expiring. Ghost is going to make sure it dies now. He's going to come back with a BKB. Going to have to just TP out. Gets actually hit. Maybe they can cheat the stun. They got him. Ooh, Falcons playing that to perfection.
And this is the issue. If you start getting displaced one by one, this lineup is just going to rip you apart very quickly because you need to be together to deal the damage. Like, you're going to get kited by Force Staffs. You're going to get kited by some of the sustain. These are tanky heroes that nobody can burst on their own. So you start getting tossed in, hookshot cogged in, rolled in on. It becomes a nightmare to play that fight very quickly. And there's a lot of Force Staffs on the field right now. Another great hookshot cogs. Crit has been doing work in this series.
Bignum just dies over and over and over again. The Shadow Realm is no bit of a save against this lineup from Falcons. Too much AoE. Elena Barracks it is. With 35 seconds left for the SF. There's just no way Gamer Legion can stop this.
A bad series of mistakes here. Gets punished real hard during this daytime. Man, you got all this scale, but you're getting tempoed right now. And somehow Necrophos is the most farmed hero in this game? Don't really know how that happened, but I mean, it is what the hero does. He has Manta, Bots, Radiance, pretty farm-heavy build. In theory, he should be a little squishy here, but there's nothing to really punish the mass Force Stabs from Falcons right now, right? You really need nullifiers in this game at some point. If you're Gamer Legion, it's going to provide an insane amount of value, but you're getting tempoed out before you get there right now. So
yeah, Fade is building to it now, but this is where, you know, a Night Stalker that's farther ahead, he has Nullifier around this point and is punishing Falcons, but as it is, it's going to be a while until he gets there.
See if Gamer Legion can slow this game down. 13k lead now out of nowhere.
RCY almost done with his Octarine, and the supports on Gamer Legion are going to be so poor. Somehow Crit has maintained more farm than Snake King on the Enchantress this entire game.
Very weird. I don't really know where it's all coming from. You got the shard for free, I guess, but
that helps.
I mean, Enchantress has 114 CS. I think that would count for something.
Yeah, Crit hasn't gotten a single last hit on any of the kills that he's been a part of, but somehow. Mounting up for a fight. All 10 heroes in this bottom lane. Both sides setting up some wards, setting up some vision.
I don't think you could fight without Nullifier right now. You're just going to get kited. And then at some point, somebody gets tossed in or kicked in. And there's no way you can help them. There's going to be an Earth Spirit Axe very soon here, too.
Well, that means it's going to be another shard for Falcons.
Again, they're just grinding out these small openings, so good at finding the opportunities and capitalizing on them. That's the difference. It's one thing to find opportunities, it's another to punish the enemy team as hard as they do.
And now you've got another bit of mobility with the Sproink for free on the Enchantress.
All right.
Aghanim Scepter, Earth Spirit, even more repositioning.
That's a brutal spell for Gamer Legion to deal with this early in the game. If you're in late game with more defensive items, sure, but he just rolls in, stones one of these cores, kicks him in. I feel like the fight is kind of done. What are you doing at that point?
Gamer Legion offense has not been their forte. Now they're going to have to play a perfect defense for the next 5 to 7 minutes while they wait for the Nullifier to be done on the Night Stalker. Playing on this high ground area. Snake King charges up there. Force Staffs get him away. Here comes the rolling with the Shivas. Trying to pull up this Enchantress. Do manage to do so. The BKB activated from Ghost. Starts playing at Malrine. And Malrine in some trouble, but he activates his Aghanim Scepter and managed to get away. The Magnetize is built up, and Gamer Legion, without their BKBs, want to reset. Fade actually dies to the Magnetize. It lasted just long enough. I think he died on the final tick.
That lasted so long. What? Oh, damn.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the level 20 talent.
Yeah, he does have the extra duration.
It makes a big difference.
Just dies to one spell. Very cool. Oh, Maureen almost thrown.
Yeah, how did that?
Interesting.
Gets a little mini stun. They're going to try and go back into it, but they're already one step ahead. Falcons have already jumped Gamer Legion before they even realize that they're on top of them. They smoked into this, but 2 supports die instantly.
Just one step ahead. Maybe you get a rebuttal. Yeah, that's a nice little pick off for RCY.
840 gold for a clockwork kill. That's not a good sign.
Skeeter's just walking in the face.
How many times is Skeeter going to walk into them like this and get the avalanche initiation? He's almost killed RCY. BKB activated the last hit. Not going to be enough, but Ghost doesn't have the BKB. He gets saved by the tombstone here, but Amar is just waiting for it. Yeah, he's ready to go with the Reaper Scythe. As soon as the SF pops out, he's screwed. There's nothing they can really do to stop this. RCY can't force them back.
Glimmer Cape?
Wait, no, the silence came in. The silence came in time. He can't get off the Reaper Scythe. Ghost might just be able to make it back to the top, but the Magnetize finishes them off. And now the entire team commits to save the SF, and they'll all die for it.
Trap him behind the gate.
Fade making a run because the base is no longer his own. Full retreat to the other side of the map. He will manage to escape, but everybody else on his team falls.
It's too hard to start fights on your terms if you're Gamer Legion. The best way to do it is you're forcing objectives and Falcons go into you. But these fights are too chaotic. They have too many ways of initiating.
I like a crit. Ooh. Didn't get the damage on Fade fast enough. Still going to chase after him with the jetpack here. Has a hook shot. And they've got the nuke following him this entire way, so they can just
missed on the distiller.
Yeah, if they got the vision there, then maybe they could have gotten him. After all, Tier 2 still going to die in the bottom lane. Amar is almost level 25. He's going to be 25 before this next fight.
He really recovered his game beautifully.
And he's going to be insanely tanky. He's going for a Scotty build-up.
Really? I kind of like it. Just maximize your HP. Pretty annoying item for the Night Stalker. I don't know if it's better than Heart here, but he is the master.
Yeah, Maureen with the self-ags usage there. BKB. And then I guess because you're BKB, you can walk around in that form. Very odd.
Meteors do a lot of damage here. And you do bail Ghost out initially, but man, this Magnetized connection on the backside, so much damage.
Yeah, they just do not have anything. If they can actually kill Necrophos there on the silence, it'd be great, but sadly, they just didn't have any damage left. Still waiting on that Nullifier. Fade, level 20, and needs the Splint Mail. Another 400 for that.
I can't believe he doesn't have it. It's been delayed so much this game.
Yep.
I mean, now you need that. You need Satanic Daedalus on the SF. You need Hex on the Invoker. And I don't know if this game is going to last long enough.
Nope. They're being, as you said, tempoed out by Falcons of all teams. Just managed to burn the mana of Skeeter. Not sure if he needs it, though. He's got an Aegis.
Just look for the roll kick.
Yeah.
He's going to TP out, so they're going to give up on this push. It is daytime in a minute.
Yeah, I guess there's no reason to risk it right now. Amar, really? Thinking about a Maelstrom? Come on, man. Just build the heart, right? Just build the heart. I'm okay with the Scotty. It's an interesting idea, but
it's either Heart or BKB in my mind.
Yeah, okay, BKB.
I don't think you want to play this without BKB.
He's just trolling us, man.
Yeah, he does this all the time.
RCY zooming around, seeing if they can find Falcons out of position on these final seconds of this nighttime. Not the case. Get the outpost back, try and take their triangle, but I mean, Falcons are just going to take it right back as soon as it's daytime or even sooner.
Holding the one high ground ward they have. If Falcons run into this, could work out for Gamer Legion. Depending on what Fade can connect on with this Nullifier. But Ghost does not have Daedalus completed yet. Doesn't have level 25.
I mean, who do you kill with this Nullifier? With the BKB on Mars?
It's tough now.
There's nobody that dies, or at least none of the cores. They all have BKB. They're all super tanky.
Skeeter just walking in again.
Yeah, he just goes in. And look at Skeeter just getting an avalanche initiation.
Too free.
Yeah.
Way too free.
Yeah. RCY is going to desperately push in the mid lane, try and draw the attention of Falcons elsewhere, but it's another lane of barracks to be claimed. And Falcons can probably go for full-out megas in this 5-minute window.
Still a tier 2 top, but Amar's going to TP up there, push the wave in. Gamer Legion got to find something right now.
It's going to get sandwiched. Tornado into a quick kill there. Maureen unable to save him, but maybe they can get the kill on Fade. Got the magnetize on him, and they can keep that going. Fade, he's going to tick out unless he can find something to eat. He's got no creeps to eat. Tries to hide off the map. Does hide the gem being lost there. So maybe they can recover that much.
Wave was secured, though. Nobody was able to creep cut it. Invoker's only going to split push this so much.
Yeah, if you're Falcons, you're not worried about whatever damage the Invoker's going to do mid. You can end the game right here.
This is a fatal push right now, and you still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Magnetize is still going, by the way, because he has the self-magnetize talent.
Right, yeah. He is running a little bit low on boulders, but...
This is almost infinite. With Octarine, I believe it is just about infinite.
They're going to go for him. Scythe of Ice. They managed to get the Hex and the Nullifier placed onto him. Maureen's in some trouble, and he will finally die. They got him. Ghost is in trouble, though. Skeeter puts a hefty amount of damage on him. Now looks at RCY. Tossed up in the air by the Tornado. Skeeter doesn't have the mana for BKB. He's got Aegis anyway, so it doesn't matter if he dies for now. Amar going in deep. Looking at both the supports here, has the Reaper's Sight. The Tombstone's going to be forced here, so there goes that save. Clockwork gets a 4-staff save. The Cog zoning back some of these heroes. Speed. Finally, the Reaper's Sight is going to be dropped. Amar now using that extra bit of reach in to push back RCY, and Ghost hit him with the Tornado. EMP. They can actually focus down Maureen a second time here, but he got the self-boulder and a kick out. Megas is claimed at 42 minutes, and with no supports, Falcons can keep focusing on tier 4s. See if they could force Gamer Legion to a 3 versus 5.
Takes too much of their arsenal to bring one of these guys down. And then the other 2 cores are just cleaning you up. And you have buyback on the one guy you do kill anyway. You have a Dark Ascension here. What can you do with it? It looks rough. BKBs are down for the Necrophos at least, and the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, this is your chance to kill him before the game ends.
It's all in Amar. He does have buyback available.
Yeah, and he's saved up money for bots too as well, so. All right, got on top of Maureen. They want the hero that doesn't have the buyback. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is being zoned out. They're going to focus on Amar. Might be able to get him. Do, in fact, manage to burst him down. Got one. Maureen, big magnetize. Gets right in the middle of the entire team. And that is going to zone them out for perhaps the rest of the game. Speed's not going to make it back to the fountain. And from here on out, Maureen can keep the magnetize while they're in the fountain. They're taking too much damage. They can't even leave their fountain. The heals are the only thing that's keeping them alive right now. And they're just going to GG out before the throne explodes.
Ooh, that game.
Clean game 2 for Falcons, a rough one for Gamer Legion.
Very different pace, very different win condition. And that's where I went to that one. After game 1, I talked about, you need to have a clear idea of when you're winning a game, what that win condition is, and how you're going to take the fights. And this is a great example. Like, it doesn't even matter if in theory your draft is better or wins late game or it does this and that. If you just have a very clear idea of how you're going to play your lineup, who's starting fights, how those fights are supposed to go, how we're itemizing to deal with what the opponent is throwing at us, and when we end this game, when do we close it out, that was all there for Falcons. Yeah, there's some little stuff to clean up in the laning phase or like some bad deaths on the map from Amar or whatever. But none of that stuff really matters in a game of Dota if you're all on the same page on the macro ideas. That's what makes Falcons such a strong team. So that was on Showcase here on this game too. Very cool draft to watch. It takes me back to some of those old school Tundra lineups. They were playing like support Tiny with Naga giving vision. In this, it's like you have the Tiny toss back. It's Earth Spirit, Enchantress going in and giving vision. Clockwork was super big in this series, honestly. Like if I'm going to give an MVP in a series, it might be Crit. Just because, yeah, it's not the flashiest play to be like hookshot cogs, blink out. But he did it so many times, over and over, disrupting the fight, initiations, vision mechanics every time. It just makes the team fighting easy.
No, it's got to be a pretty demoralizing loss for Gamer Legion. Get kicked out this way. I mean, you lost on both sides of the equation against Falcons. You know, they beat you by just drawing out the game, going late, and now they beat you with the tempo, not letting you get online with many of your heroes. And especially because it didn't really feel like it was, yesterday, right? Gamer Legion had a rough Game 2 loss, and I feel like they kind of threw that. But this one felt like they just... You can't call it a throw because there were too many mistakes being made here throughout the series.
But I think this draft is hard to play at. Again, I go back to if you have Invoker Shadow Fiend, what do you want with Invoker Shadow Fiend? You want setup.
That's true. Let's go to the stage. We've got Crit ready to go for an interview.
Victorious, and what a victory it was, especially in Game 2. That looked pretty smooth. But first, Crit, when I ask you about Game 1, it's pretty common for your opponents to always focus on ATF, and that kind of adds more to your job as support in that space. Does it feel good to kind of run around and constantly keep them topped up, making sure that ATF is ready for the long game?
I mean, it depends. It depends how it goes. You know, if it's successful, it's fun. If it's not, then it's not so fun. I think first game we had a little bit of hiccups during the game, and it made it a bit longer than we wanted it to be. But yeah, I mean, we were happy with the results. So it's at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Is this why in Game 1 you had to bank up 55 get gold advantage before you went uphill, or was it just to be sure that you lock out the game and they don't come back against you?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we just want to, like, we know we won the game, but if we rush, there's a chance we can lose it. So they were being very patient. They're just sitting in the base hoping that we were going to mess up. So we just have to be patient and play the game properly. And then at the end of the day, sometimes it takes longer, and that's just how we got to do it.
As long as you close it out at the end. There's a famous saying, when you're ahead, get even more ahead. And that's what happened there, though. Game 2, at least for you, looked a lot smoother, quieter in a lot of ways on your front. Do you prefer it when things are in that quiet space, or when you have to constantly go around during the thick of the action, like in 1?
No, I think we prefer it when it's a bit more methodical, you know? Like, we didn't have any... I mean, we had a few hiccups, like they got Roche, and we weren't really prepared to take the fight there. So like there's less hiccups, but still a little bit. So I think it's better for us when we can just have smooth sailing. And then I think once we have a lead, we're usually pretty good at keeping it. So it's kind of what happened in Game 2. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the second game.
Speaking of leads, a bit more of a general question in here. Team Falcons, of course, the EWC Club champions from last year. Do you feel that going through the groups with a pretty tough group in general, that this adds more pressure on you and the team to perform and get it forward?
I wouldn't say it's pressure. I feel like it's more excitement for us. Like, we have extra motivation to do well here. We know it means a lot for Falcons. So it's one of the biggest events of the year for us, and we try our best to get the points.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Crit. Congratulations to Team Falcons. Back to our panel.
Thank you very much. Here to break down Game 2 and to talk about the success of Falcons just now on the stage, a 2-0 for them. So still, other than that overall first game of the tournament loss, which is to be expected, because that's what Falcons do, they haven't dropped a single game. And Game 2 definitely was a lot more smooth, Seb, than Game 1 was.
Yeah, it was a very strong showing. I think they made also heroes work that we haven't seen them play yet, but we know our heroes that are going to dominate. Earth Spirit on Marine looked amazing, so that's something to look out for. I think for the other teams, we saw the return of Enchantress on Snaking. Obviously, you know, player-hero combination we're used to see, but always good to see it back. I was a little bit skeptical about the Necro pick, to be honest, and I don't think it really worked so well in the early game. But maybe it does just fit their playstyle, because, you know, it's a typical Amar hero where now he's farming at the speed of light. He's also shoving all the waves in the opponent's face all the time. It kind of fits how they play, to be honest. Like, the way the map was being played, I kind of liked it in the end, so...
Yeah, he was the gank interceptor, as they called him in the game, where he pushed a couple of waves extra, got punished for it. But yeah, it kind of fits his profile, what he wants to do in the game. He's also changing the build, like he's not going for Radiance, he's going for Boots of Travel as his first item, making sure that he's even consuming like more areas of the map, that being a very sluggish hero, and then being able to connect any kind of fights. I was expecting also a bit of a maybe faster type of a game from Gamer Legion. The score was 2-1, almost 14 minutes into the game. They couldn't really find any openings, but I think we also got to give credit Falcons for that, understanding that there is going to be this potential Night Stalker who's going to try to make a move, and they completely blocked any kind of play. So the first moves they were making were like post 15 minutes.
Yeah, they had a really hard time, especially in the first and second night, to find their footing and bring the pressure to Falcons. You could see they were constantly on the lookout. It's hard to tell exactly what happened, whether the moves were not synced enough on Gamer Legion side, or if Falcon really didn't give them any opening whatsoever. But you could tell that they were a little bit frustrated. It felt like they knew that this is when they should start, putting their foot on the gas pedal. Unfortunately for them, it never really got to that.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. 2 games in a row, we saw Falcons not do too hot in the laning stage. Obviously, happy ending on both games. Do you think they could get away with that against teams that are of a higher caliber than Gamer Legion? Or should they focus on this and fix this?
I'd say they need to step it up a little bit. Like if you're going to be playing against the BB team again, for example, these like more tempo-oriented teams, even like P-Vision, who can stop the games in 20-25 minutes, you're going to need to be able not to play from behind. Like it shows the resilience of the team, their decision-making, the experience, and everything in the mid and late game. But like looking at the mid lane especially, like he stomped it. He completely like nailed it out of the park because he was sitting at 10-11 denies CS wise compared to 3 CS on Invoker. So he definitely gave him the treatment in the mid lane. I want to see if this is going to be something that also are going to be much more punishable. But to go back to my point about them maybe playing faster, we haven't seen these Sunstrikes. Like, this is why you pick Invoker, because you want to be playing aggressive, you want somebody on the side lanes to try to make something happen. It never really happened for them.
Yeah, Malrine is going to feel frustrated with this one, Chiefs, because he's going to be like, I denied 11 creeps out of 16, and I'm being criticized for my laning phase? How does what else you need from me? Like, there's literally no creep for the enemy to get. But no, definitely to answer your question, I think they will... and it kind of transpired in what Crit was also saying. I don't think he was like perfectly satisfied with their showing today. I mean, he was happy about it, and obviously they secured the 2-0. But we know that the ceiling is much higher for Falcons. Like, they can bring the heat from the very first second of the game.
Yeah, and to be fair, if there is a game where you have a slower laning stage, it does mean that there's normally a tipping point in the game. And I believe, Lacoste, you want to dive into that one for this game we saw.
Yeah, it's going to be Malrine on his Earth Spirit because he was the one who was trying to make like a lot of stuff happen. This is where they have, I would say, only 4K gold lead because at this point they were still trying to find something happen on the map on the side of Gamer Legion, getting some good initiations. Malrine finds the solo kill on Bignum, and then he still has the shield rune, respecting the damage coming out from Shadowfin, will pop the BKB as well, and then TP out because it feels like this fight is kind of over. But if you look at the minimap, he did the TP back to base. He did TP straight back to base. Sorry about that. Let me just clear that real quick. And they find another opening. They find an opening on Invoker with the hook shot, and then Skeeter, he snipes him with the tree grab. And at this point, they feel like they can't even take the fight anymore. And you can see Earth Spirit on the minimap. He's rolling in. This is the hero, like the reason why this hero is super strong is he can connect pretty much to any kind of fights. And they got Shadowfin once. They're running out of options. Night Stalker, he can't really help Shadowfin in this case. Tombstone has already been dropped. And then Malrine, he connects. Perfect timing out of the Aegis. Knows exactly. Like, this is not a hero that you would kind of connect Malrine to, but really glad that he's also showing he can play it. And what a timing. Gets him another kill and kind of sways the game in their favor. After that, they take the racks and the game feels completely over.
It's like the exact proper frame of this rolling boulder, because SF has BKB. SF just has to BKB TP. He would be alive. It really takes a Marine to be able to, from like full distance, time it perfectly. I've seen so many players throw stuns at a respawning Aegis hero and miss it. I'm talking Fisher, Lion stun, all of it. It's embarrassing. And then you see this guy, he's playing Earth Spirit. It's like the least likely to connect, and he makes it look so easy. So props to him for just being that good at the game.
Yeah, I think he played very well, but not well enough to get the MVP. That's right, we gave it to Crit because
fair enough.
He did an interview.
He did, but it was okay. It was already decided before the
Whoever
interview, but
does the interview gets the
also
MVP.
very much appreciate him taking the interview. I think especially if you're playing Clockwork in a team like Falcons, where, I mean, Malrine on the Earth Spirit helps out a lot this time around as well. But oftentimes, it was Crit that is the one to have to find the moments, that has to go in first, and he absolutely nailed that.
He did it, especially in the game number one. Loved his itemization, more on the defensive side, where he was also going in, but also finding a way to get out of the trouble with the Force Staff, with the Blink Dagger, with his Wind Waker at the later stages of the game. And in this one, picking up Essence Distiller, playing against a Night Stalker, making sure that he is sharing that vision from the Night Stalker, playing against Invoker, playing against Shadowblade on Shadowfiend, understanding that some of these smaller items, it's going to give them quite a lot of value. And also, Crit has been known to step down. A lot of the times, he doesn't need to be that position 4. He's kind of playing position 5, allowing Enchantress, like we've seen this player combination many times. He's been on like 25-game win streak, where he is giving snaking priority, and snaking is getting the farm and kind of becoming another core for Falcons.
I also want to talk a little bit about Gamer Legion. Still, I feel like we said it a couple times already in this series, because it feels, you started the series with this, Lacoste, it feels like they're so close. Like there's one thing that just needs to click, and then they get it, and then they take wins. It didn't happen here against Falcons, but this series, you'd say, Seb, still very hopeful for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're proving to be like, maybe not like amongst the best teams here yet, but they're also not amongst the weakest teams here whatsoever. I think they're like middle of the pack, and they could very well go up or go down, obviously, from that point on. But I think it's still early, in a sense, in the tournament. There's still a lot of games to be played for them, so they need to just keep focusing on what's working, make smaller adjustments. This is kind of make or break moment for teams. You don't want to get too affected. You don't want to start questioning things and kind of throwing away everything you practiced and you built coming into the event. So it's important to have clarity at this point of the tournament for teams and for the coaching staff around them. I'm still pretty hopeful for that team. I think they showed some really good things today included, even though they don't get the result they were coming from.
Yeah, I see maybe them being slightly more one-dimensional compared to some other teams. I believe they played the Dark Willow 6 out of 6 games, so maybe try to change things up there a little bit in that department, because it seems like teams have been figuring it out, and they have been changing things around from different roles, but I feel like with the coaching staff and everything, they just have to go through the replays. I mean, you are playing one series a day, and there's going to be a good amount of time to try to fix this, because they're like very, very close to jump into that like tier 1.
Yeah, and if you have, 2 series to reflect back on, how cool is it that one of the games, or not 2 games to reflect back on, if one of those games is close to 80 minutes, that's a lot of extra information that you get to dissect. And they got a lot of chance to dissect that, because as Lacoste mentioned, they only play 1 series a day, and that means that for today, they are done. And we'll see them back again tomorrow. That means also we are going to move forward with Group B. And for our Group B matchup today, we have our Sony story of the day. Enigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid. This should be a very, very cool game. I can only imagine it has to be, in my book, this has to be a tie. In my head, when I see Liquid play, they always, in the best of 3, they always drop a game. Enigma Galaxy can always take a game off of anyone. It's a tie. Done.
No, the math adds up. It's a tie. We've decided. We can let them know.
Yeah, next we can go to the 3rd series right now. Now, jokes aside, I think Enigma Galaxy, they showed some good performances, like in the TI qualifiers, where they managed to qualify as well, and also winning 3 out of the 4 games that they played. Even that one game that they lost, they also looked super solid.
Yeah, we're gonna dive into that series very soon, and of course, you hear a lot from both Lacoste and Seb already, but what about hearing more from Seb in particular, as he's gonna chat to Chris?
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
guys I'm here with, champ, and all of a sudden they've managed to put us on a sofa against each other. They keep telling me we're the two best dressed guys on the Dota talent team. That's up for debate, in my opinion, but maybe not. Either way, we're going to have a couple of questions. As a man who's new to Dota, I'm going to kind of come into it from that angle and be like, okay, well, a little bit about you, about your history. The guys at home know this, but some of them might actually not. So, I mean, look, you've been around for a very long time. I mean, TI1 was the first time you kind of in and amongst it and on people's screens. What is your biggest regret in your very long and illustrious career?
Oh, we're going down that way.
We're going that way.
Oh, really? Like, I mean, my biggest regret, I think, in a sense, is like, it was unavoidable. I think it's meant to be like that, but it was not being, enough aware of how grateful and how precious the times I've spent with, my teammates and competing at that level were. I think, it's kind of part of it. You just go along and you live your life and, go on with your routine. But looking back now, because it's starting to be, it's been some time now, I think I can say it. And looking back, I think it was very, very, very precious moments.
Yeah. You look well for being a TI1, actually. He's aged extremely well. So I've been told you have a couple of French sayings that you may be able to teach me, or maybe not be able to teach me as a new guy to Dota. Is there any specific ones I should be aiming to use as much as I possibly can, or just straight out avoiding? But you have to be careful because we are on camera.
No, okay. What you should be using is you can greet people by saying bonjour. When you
okay, yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I've got bonjour.
I've bonjour. That's a good start.
Yeah, okay.
Bonne chance à tous. It's like good luck to everyone.
Okay.
That's a pretty good one.
That's nice.
Bien joué. Bien joué means well played. Keep it positive.
Very positive.
For what you should not be using, I could just send you to the True site, the TI8 True site, which is a documentary about the TI finals that I've been part of.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I did lose control because of the heat of the game, and I switched to French. Happens to the best of us. Thank you for saying that. And I did switch to French out of nowhere because my teammates wouldn't understand either. And I might have been started... I might have said a couple of things I kind of want to take back to this day, but it's been caught on camera because I also lost, I lost track of the fact that we were, mic'd up and filmed. It happens.
The fact that you're here now, it mustn't have been that bad.
It wasn't. Pass.
We'll let it pass. Well, okay.
It's somewhere on the internet.
Well, we are here in Paris, France, your hometown. I've been looking for recommendations. I'm really struggling to get a cup of coffee around here, if I'm honest with you. The stuff backstage ain't that great. Good recommendations in Paris for anybody who's coming to EWC.
I mean, I think there's a lot to see. I think you want to go out and, just walk around the city. That's like a very normal thing to do in France. Like you can just walk everywhere. Walk around the city, go check out, museums, just like general, like downtown Paris. Just the scenery is just, I think, really enjoyable. Just being around, looking at the buildings. Don't look at your phone, don't look at your feet. Just raise your head up, just look around you, what's there. There's a lot of history, a lot of cool architecture, and you'll just find stuff on the way. Honestly, I think there's a lot to see. Sit down, have a coffee on a terrace. That's like a typical French thing. It's a little bit hot these days. Just pick your day, check the weather before you go out, but I'm sure you have a good time.
I've been having a great time so far. One final question, though, for also the fans in France, I should say. Why are there not more players in Dota 2 from France?
It's a big regret of mine, honestly. I think
it's your fault?
No, in the sense that I wish there were more French players. I think once upon a time, yeah, I'm that old that I started using that sentence, and it actually makes sense. Once upon a time, the French scene was extremely solid and strong, and I think players like Poppy, for instance, that's been around for 15 years, like they knew all the French players because French were part of the best teams out there. But back then, esports in France was not as, big as it is today. And I think there were very little ways to make a living out of it. So most of these players actually had to, give up on a potential career in esports and get back to real life, if you could call it this way. And League happened and other games kind of came in with a little bit more support, I would say, around them. And then eventually people just start playing these games instead, and it's just hard for Dota to break through. Yeah. Because the French esports scene is very stacked.
That's crazy.
People are crazy about their games, and there's like a lot of events. So I think now it's kind of hard for Dota to break through when this is already happening.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
You never know. You never know. One day.
EWC in Paris, whilst we have Dota
This
going
will
on in the next 2 weeks, that's going to help inspire
Yes.
another generation of Dota 2 players.
Yes.
Thank you very much, mate. Nice little chat.
you're welcome.
Love that.
Yeah.
We should do this more, actually. We'll have more chat. Maybe
When-
over some coffee. He's going to take me to a good coffee spot.
Anytime.
Back to you guys.
Anytime.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for blow the house down.
Our next matchup, Nigma Galaxy versus Liquid. It's Kuro and, just Kuro against his former organization. We also have Samael, who has had some history in the past with Liquid and standing in for that squad. And Liquid, Avery, has not quite looked their TI winning selves.
No, they're still getting into form, still trying to find the meta that works for them and the current hero pools. I think that's the biggest thing, right? What is Mickey going to play? What is Nisha going to play? And what are they going to bust out against the ex-Liquid captain? There's a lot on the line in terms of legacy. Who is the true John Liquid, the king of the organization? That's what we're going to find out in this series.
That's right. We're not just playing for a trophy here. We're also playing for keeps. Whoever wins this wins Liquid.
I don't know if Team Liquid or Nigma Galaxy has signed off on the cap statement there, so we're gonna ignore that part for now. I do wonder how much of a part it plays to play against the organization that you used to be in, and then also against the organization that you won TI with. And it's not just Kuro, it's GH of course as well.
Maybe when it's recent a little bit, but I think by now, hopefully they should be over it. Yeah.
9 years?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's a
I
long
would
time.
say a
Wow,
very
time
little
flies.
part, if not non-existent at all.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I think if anything, we're in for a good one with this one, and we're gonna break it all down with this match because both these teams, they sit at a 3-1 record. They have been having quite a bit of success, Lacoste.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, there's always kind of ups and downs with this team, but I already said it, this team looks like the best iteration of the team. The one with the Ghost also looked very good. I was a little surprised when they decided to make a roster shuffle, but with this one, it looks very solid. With the addition of Loranov to the mid lane, they are getting quite a lot of stability. And also Samael changing his role. This guy's, this is Samael we're talking about. This guy can play pretty much anything. If you compare him to any other Dota pro, like he's gonna kick in much faster. He doesn't need as much time, and we can tell that he is shooting in really well with the team, like with the hero pool that he's bringing. Sometimes it is hard, especially as you're getting older, to like change your role because like Dota constantly changes. You're changing role. On top of that, it can be a bit difficult, but for Samael, it feels very smooth.
Yeah, it feels like the vibes in the team are great as well. The team feels upbeat, happy. And to get some of those vibes, of course, there are a bunch of players that we could go to for those vibes. But I think there's one person in particular that always has a couple upbeat vibes there as well. I hope for this morning that was the same as we're checking in with the vibe.
Hey, I'm here with Davai Lama of Team Nigma. Your guys' squad has been grinding for years. I know you're more of a recent addition, but how does it feel to qualify for all the biggest tournaments this year?
Really good, really good. Last year I didn't make it to TI. This year I did, so I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, and EWC is a fantastic tournament as well. So how are you guys feeling skill-wise in comparison to the other teams?
Good, I would say. I think we're all showing up. I think we have a lot of momentum going into our games. I think we're improving a lot. We're getting more confidence. So we're feeling very strong right now.
Okay, that's good. In the past, historically, it kind of seems like Liquid has Team Nigma's number. Do you have any apprehension in the upcoming series?
I think we have more momentum going in. I think we're playing well. I'm feeling very confident.
That's awesome. Happy to hear that. I noticed I prepared questions for Omar here. You played a lot of Hoodwink every game. Are you guys just like fitting him in there because that's his favorite hero, or are you just fits the game? It's nice to have stuns, I've heard.
It's nice, yeah. Maybe he's just a sick freak and wants to play furries. I don't know.
Yeah.
He wants to play Hoodwink every game. Yeah, exactly.
Like melee stunners.
Yeah, that's most offlanes right now. Suits me.
Yeah. Do you dislike laning against like the Necrophos carries or anything like that? Some of those like lane destroyers.
No, I love going jungle in minute 2 or 3. It's very peaceful. It's all about mindset, you know. If you play against Necro, you have the mindset of trying to win the lane or trying to lane
or go even.
Yeah, you will, you'll get disappointed. If you go in the mindset, all right, I cannot lane. I will just try and find the scraps I can. I will just eat the peck off the scraps on the floor. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Like
the good stuff.
Someone
needs to eat it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
There's 2 perfectly good camps.
Exactly. There's like a small camp ready, just waiting to be farmed. If you go in with that mentality.
And then you just need like 2 good ganks or team fights, and you're caught up anyways, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, that's great. You have a lot of confidence going into the match. Thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck.
Thank you, Birch.
Devi is talking about momentum, and then that will help them beat Team Liquid. Well, they're definitely going to need that because Lacoste, Perch touched upon lightly, but...
yeah, they have a lot of momentum. They have a lot of momentum, Shiver, in losing to Team Liquid because it's been a while. Nobody beat Team Nigma Galaxy 17 times in a row. It's been a really long time. It's been 2022 DPC season. Yeah, that's right, the DPC. They got this is where they got their last win against Liquid. They got a couple of draws here and there, but if they want to beat them, it's going to be a tough nut to crack.
It's different rosters. I feel like that should count for something as well. You got new fire coming in with Nigma Galaxy. This is the time.
Yeah, Copium.
Does it ever get in your head, you think, Seb, when it's one team that beats you over and over again?
I mean, when it's that much, if we're talking, you went back to 2022, we're talking 4 or 5 years, like 17 series. I mean, at some point, yeah, it will start getting in your head, You start getting PTSD from that team, and I mean... But at the end of the day, Dota's change, and you don't really carry that with you when the game starts. But you're probably, you see the bracket or the group stage, and you see the matchup. You're like, okay, well, we're gonna have a tough game today. But these players are no stranger to pressure and to challenges ahead of them. So I'm sure that they're not gonna back off from a fight anyway. So we're gonna have a very competitive series no matter what.
I think the same, as we will be looking towards their opponents as well with Team Liquid. This is a team that people always expect to do well. They got a star-studded roster. Of course, they did very well, not previous TI, but the TI before that as well. We expect a lot from them, and you always wonder with Team Liquid, like, are they in their good form? Are they in their peak form? Because for EWC, you need to be in your peak form. And according to Tofu, they're still improving.
I mean, with how the season's been going, we didn't hit the ceiling yet at all. I feel like there's still like so many things to be explored, discovered, and like adjusted, improved for us. And we're like constantly learning and trying to do things. There's like a lot of conceptual things we can like still get into and get better. But then also, I don't know, just like normal things from like routine, how we spend time in the day, how we do things when we wake up and play. But then also, I feel like every time, or like a month back, 2 months back, I feel like I have a good relation with everyone. I understand what they mean when they want to talk, what words they use, what they actually mean by them, and you just get to know each other better. But like I feel like the connection keeps on getting better and better, and we just get along really well.
I feel like we also should talk potentially a little bit about the pressure that Team Liquid might be under, because at EWC, Team Liquid, 2 years in a row, second for the club championship. And I know that's nice, but I also know they've come so close. And it is the Dota team that hasn't had the results that they really wanted last year. They came 5th, 8th, which at that time we were expecting more of them, and I'm sure that they were expecting more of themselves as well. 5th, 8th would be a disappointment to them.
Oh, 100%. A big one, actually. A big one. I think, Liquid, I think they're one of the teams that they do have, worse sequences in the season, but I think because they're happy with managing their season the way they want to. I think they're very obsessed with peaking at the right time. They have had seasons where they peaked too early, they were maybe a little bit burnt out, stuff like that. So I think nowadays it's not so surprising, February, March, to see Liquid kind of lose, not even get out of the group stage. I don't think it's anything shocking, but you know that when EWC comes, when TI comes around, any sort of like weakness you might spot, you know it's not meant to be. Like they actually tried to fix it, but they didn't manage to. So we'll have to get the answer from the games. I think yesterday they didn't look overwhelmingly strong. I think they looked pretty solid, but they're definitely looking to build something stronger for themselves.
Yeah, I think Liquid is the type of a team that can adjust relatively quickly to anything that has been thrown at them, especially with the format that we are playing with only one series a day. A lot of time for them to prep. These are the type of players and a coach that have been at like multiple events. They know how things work. They know how to address, especially some of these like teams that maybe are not up to par with them. This time around against Nigma Galaxy, I feel like Nigma Galaxy has definitely stepped up, and they're gonna need to bring their A game because Liquid, I feel like this is the type of a team that can play extremely fast Dota. We've seen them speed things up. This is what they're known for when they're playing TI. Like even the players from Gaming Gladiators, they know how to play extremely fast, close out the games in 20-25 minutes if necessary, considering that the average game time right now is almost 45 minutes. So something to look out for. Like we've seen in the previous series, some teams that do struggle maybe early on how to lane. This time around, I feel like Liquid, they don't have problems with that.
They don't. Also, fun fact, last year, EWC, Nigma Galaxy were not attending. They didn't qualify. They got eliminated by Lorinov. That's right. They was a Bird Pro at that time. So they made sure they got Lorinov on their side. And I do want to focus a little bit about the mid matchup because I feel like we talk highly about Nisha, of course. We talk very highly about Lorinov as well, and I was wondering about the two styles of mid laners and how they kind of compare.
Actually quite similar in a sense. I think they're both very stable, first of all, in their laning phase, in their laning abilities. Nisha, Malgreen, Nisha, these kind of players, I think they often get an advantage they're not supposed to get in the laning phase just because they're better. I don't think Lorinov is the kind of player that you can expect that from. Like Nisha will not be able to get what he doesn't deserve against Lorinov. If he has a better matchup, of course, he will get an advantage. But expect Lorinov to play on par with Nisha. That is the first thing. In terms of playstyle, I think they both are incredibly good at getting the space they need in the game and scaling. We've seen yesterday's Lorinov's Ember Spirit. It was like a menace. You think of Nisha, he's able to do the exact same. They actually have a pretty common, they share a lot of heroes in common. Storm Spirit, Ember, these heroes they're specialists on both sides. So it's interesting to see, but I don't think they're the kind of players that are too hit or miss. I think both of them are going to get out of that lane with a pretty stable game, getting what they want, and it's going to be more about how does it fit in the whole, the general game plan and what's around them.
Yeah, I would say that these two teams are kind of struggling the most from the offlane. A lot of the times, a lot of the issues that they have come from the offlane. If the offlaners are not doing too well, if they're not set up for success, sometimes it can look lackluster. I like the vibes from the vibe. We can call him the vibe because he was the one who was talking about I come to the lane. He knows what he's going to be laning against, whether that's going to be Necro, Shadow Fiend, all of these turrets. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to jungle. You lower the expectations and then knowing that you kind of can't win this lane, so you play for slightly later timings. There was a game yesterday where Nigma Galaxy, they played against Aurora, and they kind of took the risk. They didn't need to. They lost 4 bounty runes. They gave first blood to Shadow Fiend, and after that, it was just unplayable. He was jungling the whole time. So they should probably look to maybe stabilize both of the off lanes for both of the teams.
Yeah, they're very different styles then coming out, because I always think of Ace maybe a little bit more farming style, whereas Devi is, what's in the name? He goes, once he has that farm, he's maybe a little bit more active.
For sure. I think maybe Nigma will look to be a little bit more oppressive in their playstyle. I'm also thinking of, there's Devi now, and you get the stability from Lorinov. There's also Sumail, that's, a very aggressive player by nature, plays very active heroes, so you're going to get that from every single lane.
I can't wait to see what these two teams have in store for each other. I think we got proof that we are gonna be in for a great one, but we can't be yet because we need the players on stage, so let's head over there.
Of course we can't start a game without it. Even I can do that analysis. We're in. Thank you very much, panel. And I can promise you our next one is the one we've all been waiting for here in the group stage. And I tell you, whether you're hate watching one of the teams here or a fan that's all behind them, I think we're going to have a real fun one. Let's introduce our teams for our next bout. First up, it's Nigma Galaxy. An opportunity arises to hold a top 2 spot in the group. They drew with Aurora, gave 2 L's to L1, and now they have the chance to freeze Liquid right in their steps. A big opportunity for Nigma Galaxy. Can they make it happen? A lot of history between some of the players on these two teams. Organizations also dating years in the past. On the other end, though, it is none other than Team Liquid. The last time these two orgs played, Liquid did not fare well, but that was 3 months ago, and they've had a lot of time to study and, of course, their overhauled opponent on the other side. A great start so far to the Esports World Cup to Team Liquid. As mentioned on the panel, second in the club championship last year. Well, their ride from now on should only be a smooth one. That's yet to tell. Team Liquid, Nigma Galaxy, a great game ahead of us. I'm gonna ask you, friends, to take your seats, place your keys. We have one for the ages. Go ahead. Team Liquid, Nigma Galaxy story, oldest time in Dota 2 between these two teams. Let's see where things go. Back to our panel.
Thank you very much, Milos. Both of these teams, of course, in Group B, and I want to take a slight moment to just highlight the teams that are in Group B. Other than these two, we got L1, Aurora, P-Time, and Level Up. Now, if you were to rank those before seeing any games, I would guess that Aurora and Liquid would be split in the top. So far, Nigma Galaxy has already taken a game off Aurora, and in a group stage like this, every single point matters. If they can do the same here against Team Liquid, that would be amazing. Now, the question I have for Lacoste. Lacoste, you said they haven't beaten Team Liquid.
Yeah, maybe a draw. Maybe
they can tie, right?
Yeah, they can tie this one. And if they manage to get a tie, I think it's going to be pretty smooth sailing for them, seeing how well they were playing. And I don't think these teams are going to be matched as evenly against Nigma Galaxy. Maybe P-Time is going to, maybe other teams like L1 team could potentially cause an upset, but I think other teams, they should look pretty stable against them.
Yeah, we're going to find out exactly how stable as we are moments away from the draft. It's time to talk about the nitty-gritty of it all. What kind of heroes? We already mentioned the Ember Spirit, but I actually want to know what kind of priority are we going to see in this draft, especially if we're saying, oh, both of the offlaners are struggling a little bit, and the mid laners, well, they're going to do well anyway. Where is the priority going to come from in this draft?
It's hard to say, actually. I mean, I'm thinking a little bit of SF in a sense, because obviously, Sumail, obviously, I mean, he was a mid player. He's still a mid player in nature. He's playing safe lane now. Yesterday, he's played essentially mid heroes. I mean, he played One Ranger. We've seen him play it from the mid lane many times. He's played Alk. He used to be a mid hero also at a point in time. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his hands. I'm just trying to think, is Sumail gonna be wanting to play Draw Ranger, for instance, and these kind of meta heroes that are out of his pool? I'm sure it's within reach in terms of what he's capable of, but perhaps it's just better to keep him on his signature heroes and focus more on the bigger picture. So it's hard to know with Nigma, I think, how they rate the meta heroes. As for Liquid, I think it's pretty straightforward. We've seen them yesterday. They contest the draw. They first picked it, if I'm not mistaken, on the first day of the event. And then you have your regular Treants and Clockworks, which I'm sure both teams agree on how strong they are.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they will probably try to get their hands on Keeper of the Light if potentially possible. It does unlock a lot of the heroes for the mid lane, maybe even some from the off lane, depending on the combination between the heroes. But from the mid lane, it does feel like there's some overlapping with the heroes that they've been playing, but potentially some Huskars that could come out. I also want to see if Nigma Galaxy, because I've been very impressed by the strategy that they did run yesterday with this healing strat with the Alchemist, the Dazzle, Largo behind them as well, and then you saw a lot of synergy between Lorinov and Samael. You saw the trust between the players going in and the rest of the squad. Like once Samael jumps in, everybody's ready to back him up.
I also wonder about the Earth Spirit, and can all the mids and all the fours play it? I know Boxy does, Nisha does, but I don't think it's really his favorite.
I mean, I think Nisha's pretty good on it, but I'm just wondering. I mean, on Team Liquid side, I think early Earth Spirit pick makes a lot of sense. Like you have Boxy and Nisha, it's a no-brainer. But on Nigma's side, I'm not as sure because historically it would be GH. Lorinov Earth Spirit, I've seen it, but Omar Earth Spirit, I don't think I've seen that before. So are they willing to switch roles and have GH play the Earth Spirit on position 4? But yet again, I think switching role can be fine when you play a hero that kind of does the same from whether it plays safe lane or off lane. Now switching from a position 5 hero, like a babysitting kind of hero, like a Dazzle, let's say, to an Earth Spirit that is running around the map making plays, I think that switches your whole team dynamic. So maybe that is not something that Nigma is willing to do. So I would give Team Liquid the upper hand in terms of like prioritizing Earth Spirit. Nigma, I think, will have to be a little bit more cautious when it comes to picking it.
Another hero I have a question mark for that is, it's similar style in the sense that I know Liquid can play it, but I wonder if Nigma Galaxy can also do the same with a Kez.
Samael Kez, that's a good question actually.
We have seen Team Liquid prioritize this hero at times.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey is probably the best, if not like probably the best Kez player. That there's some,
Watson's gonna fight you on this
have
one.
to have a word probably. Maybe also P-Vision, maybe like the whole squad be like, we have the best Kez player on the team, but definitely up there. Like it does feel, it's not an easy hero to play. Like you could definitely feel the differences when somebody else other than the others play it, but
it got first phase banned by Nigma, so they agree with you on that one. No Mickey Kez, thank you.
And no Earth Spirit either.
Yeah.
And it's actually Team Liquid that banned out the Earth Spirit, so they respect the Galaxy Earth Spirit in that one. We also have, with the first phase pickup, the Darkseer, the hero that we see paired up against Shadow Fiend so frequently, first phase banned.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It was Nigma's answer to SF, so they respect it, and they know that Liquid also think it's a good answer, because we've seen both these teams answer the SF by Darkseer. So the interesting information, though, is that SF went before Cuddle, like in terms of priority for Nigma, which I don't think was something that's easy to predict. And now Liquid, they decide to, it was basically a trade that they offered Nigma. It's like SF Cuddle trade, and this is what Nigma decided it was going to be. So the one maybe worry I'd have for Liquid is, you pick this Cuddle, it's most likely a position 4. I think almost certainly a position 4. Then that usually means you're going to pick a meaty position 3 with him. And it's never fun to play a meaty position 3 against SF. It's, as Davai said, you need to have the jungle mindset, but that's not something Cuddle enjoys. Cuddle really cannot run around and make things happen around the map. He relies on his offlaner staying in the lane and allowing him to also play that lane to get his levels.
Yeah, and maybe stack a little bit.
Stack, yeah. You need to fall back to stack. This is a hero that can help you clearing the stacks as well, with either Chakra Magic, blasting both of the camps at the same time if needed. But I do agree. Like you see this Shadow Fiend, and a lot of players from the offlane are having nightmares, like how to deal with this. Darkseer has been looking good. It has been banned, but it hasn't also looked good in the laning stage. I think one of the best pairings that you could have is Beastmaster paired up with this Keeper of the Light, which is going to get removed by Nigma Galaxy, Axe as well, Blade Mail buyers as well. A lot of these heroes are like very good throughout the game against Shadow Fiend, but most of them are not that good in the lane.
There comes the Ember, instantly snatched by Team Liquid. And obviously a great pairing with Cuddle. This is, a mid laner that really uses Chakra Magic. So very good opener, in my opinion, for Team Liquid. We'll have to see how Nigma wants to, counter the Ember. You really have to make sure you shut him down, because Cuddle will probably have a slow game. given the fact that he's laning against an SF. On the other hand, one hero that got through the poll for Nigma is Wisp. I don't know if this is something they will consider, but last series we watched from them, it was banned in the first phase in every game. This time around, Liquid seems to not, respect it as much.
Yep. I would love to see some kind of a body. Tusk looked very, very good in the hands of GH, just to have some coverage for Shadowfiend from position 5. A good laner, like one setup with the tag team, with the Blood Grenade or Shards, is gonna grant you the kill. So for now, it's just gonna be Hoodwink. This is, something that I talked about in an interview, because Omar loves to play that hero.
Yeah, for maybe
for various reasons, yes.
Quick question. Should we be keeping on our radar the Drow and the Nature's Prophet still being in the pool? I feel like you always have to mention Nature's Prophet when we're talking about Liquid. And the Drow, frequently first phase banned, and I was told also that it does do well against Shadowfiend.
Yeah, no, these are definitely heroes they're considering right now. These are heroes that they're thinking about. We'll see. It could very well be picked now, actually, as a laning duo. Incredible laners, so you don't really take a big risk when you pick Prophet or Draw, so we could see the Tofu hero come with either of those. I think it's a pretty good game for it, to be honest. We see the Bane, which most likely will be a GH Bane. It's a very good hero against Coddle in the lane, because Coddle really suffers from not being able to trade effectively with the position 5. And Bane is just going to be running at him, basically. He's going to be running at him, not ever letting him channel Illuminate to push out, to push the wave. So it's going to be very oppressive. It's a really tough support matchup for Coddle. On top of that, Bane is a great hero at nighttime after Coddle has managed to get some stacks going, to just run around, scout these stacks, place aggressive wards, and contest the stacks, essentially.
How important is it, you feel, for Nigma Galaxy to have a stack clearer of their own so they can contest Liquid stacks?
I guess they have one with SF in a sense. I think it's more about the mid usually, because the heroes that typically will help protect or contest the stacks are the mid heroes. They have the highest XP at that point. They usually have runes, so the mid matchup is what decides usually whether or not you can play off your stacks.
They're thinking this one through. What kind of a range hero they want to have? Drow Rangers still in the pool. Okay, this means that Undying is going to be played from the off lane. This is another hero that can spam out potentially, like you push out the waves with the Decay and Keeper of the Light and not try to play the lane.
I have to say that I don't... I mean, now there's a Necro, so we have to see, but I don't think this lane works against Bane SF or Bane Necro for that matter. I mean, they're very likely gonna prove me wrong, and it's gonna remind me why I'm sitting here watching. But I have to say that I don't think it works. I'm a little bit worried for Liquid's offlane because we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. The one other thing to mention is you're running a Coddle, a Witch Doctor, and Undying. These are 3 heroes that basically have no setup, like no stuns, no slows. Sure, there's the cast from Witch Doctor, but it's very unreliable. So it makes a lot of heroes incredibly good. Like I'm talking about, the Pucks, the Storm Spirits. Like these heroes are going to go completely uncontested. So I think maybe a draft that is a little bit all in from Liquid.
We've seen these type of drafts from other teams where they're lacking stuns. They're very good at grouping up, but sometimes they are lacking that extra bit of oomph to actually get themselves with the advantage to the mid-game fights where they're playing with the deficit the whole time because they can't really make a move. And the map is so big that it allows enemy team to dodge the fight. We're talking about more experienced teams that are not going to be baited into these fights. It's like you said, it's Searing Chains, and that's about it. I also don't think they're going to be getting that extra bit of value from their carry role. That's going to be some kind of a stun initiator. Like if you think about some good heroes that are very good against Shadowfiend, Sven, and if he's not good against Bane, he's not good against Necro.
Yeah, but they really need it. They need that kind of hero, else their draft is very lackluster in my opinion. Dota you need stuns in Dota, and then Kuro would know a bunch about that, but there's no such thing as playing without stuns in my opinion.
I could maybe see something like Tiny coming out because he's a mixed damage carry.
But yet again, it's into Necro.
It's into Necro. Like, it doesn't feel good. Like, I feel like whatever they're gonna be picking, it's not gonna feel that great.
Is this gonna be a mid Necro, by the way? Because it does look like Liquid thinks it.
This is the old school counter to Ember Spirit.
Yes.
Like, you don't get to play the game pretty much. He's gonna be sitting on your high ground, giving you the clicks.
Same with Cuddle. I think it's one of the few heroes that actually sustains against the Cuddle Ember that's grouping up. We haven't seen that style in a while because I think Ember Spirits now they're maxing the third spell, the shield. But old Ember Cuddle was about maxing chains and Sleight of Fist and running around together, and basically you're just this duo that nobody can face. It's too much resource trade in the early game, so everybody has to run away from you, except for Necro. Necro can actually stand against an Ember and a Cuddle and just sustain all the damage they're able to dish out. So it's a solid option. I could see Necro mid. It's a little bit static in a sense, but this game in particular, it could work.
But if it's a Necro and instead of 3, he's going to be 2, so a little bit of a higher priority. What is the tipping point for Muerta?
They could. I mean, Muerta is like an okay pick for them in the sense that it counters Necro. But again, when you look at these 4 heroes for Liquid, they need stuns. Like, I'm thinking of this SF at some point getting to the damage items, Satanic. How do you kill this SF? Like, he's just gonna be right-clicking whoever gets close.
And a Sprout is not a stun.
I think they really need a stunner. Now they see the Underlord, so they don't have to worry about the Necro going to that lane. So perhaps the Tinies and the Svens that we mentioned, they're much more laneable. I would like for them to go down that route. They also need like a hard carry kind of hero, because I don't think Undying or Ember will take over the game.
Yeah, I have seen so many games where Undying just falls off. He looks very, very good early game, mid game especially, but in the super late game, this hero just doesn't do as much. I kind of like Tiny. I feel like this is the hero that plays with Chakra Magic. It's also a stun. It's a bit of a mixed damage, so you have right clicks, you have something to throw in onto Necro, because this type of a lineup is going to be super tanky on Nigma Galaxy.
They go for the
there it
Spectre.
is. You got it, Sam. That's your prediction.
Yeah, I just wish it wasn't that game.
Okay, you're not excited. He's not excited, guys.
I mean, I'm hoping to be proven wrong, also because I'm a big Spectre fan. I've always been, and I think the hero is very, very strong. It cuts through any sort of tank. There's no such thing as tanking against Spectre, and it starts from the laning phase now with the new ability and the innate. So Underlord, if he's ever isolated to Witch Doctor, Spectre will die like paper. So in that sense, I like the pick, but again, there's very little stuns in setup. Like, you buy one Lotus Orb on Nigma, and all of a sudden Liquid, they have nothing. They can't even gap close. Like, they can't stop anyone from running away, and that is a big issue. Like, yesterday we watched Nigma, I think, play games where the draft didn't necessarily favor them, quite the opposite in my opinion, and they actually played very well, won even some of these games. I think today is the opposite, so it is scary for Liquid if you ask me.
One of the best counters in the history of Dota against Spectre, it was Necro. Like, this hero always kind of owned the hero. Maybe now it's a bit different, now that you can disassemble your Radiance, get the Nullifier out of it, but still the damage, the mischance, Reaper side Spectre, like, she comes into a fight. This is not a hero that is buying like any region item, so any kind of damage she's going to be taking is going to be like full damage, which she's always going to be susceptible to dying to Reaper side. There is some like heal from Witch Doctor, maybe Keeper of the Light Blast, but I feel like this is a difficult lineup to make work because, again, no stuns. They're very good at grouping up, and Spectre doesn't really have a hero that's going to be setting things up for her other than Ember Spirit.
I think, what happens to this Ember versus Necro is so important, because Karo's going to have a rough lane. If Ember also has a rough lane, then Spectre has no one to play with, then I don't know how Liquid plays the game.
As our resident Spectre expert, I hereby dub you. What is a good Spectre game? What does it look like? What are we looking for? Which timings? Like, if this Spectre is gonna pop off, what do you want to see?
I mean, the difference now is that Spectre can actually win the lane pretty convincingly, so I like the pairing with Witch Doctor. I think it works. You have a lot of follow-up damage on Maledict. Good Spectre game when you have the better carry matchup. It's the case this game. SF is never going to scale into a Spectre, so the hero is just good all around. Beginning of the game, but also later on. So Every game is a good Spectre game, essentially. That's what a Spectre fan will tell you.
Well, this is the first Spectre game of this EWC, so very curious to see it in action. We talked a little bit before the series started also about the offlaners and how we wanted both of them to be set up for success. We got Ace on the Undying, we got the Vi on the Underlord. Lucas, how do we feel about them?
I would not love to play this Underlord early on, like Witch Doctor, one of the best, if not the best, position 5 to completely zone you out, sluggish heroes. He's going to get the treatment in this lane. But also looking at Undying, that's a bit of a question mark. This is not the lane that I've seen. People have tried to theorycraft new ideas, how to make work, how to make something happen against this Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. With Keeper of the Light, it might be good. This is the lane that I'm going to be looking at the most.
Okay, and we're going to look if Nisha is going to live through this as we head over to Cap and SVG.
Starting off with an early pit, they're going to hit a double raise combo and a third to finish the job. Samael claims first blood in a draft that was already seemingly favoring Nigma Galaxy. They start off with Carry having some extra gold.
And some extra souls.
And
6 bonus damage. You'll love to see it. There's that little win rate skew. I think first blood on a 1 or 2 is around 1 to 2%, so glad to see that Gabe Newell agrees with me. It is a very interesting Spectre pick. I mean, that seems to be what this draft revolved around, because the first 4 picks from Liquid are all kind of soft enablers, right? It's a bunch of just like team fight, little disables, some slows, some amps, some healing, but nothing with a massive punch. And as Divine goes down trying to get a bounty rune, he did get it.
Yeah.
It might be 4 runes. Yeah, it's going to be 4 runes for Nigma Galaxy. That's worth, because that's not first blood. So I actually don't mind that death. Big wins for Nigma Galaxy going in this laning phase. So they needed a big hitter in this last pick if you're Liquid. And I think Spectre can be that hero. Definitely fits the archetype. This is a hero that can 1v5 a game. True, solo carry style. Consider it like Spectre, Faceless Void, and PL in the right PL game are still in that category. I guess the big question is, will this be a game Spectre can 1v5?
Man, it's just... Everyone's just clashing right away. Boxy dies in the top lane while Mickey tries to get aggressive against this Underlord. Doesn't quite work out for him, though they do get the range creep deny at least. What are your thoughts about the Undying pickup here? I mean, this does not seem like a great setup for Undying offlane.
We've seen him more and more rise into this tournament as a counter to some of the ranged turret heroes, because at least you have some all-in threat on them, and you can get Blink Dagger and just kind of blink on them. Like, I kind of get the idea, but I think if you execute the lanes with a lot of these ranged damage dealers, it's just miserable for him. It's not the hero I would want to throw up here, so I expect his laning phase to be absolutely miserable. Yeah. Necro is going to demolish mid. And Underlord is generally a good laner against Spectre. In a vacuum, of course, the support matchup skewed a lot. Witch Doctor can do some decent work here. This Spectre is a stronger laner than she was in the past. So I think Liquid will be fine down here. But you're probably not stopping Devi getting something if he lanes straight up what she is. And he can buy auras this game. And auras are super good against Liquid. Like Greaves, Pipe, Glimmers, Lotus Orbs. Again, they have very limited stuns. Witch Doctor needs damage to go in to enable him. This game just looks rough to me. I don't know. I think some crazy stuff's going to happen for Liquid to feel comfortable at like the 30, 40, 50 minute mark with the Spectre scaling and being able to just dice these core heroes up. Because I think this Necrophos is going to get absolutely massive, and he can cause them a lot of issues.
Well, they're not getting the upset in the laning phase, that's for sure. We're going to have a support trade-off in the bottom lane, but it's going to be the Spectre who will probably be worse for wear here, as Devi gets a little bit of extra damage on him on the way out.
I was looking up some of the stat counters right now to Spectre, since, this hero's different than he used to be.
Sure.
Necro's still in like that top 5 for sure.
Doesn't surprise me.
And I think he's always been. It's generally sustained. Io's in there, Chen's in there. Heroes that group up, push, don't give you good Desolate targets. They're going to make your life hard. And I think this is a lineup that could do that for Nigma Galaxy, right? There's a decent amount of group, but there also are targets he can jump. He's great against the supports, he's great against the SF, so this pick really could go either way. I see the arguments for it. I could also just see it fall flat if Nigma Galaxy get a bunch of utility up.
Now, we did actually see a Spectre picked up just earlier today, a couple hours ago, in the Rune Eaters versus Boom Boys matchup, where Rune Eaters did manage to get the upset over them. Build looks pretty normal. Radiance, Manta. Scotty, do you think of this sort of game, Radiance, and break it apart for an earlier Nullifier to try and just shut down the Necrophos 1-1?
Not super early. He's actually going to go earn first here.
Okay.
Which I think this is the item you want on the hero, but there's some weird thing where you play with a lot of mids who also want earn. So then it's kind of like, are you just buying naked earn and not upgrading it? Because Distiller isn't amazing on this hero. You already have a vision mechanic. There's like a lot of weird things with the earn upgrade on Spectre. And it's not a jungle farming tool, right? So you got to get aggressive. You got to find some kills to make this work. Definitely fits Mickey style. I like it. See if you can get some charges cooking here. But then you really just have to go to like Tread's Radiance. Zero needs Radiance.
Desperately needs a refill on the bottle here. Nisha does manage to secure it. Will he live, though? High levels of the Flame Guard will help protect against this magic damage, but even still, the Fairy Fire and the bottle charges are going to be expended. And he pretty much ends up where he was before. Ace tries to get aggressive in the top lane. Maybe he got Nightmared out of position there. This is a combo that's really deadly. Nightmare pull you into a bad position. What a bushwhack in the bottom lane. That's going to be Tofu dead. Liquid is just going to be losing all of these lanes, it seems, as this bottom lane was the one hope for Liquid. And it now has seemingly been won by Nigma Galaxy.
As I would predict that 3 lanes go Nigma's way. Like, I'd rather be in their lane on any of these 3.
Yeah.
Just in a vacuum. I think there is some outplay potential with the Doctor down here, but it hasn't worked out. And that means you're not getting earn charges, which means you can't just snowball that out of control. So some work to be done here for Liquid. Maybe some rotations coming through from...
Yeah, but their supports aren't the best at doing that rotating.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be wary of this Reaper kill mid, too. Lornoff will get there first. You always look for it in this Ember matchup, and Nisha just suffering, man. Got thrown to the wolves here. He's doing okay, though. He's not getting completely massacred.
All right, so let's just say that they managed to just get by the rest of the laning phase without giving up too many more kills.
Sure.
They stabilize a little bit. They're down in net worth. What does this lineup look like going past the laning phase? Because right now, we're obviously not seeing anything good about Liquid's draft.
I think you will need a fast blink on the Undying.
Okay.
We've seen some people just go first item blink. It might be that kind of game. You have to get some fights going between hitting the Ember and the supports behind that. Abuse Chakra magic around the map. You need a Vessel in this game. And I assume it's going to be the Ember, but his Vessel is going to be mega slow because he had the rough lane. Still, you have to find a way to get there and just start killing people, honestly. Like, that's what this lineup's designed to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can see a world where it's, like, hard for the SF to play every single time. It's Undying, blinking on him with a Flesh Golem. Spectre jumps on him instantly.
Your spells are strong.
About that?
Even if you're behind in net worth, you have very powerful spells if you can get the skirmishes and the fights going and drag Nigma Galaxy into some unfavorable exchanges.
Nice play there from Nisha, dragging the creep wave, hoping to kill the siege wagon or force Lornoff to take a lot of damage for it. Devi going in deep here, trying to get out of the range of this Witch Doctor. Does not want to be caught in that Maledict. Will finally teleport away.
Heads up TP.
All right, finally the Siege Wagon dies, but the damage is done. That mid tower is almost gone. And now Lornoff is going to start strolling his way over to the Wisdom Shrine. Liquid may see this coming, but can they do anything about it? Well, the TPs are going to come in, and Lornoff is actually... oh, looking great here. He does have Magic Wand. It's going to be full heal for him off of that one. They try and bait him out a little bit, slow him down, see if the blast can land. Does
He's
not.
too tanky.
Yeah, and he is very tanky. And Sumail's going to take the Wisdom Shrine. Okay.
Maybe if you had Haunt there was some potential action, but Lornoff, he knows his limits. He had full Wand, Fairy Fire, Ghost Shroud on the bank.
He's going to take your stacks. I mean, absolutely everything is working out for Nigma Galaxy right now.
This is looking rough for Ace. No lane, you can't pull the waves against the Bane. You stack, and then your stacks got stolen. You lost the Wisdom Shrine, and now you're getting nightmared into
Doctor's dead.
Requiem.
It's going to be Requiem point blank. Quick kill on Tofu. Some damage done onto Boxy as well. Nice cast. Not that there's anything that's going to come of that.
Gree value. That's a real silver lining.
Yeah, that's true. There is the level 6 now on Mickey. Boy, Mickey's going to have to get a whole lot done in this game, it feels like.
Nisha does not get the rune. We would have loved that amp damage. That's something that could have given you some opportunities in this game. Instead, it's just going to be an amp damage lane into your mid tower.
Hey, you know you're feeling good when Necrophos is able to hold on to 1,500 gold because he's going the Boots of Travels first and just hit the mid tower. GH, okay, well, that was a bit optimistic to go for the dive behind tower. during nighttime to get the positioning, but the ward was there.
I will say that's not a ward you expect.
No, not at all.
What is this award? It's just trying to protect the Ember. That's not a ward if I'm a Bane I would ever expect to be there.
It does make me wonder how often Nigma Galaxy makes that move. You know, if they're placing a ward like that.
It's a natural place for Bane to kind of roam with the nighttime vision and just kind of aggressively scout when you've won your lane this hard.
Yeah, I
could see the argument. It's just not a ward that's going to provide you a lot of innate value other than blocking that specific play.
Yeah,
but hey, it blocked that specific play, so
it did. Dying's dead again.
He just can't even enter the lane.
Ceaseless Dirge will bring him right back, but yeah, where do you go if you don't have a lane to play?
Into the jungle with Decay. Ugh, that does not sound like a good place to be. Boots of Travel already online for the Necrophos. Mask Madness flying out for the SF. The farm is just going to pick up here. And you always have that gate to come in. If Liquid do make an aggressive play, you have to be ready for all the cores being there.
Honestly, I can't believe they're only down by 2K.
It looks a lot worse.
Feels like it should be like 5K right now. GH looking for some vision. Finds DOTA.
Well, Mickey has been free farming. So
yeah.
It's been working out well for the Spectre. None of the pressure's gone into him. There hasn't been some gank with, TB and Reaper onto the Spectre. That said, he also still doesn't have earn charges, so he's looking for some sort of haunt play.
Yeah, free farm, but you've delayed your own build-up on the Radiance by going earn, which has been no value so far. Trying to get the bushwhack. A little bit of a poke here. Amar trying to slow him down. Boy, they're really reliant on blood grenades to help set up these kills.
He threw the
lack of stuns.
Remnant right as he got Acorn, and it just didn't go anywhere.
Oh, that's sad.
Mega awkward. Maybe we get a replay. That was kind of funny, but none of the little things going right for Liquid right now, as this tower is probably just going to die to this catapult wave. I don't think you can defend it. Don't have enough levels in the supports. If you had Solar Bind, I could see you doing something here, like Solar Bind, Maledict, Death Ward. Pretty nasty combo. Let's see this.
Oh, yeah, that little slow. That's
Feels bad,
That's
man.
rough. That's rough.
Feels real bad.
Mid tower does die. It does get denied.
Oh, that's value.
So. But are you going to be able to deny this tower as well? Sumail stepping up to yet another tier 1. Necrophos pushing deep into the tier 2 mid area. And Liquid have no capabilities to stop any of this.
How do you defend your ancient stack if this tower goes down?
Yeah, that's a good question.
This is like the last refuge you have, If Ace doesn't get this, what is he doing in this game? It's looking rough.
Well, here it comes. Triple raise plus the Necrophos' AoE. They can clear out this stack pretty quickly.
That's pretty fast.
And it's just gone.
Cuddle Blast?
Might take...
Got none of it. Oh, you got one creep.
Yeah, one creep with a blinding light. That's it.
That's pretty sad.
So now it's a 4,000 net worth lead. Chasing out to the squirrel. Can't stop him.
You need Solar Bind. You need Death Ward. You need it now. You need this Vessel on the Ember too. Then you'll have some kill power. Then you can threaten this Necrophos before he has Dispels online. It will be an amazing Lotus Orb game for the Necrophos, but if he goes the Radiance first, it will be a long time coming. So you will have a window to punish Lornoff here, especially with Haunt coming through on top. A lot of extra damage to offer.
And not getting a whole lot of value out of this Spectre. He's level 9 and is yet to use Haunt.
Opportunities just aren't there.
Yeah, it's not on him. It's just the rest of the team is entirely incapable of setting up a kill.
Maybe you were supposed to Haunt when they were stealing your Ancients to just reality in to get the XP off. Like Haunt Dagger the Ancient stack to try and steal some of the creeps and then just go back bottom. I don't know. That's an Eternal Envy play for sure.
Every nightmare is so scary. Like, he's not going to die here, but Ace is probably wondering, oh god, is the Shadow Fiend here? Am I dead again? Am I about to get triple raised or requiemed?
No, they're just doing some stacks of their own.
And it could also be Boots of Travels in from Lornoff, who is rapidly farming his way to Radiance. He's going to get to that Radiance before the Spectre does.
For sure. He will be a force to be reckoned with, but he can die if Nisha can get some Vessel charges cooking with Solar Binds. It's a very nasty combo. Not a lot that Enigma Galaxy can do against it in terms of spell interaction. When they get farmed, sure, but right now they're very susceptible. So this is the time to get something cooking. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine's coming. You know they're likely going to look for it. You just need a cheeky support kill here to activate the combination. If they can find Sumail.
This would be massive. Pop out from the trees. Sumail just starts hitting Nisha. Here comes the Spectre. Here's the Haunt. The Tombstone's going to be laid out, and Sumail does end up going down. But Mickey jumps into it, and the Requiem combined with the Reaper Scythe, and now a Fiend's Grip in the back lines holding in the Ember Spirit. Nisha is dead as well. Ace is going to march forward. Hits a big decay on 3 different heroes. Can he finish off Amar? At least he does.
Nice.
Okay. Triple kill for Ace. His other cores suffer, but Ace finally can breathe a sigh of relief. He's got a bit of a game to play with. He will get Blink Dagger off of this.
He needed it. Maybe not the core you want surviving out of all those 3, but you'll take this fight. It's a great target to start on. Yeah, Sumail does a lot of damage, but he never gets the Requiem off. That's the power of the Ember mobility. Unfortunately, mobility is right into a deep grip that no one can cancel because you have very limited stuns.
I actually legitimately think it's the best core for them, because I think Spectre and Ember Spirit will be able to recover. I think if you don't get this Undying Blink Dagger right now, he's going to be useless for the rest of the game.
Yeah, maybe there's some truth in that. It will be first item Blink, and now he can do some work. Again, his spells are super strong here. He has a very good matchup against, I want to say, the SF and the Underlord in this early game. Right? If you can just like jump, even if you, yeah, the SF's scary, but if you can just Flesh Golem, Tombstone him, he gets stunned by something, he'll die.
Yeah.
Same with Underlord is like your best matchup here. If you can ever just jump on top of Devi, you really ruin his day.
Yeah, the Flesh Golem hit really enables the, I mean, they just do not have great damage on Liquid right now. But if you get a Solar Bind and that Flesh Golem hit, it amps up the little damage that they have by a lot.
Flesh Golem, Solar Bind, Vessel, Spectre Haunts on you, you're going to be gone in like 1 second.
Yeah.
And that's what they're looking for here.
Also, Nisha got a lot of charges out of that fight since he died pretty late. Checking for another kill up here. GH will get the Nightmare off, but he's been hit by the Solar Bind. Wake him up from the Nightmare. Easy kill. Will it be enough to take over this area and claim their first tower? Liquid has gotten pretty much no objective damage done anywhere on this map.
Really abusing the freedom the Ember has right now. Underlord Ags will change that considerably.
Oh, yeah.
And it will be rushed here from Divide, but he's pretty poor, all things considered. Like, he did not have the greatest laning phase, being left alone bottom pretty much, so...
What happened to the Rod of Atos build into the Aghanim Scepter?
I think it's still viable.
I think this game it's pretty good, right?
The thing is, Gleipnir is not as interesting as it used to be. And you have a lot of people that prefer Shivas for the Chasm Stone buildup over the Gleipnir, so then you don't want to go Atos and kill an Atos.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't want to go Gleipnir if you want Shivas. You're overlapping Chasm Stones. It's a waste of gold. So I think that's the issue. Like, whenever I'm looking at buying Gleipnir, I'm like, this is a solid Gleipnir game. I kind of want it, but I'd rather have Shivas in my 5 or 6 slots.
All right, Ace is going to heal up, and the Radiance is going to be done for Mickey. It's a lot of focus on what Liquid's doing, because frankly, I think Enigma Galaxy, time goes on with Liquid not doing anything, it's probably good for Enigma Galaxy. They're going to be out farming you. They've got SF, Underlord, and Necrophos, who are all just going to be greedily soaking up all the neutrals on the map.
They're chilling. They have a lot of time to scale in this game with this Tricore, especially Lornov. He's just powering into some nice dispels. It's going to make him invincible in this game. Right now, he's very susceptible. If you walk this Necro into the fight, he is going to get massacred, right? You're getting soulbound Vessel and just chunked.
Yep.
He needs at least one defensive item, so he's fine farming right now. He's not in a rush. And if the fight breaks out, he will join that fight as the secondary apron, so to say. But he does not want to be the first point of contact.
Sumail, excellent timing to be clearing this out, unless he goes back as the camp spawn, but he does not.
I think Manta is enough to get him out of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, 1 or 2 dispels go a long ways in this lineup. And the counter smoke here from Nigma Galaxy with an Invis rune on GH breaks and gets some information. Lorna, oh, look at this pit. This is going to be beautiful with the Bushwhack Requiem coming over the top. It's just a bunch of AoE damage. Liquid are going to have a trouble dealing with this ace. Goes straight to the SF though. See if he can handle this physical damage. Not so much. He's having a hard time dealing with this. In fact, he's just going to die. This is going to be 4 dead. This Liquid, nothing they could do about it. I think Mickey saw that fight and was just like, I can't do anything here, boys.
Especially when your Ember is getting gripped. Like, just a 6 setup from GH with that Invis rune. He already has an Aether Lens done. That is a disgustingly fast time for Aether Lens on Bane. Extremely good this game because he can be the first point of setup every time, and the rest of the lineup's going to be super happy. So you get a sleep on the Doctor, grip on the Ember. You Reaper the Coddle, which is kind of like whatever, right? And then you still win the fight. As the Ember just can't get out of the pit. Double pit here off the Ags. Underlord reveal. And Sumail is just sitting there dishing the DPS. So this game is getting a little concerning now for Liquid. Can't lose too many of those types of engagements with this Undying.
Oh, what a nasty bushwhack. Kamar catches Mickey, so he's going to die as well. So effectively, a bit of a drawn-out team wipe there from the top lane. The Spectre was the only survivor. Now he dies.
It's getting a little out of control. 10K.
I think it's getting a lot out of control. In fact, the game is pretty much... I don't know if Liquid are capable of being able to bring this back from this point if Nigma Galaxy plays, you know, near perfect.
The threat with this Bane running around with such an early Aether Lens is just... it's pretty nasty.
Mar trying to juke at the trees. Boxy spots him, blows him up. So they do get that. They'll get GH as well. All right, some support pickoffs. They still have the capability to do that much.
Little something going their way. I don't know. I'm still concerned about the Dispels. It feels like every defensive item Nigma Galaxy get in this game is going to go such a long way.
Yeah. Well, you do have Undying trying to get to a BKB. If he gets to a BKB, he still has that physical damage problem. We saw Sumail actually do pretty decently.
Has no armor right now.
In that man fight, yeah.
He's pretty farmed, though, considering the start.
Yeah, he really is.
And it is a Spectre game. You can never underestimate winning one big team fight with this hero. Yeah, he gets guaranteed assist gold on everybody. Just farms the map with the Manta Radiant Solutions afterwards. He can absolutely become highest net worth very quickly here if things go his way.
It's just up to Nigma Galaxy not to let that slip up happen. Give Liquid a chance back into the game. Ember Spirit is going to join this side of the map here. The smoke. 2-man smoke here from the 2 supports.
Looking for Mickey, but he got out of that area.
Yeah, not going to find him. And they've taken over this area enough that they feel confident to do the Tormentor, which they've got very good Tormentor options. I mean, if it goes into the Hoodwink, that's definitely the better of the 2. Boomerang to amp up the damage. Instead, it's GH, who will now have some better opportunities to farm with AoE Brain Sap.
He's very wealthy now. Gonna gate top, Shadowblade on Sumail, looking for a nice little Requiem Shadowblade pickoff on the Ember, who does not have BKB yet. Does he linger? He has a sentry down. Should spot this. Yep. Oh, Haunt for the Necrophos mid. He got Solar Bind.
Oh, but a good save there from the pits. But the Solar Bind, it's too much to handle. He tries to Reaper's Scythe, hoping some damage would come in. It does do a little bit, I guess. But Ace, he's in trouble. Again, Sumail is so damn hard to deal with. He does so much physical damage. They do manage to catch him, though. Got him inside the cast with the Maledict. Toss him up in the air, not allowing the Requiem to go off. A bit of damage, and he will die to the Maledict. Will it be enough?
I don't think it's enough.
The final tick? Oh, got him.
The Urn.
The Urn finishes him off in the end. Mickey will receive that big bounty, 628 gold. Still not good for Liquid, though. They get 2 big core kills, but they will lose 4 heroes for it.
Again, a lot of things went their way, and they still can't translate it into some overwhelming victory.
Technically, they got more gold out of it.
Yeah, it's just because these heroes are far ahead. Yeah. The streak is worth a decent amount. The last Urn tick on that SF was a big win for Mickey. He got, the 5x streak on Sumail. It's worth a lot. This is Lornoff before he has that defensive item. That's where he's weak. You wanted this at least a couple times in this game. That might be the one opportunity you can snag it. Devi kind of left the fight. We'll have to come back in on the second half. Sumail's left all alone. Deathlord does some decent work here. Sumail not happy about that last urn tick. Would have loved to have survived there. But he's still in a very fine spot. Sometimes you get doctored, you know? What can you do?
Manta is almost done for Mickey. The BKB is done for Lornoff. So as you said, you had one opportunity to shut down Lornoff a little bit. That's going to be the last opportunity. That defensive item is going to go a long, long ways. Devi not even really needed for this setup. Just the pit itself is the death of the Doctor.
Map control is going to start to pick up here. Your Necrophos can play more aggressively. This Bane is still just being able to run anywhere and do whatever he wants in terms of setup. Underlord can join any of these sorts of fights. It just creates so much natural map pressure. Still looking for the BKB on the Ember. That'll give Liquid some breathing room. This Ember will have to worry about only the grip. The downside for him is there's not a lot to cancel the grip.
Yes.
I guess
it's literally Spectre needs to
just
jump
kill
and kill the Bane fast enough.
It can happen pretty fast with Manta. If you haunt Manta on top of him, he gets hit by the Desolate, he will die like 3 volleys of all that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pretty quick.
But that also takes away from what I thought the original game plan was, him jumping on top of the SF alongside the Undying, right? That's what happened in that top team fight. He had to kill the Bane, and the Undying jumped on the SF, but then he didn't have a Spectre hitting the SF with him, and he lost that fight.
It's got to all punch together here. But they get their Manta, they get their BKB, they instantly smoke. Very fast play from Liquid. They're going to hit a nice timing here. Yeah, you're behind, but if you can get the team fight going your way with a nice cask or something, some of these heroes are still susceptible.
I mean, it would be pretty nice if they could go to the global hero in Devi's Underlord, but he is so deep in the map right now, unlikely. Liquid making a little drawing here that they want to try and slip through the tier 1, tier 2. Don't let the smoke break. Get into the triangle. And if they could catch Devi, I mean, he's a very hard hero to bring down. 3,000 HP with a pipe.
He dies fast to Flesh Golem Solar Mine.
That's true.
He has no dispel, so you shouldn't worry about going on this Underlord.
He's going to show in the mid lane. They're going to re-smoke up. No, he doesn't quite show. He stays underneath his tower. Devi is just being just defensive enough that Liquid is failing to find this opportunity. Instead, it's going to be the straight 5-on-5 perhaps, as the smoke's going to break in the river, and they've already got the pit on Nisha. Nisha trying to make his way up to the high ground here. Pops his BKB, gets another pit, though the high ground tombstone. Tofu almost dying there, and Lornoff will finish him off with a deep dive in with his BKB. He's not afraid of anything. Trying to deal with the tombstone to let the rest of his team on in here. Ace is in some trouble off the silver edge hit from Sumail. The Undying making a run for it with his BKB Flesh Golem. And now with the TP, there's no way out. He's going to be caught and killed as well. 2 dead. Pretty easy for Nigma Galaxy, despite the fact that Liquid were set up in a nice high ground area with the tombstone and everything. It wasn't much of an issue for Nigma Galaxy at all.
Just can't stand their ground with that high ground tomb against the Necrophos hasting up. It was a pretty nice rune on top of that BKB timing. You're trying to find Sumail there, you're trying to find supports, but they're all grouped. There's nothing for Mickey really to jump to there. No one for him to jump with. An awkward engagement. I mean, on one side you can sit there with your tombstone, but you're also sitting in double pit Firestorm.
Yeah.
Both teams have a decent amount of zone control here. You just plan it down and say, you know, come to me. What are you going to do?
That'll be Roche and Aegis for Sumail, so they do not have to worry about Sumail getting jumped any longer. It's not been a problem for him the entire game, and now he's got an extra life to bolster that.
He's looking at Nisha top. Could burst him here. He can just Requiem him out of the Shadow Walk. Might get it here. You gotta time it with the
Catch him on the slide, come back and hit it point blank. Requiem, double raise.
He didn't.
Okay. Well, he still got the hit.
I was gonna say he didn't walk into the second raise because he just
he
got
stuck on the tree.
That was almost extremely unlucky for him, but he gets the kill anyway. Nice little pop from Sumail. That's a big win for the map. You're gonna get so much net worth off this kill because you can just collapse the lanes now.
I feel like 1, because it's Spectre, and 2, because it's Nigma Galaxy. There is still a chance here from Liquid because we've seen Nigma Galaxy, they've won plenty of early games. They've won plenty of mid games. And that's so many times something seems to go wrong.
I will say I think that has shifted a little with Lornoff coming into the squad.
Sure.
Lornoff tends to carry games. You can criticize him for being maybe a little bit of a slow mid laner compared to some of the pool, but honestly, he's not that much slower, and I feel like more often than not, you're happy to have this guy on your team when it goes to 40, 50, 60 minutes. Like we saw what he did with Ember yesterday. He will itemize correctly. He will carry you over that finish line. It's a very good 1-2 punch between him and Sumail in terms of the confidence in the late game team fights, right? Even if you slip up a little, these two guys, they'll make up for it. So I think this version of Enigma Galaxy, they've proven they can not throw that game a lot more often than some of the past iterations. I have some confidence here.
And I do like Lornoff's builds quite a bit. Radiance, BKB, Manta now going for a heart.
Double Dispel already online. You're just going to tank up. You can get more Dispel from supports here. We had a Lotus being built by Omar. I really like that. This is a fantastic Lotus game.
Ooh, that was an interesting cast opportunity, but of course, anytime you show, it's the Underlord gate into pits, into another pit.
And Reaper the Doctor, taste of his own medicine.
Sumail Silver Edge breaking on Boxy. Yulsefter trying to dodge some of this damage. Sumail just gets in front of him because he knows he's not going to die. They're not going to challenge him. He's got the extra life after all.
So strong. Gunpowder Gauntlet Silver Edge hit is a nasty combination.
Yeah, that is true. And straight to an early high ground.
Why not? You have Sustain from the Necrophos. You have Aegis for 2 minutes here. And Liquid are not great when you ball up. Like, the Undying likes it, but the Spectre does not enjoy it.
No.
Early Basher for Mickey as well, by the way. Trying to rush an Abyssal. Great item against the BKBs here. Great against the SF for the interrupts, and you can maybe, like, cancel a grip off the Haunted, but you need to be able to teamfight with this item.
Hey, this is looking like Liquid are just going to have to forfeit a lane. They're just too far behind at this point. Got to reach the next set of items or something.
And this is where SF is good against Spectre. The matchup is very one-sided outside of it.
He's going to try. Tries to catch the Hoodwink here. Spectre also goes off. Though that cast is bouncing around. That could be dangerous. Requiem is going to cover him here, trying to keep these heroes back at bay. Nisha, though, with his BKB still chasing after him. Got to deal with the physical damage. The SF, though, still a menace. Standing in the middle. Throwing out damage everywhere, trying to pick these heroes apart where they can, but as long as they stay near Lornoff, stay near Sumail, there's not much hope for Liquid to win the second part of this fight.
Too much sustain. You already had a pipe on the Underlord, you had some big Lotuses on the supports, and so many Death Pulse heals, plus that Death Seeker.
Well, that's going to be one lane of barracks into two now, as Sumail is not slowing down at all. 70 seconds left on the Aegis. He keeps it going.
Why stop? Power of Necrophos against Spectre. If you don't win those Haunt fights, the game accelerates so fast because you're just a dead hero in the game.
Nisha pulled back in by the Bushwhack. He's going to be burst down here. The Reaper Scythe is not quite enough, but he couldn't get very far with the Remnant, so still in that AoE, still to die. Tofu with this pipe couldn't bail him out, and Tofu in the fountain can't get bailed out either. What a stomp. Enigma Galaxy destroying Liquid off of a draft that just did not work at all for Liquid.
Nope. Lanes were unsuccessful. Early game was unsuccessful. Some of the items were delayed. Can't find that one team fight to turn the momentum. And the more and more these defensive items come out for Enigma Galaxy, the team fights are just too easy. Group up around the Necrophos Underlord and just damage test Liquid.
Man. You had a question of like whether or not the Aegis was going to be able to get them a lane of barracks. It got them two and almost ending the game outright. They take a tier 4 and almost a second one. Aegis will finally expire and they'll start backing away. They've got a heap of items to be picking up, I'm sure.
A lot of gold in the bank to spend. A Wind Waker on the Coddle. Wow. Okay, Boxy just brings that out of nowhere here. Honestly, the supports for Liquid finding a decent amount in this game between that and the Blink Pipe on the Witch Doctor. That's a big Wind Waker. Can save against the Reaper.
Oh, if you're Liquid, how do you make this happen? Slight getting away from the pit at the nick of time.
So Haunt trying to go on the back line.
Trying to go for the Bane, and he tried to go for the Feed Script. He hit an illusion instead. Still, though, he's alive. The Requiem forces back the heroes and managed to kill the Ember Spirit. Witch Doctor runs away from Lornoff. He's going to be okay for now. Close range gate to stop some of these heroes from retreating. BKB has to be used by Ace. And while he has plenty of HP, again and again, we're seeing he just cannot deal with the SF's damage.
Sustain is doing so much work here for Enigma Galaxy in these fights. You just can't play that poke style.
Yep, Lornoff on the front lines with his heart. Untouchable, hasn't used his BKB. The SF is hitting for 550 damage a hit with the Daedalus now done. Cast bounce around a little bit, no opportunity there. One last melee barracks left for Megas. And Liquid have already expended most of their kit. No Flesh Golem, no Tombstone, no Haunt.
Gotta go when this Ember's back up. Make something happen against this Necrophos. Still has BKB available.
Oh, Broken Spectre, Reaper's Sight.
Wind Waker.
There's that Wind Waker. There's that save. He's still going to come back into the pit. No, he's okay, actually. Little chains there. Okay, you lived, but you didn't do anything to Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma Galaxy is doing something to your base right now. Mega's gonna be inbound here. It's almost a guarantee. Lornoff just will not die fast. Oh, with the shot for the Firestorm combined with the sharpshooter kills Mickey. Samael didn't even have to do anything to kill the enemy carry. Wind Waker dodged the bushwhack. Liquid, they're just really proven. They can hardly take this in like a 2 versus 5.
And look at
Lornoff is fighting 5 heroes right now, and the team isn't even bothering to help him. They just wanted to see what would happen.
What, just go up there, bro. We'll back you up. Just kidding. You're on your own.
And he got out. BKB walked away. No stunts to stop him. Well, Mega Creep's to 35 minutes. I don't think there's ever been, in a professional match, a Mega Creep come back from that early.
That's probably true. Well, Spectre's one of the heroes that can maybe do it, but...
No doubt, no doubt.
He had to buy back, so there goes a lot of his economy.
Well, Dota Plus loves Spectre. And they say this game's over. They say 0% chance. It's done, and it's been done for a couple minutes now.
To be fair, if you get Megas at 35, I think you do it a 0. You're not supposed to win that game.
No hero should be capable of coming back from that.
What about Naga Siren in a true, like, 0 illusion clear Naga Siren game? Because you can't buy anything to kill illusions anymore, right?
Yeah, but there's still, like, even if I guess you could say theoretically you could hold out the game, like the enemy team should still be able to overpower you and just hit the Ancient.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like, you can't, as Naga Siren, do enough damage to stop them.
Well, we'll find out here. The greatest Mega Creep comeback in Dota 2 LAN history.
Lornoff is almost level 25 at 35 minutes. Another Roshan for Enigma Galaxy just to secure that extra little bit. Watching these heroes try and deal with Mega Creeps this early is so funny.
It's pretty tough.
It takes so long to deal with the wave.
You got to feel for Ace in this game.
This
is not Undying's forte.
No. You could decay the wave like 7 times to kill it. He still does not have his Shivas.
Time to buy the Mjolnir, you know?
Yeah. All right, he's got his Shivas now.
See if it can keep him alive here.
It won't. It won't.
Okay.
The damage that the SF has outscaled the tank of the Undying every step of the way.
He's already level 25 on the SF and the Necrophos.
Yep. Shadow Rays now applies attack damage, so double pits coming out. Holding Boxy in. Wind Waker doesn't manage to get away. The Ember Spirit trying to jump the back line. Just like before, they're going to assassinate poor GH's Bane. Maybe they can kill Omar as well while the cores struggle to chase after these heroes. They will get a second hero. The Reaper Scythe gets dropped onto Nisha. Nisha survives for now because the BKB lasted long enough. But again, the AoE damage is the problem.
He's going to live.
He got off a Flame Guard and does live, but the Ancient is in trouble. There is lots of Mega Creeps to be handled. I have to deal with that.
They won the team fight, though.
Yeah, I guess so. Enigma Galaxy is not going to keep it going.
Time to start Chakra magicking that Undying Tombstone.
Yeah. yeah.
Well, successful assassination on the 2 supports. They melted pretty quickly here to the Ember and Spectre combined jump. Full Abyssal on Mickey definitely helps.
What do you give the chance that, not that Liquid makes the comeback here, but they kill a core before this game is done?
Not a very high chance, probably 10%.
Yeah, I would say 10%.
Maybe you killed Divide. That's who I'm kind of banking on. But
yeah. Divide is almost level 25 too. Sumail does have an Aegis here. Quick little Fiend's Grip. Wind Waker to get rid of that one, but it's still, the pit is the problem.
Such an obnoxious spell to try and fight into here.
Yeah. All right, Ace. Just 23 decays to go, and you might be able to kill Sumail. There's 2.
I think if Sumail crits off the silver 3 giant small hit, he one-shots Boxy. Yeah, it's very close.
4, 5. Ace is slowly lowering his strength. Bushwhack pulls it back in. Wind Waker, he's going to come back into the pits and will be sharp shot down.
Boy. That's a lot of damage.
Again, the Wind Waker combined, it can only save so much against these pits, and in this case, sets up the sharpshooter beautifully. Throne is exposed, and Enigma Galaxy will take their time. They're going to try and kill the Liquid heroes first, really demoralize them. Nice use of the slight to dodge the scythe. He'll still die when it comes back down. Too many Vegas, too many heroes, too much net worth. Enigma Galaxy, too dominant of a victory here in game 1.
Sumail just farming some extra KDA. He's like, fine, I'll kill you some more.
Yeah.
If you're going to glyph it there, take some extra kills with me for the road. And yeah, that was a very one-sided game. I don't know. I feel like that draft was pretty telegraphed, right? If Liquid don't make something happen in the first 10 minutes there, I think those fights just become increasingly harder and harder. Like, the Spectre pick has some upsides, but one of those upsides is when you just get 5-man pushed and tempoed, you feel real bad about your options in that scenario. And we saw some of the strength of, like, you can double jump assassinate the backline. And I think that was the idea. If you take supports out of the engagement, then you can start to open up this ball a little bit and just kind of power through. If the early game looks better, I can see that happening. But then you also have to ask the question, like, how does that early game look better? Because I think all 3 lanes are either losing lanes or a draw at best. Maybe you're supposed to win the Witch Doctor lane a little harder because you're against the melee hero, but that got really weird early in some, like, awkward trades, and Coddle's not going to rotate down there. That's the thing. If Boxy's on a roaming hero, I could see your potential go up a lot, but he's on a Keeper of the Light. He has to, like, stack, maintain that control. They lost the stacks, but that even compounds it. The Undying cannot enter lane against Bane Shadow Fiend. The Ember cannot lane against Necrophos. Like, there's no skill matchup in Ember Necrophos, right?
Yeah.
I don't care how good Nisha is, he's not getting out of that lane. So it's hard for me to see how you get to a point where that assassination can win you the team fights when you have 2 lanes that are going to be hard no matter what, and a third that's just kind of a wash.
This puts Liquid in a rough position. Being who they are trying to vie for top in their group, but because they already lost the game to P-Time, and now a game against Enigma Galaxy, that top place spot to get you directly into playoffs is looking, well, perhaps out of reach.
But it's looking great for Enigma Galaxy.
It is.
They're cruising here. They are a solid team, man. Like, you really have to respect what this 1-2 punch can bring to the table, and then the supporting cast is setting them up beautifully. They're all doing their job, right? The stuns are landing, the support items are being bought correctly, they're pushing with those timings, and I think this team is just really confident in their late game now, which is, to me, the biggest difference of this iteration to past iterations. Like, when they're going late, as this game's scaling, you're just seeing Lornoff's network tick up. You're seeing Sumail's tick up, and it's not all on one of those 2. It feels very comfortable.
Enigma Galaxy slapped down Liquid in game 1. Let's head back to our panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enigma Galaxy 1 win away from proving that stats do lie Lacoste.
Almost there. They need one more dub, Shiver. One more game, one more map, and they're going to do it since 2022. But I don't know. Enigma Galaxy, they just look better with each game that they play. You see the squad, they have like Araman, they have Kuroki, they have Jam Vincento as well. Maybe people know him from the DPC times. He was a player. So a lot of people behind them that can try to, you know, figure out what the other teams are doing. Like, this kind of reminds me of Team Liquid back in the days when they had like 3 coaches, 2 analysts, like basically more people than they're playing in Dota at the moment. But very nicely executed strategy. I think it comes down to the laning stage where they're unable to get a lot of stuff done. This type of a lineup from Liquid, they need to be able to like punch back, but they just can't. In theory, they're just going to be losing these lanes, especially this mid matchup. This is the old school stuff that we have been, maybe thinking about. Maybe that's going to happen more because Ember, he's a very popular hero, looks very strong in most of these matchups, but not so much against Necrophos.
Yeah, the Necro pick really paid off. I think it did exactly its job, exactly what they needed it to do. Like, as planned, the Undying Cuddle lane went really rough. Bane SF, probably top 3 strongest safe lanes of the meta right now, and I don't think Cuddle Undying can ever be an answer. So that already shut down the Cuddle. When he tried to play with his Ember, he had to go to an Ember that was starving, and that's all you have really. Then what else is there? There's like a Spectre, but Spectre just wants, quiet and time to come online. There were like glimpses of hope for Liquid in certain moments. I think there was the first team fight that they got was pretty even. It went like 3 each, and then the second play that they tried to make, which was the Spectre Radiance timing, they ended up running into a GH Bane that had an Indus rune. And there are Dota moments like that where you can call it just unluck, but at the end of the day, if one bad luck moment kind of seals the game for you, it probably means that you have to rework certain things in the approach and in the draft in particular.
Yeah, there probably were bigger problems than just that. At the end of the day, for this game, I kind of feel like we're coming back a lot to the draft. Also, when talking about it before the game even began, we already saw these problems coming to light for Team Liquid. Do you think that's how Team Liquid will reflect back on this, Lacoste?
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna recognize what the issue is and maybe even do the full 80 and just completely pick like different heroes and recognize that they need to be able to, like, I did say that they are very strong, like lane-oriented team. We haven't seen it in this one. I think it comes down to them having these type of picks. And Samael, he was dominating this safe lane completely. Mid lane, Lorenov, like the stability between these two players, it's really showing. Nisha, one of the most stable players of all time, he is sitting at 0-9 and 9. Like, this is the score that you never see Nisha have. Like, he was trying to drag the creep waves, trying to get the most out of the lane, where he's pulling the mid creeps to the enemy triangle to the big camp and getting some extra farm. It just wasn't enough because at the time, they were inside their triangle as well, getting a good amount of farm, stealing their stacks as well. Enigma Galaxy, all of these boxes, like it definitely, you can tell that they made the right preparations for it.
Yeah, also good news for Samael, of course, that Shadowfiend is indeed in the meta, and that's another hero that is, or used to be a mid hero, kind of still is maybe, that he is very well versed on. But we also talked a lot about the offlaners, and I think we should talk about that a little bit here as well.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough start of the tournament for Ace so far. I have to say, I think he's had very strong games, and then he's had games where he didn't get to play. And this is really a player that you need to secure like a stable start. He's able to do a lot. He's shown it in many iterations in this team also. So you really want to set him up for a decent laning phase. And I think it must come down to some sort of theory, because you do see the SF, it's first picked. I think they saw it, I mean, maybe they didn't see the Bane, and the Bane was a reaction pick to the Coddle, but they did see the lane assemble. They knew they were going into a Bane SF. So you decide to click the Undying. He also must have a say in it, 100%. He called for it. And then it goes this way. And Undying is not a hero that has like a fallback mechanism. We heard about Device say, well, I do have the mindset when I lane versus Necro or SF that I'm just going to jungle. Well, that definitely wasn't the plan for Ace, because you don't pick Undying for that. The hero cannot jungle. The hero just plays for the lane. So you pick it for the lane, and then you can't get any CS, you can't contest creep waves. You need to get back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and we saw on the other side the Underlord. We said beforehand that he would have a little bit of a tough lane, but his timing for Ags was still quite good.
Yeah, it was great. I think like what I referred to is him having a bit of a harder laning stage. First, like level 2, level 3 maybe, and then he's gonna start to outshine the Spectre, especially because his positioning was good. I think there was one moment where he was, just there and then getting the damage from Spectre isolated, and he's like, not doing that for the rest of the game. I need to stick around with my team. But I believe there is a clip that's gonna show like a very good synergy within Enigma Galaxy and how they manage to synergize the timings as well, because at this time, 16 minutes in, they are gonna be smoking. Both of the teams are going to be using smoke, trying to find something on the map. And if we look at closely, there's going to be a courier coming out on this Ember Spirit, so they see exactly where the enemy team is, plus also GH, he was invis at the time, and making sure the rest of the team is coming, and then immediately, as soon as Aghanim Scepter gets delivered, he lands a 3-man pit of Malice into Requiem, and immediately Finn's Grip coming out from GH, making sure that this Ember Spirit is not going to have a good time, plus another pit of Malice on top of that. It's just way too big area of control that at the time, Team Liquid isn't really going to be able to punch back.
Yeah, and I mean, that team fight loss, I think, I don't want to say it seals the deal for Liquid, but this is the Spectre Radiance timing, the Vessel on the Ember. At that point, there was a huge advantage in the laning phase for Team Liquid, for Enigma, sorry, but that went into a Radiance on Necro. You know, Yash, like SF on his way to Manta. This was really the moment where Liquid could bring the game back. And I think, yeah, the fact that this Bane is running around in Invis, it is what it is, you know. He gets to scout all of you when he's not supposed to, because if he was an Invis, if he was smoked, he would have died right away. Like insta, chained by Ember, Haunt, Bane is dead, the whole fight is different. That's Dota for you, you know. Sometimes it's just how it is.
Sometimes, I mean, we can call it unlucky for Team Liquid, but you can also just call it stars aligning on the side of Enigma Galaxy. And this game proves that they are very strong. And we iterated it already at the start, but I'll do so again. This series is super important. There's a couple of teams we expect to see on top of this group. And if you know who will win this series, also make sure that you put in your pick'ems on the esportsworldcup.com website. Because whoever wins this has a super high chance of being in that top of the group stages, because Enigma Galaxy already won Aurora. Liquid and Aurora haven't played yet. But with Enigma Galaxy also already taking 1 game off of Team Liquid, that top part of this Group B is getting super spicy. So extra pressure on this upcoming game. On the side of Enigma Galaxy, Lacoste, is there anything you would like to see changed? Because, you know, it did go very well. You just run it back?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are running, like there was one game yesterday, the first game that they played, where it was kind of like pretty standard type of a draft, and then they really spiced it up in the second game. In this one as well, bringing new heroes, some old school stuff. This is why you have like Kuroki on the team, because this guy has been playing Dota for 25 years pretty much, and then knowing, like you did mention yesterday, that Dota is kind of works in cycles. Some of these old school heroes are still coming back. Like we changed them even back, like in some of the recent patches, to what they were before, back in like Dota 1 days, and he knows all of that stuff. So he's bringing in some counters that are working really well for them.
Yeah, it has been working really well, and that's the start of the series. We also heard from the Vi how he had good vibes and lots of confidence coming into this series. We're also going to find out how Boxy with Team Liquid felt before going into this one.
I'm here with Boxy of Team Liquid. Now, you guys got second in the club championship the last 2 years. Does that add more pressure to your guys' performance here? Or are you just sure that someone else is going to help carry the points as well?
Well, I think we're one of the first games playing here, Dota, like in terms of the season. And the other years we were one of the last. So maybe then it was more pressure. Now I feel like, you know, you're going first. You do as well as you can and hope the others can carry.
Whatever happens, right? Someone else will pick up the pieces. Yeah, that's great. What's something that you guys have struggled with as a team this season?
I mean, I think a few different things. I think sometimes we didn't really like find our footing or like flow in certain tournaments. Like a hard time like finding which heroes we think are like the best ones until like later on, and like really figuring out like what is like our core playstyle. I think now it's gotten more. We've gotten more like. I feel like we know ourselves a bit better, but I think that's been a problem for us this year a bit.
What's that process like in a tournament? Because I'm sure you play lots of scrims right before the tournament happens. You play scrims, before you get to the tournament. Then you get to the tournament, you play scrims as well, you learn more. Some teams figure this stuff out during group stage, for example. Is that like your normal routine and sometimes it just doesn't come together in time?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you scrim beforehand, it can be a little bit like you scrim sometimes the same teams a lot. You have like your own meta a little bit, you play your own heroes, and then you get to the tournament and there's a lot of other things going on that you or your opponents weren't playing. And you have to make a decision like, do you want to adapt? This is something we want to play. Does it even like look good? And I think it's, you know, a little bit of both. I think some things you like pick up, and some things you realize like that's not all bar park, and you have to like stick to your guns.
It sounds like a scary decision to make. You just have to lock in on some strat and hope it is the right thing. I don't know. Sounds tough. In your guys' last match, you guys 2-0'd against Level Up. I'm curious what the difference is in terms of like draft review when you win a series versus lose it. I assume you put more effort into the losing series.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose, you tend to review more because you lost. I do feel like even if you win, if there were like moments or stuff that you didn't like maybe you won because you were just better, or you won because, you know, you struggled and made a comeback. I think those moments are valuable as well, but it tends to be more you're like driven by by like negative emotions to like go into the replay and be like, this fucking
you messed this lane up for me, or you initiated a little poorly.
Maybe not like the blame game.
Boxy, you didn't force staff me here. You should have. Yeah.
So I think when you win, you tend to review a little bit less. But I think you have to be like honest with yourself also, and not just be like, we won.
We won. There's no problems, right? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
All right. Thank you.
Now, before the series started, Nigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid here with Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, we said, this is definitely going to be a 1-1. Because historically, Sam, Liquid has the tradition of losing game 1 and then learning so much from that loss that they come back swinging and win game 2, and then often, if it is a best of 3, which it's not the case this time around, but they win game 3 as well. So we are expecting big adaptations here.
Stop living in the past, Shiver. This is 2026. Nigma is back.
Oh
okay, Nigma is back. Nigma is a tier 1 team. Nigma is winning.
Never
I was going to
gone.
say winning tournaments, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Nigma is winning maps. They're winning group stage. They're winning playoffs games, and they're winning tournaments. This is what 2026 looks like. We're in Paris for Dota. You know, things have changed.
True.
So
that is true.
Nothing is to be, nothing is to be taken for granted. Everything is earned. Or I hope I got this one right. Well, don't take it for granted. Like, I don't care about your stats.
Okay.
They can 2-0 Liquid. It is a possibility.
It is for sure a possibility, and I'm sure that they're going to try to recreate what happened in game 1. They got their hands on the Shadow Fiend in game 1, and I do feel like that is a little bit of a, an expected pick. I can only imagine that Team Liquid had something prepared against it, which clearly did not work.
It didn't work. It seems like this is the puzzle that needs to be solved, mostly from the offlaners. We are seeing teams that are kind of struggling from the offlane. If they don't have an offlaner who is used to be playing the sacrificial role, that they are not making the comeback. It's a very, very important role in this current meta. And even though we are in meta where carries are kind of dominating, but also a very important role to be able to counter that. And I'm just looking at Shadow in some of the numbers as well. He's sitting at 60% plus win rate. They're gonna ban it out this time, but Liquid opening up with the Earth Spirit. Big fan of this hero. The most picked hero so far at the tournament. It does change. The Clockwork, he's definitely gonna be up there as well. But the Earth Spirit, it gives you pretty much everything. This is the hero that excels a lot of different things. And Seb, this is the hero that you wanted to see as well being picked up.
Yeah, there it is.
Earthspirit gives you everything, man. Roche, team fight, towers, push, everything.
What about Tide and TA? Is it as good, or?
That's exactly what the meme I was referring to. So that sentence just stuck in my head. It gives you everything. I just can't take it. But Wisp first pick. I mean, GH, the best Wisp in the world forever. I'll just put it this way. I think this guy has been, kind of making phobia, PTSD, you name it. It's like no one wants to face his Wisp. I'm really happy that Nigma go back to that sort of comfort zone. I think it opens up a lot of different strategies. Because Wisp is a hero that's about strategizing around. Like he's a buffer hero in a sense. So you really want to take a hero and put it on steroids. Essentially, that is what Wisp does. And if you're gonna do that with Sumail or Lornov, I mean, it could be Davai, but most likely it's gonna be on with your mid and your carry. We could get some really cool strategy from Nigma.
We could. Last time that they played it was against Navi, and it looked completely dominating. He ended that game with like only one death. They did pair up with Sumail's Necrophos, even extra bit of regeneration coming in, becoming unkillable. From the mid lane, not as much. It was Lornov who was playing Sniper, but Davai Lama, he was also playing the Beastmaster, and Omar was playing position 4 Axe. So this is the team that's going to be flexing a lot of these cores in a way where they can play from multiple different roles. Yet to see Davai play potentially Necrophos, where they can then flex it across 3 different roles, and removing Ancient Apparition, and there's that Necro.
Yeah, I mean, that is... so there's a few things to say about second phase draft, for, the bans. What is interesting to me is the Doom has been banned by Liquid, which I think is a little bit scary when you play versus Wisp, because that is a ban that I'm sure Nigma is very happy about. And on top of that, they go back to the Necro. As Lacoste mentioned, this is a combo that they've run before, especially if it doesn't... Like, one of the few counters in the game is going to be Doom, right? Against Wisp Necro, like the amount of heals is completely out of this world. I also think the Necro could go mid against Earth Spirit, because we saw what happened to Ember Spirit. I think the very same can apply to Earth Spirit. The Necro can't shut down the hero that much. And I don't think you can afford to have an Earth Spirit that is too shut down. You need the Vessel in this game. If it's not coming from Earth Spirit, there's no AA, there is no Doom. Vessel is your last option to deal with this amount of this
insane amount of healing.
Yeah, it's like a broken strategy, honestly.
Yeah, we are in the heal meta, and after the changes to Shivas, it just doesn't feel like there are many items. God is too expensive. It needs to be Spirit Vessel. Drow can potentially do it with the Aghanim Scepter, even though most of the Drows that I've seen recently are not opting to go for that item.
It takes a while.
It takes a while. Like, even though Ame did try to start a trend where he was picking up Aghanim Scepter straight away, Falcon Blade into Aghanim Scepter, other players are also building different items with the Pike, with the Manta styles of their own. But in this one, I think it might need to get slightly more priority.
Mm-hmm. I like the draw clock pickup. It's pretty good heroes against what Nigma has. I think it makes IO's life also much more difficult. Like, they have lots of ways to mess with the IO. The Cog can break the tether, the silence, like the Gauss is also pretty good. Liquid's lineup is looking good, but they have to cover certain angles when it comes to laning, because typically this IO Necro, if they're paired together on the lane, is absolutely terrifying. I think this is a case of they could just be behind your tier 1 tower 2-3 minutes into the game and you just can't kick them out of there. So we'll have to see what Nigma decide to go for.
I would love to see maybe some kind of a stunner, maybe like a Lion, just a casual one, and then... Because I feel like with this type of a strategy, we've seen it being ran multiple times. If you can't really start a fight, it's gonna be Lycan, a hero that we have been calling out for quite some time now. We haven't seen it on our stream. At least the hero feels very, very strong, like with the Howl, with what you can do in the lane, manipulating the creep waves as well, and the scaling plus the timing that this hero is gonna give to you.
I mean, Nigma's taking time because Omar is trying to click Hoodwink and it doesn't work because it's banned. So he's gonna have to, come to the conclusion that, you have to play another hero this game. He's just, I've seen his mouse, he's just spam clicking the hero.
Now,
quite unfortunate.
Will he be the one playing Wind Ranger, or will
Most
it be
likely.
Sumail?
I mean, it's open. I say most likely it's open. Actually, Wisp Wind Ranger, one of the better Wisp combos. We probably haven't seen it much, but Wisp obviously benefits a lot from mobile core heroes, because that's how Tether works. Them running around together with the Tether movement speed buff is impossible to catch them. They're just running around and extremely elusive. They roam the map at the speed of light. It's a really cool combo. I love it. But again, I think the position 4 Wind Ranger with the cheap stun on the shackle shot, low cooldown, this is really what they need, because we've seen what can happen when you have no stuns in game 1 for Liquid. Nigma was going down the exact same path, so that was a little bit worrisome.
I would love to see something that can set things up for them, so you can relocate in, you can have some kind of a play that's gonna be maybe punishing the side lanes, because right now they're that's shackle shot, that's pretty much all you have, and on the other side you have very mobile heroes. You have Earth Spirit, who's difficult to catch. Clockwork with one cogs, he can stop you from getting any kind of gank that you're trying to get into. very strong lineup from Nigma Galaxy. You can definitely tell that there has been a lot of work put into the drafts they've been having, especially since yesterday. Day one, it looked kind of okay, pretty standard, but they definitely spiced it up.
Okay, so it's going to be an Earth Spirit position 4. They pivot, which again makes sense. I think Earth Spirit versus Necro mid would have looked exactly like game 1, and I'm sure Nisha doesn't want a round 2. That must have been like miserable to play. So they go for the Nisha puck. That's an absolute classic. It's an absolutely perfect puck game. They have nothing to threaten him so far, so there's going to be a lot of pressure on the last pick. At the same time, we said that they were Nigma need stun, lockdown, and initiation, which was not going to come from a Necro mid. So I think both teams are pretty happy with the switch of the draft, where Necro is probably looking to go safe lane with the IO, and they will pick a Lauren of hero that matches well against puck and will bring the stun initiation Nigma is lacking. You know, the likes of Tiny. I don't know if teams are valuing Monkey King at all anymore, but these are the kind of heroes that are required, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe even a Void Spirit, even though there is good amount of lockdown. It's a hero that works well in the laning stage. I just want to see them have some kind of a catch. I was also thinking about, like, it crossed my mind. I'm like, it could be a good Dragonite game, but this hero is nowhere to be seen. But this is a very good, we're going to group up together. Let's say he's tied up to a Wisp. You have a guaranteed stun against the puck. It works well in the laning stage. Maybe some blast from the past. Probably not going to happen, but one can only hope for.
I'm just worried for Ace, because it's like IO Necro, and you have an Earth Spirit +4. As an, former, like, as an offlaner, I'm like, what do you want? Like, this is going to be hell on earth, like, your +4 can't really do much for you, and you're laning versus an obnoxious lane.
Ooh, what about some off-lane Snapfire for him? Yeah.
I mean, it could work, but if you don't have enough damage with Earth Spirit to cut through the IO Necro, then it becomes just really bad, because their push potential, like the double heal on Necro because of the tether, like, it's going to be wild. Like, they are gonna get behind your tier 1. Like, that's how strong they are, and they will just confront both the heroes and the creep wave. He goes for an axe. I'm very surprised by this. They're thinking about cutting waves. Like, that's the only explanation I can come up with, and they're hoping. But the thing is that IO is not like old IO. IO play with spirits now. Old IO was completely harmless because it's just like tickling you, and it has tether overcharge. So as soon as it's split with his core, it does nothing. But the new IO is actually very heavy harass with spirits. It's very cost-effective damage. Like, the mana you spend for the damage it does is borderline broken. So I don't think creep skipping against IO is as good as it used to be. Slightly worried about the offlane for Liquid once again. I hope they find a way to get into the game and give Ace like a solid start.
Because he's gonna need it. I think we've seen Axe also be pretty much on the receiving end. This hero, on paper, it looks very good, but didn't find too much success so far at EWC. I just gotta double check the numbers, see where he's standing. Never mind, it got up. It's more than 50% right now, but some of the games that we've seen Axe struggle quite a lot, like even if he's off to a good start, and let's giving them the last pretty much directions how this lineup needs to be played, because I feel like this lineup kind of plays itself out. Problem is you are playing against a lot of tempo. One mistake, two mistake, the game can get out of control relatively quickly.
I would love to see a Tiny for Nigma. Okay, they go to Alt. Never mind, they switched it up completely. They are gonna put the Necro mid anyway against the puck, and they're running an IO Alt lane?
Yeah, looks like it.
Looks like it.
Okay, so I mean that is gonna buff the Axe a lot. Now it's a pretty decent lane for Axe. Laning versus a melee hero and IO that also likes to be close. I don't know how much I like that. I think Nigma was in a really good spot drafting wise, and I think that gives a lot of playability for Liquid.
Yeah, it's a free puck game. Like, they have literally nothing to stop this puck from having a great game. I'm also looking at the potential Aghanim Scepter. Whenever you think about Alchemist, he gives it to the Wolf, and then Wolf bites him back. It's like, yeah, I'm actually buying this for myself.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, probably. I think in this one, he needs to play for himself. I don't think we're going to be seeing Aghanim Scepter. Aghanims on Necro is good, but it's also not an early item that you want to be getting, so I feel like Sumail just, plays for himself. He gets the Radiance, he gets the Blink Dagger, BKB, AC definitely needed in this game. Maybe even Bloodthorn in this one, just to be able to have something to shut down this puck. But
early Orchids, honestly, even earlier than usual, Orchid sounds amazing.
They might
actually.
need that. Yeah, they might need to pick it up.
It's a really good Lycan game. Also, something to note. I think none of these heroes actually threaten Lycan anytime soon. Hall incredibly powerful with the Alk. The amount of minus armor they're going to have. So Davai could also just take over the game. Honestly, this is one of these games where Lycan can just be unstoppable.
Is Clock not considered to be decent against Lycan? Because you can box him in. Oh, you're in.
No.
You can box him in and force staff yourself out and haha.
No. Lycan is very good against Clock because with the 2 walls, Cogs is just extra gold for Lycan basically. So sure, later on you can box him in, but you actually die in the split of a second against Lycan. You're so squishy. Also Clockworks, they usually are really low net worth. They don't have any gold. They're just running around with brown boots and blink dagger. It's finger snap and you're dead.
The side of Enigma Galaxy looks like they will be looking for one peak timing where they can kill anybody. They can push towers really fast.
Infinite amount of healing. They have infinite amount of sustain. If Liquid can kill them that one time, it's just gonna turn, all they're looking for is pretty much 2 items, Radiance +1. Also, they have Necro available, so I want to see if this time around they go for double Radiance or if they're gonna be trying to speed things up, because double Radiance also doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if they can change things around and find a different item build. It's most likely going to be on Necro in that case. I don't think maybe some Battle Fury out or something, but it sounds a little bit underwhelming. I wonder if also, because I'm trying to think from Liquid's perspective, who's going to deal with the healing? Maybe Vessel on Axe is a possibility, because I don't think Blade Mail is that high value when they have so much heal behind.
They have
a Vessel Blink. I mean, they have Earth Spirit, but I think from support it comes a little bit.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But do you think Axe is going to be able to farm fast enough for that as well?
Yeah, you can definitely get it on Axe. It feels good.
It's the same cost as Blade Mail, essentially, almost. So, yeah, I'd like to see a Vessel into Blink for him.
Yeah, well, I like to see an explosive game. We're going to find out if Team Liquid can weather the storm, as it were, with the Alchemist and Lycan that might be knocking on Team Liquid's door sooner rather than later. Let's find out how game number 2 plays itself out with Cap and SVG.
A lack of stuns in Game 1 led Liquid to a draft that has plenty of stuns. They start off with an Earth Spirit, they've got a Clockwork, now an Axe and a Puck. Stuns, lots of initiation, lots of lockdown, all for a Drow Ranger. We've seen plenty of Drow Rangers, Avery, try and carry games. Is this a Drow Ranger that could carry this game?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks pretty good for Liquid in the late. I feel like they went to the, emergency break glass box and time of emergency button, which is the Nisha Puck. Anytime Liquid needs a win, you go to the Nisha Puck. On some level, I feel like that's getting to the level of the old Bulba Storm Spirit meme.
Yeah.
Where you're on the ropes, we need a dub. You break out the Nisha Puck and hope it carries you to victory. Definitely a good puck game, though. I can't fault it for the pick. Very limited lockdown in this Enigma Galaxy draft. It's their time to play with very limited stuns. There were some picks in here that were pretty interesting. I was surprised to see the Wind Ranger come out just because your first 3 had no stuns, and then if you were going to pick up a 4 to give you a stun, Wind Ranger's the most unreliable stun in some ways.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny. And then I didn't expect to see this Axe either because I feel like Liquid had so many stuns that if you're going into this last pick for Ace, maybe just something that could have guaranteed him a good laning phase and give you some utility would have been nice.
More of a standard Ace hero.
Yeah. Did you need the jump? You know what I'm saying? So kind of curious that we had a reverse of last game's draft in some ways.
Ooh, Omar manages to snag away that bounty rune, which is important. Manages to get the 2-2 split as a result. And you're going to need it. You're going to need that extra gold because this lane is pretty rough. I started talking about the Drow Ranger in the first place because This hero has been very meta in the first place, and you have offered Lycan as a suitable answer to this hero. I mean, it's been long since considered a counter to Drow Ranger. Why don't we see it more?
We do see it. We saw some teams first phase this exchange, right? Give the Drow, take the Lycan, and they're confident in what this hero's going to do, not only for itself, but with the potential bite later on another hero. You get double gap close on the Drow, just crit her down. It's a pretty nice answer. You play some tempo, you take objectives, you can force Roshans before the Drow's ready to fight. It's a nice answer. You have to be able to play the hero, though, and you have to be willing to play that style. And Lycan is not a hero that just straight outscales the Drow, so there is some lack of comfortability there for some teams. Like, I don't want to have to be on a timer against a super scary late game hero. It's really team dependent, but it can be super successful. Let's see what Divide can do with it here. And as we watch Lornoff on Necrophos for the second game, though this time it doesn't look nearly as easy of a Necrophos game. He does have some melee heroes he can kind of abuse, but there's a lot of silences to play around, a lot more stuns that can kind of chain stun him and 100 to 0 him. Puck's an annoying matchup, the Drow's an annoying matchup, so he won't just be able to get strong and exist in the fight against 5 heroes like we saw last game.
Well, he's doing very well in CS so far. 10-4 against Nisha's 4-1. He is killing it today.
Yeah, he's absolutely cooking in these early portions of the lane. Get another range deny too. Ooh, yeah, he's looking good, 10-5. We also saw this Sumail Alchemist yesterday just have one of the fastest Alch games I've ever seen in this current meta. So if he can replicate that, this lineup can come online a lot faster than Liquid expects. And this is another hero that can be a good matchup against the Drow. You're not good in that late game isolated scale vacuum, but you're good in terms of I can out-tempo him, I can take faster Roshans, I can get, BKB Radiance Blink, and you just blink on top of the Drow and start smacking him. Not fun for Mickey in this game. So there's a lot of tempo elements that could work well for Enigma Galaxy, but they have to be able to get there in the right moment and make it work. And if that falls apart, you might just get pucked in this game. See how many golem camps GH can spawn this time around. It's always a big factor. Early CS looking quite good though, especially against that Axe. 5 CS for Ace. Once more, he is struggling against this Sumail safe lane. Gonna have to pull creeps. I mean, he has an Earth Spirit, so you're not really doing a lot to play the lane straight up.
No. Simultaneously, they don't have the best heroes to stop you from backlaning.
No.
IO's not great.
I think this pick can work out. What it can do is it can give a lot of freedom to Boxy. If Ace can get into the creep cut mode, be self-sustaining, then Boxy can lead the lane with the Earth Spirit, which is what he likes to do with the hero. And he can just start either chain killing mid with like a roll kickback. He can go top and tri-lane a Lycan that you can just chase down as long as you have a stun available. There are gank options for the Earth Spirit here as long as you get this Axe online.
I mean, the Earth Spirit of like 10 years ago, it was a premier 4 position for its roaming potential. I feel like the hero's not nearly as potent as it used to be in that aspect.
Definitely doesn't do as much damage. Doesn't have the same all-in threat. If your other lanes can chip heroes down, I think he can still give you that option. Blood Grenade helps though.
It's true.
He's a great Blood Grenade hero. And he doesn't need much net worth to create the threat either. You can kind of just exist for a little bit and then still find those opportunities. I'd say he's in that category of Pudge, If the spells connect, you can kind of kill anybody. If they don't, you're a bot on the map and you get reported. That's life sometimes. We've all been there.
Man, Nisha is getting ruined in mid. 15-4, 25-10 for the Necrophos.
Here's a conceptual question for you. Let's say you go up against a team like Liquid where you feel they have, the best player in the world, Nisha, on this mid lane. Nobody can defeat this guy over the long run. Is there some advantage to just giving him a cheese matchup like both games? Just being like, you can't outlane me no matter how skilled you are, and you're not going to snowball the game because you have to lane against Necro both times.
Yeah, I've always felt like Falcons is always kind of a funny matchup against Liquid because Malrine kind of cheeses his way out of most mid lane.
For sure.
Right? So I always feel like that's pretty beneficial to Falcons. So, yeah, this is kind of a similar idea hero-wise.
Quinn's a big cheeser, too, so...
True.
Let's explain it, All these Huskar players, right? I think that is one of Nisha's weaknesses. Like, he's not as good at cheesing you back. So if you cheese him,
yeah,
it's unlikely he's going to counter the cheese, Like,
sure.
he's not the guy, if you Huskar him, that he's going to Viper you.
Right.
Or if you Necro him, he's going to Sniper you. Like, it's pretty rare that they end up in that situation. So I think this is one of the teams where you can kind of just throw that cheese hero mid and reliably know it's going to do some work in the lane phase at least. Doesn't mean this puck can't come back and just absolutely carry the game. We've seen that a billion times. But I do think it gives you something to play around, at least in this matchup against Liquid, that's working well for Enigma Galaxy because they are owning this lane phase. They have the top 3 CS, they have the top 3 net worth, and the puck is really suffering in mid, and he's your big playmaker here. So it's looking pretty good so far for them in this game too.
I do kind of wonder, is Earth Spirit ever going to try and help Nisha out in this mid matchup? I mean, they're not even set up for the power runes right now. Ace is going to try, but he's being chased out by GH and Zamail. They finally put a stop to all this backlaning that he's been doing. The Reaper's Scythe, not enough to get the kill on Nisha, but maybe the follow-up is he jumps the orb. The power shot lands, not enough damage. Meanwhile, roll in from the Earth Spirit, pushing back the heroes with the cogs, but didn't actually get anybody inside. They're all free to run away despite being on low health.
It's big that Nisha gets that rune. Lets him survive the Reaper early raindrop, of course, helping out too. And now that spell's on cooldown for a bit. He can chill. Though he probably has to go to base here. You're not getting to use the coil. You do have that Earth Spirit puck combination. It can always be nasty with the coil snap.
Part of the downside of this matchup, Lycan is very good versus Drow Ranger, but Drow Ranger is so tough to deal with in lane because the increased damage that they gave Frost Arrows. But he's doing all right with his Helm of Iron Will, and he's been farming some of the Clockwork Cogs pretty well, so.
The fabled Lycan IO combination.
Yeah, GH.
Not a great one.
Felt compelled to come up here, I guess.
I will say the IO synergy in this lineup is mainly around this Necrophos.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot else to play with here, right? It's a little lackluster. But it's a GHIO, so never doubt the GHIO.
I mean, as long as you have a good lane partner and then one person to play with after, it doesn't really matter.
No, it's kind of good enough. It just kind of limits your early game options. It's nice to have options in life, you know?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
For example, I had no options with my casting partner.
I knew it was good. I
mean, somebody had to.
I was sitting there going, am I going to say it? Is he going to say it?
No, I'll say it. I have no qualms. 8-minute power rune. Perhaps Nisha will have an option of getting it, and he will. Look at that. Shield
rune gets popped. Tofu is going to join in on this. Lornoff is just going to get outnumbered.
Where was the help? The help was the IO who went top and back to bottom.
Yeah, and Omar tried to secure top rune, doesn't end up being there. All in all, it does feel like Liquid's supports are making the better moves so far.
Kind of interesting. Again, that goes back to that TP top for GH. If I'm the IO in this game, all I'm thinking about is helping my Necro abuse this puck as much as possible, in the early game at least, right? Like, that is the hero you can play through. They miss a little bit of that opportunity. We haven't seen a Reaper kill. It's been a slowish game for Lornoff relative to how much he dominated the 1v1. This is letting puck come back in the game right now. Some better support movements from Liquid in this game too.
Accidentally got the Lycan inside of the cogs. Not what he wanted. Right next to Mickey. Mickey will die as a result of that. And Tofu is likely to fall as well here. Nick Galaxy is just surrounding him. And Devi gets to shut down the Drow Ranger after all the annoying frost arrows thrown his way. It's got to be cathartic to get the kill here.
That's that big kill you're looking for every time. You have Helm, you have ult, just run at this Drow. He gets the Centaur, so there's no chance of TPing out. And you get the combination for the IO. It's the Helm creep. Super fast move speed there.
That's true.
That's a great little target. Great micro from Devi. Very nice kill up here.
Now that shapeshift is on cooldown, Drow Ranger's going to come right back to lane with the puck. Coil lands onto Devi, trying to body block long enough that either Tofu or the Drow Ranger could join in. Drow doesn't actually chase. It's just going to be up to Tofu. Hits the cogs. They get the kill.
Nice return. They get a courier bottom as well. Axe is going the vessel. I think this was mandatory. Too much heal in this lineup for somebody not to get that vessel. Yeah, you want the puck to scale more than the Axe here.
Sure.
Pretty bad blade mail blink game, so I like this build up. He could even just go like Vessel Pipe. I wouldn't mind it here.
Ace has certainly been annoying in his positioning here. Double wards plus the Watcher and doing this really deep back laning where he's pulling creeps to neutrals all the time. So if Nigma Galaxy ever want to try and kill him, it takes them so deep into their own side of the map that it doesn't even feel worth it.
He's also killing these small camps behind the tower, which means Alex not farming them.
Sure.
You can't stack them.
Yeah.
As the Axe would just take the stack. So it's really annoying for Sumail down here. That said, Sumail is still pretty damn farmed.
Do you think that's where that Axe pick came from then?
Yeah,
the
for sure.
concept then, okay, we can't let this Alchemist farm any stacks. We need a hero that can do that.
It always is a factor. That's why Sand King used to be great back in the day.
Sure, yeah.
I think the majority of it was they want a hero that could free up
they had
your
sentries.
Spear.
Nisha did not expect that one. Thought the Invis rune was a get out of jail free card. It's not the case.
Beautiful setup from Omar there. Again, landing this Shackle as your one stun in this lineup is not going to be easy. That's a huge kill to find before the puck gets out of control in terms of mobility. And you get some Reaper Sights going for Lorna. Very appreciative of that gank.
With a Focus Fire, they're going to take mid tower, yeah.
Super value kill, just kind of out of nowhere. You can ping it all you want, but that tower's gone. Last hit to the Necrophos. That'll bump him back up the chart. Liquid going to try and get the return bottom. And this is a tower that nobody has any interest in defending. Lycan will never defend this safe lane tier 1. Alk is not the best hero at doing it either. So this was going to be a gimme no matter what.
Simultaneously, Nigma Galaxy are likely to take the Liquid safe lane tower as well. Nobody wants to fight into the Lycan lane if he has Shapeshift up, so.
Could be a lot of just objective concessions here from both teams as you try and ramp into your first set of carries items. And then they're ready to join some of these objective-based fights. Everybody doing a bit of jungling. Vessel is done for Ace, and he's eyeing that pipe, so I fully agree with this build. It looks pretty juicy here. Needs to get some Vessel chargers going, though. That could be the harder part.
Yeah, the fight never comes his way. He doesn't really have a way to force the fight either. Battle Hunger is not going to be particularly useful a lot of times. You have a Dispel on the Alchemist. The IO is dependent on other heroes for movement speed.
I think it has to be Earth Spirit plus Puck with the snap guaranteed off the kick combination, setting something up for the Axe coming in off a Smoke Ink. Could kill whoever shows mid with this kind of play. That's what I'm eyeing.
Here comes the smoke move. They're going to make their way to the Alchemist. And if they can get that kill, it would delay the Blink Dagger, which would give the Drow Ranger a little bit more security for at least a minute or two.
You can get reload out of this game, though.
Yeah.
That is the concern. You need to check the IO while you're killing the Alk.
And they definitely know it's coming. I mean, the Lycan came through the gate to join this side of things. They did manage to hit the hook shot initially, going after that IO. Did they stop it? They did manage to. With the coil going out, the Alchemist does manage to get a two-man unstable concoction.
Killing him.
Another beautiful shackle shot from Omar. You've got one stun, and Omar is making it work.
The boy's a beast. I give it to him every time if he's going to land those. That was an absolute beauty. That's one of those game-changing shackles, because that's a big commitment of a move for Liquid. Bringing all the heroes, trying to get the Urn and the Vessel charges off of this Alchemist kill that just goes horribly wrong. Sumail gets the ult off. You have to commit stuns to stop the reload here. You get that, but there's not enough damage to finish Sumail off, and then Shackle into Concoction, into Reaper Sight. Everybody joins the fight. No way your Drow gets here, so you're going to be outnumbered no matter what. Devi was already down there, kind of reading the move preemptively.
And they stole the Wisdom Shrine. Liquid have to punish here. And all they'll get out of it is Omar. So does not feel great. They are going to be down in experience in a big way. 5-level advantage right now for Nigma Galaxy.
And this Alk is it's not out of control, but he's getting there. Going to have a nice timing because he's going to be able to have the IO tether him in the fight too for some extra moves, attack speed, sustain. Like, he's going to be amped up here.
Yeah, pretty much nothing is going to stop him when he hits that BKB timing. He blinks in, unstable concoction. I mean, what do they got? Hook shot? It's kind of it.
It's the axe call. It's supposed to be the big deterrent.
Yeah, but then the axe just gets slowed down.
Yes, it's not
a corrosive weaponry, so he probably dies instead.
It's not a blade mail axe call that's doing anything to him. It's just a deterrent. Will be double radiance here. Lornoff still opting for it, so little loss value for Enigma Galaxy, but honestly not much. I think it's totally fine.
Liquid can get little pickoffs like this. Another shackle shot that lands.
That's a lot of damage.
This is actually going to turn into something. Nisha's almost dead off of that one. Jumped away. Unstable concoction. Sumail sandwiches him on the other side. Nisha is having a rough series, and Liquid is having an even worse game 2, perhaps, than game 1. 7K up on Enigma Galaxy. Sure, you could say it's an Alchemist lineup, but this whole lineup is going to scale very well.
He took so much damage from the Wolves. Howl coming through, focus fire, just pelting this puck. That's a sad death summary
really
for a puck. It's just not working out on these offensive moves. And so far, Omar, MVP of this game. God damn. We could be sitting in this game going like, they have no stuns, how do you kill this puck? Instead, you just land a shackle every time. Game looks easy. Sumail even gets the Greevil's Greed off the puck kill. Just falls into his lap. Back to the Trolls, back to the Golems. He has made this Alchemist look really good. It is a classic Sumail hero. Pretty cool to see him play this again.
Well, Liquid is definitely not going to be running over Enigma Galaxy. So at this rate, this kind of lead that Enigma Galaxy has, you're back to, okay, Drow Ranger, can you carry this game? Beautiful silence, though. That is quite the initiation. Not the fastest kill in this IO. Now they're going to turn back to Divine, and they'll get both of them. So Mikke actually making the first successful move for Liquid in a while.
That is a very solid turn of events up here. That was a Helm of the Overlord Lycan looking to get a creep and use it. Instead, he just dies. 5 Vessel charges on Ace now. Not even sure where he got all of these.
Radiant are scanning.
Huh. I mean, he has 1 kill and 2 assists, so just storing him up on deaths.
Yeah, I guess so.
So that means he hasn't used one yet.
Yeah.
But now he will have 5 at his disposal. A very good Vessel game.
Well, you've already got BKB on the Alchemist, and Lornoff is building one. So the effectiveness of this Vessel...
Well, it's always good against the IO, though, right?
That's true.
I guess you can get a faster Greaves now on supports. So maybe GH will just rush the Greaves here.
Yeah, it is a cheaper item. Oh, he got a stable concussion Reaper second. What happened to the Nisha puck? The legendary Nisha puck. He's getting killed by Alchemists out here. Another shackle shot lands. Earth Spirit not going to be able to roll out. This Wind Ranger is a menace.
He's everywhere. Doing everything with these Wolves, too. Now they're going to reload in. You land another shackle.
Yep, Ace body blocks by the Wolves, and now he's guaranteed dead.
Beautiful gameplay. Just beautiful gameplay. I mean, you're saying legendary Nisha puck. This is a legendary Sumail Alchemist.
I guess so.
Legend against legend. You can't count him out here in the battle, and he is taking names right now. Enigma Galaxy are just feeling it today. They're in top form. Really cooking with this draft in game 2 and putting Liquid on the ropes. I mean, yeah, you have a Drow that can scale in this game. Hypothermia is going to be great. You can definitely outrange some of these heroes in the late game. But once again, you're worried about getting tempoed here. We've seen some nice tempo games today. People just don't get to that late game status, and Nisha's got to be frustrated. Girls like, see, I told you, bro.
Undoubtedly.
That's the thing, I think... Oh, Wolves?
Foxy is going to die to Wolves, maybe. He does... Well, I guess he can always roll out if it's just Wolves. But that can't feel great. Devi is quietly farming up an Orchid to make Nisha's life even worse.
It's going to be good in this game because the puck's so far behind.
Right.
The window to ruin his day completely is going to be a lot larger than normal. And nobody can bail him out. There are no saves in this Liquid lineup. It's kind of all aggression rather than any sort of defense bailout ability.
Yeah.
These Wolves are just so annoying, man.
Here comes the Alchemist with Lornoff. Boots of travel in. It's not really needed. That was a free kill for Enigma Galaxy as is, but they're grouped up. They can go for a smoke off of this.
Sumail's doing so much work in this game. He is not AFK Alchemist farming. He is hunting heroes around the map. Here's another one.
It's going to be a clockwork death rather easily.
Just running him over.
Couldn't even get the power rune off of it. Lucian gets denied.
Reload.
Making a run for it. He's going to push back GHIO, who did not bring anybody with him. And throw some multi-shots, slow him down. Sumail still going to get the blink in onto Boxy. Even when they seemingly fail a gank attempt, it still results in a kill.
Completely out of control now. 11k net worth lead. They're just running at whoever they want. They have so much sustain here. You want to go Roche? You can do that. You want to keep hunting heroes on the side lanes? You can do that. You want to look for the reload ganks? Even when it's a little weird, it works out anyway. Mikke is sweating right now.
Yeah, he's like, guys, what is happening?
How?
Every move you make goes horribly.
He's just seeing the death toll rise. Thinking this game is getting harder and harder to carry right now. Nisha gonna look for a Wisdom Shrine steal, and he gets it.
Oh my god, he gets it just because I guess you're not actually
you're not
the Wisdom
on the map.
Shrine when you're a Death Seeker form, so very close call.
Lycan can solo this Tormentor, by the way, so Enigma Galaxy can just take it off the back of his strength. Don't know where his big creep is, though. It's mid.
Well, he's got some support help, so that'll make up for the lack of ancient creep.
Brother, this is...
Sumail soloing Boxy.
Oh, they got the... Gale, that's the shard I think you want here just for some extra control and and lockdown. Like, it's really nice in this lineup.
Yeah, you relocate in on somebody, they're trying to run away, they're getting Gale Force pushed back into the relocate. A fast AC for Sumail, done at 22 minutes.
That is extremely fast. Fast is an understatement for how farmed he is. He's double the axe net worth.
Is this faster than his last Alchemist game?
Yes, for sure.
20,000 by 22 minutes?
I don't think the first 10 minutes were faster, but the overall trajectory is steeper. I mean, this is... He's not only having a free farm out game, he's killing heroes on top of it.
And he can give away an Aghanim Scepter that will in turn benefit him, right? Do you think this first axe goes to Devi and then he gets the Wolf Bite?
I think so. I don't think the Necroags is really doing anything this early in the game.
Yeah.
So who else are you going to give it to? Give it to the Lycan, he bites you. The IO can tether, and you're just off to the races, right? You're an absolute monstrosity. There's no way Drow can stand there and fight you.
So awkward that Axe has built for these auras. You put a good case why it's very good in this game, but when you're so far behind like this, you can't actually take a team fight to utilize the auras. So now you wish you just had a Blink Dagger for like pick-off opportunities.
You're not picking anything off in this game, no.
Certainly not going to be contesting Roshan. You have the information, but you lack the damage.
Very quick Roche.
Yeah, that was really fast with all that minus armor.
And you know, the nice thing about being this rich is you can just kind of itemize to make up for any deficits your lineup might have, just make the game even easier to play. If Enigma Galaxy just want to buy extra stuns here, they can do it, right? Throw a Eul Scepter in there, throw a Scythe in there.
Yeah.
Throw an Atos if you really have to, but you can also just itemize to go high ground early in this game. Because you have so much sustain, you can just tank up. Take a tier 2, start hitting the tier 3, dare Liquid to fight you. They are going to fight at this tier 2. Great coil.
A beautiful coil on 2, and the Alchemist is going to die quickly here. Now the second life, he's going to have BKB. Let's see if they can stop the Blink Dagger at least. Oh, what a shackle again! Sumail gets off the BKB, pushed back a little bit by the Cogs. The multi-shot trying to slow him down here, roll in. Boxy does manage to hit the Magnetized, unstable concoction, landing on a 2, and nothing really stops Sumail. Once he activates his BKB AC, they lack the damage to handle him. They can't kill anybody. It's going to be 4 dead on the side of Liquid. An easy team fight win for Enigma Galaxy.
And Devi effectively just solo killed the puck. With the Orchid plus the Desecrate on the backside of that fight, Nisha just got 100 to 0'd because he has no defensive item.
Nope. He got the latest Blink Dagger I think I've ever seen him get, which means that second item is so far away.
This game can just end. I mean, they're at 1,000 net worth advantage per minute, basically. And when you have these sustain lineups, it's just all gas. There's an Ags. Straight into the Lycan. Wolf Bite is available. What a game here so far.
Yeah, what do you do to stop a hasted, tethered alchemist? Because you can't coil him, he's got BKB. You can call him, but we've already talked about how that kills the Axe anyway. Omar does walk into this ward area, and they'll get that quick little pick-off. Boxy does not die for it. Let's see if everybody from Liquid escapes. Samael, here he comes. They push it back with a gust. Try and keep these heroes at bay into this choke point. Enigma Galaxy do not dare to keep that dive going. They're going to chase after the puck instead, who's out on the map. Self-stun. You know, get him.
Well, a victory for Liquid. The first team fight they won.
Oh, that was a cute play. Hops back up to the high ground.
Please no.
With the tumbler toy and does find the opening to roll away. Pretty much it continues that the wins, quote unquote, for Liquid are them surviving Enigma Galaxy's aggression. Not actually turning anything back around themselves.
You need time for Mickey to get items here. Yeah. Like that is just, you're just praying this Drow can get to the next item, Did survive that Aegis period, I guess, and you got a D-wards. You have a little map control to work with.
I mean, it sucks because he can't go straight damage to threaten these heroes. He thinks that it's a requirement to get a Lincoln's. Which I don't blame him. Like, one unstable concoction, he dies. But at the same time, it feels like you're just going to be lacking in damage because the rest of your teammates do pretty much nothing.
Maybe you're supposed to just go straight Daedalus here. I don't know.
I do kind of feel like you should go all in and just, you know, whatever. This game is probably lost anyway. You might as well just try and get some sort of fight where you are magically not targeted by Enigma Galaxy and free to hit heroes.
Well, if they can abuse buybacks and just kind of throw bodies into the fight, if Mickey gets 2 to 3 multi-shots off, you probably win that?
You don't sound confident.
I'm not confident, but that is what Drow's designed to do.
If you can keep the Drow Ranger alive in a team fight for 27 seconds.
Yes. A 30-second fight, that's all it takes. You get 3 multi-shots off.
30-second fight, somehow Enigma Galaxy simultaneously don't run away, but they also don't kill all of you.
You need the hypothermia pops, basically. You need to stack it up on some heroes, get the big pop, and just chain it. You can land a big coil. BKBs are going to be obnoxious, that's for sure. You have to kite those out somehow, but there is a route to a team fight victory, however narrow. You do have Lincolns on Nisha. Perhaps you can start playing more aggressively around the map, pushing lanes a little deeper, stall this game. They give him a gem here as well. Pretty necessary against all these Lycan Wolves that have been very well micro, just scouting everything out.
Yeah, if he's spotted somewhere on the map, there's potential of a blink instant unstable concoction.
Shivas for Sumail. Interesting itemization choice.
Yeah.
Just tanking up. Not that high of DPS for him, but he has a lot of armor to work with against this Drow.
It's an insane amount of armor. He's got plus 36 armor.
Oh, I guess he doesn't lack for damage. That was very convincing.
I mean, frankly, the rest of Liquid are so underfarmed at this point. Boxy's rolling out. They do manage to hit the silence on Omar. Catch him at the coil. Heavy commitment to get that one kill. Mickey's outside of the base. Lordoff gets behind him, and he's just dead. You can turn around multi-shot slow these heroes, but once you're outside of that base, Enigma Galaxy, they only have one hero they need to stop, and that is the Drow Ranger.
Oh, Nisha.
Got the Orchid on him, Nisha.
He's just ruining his day.
Dead again. The gem is going to be dropped.
Dude, he went Diffusal, I think, just to be able to pop the Lincolns.
Nasty.
Just so he can absolutely murder this. I mean, it's brutal. Brutal out here for Nisha.
All right, well, Liquid are going to try and slow this down. Don't think they're going to be able to stall it even a second here.
It's giving him the 3-core call if he wants it.
Yeah, go for it, Ace. I dare you.
You want it? Without the damage dealers, it's not really a point. I will say the Shiva's on the Alex seems kind of nice. He has a bunch of AoE, right? Concoction and the acid spray.
Makes it so that he has so much bonus armor that marksmanship doesn't change anything.
Oh, yeah, you're not doing anything to this guy.
You're getting past 10 armor, but there's still the bonus 36. 2 lanes of barracks, gonna fall here, Liquid. Okay, well.
Read him like a book.
That feels a bit embarrassing.
Still, they are smoked here. Still look for an opportunity. If you can get a team fight win into the Roche spawn, that is your best opportunity to come back in this game. So it's do or die here for Liquid. Gotta make something happen. They're gonna find
separates from the rest of the team. He's gonna show on this Watcher. He's gonna break. Managed to get the BKB off. Still pulled in a bit. Lornoff, though, is ultimately fine because Liquid are not certain they can take that fight. They don't know how many heroes are here. They're gonna get the Wind Ranger again. Boy, they hate Omar.
I don't know if they hate him. That's just the only hero they can kill.
Yeah, that's fair.
8 vessel charges on Ace. This is such a weird game for him because it's such a good vessel game, but I don't think we've seen him use it once. He's just stockpiling charges, and he was so... Liquid were so far behind, like they never got a chance to fight with the vessel. So in some ways, it just ended up being a dead item.
Yeah, every fight, the cores show up, they pop BKB, and the fight is over by the BKB going down, so...
Really awkward, man. You're going to end up in a losing game with 8 vessel charges. It's really weird to think about. You know, normally you lose a game, you're expending every charge to try and win some fight or something.
Yeah, if you have 8 charges, you should be heavily winning the game.
Exactly. I don't know if I've ever seen so many charges in a losing position.
Yep.
Very awkward for him. And there's the Lycan Tormentor solo. Shard going to the Alchemist for even more HP regen boost speed, attack speed.
Devi pays Samael back for the Aghanim Scepter that he got.
It's all juice here. He spent his gold on something else. Overwhelming blink for the Alk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to say, he is kind of 6 slotted here, so probably expect another Aghanim Scepter to be built soon. He's killed Boxy a lot this game. Boy.
Amp damage will make swift work of him.
9-0 and 10. Samael.
What a game from him, honestly.
Yeah, we talked about him, kind of a one last ride scenario. He's already called his retirement potentially. He's certainly going out in top form potentially as another support is victim to the Samael blink-in assault.
Got Omar, though.
Well, they got him again. Bloodthorn done for the Lycan.
Yeah.
So even, he's probably still aiming for the puck, but if he uses 100%. It on anybody else, they're going to be taking so much extra damage.
This is one of those games, if I'm Devi, I'm not wasting my time or my net worth on anybody but Nisha. I am just running in the fight, and I am barreling towards this puck. Every time, Diffusal, Bloodthorn, he's dead. And he can't play Dota if this threat is available. If you use your items on somebody else, you're opening space for the puck to maybe do something, right?
Yeah, I think Nisha can't go Shivas. I think he actually needs to get a Dispel.
Yeah, what is that? Yules? Then you're playing into Nullifier territory? Normally you just kind of tank up with Shiva's Octarine. You're able to survive a little bit. Against this amount of net worth on the Lycan, I don't even know if that's I don't think it's the case.
Yeah.
Technically, you have 3 frontliners who should be doing something here for you, but it's been a rough one all around. We'll see if Liquid can hold the high ground. They do have a barracks top, so this is not technically for Megas, but if you lose this lane, the Lycan will take the remaining.
Here comes the wolf fight.
Oh,
Shiva,
boy, he
unstable
is bad.
concoction. Everybody scatters on the side of Liquid. They do manage to get the initiation here. Pull in Samael. Samael says, okay, well, I'm in this deep. Might as well keep going. Goes after the Drow Ranger, forces her back to the fountain, gets him inside the cogs, wasting much of the BKB here. Liquid plays this pretty well. Now the BKB is going to expire soon. Can they actually kill the Alchemist with no Wolf Bite, no BKB?
Got all the hypo stacks.
They've got him stacked up, but he's got so much armor, they can't kill him alongside the sustain that is being offered from both the Necropos and the puck. Almost dead again. This time does survive. Another call. I mean, they just keep on pulling in hero after hero. Will they ever have enough damage to kill somebody? Boxy rolling in. Bit too deep. He's going to be Reaper's Sight. That brings Lornoff back up to full. That is going to be another lane of barracks. Almost Megas.
That is
Divine,
Megas.
Committed. Gets the Megas. Maybe gets Tofu as well. Unstable Concoction. It lands. Half HP for Samael. Committing for the kill. Nice shackle shot to follow that up as well. Catching Nisha and Mickey. Mickey, he'll die for the cost of an Aegis on an Alchemist. They just simply cannot do anything there. They're going to buy back, kill the Alchemist again. Congratulations, you got him. All it cost you was everything.
The streak goes to Ace. Probably not the hero you wanted getting that extra 1,400 gold here.
Probably not.
They will claim it. The beast has been slain.
Well, it's 35-minute Megas, so we're back to the same storyline from before.
Man, you got Megas to 35 twice in a row. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be either the proof is in the pudding, Liquid is just not in shape, and they're not going to be able to contest the other teams, or this is going to be the series that wakes them the hell up. Because this one was...
it was brutal, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty demoralizing, I would say.
The thing is, they did play against this Necrophos mid twice, where he just kind of owned the lane. But this game had a lot bigger issues. Like, you were just getting outplayed around the map.
Yeah, you could be like, oh, guys, bad draft, whatever. You got outplayed in game 2.
Yeah, I agree. There were moves to be made here. There was some finesse to be had. You could find those little openings with some of the initiators. It's not easy, but it was there.
Well, Samael's having a good old time.
Oh, yeah, he loves this style of Dota where he can just play some initiating carry and just run in, start chunking people, force the enemy into a position where they have to make a call in terms of, are we strong enough to take this fight or not? Otherwise, he's just already slaying you.
The sad part is their cores, Drow Ranger can deal with Megas perfectly fine. The other two are weak enough that it's going to be a bit difficult for them. But they can stall this out, and Drow Ranger is closing in on level 25. Combine that with a completed Silver Edge.
He technically has the skill. And
yeah, he does. He does. It's too bad that Nigma Galaxy's lineup is pretty anti-carry.
For sure.
Right? You've just got so many heroes that can just get on top of the Drow Ranger. The Wolf Bite. Some Blink Daggers. Speaking of level 25s, you've got it on the Necrophos as well as the Alchemist.
Oh, and they pulled an axe to the Isle.
Okay.
That's pretty cute here. It's not normally the most broken Ags in terms of like, oh, it's a timing Ags and we win the game. But this does add a decent amount of damage and slow to the fight. And it also lets him just absolutely farm the map. He has a heart.
Yes.
So like he can just become a hyper beast now. You gotta remember, this hero still has the attack tethered allies target talent at 25 if you get there.
Yeah.
So if you actually scale up on IO, you start hitting really hard. I like this Ags pool. It's kind of just scale security if this game somehow gets weird, right?
Yeah.
Now, you're not expecting it to, but now all of a sudden GH, he's just gonna free farm the whole map. He's just reloading to farm. I mean, he's living the IO dream. And you know what? 0, 1, and 18, that is perhaps the perfect IO scoreline. The perfect GH scoreline, right? He's just a helping friend. I'm not going to take any kills. I'm not going to last hit anything. But 18 assists, I'd never die. Feels good, man.
I like that play where he TP's back for a little bit of regen before the relocate completes. BKB for the Lycan, a late BKB. Man, that's got to feel great. To pick up BKB when the game is already done. You know, you're like... I wasn't even at my full form yet.
True. So we see Nigma Galaxy going to group up mid, look for the final push. Not going to wait for any roach. They're not going to play Falcons Dota. They're going to play Nigma Galaxy Dota, which is full send it. Timings be damned.
Somehow end up in the enemy fountain. Well, here it comes. Combination of Mega Creeps and Sustain. The initiation on Lornoff. He's going to be healed up a bit, but they do manage to break that tether, and Lornoff needs some help, and he will get it. Had the BKB, got off the Ghost Shroud, full heals. Still, though, Liquid don't lose anything for this. Puck not dead yet.
Oh, big trouble, though.
Is he going to be able to blink away? He will. He'll get farther away, but he won't get far enough away. These heroes are just too fast. They have too much mobility. They'll come in with the Shivas, eventually get him. So they did lose something for that.
Just nowhere to run. Too much disable from the itemization here. They're going to send the creeps in, start pelting onto Mickey, look for a jump.
Try to go for that jump. Geomagnetic grip pulls him out. Self-stun for the Alchemist. They just can't get the kills fast enough, though. Tofu's going to be overwhelmed. Reaper Scythe managed to get the roll in, and quick silence on many of these heroes, but the damage is there. Call goes out. Sure, got Omar. They might be able to kill that Wind Ranger one more time before the end of the game. Throne is exposed. Divine Llama blinks forward. Another geomagnetic grip to be able to save the Axe. Trying to kick back these heroes. Kick back the Wolf instead. Not the Wolf he intended to. A nice relocate save. Ace, another call, trying to pull them into the fountain, but the throne will explode first. Enigma Galaxy top it out Group B right now with another 2-0.
They're looking in peak form, and they are peaking at the right time. This is a nice tournament to find some momentum. The drafts are looking stable. They're playing really well together. They're scaling comfortably. Like, this is another game, right? Is there even any risk of them throwing this game? Like, it's impossible. It feels almost impossible. So if they got rid of that weakness, there's not a lot of weaknesses left, because I think they've had very good laning stage for the entire season. And, you know, if you look at this team right now, like, what are you trying to exploit? It's not so obvious what the weak point is that you're trying to exploit. So they're firing all cylinders and just manhandled Liquid today. I think Liquid are still trying to find what do their hero pools look like? Like, can you tell me what their hero pools look like right now? Because I have no clue. It's not all really, over the place, right? Like, I don't think Mickey's hero pool looks comfortable. I don't think, like, they bring out the Nisha signatures, but he's not really getting into lanes where he can transition to that mid game in a solid spot. Yeah. And then I think Ace's hero pool is kind of all over the place. Like,
yeah, I think for this entire season, Ace's hero pool has been a little weird, so.
They need to figure that out, and I think it'll start clicking for them. And I think maybe that's what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to pick a diversity of drafts and figure that out. But, man, it's tough when you're in these matches and you're just getting ransacked, and it feels bad. Standout plays from Omar. These shackles were super clutch in the early game.
So good, man. So
and
good.
They need those to land, because you don't have a lot of other stuns in this lineup. But my MVP is Sumail. I think he just terrorized that map.
He did. Like, that's twice now with the Alchemist. Other teams have got to be thinking about this hero.
He's looked really good at it. And I think when people talk about, you know, the Sumail one position, like, what differentiates him from other one position players? It's the aggression.
Yep.
He's not going to AFK in the jungle, even in situations where he can. He's not just going to play passive on the map. He's always looking for the kills, always looking for the opportunities. And it creates so much space for Lornov, who just soaks up all the farm and scales. And it's a great pairing.
Well, we're going to talk to the man of the match right now. Let's go to the stage where we've got Sumail ready to go.
Thank you very much, my friends. I'm here with the king himself, Sumail, joining me. What a thrashing you just delivered to Team Liquid on the other side. It was kind of a walk in the park in many ways. You feel like you won this. Why? Because of what? Drafts? Was it more your prep? Was it just outskill? What's your take on it?
I think it's a bit of all components combined. We had a good talk about how to play the map yesterday. And I think our drafts were a bit too good for them to do anything about it.
Well, you're one of the rare characters that actually gets in the front lines when it comes to the big fights, always in the middle of things, the thick of it all. Where does that confidence come from for you and the rest of the team?
Yeah, a lot of delusion, to be honest.
You need a bit of it, right?
Yeah.
And how's the chemistry so far with the entire team, having now kind of consolidated together?
So far it looks good. I feel like we're just getting better and better every week. So pretty confident, to be honest.
Well, if, and you know this even better than I do, if it was a Team Falcons that are playing in this, they'd have gone up to a 60k gold lead. We'd be here for an hour and a half trying to close the game, but you just go into it and make sure that you're locking down the game. Why is that the case? Is it because the king is leading the charge for the army here?
I mean, it's something. I don't really think we're playing as aggressive as I would, but there's a balance for sure. I mean, for example, Lornov wants to play a bit slow, so we're adjusting. We're trying to find a mix where I play slow enough that it works for him, and we play fast enough that we don't throw, you know? So yeah, trying to find the balance on that.
It's good to have Lornov that's kind of around you in here, GH helping you with a bit of health here and there when it's needed. But since it was such a one-sided affair in so many ways, I want to ask you, is there any points of feedback or any things you'd like to give as kind of help for Liquid on the other side in the rest of their journey?
Not really. I'm not their coach.
That's fair enough. Thank you very much then, Sumail. Congratulations on a huge win. That's Enigma Galaxy. We'll send it back to our panel to break it down.
As Lacoste said earlier, nobody beats Nigma Galaxy 16 times in a row. That's right, they beat Team Liquid at 2-0. And as our commentary team already said as well, Nigma Galaxy is topping their group. They already played against the other favorite that people also had for Group B, which was Aurora, and they tied that series. So looking pretty confident, looking pretty good. We heard Samael on stage as well, Seb. He's talking about finding the perfect balance between wanting to go in and needing to also make sure that they don't throw. It seems like they found a perfect formula.
I mean, no jokes aside, and it would take a couple hours for me to break it down. So you just have to trust me on it. Like, Nigma is back. I'm not kidding. Like, they're actually back. This is Tier 1 Dota that they just played in so many aspects. And I'm not saying they'll win the tournament. I'm not saying they'll be in top 3 necessarily. But if you ever thought that team was really good, they're back to that shape, like 100%. So there's a lot of other really strong contenders, but they'll bring the challenge to them.
And they also need this confidence that they are getting from the wins, knowing that they're believing in the drafts. Because if you fall short, I would say like 2-3 times with these type of drafts, you're kind of losing a bit of a confidence in it. And they've been winning. They've been showing that these heal strats they've been running are working out. Alchemist now 2 times being picked by them. They definitely cooked, and they're really glad that there's chemistry. But also, I think with the Lorinov addition, there's a good amount of stability coming out from the team, knowing that he wants to play it slowly while you have this guy that you need to put on a leash. You're like, yep, we're gonna back you up, but also like they gotta need to sync up the timings. Something that we've seen extremely well in the game number 1, even in game number 2, where everything was like really on point, gelling together.
Yeah, and this game, more so even than game number 1, it was, sorry to say for a team, like it was so one-sided. It was like, there was nothing Team Liquid could do. It wasn't just an outdraft. It was for sure an outplay as well.
I think there's like a little bit of both, right? I think Nigma is very strong. They have their own identity, and teams are probably going to start now looking. It's like everybody's looking at, what did P-Vision play last? What did Team Spirit play? What is Falcons doing? I don't think the top teams are looking at Nigma this way at all, let's be honest. But after today, after these last 3 days, this is going to change 100%. Teams are gonna get inspired. They're gonna study them. They're gonna copy them, and they're gonna come more prepared. So there's that on one side. On the other hand, I do think that Liquid is in a weird spot where they don't seem very in sync yet, or very clear on what their identity should be, especially on their offlane. I might be completely wrong about it, but just by watching and feeling the game, I feel like there's like a big misunderstanding between Boxy and Ace. Like, I don't think they're trying to play the same game exactly. It starts with the draft, the hero that they select for each others, and how they play around that. They've had these sequences at some point in the season, and then it became really good, and now maybe it's back. It could also be related to the meta and the heroes. So anyways, long way to say that they have like a lot of work to do in that regard. Also, I think Nishine is in a really good shape, but I think Nigma identified that, and he had a losing matchup both games in a row. He's playing versus this Necro that is just in his face all the time. He's starving in XP, in HP and mana. He didn't really get to play the game, so he had to rely on his side lanes. But unfortunately for him, the side lanes were going terrible. I mean, Ace got to pick his hero twice as a reactive pick. He decided to pick Undying into the SF Bane lane, got destroyed on that lane, and now he decided to pick Axe after seeing the safe lane again, after seeing the Wisp and what he thought would be a Necro safe lane. Yeah, anyway, they have some... There's a lot of work to do on Liquid side, unfortunately, and I don't think they have that much time for it, so they better hurry up with it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a problem, especially... I mean, you're saying how Nisha had a tough game with this, and we all saw that. Lacoste, we said after the draft was done that it should be a free puck game. How come
free puck game in a way where they have no stuns, like no guaranteed stuns. You know what? Apparently you don't need it. You just put Omar. He got kind of annoyed that they banned his hero, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna show you what I can do with other heroes, because he was landing some really mean shackles, like 2-man shackles every single time. Like, you need that to be able to get the Reaper side, maybe get some other spell on top of him, and he landed it every single time, which was pretty impressive. These are some, like, probably one of the best, if not the best performance that I've seen Omar have.
I think Liquid after that, or anyone else after that, is gonna be like, you can have Hoodwink, actually. Just keep the Hoodwink. We don't want to see any of it anymore, because that was even, as you said, maybe even more impactful than the Hoodwink, and he actually plays a very mean Hoodwink.
Yeah, you say how people are going to look at Enigma Galaxy and take inspiration from it. We already heard Nineclass earlier this week talk about that IO might be on his radar and that he might showcase it to us. We saw the GH IO, and as a position 5, probably still a little better than as a position 4. We've seen it banned frequently against them as well, but is this hero like truly back in his form, or was this a hero specialist at work?
No, I'm an IO spammer. The hero is very good. It's very good on both support and core role. I think it's just that IO takes, first of all, IO specialist. I think in the wrong hands, it can look really underwhelming. And it also takes a lot of practice for the team because it changes the dynamic of the map completely. The classic Dota dynamic now is the supports are playing with the mid laner, they're running around, making stuff happen around the map. With IO, it's a little bit different. Like he spends more time with one of the side laners, so you have to rework the synergy between the mid and the position 4 or the position 5 for that matter. So the whole team has to kind of get on the same page to how do we play the map with IO, how do we use relocate. You can't just like pick it up. You have to put some work into it beforehand. That's why not every team is going to look at it. But the IO teams are definitely going to use IO this tournament.
Maybe Team Liquid needs to use some IO in their upcoming games. This was a rough one for them. Very curious to hear how they have experienced this. And for that, we are heading over to Purge, who is talking to Nisha.
Hey, this is Purge here with Nisha of Team Liquid. You guys just had a tough loss, unfortunately, against Team Nigma. Why don't you tell me what happened?
We lost to Necro and a lot of healing. But I think first game was reasonably easier. I think we could have had it. Kind of misplayed a couple fights, but I think we had better timings. The last game, I don't know what happened exactly, but it felt like we couldn't do anything. But I think we kind of failed to connect me, Clock, and Earth Spirit together in early game at least. And then it's just kind of, I don't know. I'm dying to Shackles and just Windrunner. It was weird.
It felt like they had a lot of damage, yeah. Game 1, you played Ember Spirit against the Necrophos. You said you struggled against Necro a little bit total, but it seemed like the lane was hard, but you got back in the game, you got a bunch of kills, and then maybe things didn't go from there?
Yeah, I think the first game was kind of okay, as I said, but I'm level 10 against level 10 Necro, and I have Kotal. I think we should have kind of be able to run them down with Vessel. Kinda ended up getting gripped every fight for 5 seconds, but we have no cancel, so it's just life. Could have played better.
So do you think it's just gameplay issue or draft issue?
I think mostly gameplay at that game, because I think it was kind of easy.
What went wrong in the draft in game 2 then? Felt like they had all these heroes that were impossible for you to kill, and you're playing Puck. Who do you kill on their team? I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, they shouldn't be able to kill me, first of all, and we should choose the fights how we want to take them. We have better jump, better map, but I think the early game was kind of shit. I got kind of stomped mid, I guess. I don't know, 1k behind doesn't feel good. Should dictate the tempo of the game, but didn't.
Okay, well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Seemed like everything fell apart a little bit for Nisha in the early game, especially in game 2. And you got a feel for the guy, Lacoste. Playing against Necro 2 games in a row.
Yeah, it's not a traditional mid hero in a sense. It's a bit of a blast from the past, and he's experiencing some right now. Also, maybe getting caught a little bit off guard. I think he had a great point about in the first game because he was doing a very good job pulling the creep wave into the enemy big camp in the triangle, making sure that he's keeping up with the levels. So everything was good on that end. It's just that, as he said, they failed to connect, and it definitely feels bad. And we said prior to this matchup, it's not going to be easy. This is not something that he's going to be stomping, because Lorinov, he has been mercenary. There's a reason why this guy has been on 7 different teams as a stand-in, and now finally Enigma Galaxy decided to pick him up because he has been looking so stable pretty much in every single performance that he did have.
He has been looking very stable, and he seems to fit in very well with Enigma Galaxy. We are going to take a look at where we stand ourselves in today, as these matches from Group B now also done. Enigma Galaxy and Team Liquid will get some chance and time to reflect on today, and we'll see them again tomorrow. We are moving forward with the second half of our day. We got LGD Gaming versus 1W at the very end, but before that, Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit. That will be our upcoming matchup. But before we circle in on those two teams, it is Slack circling in on some players.
Now, the most exciting part of this is when the last team comes. Team Yandex, my friends, they have made it to the event. Oh, my goodness gracious. It's media time, baby. You pumped?
Yes.
Hell yeah, we're walking in with full energy. Oh, my God. Hello, sir. Are you ready for Media Day?
Yes.
Give me your best Media Day pose. That was really good. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Now, a lot of these teams are not used to Media Days, but you, sir, have been through a... What the hell's going on in here? You have been through a lot of Media Days, huh? What's the good thing about Media Day?
Seeing you.
Oh, that's cute. But what's one that's not a lie?
There's nothing good.
But it's over fun. You get some time. Don't you think that Media Day is important? Because they see you in the grand finals. They see the picture you take here today, and that's what they take home with them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Who is your worst Media Day person that we can hype up on your team?
Melody.
He's really good. He gives great interviews. All right, we'll hype up Melody. Melody, your teammate said that you're the worst Media Day person. Why?
Because I hate everyone.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. But what if today we got the smile and thumbs up? What do you think?
Smile and thumbs up?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, this I can do.
Hell yeah, we're ready for Media Day. Thank you so much. Off you go, Team Yandex. And I gotta say, I think they're going to do great. Oh, this is OG. OG's here, too. We're doing seamless transitions. Welcome to Media Day, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Welcome to Media Day, though. I hope you're having a good time. OG boys, hello. You guys are in a line here. Do you have anything naughty in your backpack?
No, only keyboard.
Can I check it out?
No.
How confident are you right now to put this camera in your backpack and we're not going to find anything weird?
100%.
Okay, don't do that. How about your backpack? What is this? Is this your Labubu?
It's my something, I don't know, it's my lucky charm. We got us here.
Charm. Okay, good luck, little guy. Thank you very much, OG. Good luck, everyone.
You see me that way, you know. There's nothing I can do about it.
Who on your team? I've been asking I don't know what happened today. I woke up and I felt like fist fighting, apparently. Who on your team would win in a fist fight?
Me, for sure.
You?
Yeah. I mean, depends against who.
No, your own team.
Between yourselves?
Yeah.
In this case, me.
Wow, very confident. What gives you that confidence?
I
think that look was enough, actually.
They're not very aggressive. Neither am I.
Talk to me about your mid laner. I mean, he's been a beast this year.
Yes, has been and continuously. Actually, has been is still be. Yes, he's a beast.
I actually don't know the origin story. How'd you guys find him?
But at first, we didn't really know if he was good or not, and then we were gonna make changes, and then we talked to people, and then we basically heard that he's good. I heard that he was rank super high, playing on a toaster with 200 ping from Peru, and we're imagine this guy with good quality of gaming possibilities. So we tried him, and then he was super good, and he was super good teammate. So yeah, that's it.
I feel like there's not as much young blood in the scene, but South America and SEA at times feel like the two regions that bring in the new blood a little more often. Why do you think that is?
Actually, I don't know much. I feel like Dota is good in these countries. People enjoy Dota in these countries for some reason, and they have this setup properly for them to happen. So for example, in Brazil, cyber cafes, LAN houses, they are dead. But in Peru, it's a big thing, you know? So people go there and they play, and then they can actually play with good PCs. And if you have a good PC, why would you play League of Legends instead of Dota?
Great question, yeah.
So I feel like at least in Peru, it's a more of a cultural thing. I have no idea for CIA or Russia.
And last question, how are you guys going to do at this tournament? Are you confident?
We are confident as hell. I know that we are the team that most try-harded before this. We haven't stopped playing since our last tournament, and because we had TI qualifiers. So since our last tournament that we got second place, we probably got 3 or 4 day break days to rest, and other teams, they took weeks. So you guys made a mistake by resting too much. We are coming at you.
Oh, thank you. Here with Art Style, legendary coach. How are you doing?
Kind of fine. Kind of happy that we are...
Kind of happy what?
Playing on this tournament.
Oh, yeah. How long have you been with this team?
Near 6 months or 7, something like that.
Where have you been?
I was coaching Navi junior team that became main roster. It was 2 or 3 years.
Do you realize how much of a legend you are in Dota?
No.
No?
No.
Do you still play a lot?
I'm more watching, to be honest. Right now I'm more watching and replays and scrims, clan wars. So, yeah.
So when you watch these days, do you, not to bring myself up here in this scenario, I used to play Counter-Strike a long time ago, and when I look at the current scene, I'm like, man, I wish I could be playing now. Do you ever get that feeling?
Yep, sometimes I get it, but I feel like my brain is already tired for it. I need to think about family, about a lot of real life stuff, and I don't have enough time for it.
How do you think you're going to do at this tournament?
We hope to do our best, but on this tournament there are really strong teams. Also in our group, it's like 2 teams that was finalists in previous big tournament. I don't know. We will try to reach to the playoffs, and after that we will see.
On your team, if a fight were to break out, fist fight, who would win?
I feel like Lace. He's kind of fat.
Right, good answer. In your long history of Dota, have you ever had a team that you've been on that there was a fist fight?
It was in my, not my first team, but in first team in my Dota 2 career. It was in Navi. I will not tell you, but there was kind of accident like that.
The original Navi?
Yeah, original Navi, first one. That one, first international.
I can only imagine who that person was.
Nope, it wasn't. It's not this person.
Okay, well, process of elimination. So he's off. Chavos, by any chance?
Nope.
I'm just kidding. Thanks for joining us, Ursa. I really appreciate you. I hope that you guys have success at this tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
We have reached our Group C match of the day, and that means Vici Gaming and Team Spirit will soon take the stage and go head-to-head in a 2-game series. And for that, we also changed things up on the panel. I'm joined by BSJ and Effie. Effie, how are you doing on this 3rd day of the group stages?
I'm doing great. The Dota's been pretty unexpected in the sense that a lot of teams have been evenly matched. And then also unexpected in the sense that teams I thought would do better haven't looked that great yet. And, you know, not to spoil, but a couple of those teams are playing right now. So I'm looking forward to see how they've rested between yesterday and today.
How have you rested between yesterday and today, Brian?
I got my 8 hours last night, Cheese. I'm feeling pretty good.
Feeling good? How are you feeling about today's Dota?
Yeah, I've been enjoying the meta evolution. This is my favorite part of the group stage of the tournament. I feel like we're at that point where we're seeing a lot of the melee alchemists, the Lycans, like these melee guys that get up in your face, kind of winning over the Shadow Fiends and the Drows. So I'm also, one of my favorite heroes in Dota is Necrophos. So very rarely do we get to see this hero in competitive regularly. Lornoff putting on a clinic in the last series. I'm hoping to see more of it.
I am looking forward to seeing more of it as well. Different roles, maybe a carry. Spectre again, who knows? We're going to focus in on Vici Gaming first. And if anyone is going to play Spectre on Vici Gaming, it's Shiro. Let's find out how he's feeling before the series.
Hey, I'm here with Shiro of Vici Gaming. Shiro, you had a tough match yesterday against P-Vision. I was wondering, with time since yesterday, did you figure out what went wrong in the game?
大家好，今天呢，我们有室友在这里接受我们的采访。那我们知道呢，这个之前您的这个比赛还是很艰难的。我们想要了解一下您的感觉是怎么样的呢？有觉得哪个地方出错了，所以导致这个比赛没能够成功呢？
首先他们
他们是一支非常强的队伍嘛，然后我们现在还有很多不足，所以输给他们，就对我们来说也是一件好事吧。我们能从中吸取更多的经验。然后出的问题在我身上的话，肯定就是因为第一把的对线我打得比较差，所以导致第一把的崩盘嘛。然后第二把可能就是整体都没有对面打得好。
Well, first of all, the opponent is a really strong team. We played with them. I think we learned a lot from them, so we can reflect on what we have done. Hopefully next time it will be better. So talking about the match itself, I think during the first round I didn't perform very well. So that's a loss that comes to this consequence. But hopefully we will do better next time.
Okay, you've got Team Spirit coming up next. How do you feel confidence-wise against them?
那么呢，就讨论到一些成员之间的共同合作，然后呢，您觉得您是否有信心在下一场比赛当中取得好的成绩呢？
我觉得就打好我们自己的，至于能不能赢的话，我现在也说不好，但我还是有信心的。
Well, we will definitely try our best. We collaborate as a team. We don't know if we can win or not, but I have the confidence and I will really try hard.
Okay, great. And then one last question. What's your favorite hero right now to play as carry?
那么下一个问题就是您在这个整个的项目当中，您最喜欢的那个英雄角色是哪一个呢？
我最喜欢 Tiny。I
like Tiny.
That's a good choice. Very good hero. Okay, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
非常感谢您参加今天我们的这个采访，希望您一切顺利。
谢谢。
Thank you.
To be honest, getting to play Tiny in this upcoming game, I think Brian, he's got good odds for that.
Yeah, as long as the Necrophos is banned. There's a few heroes in the patch right now that are I think has made it difficult because a lot of times a hero that was top picked like Tiny, they tend to fall off sometimes because of the numbers nerfs that have happened to him, but also because of the shift of the meta. So I think that Tiny's more situational, but it does enable XM's hero pool of all these ranged like snipers and vipers that they've kind of strayed away from a little bit, so I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, and Tiny's still a pretty good solution to Puck, which is a hero that Laurel will definitely be looking at. But I'm pretty happy with what I heard from Shiro in that interview because in their series yesterday, in their Game 1 versus P-Vision, there's really not that much you can take away from it if one of the players on the safe lane isn't able to say, I messed up and that was on me. And that's what we got in that interview. He said, I just didn't play well in that first map. And that's what happened. You know, they lost a lane that they shouldn't have lost with their Shadow Fiend and Oracle. And to be able to just take personal accountability for me is a very good sign.
Yeah, very strong, and it also gives me hope that they can adjust against their opponents today, which will be Team Spirit, the defending champions of the very strong roster that seems to be aiming to peak at the right time. We normally say that around this time Spirit does come to life, and part of the reason why they potentially might be coming to life here is because of one of the changes they made recently, of course, adding Miposhka as a coach. How did that came to be, and does it fit him? Let's find out from Yotoro.
Miposhka as a coach, like the same guy, but he more looking from the auto game, and he's like more chilled about like his job. Like he can like talk a lot about Dota, like what he always loved, like talk like 8 hours about some like laning, like some theory crafting of Dota, and it's fit him maybe more. Let's see, we'll see like how it goes. I would say we always like changing our playstyle about the meta. Anyways, it's about like some what is more reliable to play, like play for farm, play for kills, play for early or mid lane. We like trying to understand what is better and trying to follow it about like what is the best option to win. The last months was a bit tough because we like had no coach. And into first we had no Laurel, then we had no collapse for some tournaments, and we have troubles about our roster like with Panto, and it was hard to stick up like team together and trying to win because we like trying to fix our like problems about our game, and also we had no coach, so when Milan comes it's like give us more breath. for the game, and then Miposhka comes, it gives us more, and we made a roster change. So now like feeling good. I think we are playing not bad. If we're gonna be prepared well for special teams, what is like the best one is this tournament, as I see, by the preparation and last tournaments. So if we're gonna play at 10% better, we're gonna smash them like no chance.
So how has Team Spirit been doing? For that, I'm gonna ask Effie how she feels that her team's been doing.
They're definitely looking better than they did earlier in the season, but they're still not in Team Spirit top shape, and I hope that they can fix that through this group stage, because while they did 2-0 Nemesis yesterday, it wasn't in the way that you would want a team to do it. Like, it felt like their laning stage wasn't that strong. They were down in net worth, and they had to do the Team Spirit thing, which is find a good fight, make a comeback, and they looked really good after that point. And ideally, you're not playing for comebacks. I know it's a Team Spirit specialty, but I would like for them to today to focus a little bit more on lanes, which ironically is the same criticism I had for Vici from yesterday.
Yeah, for me, I always go back to that interview with Collapse at Dream League, the last Dream League, where we asked him about what was it like to get not me on the team, and he was coming back from a break on Collapse, and his response was like, I came back and found out I had a new teammate that was laning with me. So there was like clearly that lack of leadership and like vision for the team, not only inside the game, but also outside of it. So I think we're seeing glimpses of it, like Mira was mentioning, but I really do think that they will grow exponentially as the tournament goes on. So I have high hopes for them.
Well, I thank you for both of your insights so far. We're going to get some more insights. I believe we got Seb and Lacoste to talk about this very series.
And here we are with Seb. Just want to talk a little bit about this incoming matchup, because there's a lot of history between these two teams' squads. Bak, Y, Jinq, he's back in the squad against the gigantic team like Team Spirit. Who do you think has the upper hand?
It's hard to say. I mean, to be fair, I'm excited about this one because I haven't seen Spirit play yet. It's been so hectic, like so busy the schedule. I'm looking forward to it. You don't know. It depends which kind of Spirit you're getting. If you're getting Spirit peaking, I don't think anyone can stop them. If you're getting a Spirit that's like finding their form, their identity, this is a good squad to take games from them, because there's a lot of history, right, between these players.
Oh, absolutely.
They met each other's in TI finals. Like they know each other's in and outs.
Also, with the addition of Miposhka, how do you think that's going to influence how Team Spirit is going to be playing? Because the results, they were kind of lacking.
I mean, obviously a big buff, right? I think he's always been part of their success. He's the core of their identity. And they know each other's in and out. So Miposhka to Spirit can only be a good news to Spirit fans. I think they're looking pretty strong this tournament, and even though they always tend to start the tournaments a little bit slow, but this is like a two superstar roster. On the other side, like, Vici, this is a Chinese year, like TI is going to be in China. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and I know that it can be a double-edged sword for Chinese teams usually. They can crumble to it also.
And for the last series, 1 dub against LGD. This
Crazy
is the
one.
LGD squad. I mean, this should be a banger.
Yeah, crazy one. This one, probably the two most crazy, creative teams in terms of like strategy, in terms of breaking the game. So like perfect way to finish the day. I think impossible to know what to expect, literally. It starts from the draft. It's going to be chaos all around, but the highest level of Dota.
Oh, absolutely. Can't wait to see it. But first, we're going to have to see Vici Gaming against Team Spirit. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit will be a good one. Both teams have done decent so far. I think if we're focusing on Vici Gaming a little bit more first, they're 2-2 right now. They had a rough day yesterday, Brian, with a 0-2 against P-Vision. But at the same time, that was kind of a result that we were expecting. And I also feel like the first series that they had against Reconics also was one that we were expecting. So do we know what their power level is right now?
I mean, they've been relatively consistent in their results recently, between like 8th and 12th in the 2 tournaments that they played in. But for me, the concerning factor about yesterday was that the first game I felt like was a skill difference. So like Shiro himself even said we kind of messed up the lane. And the second game itself felt like a draft loss against Puppy. I think Puppy crafted quite the masterpiece in game 2 there. So I guess for me, it's like when I look at a team like Vici, I'm always asking myself, what does it take for them to take games or series off of the tier 1 teams? And yesterday, when they got outclassed in 2 different ways by 9class himself, I think that, I guess it just doesn't bode well for them. But I think that they will be a team that bounces back. And I don't think Spirit looks nearly as invincible as P-Vision. So I will get a much clearer gauge after this one.
That's fair to say, I think, Effie.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I mean, both of these teams have work to do in their early game, just based on what we've seen from yesterday. But sometimes I think you can just get caught off guard. Vici hasn't really, I mean, I don't know exactly where they've been boot camping or what they've been doing, but I know that it's very unlikely that they've faced teams like P-Vision in their scrims while they were playing their qualifiers, right? So you come into this tournament, suddenly you're shocked by the quality or the difference in laning from a team like P-Vision, and maybe that's just what you need, that snap back into, I can't make this small mistake. This tiny play that I was getting away with versus other teams, I can't do that anymore. And if that clicked for them, I really do believe in Vici Gaming as a team. I think they're very high skill.
I think this may be also one of those group stages that because you play 1 series per day, it gives you a lot of time to make those adjustments. And if, like Evie says, there's not been those type of scrims that they can learn from the matches here, and they can learn a lot from the other games that are being played at the same time. So a lot of information to learn from. The question is, how much have they learned? Have they learned enough for Vici Gaming to beat Team Spirit, or has Team Spirit also learned enough to take this 2-0? Let's find out as we head to the stage for the game.
Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel. And yes, this is the fight in Group C. It is the middle of the pack, only in name, as our next 2 opponents go up head-to-head. Our first one, bringing them up on stage, is Vici Gaming! 5 years have passed since the Vici Org took down Spirit, but this is a different time and a completely different squad with a whole lot to prove. Some issues to fix from yesterday for sure, but we all know they have more than what it takes to be and stay on top. Right now, sticking middle of the pack again in Group C. An important moment for Chinese team, though, on the other side, it's our EWC 2025 champions, Team Spirit! The Spirit Dragon has awoken off of its hoard of gold. And my God, what a hoard it was after their Dota 2 victory last year at the Esports World Cup. What makes them so good, you ask? Not me, Coach Mapushka, who knows, whatever it is, they have no plans to slow things down. And I tell you, nothing will slow down here, as please, Vici, please, Team Spirit, you may place your keys, you may take your seats, gentlemen, and prepare to do battle. Go ahead. This one is about to begin. A big fight in Group C. Where do we go? Where to head? We'll see what sort of draft we'll get out of it. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Milos. As we will prepare for this series, I'm interested in hearing where our attention should be. What is the strength of both of these teams? Where do their wins come from? Effie, we already talked a little bit about how Shiro also said himself wasn't looking too hot in that first game yesterday. Is normally for Vici Gaming that where the success come from, or would you focus on a different player?
I would say so. I think for both of these teams, it's very important to play through their carry, but the means that they achieve it is a little bit different. For Vici, when it comes to the way that they want to enable Shiro, a lot of it is XM getting a good late matchup, doing really well, and making very strong rotations. Whereas for Team Spirit, oftentimes Laurel can get shafted, and this team is used to playing in games where they maybe have to make a comeback, do a couple of comeback smokes, and play through collapse from the offlane instead of Laurel. Yesterday we saw that XM couldn't really make much happen out of the mid lane, and it felt like there was no tempo whatsoever from Vici. So I do wonder what they talked about today in terms of hero picks for XM.
Yeah, I was thinking when you were talking about not being able to make plays in game 1, especially when the lanes went poorly, when they could have gone well, they looked very lost. And I think that happens to any Dota player when you're in a pretty crappy scenario. But I feel like the difference for me between these two teams after watching Vici yesterday is that Team Spirit always has like a vision of how are we going to take fights later on in the game? How is our team going to play the map? And when I looked at Vici's drafts, my concern for them was that they had overall last pick in both games, and it felt like there were parts of their draft that they still had to like round off in that last pick. A lot of teams I've seen will have, okay, they'll have the objective taking, they'll have the initiation and the gank potential. And the last pick can kind of just be good against what they're seeing. But when yesterday I was like, those are good last picks, but they feel like they had to be that, which means that you're just never really surprising anyone, and that's not going to work against the likes of P-Vision, which obviously it didn't, and I don't think it's going to be good enough against Team Spirit either. So I'm hoping there's more continuity in their first 4 picks, whether it's like XM's on a range guy and Shiro's on a playmaker or something like this.
Yeah, just more of a mid-game idea, I would say, for Vici. Just that if our lanes don't go badly, this is the play that we can make, and this is the hero that's going to lead the charge. In that game where they had XM on Storm Spirit in game 2, that was their idea. We're going to play off of the Storm Spirit, but what we saw was when they were playing that mid-game, he would zip in, get silence, die, and they had no means at all to do anything after that. Spirit, they will often think about, okay, what if we lose lanes here? What do we do? Who's farming and who's going? And it feels like Spirit, in terms of conceptualization, just have the upper edge.
I think going off of your point, it's like you pick Storm first, and they say, this is our playmaker. But then what P-Vision did was say, I'm going to pick Ember into Silencer, and you just aren't going to be able to move on Storm Spirit. I feel like what a lot of teams would do there is say, okay, Storm Spirit's kind of gimped for like the first 20 minutes of the game until he gets some items. We need somebody else to like carry the torch for that period, but they didn't have that. And it felt like that period of the game, there's a lot of these games, not just between these two teams, but that have quickly snowballed out of control around the 15 to 20 minute mark, where just like 1 or 2 fights, it goes from a perfectly even game to like 5 to 10K. So that's where my eyes are specifically for the series as well, not only because that's a trend, but that's also something that happened to Vici twice yesterday.
Yeah, when we were talking about how the teams are adapting and learning as this tournament progresses, there's one series in particular that I think Vici might learn a lot from about Team Spirit, because the first day they faced Mouse, and yes, it was a tie, but to be honest, it kind of was a 2-0 in favor of Mouse, because that first game was eventually Megas versus Megas, and okay, then the Team Spirit factor, as Collab said, it's in the air. It will, the EWC buff will prevail and come through. But it wasn't a great series from them.
No, it wasn't. In an ideal world, you're never playing for comebacks. Like, while it's awesome when they happen, that's not a scenario you want to be in, where the other team has megas and you have to find, as Brian calls it, the Doctor Strange simulation, where you find the one team fight that works for you. That's not what you want, and that's why I'm a little bit concerned for Spirit. But we heard in that interview from Yatoro where he said they're still trying to figure out what exactly they should play for. Whether it's the early game, the mid game, or the late game, they haven't solved it. So this group stage could just be about finding that X factor for them. Like, what is it that works the most?
Yeah, I see the Team Spirit identity when it comes to these late game miracle wins, but I don't see the Team Spirit identity when it comes to like the strategy. So I think that, like you said, that's something they're going to have to find their footing. I think it's quite possible that they do, but if I had to gauge like the success of Team Spirit for this whole tournament, if they were to just be the exact same team they are now a week from now, I think I would put them in like 6th to 8th range. That's where I think their caliber is currently, but I think they're quite capable of stepping up.
Yeah, based on that EWC buff, though.
Of course.
Surely it will come into
That's
play.
at least 3 wins out of the next like 15 games for sure.
One thing I did notice watching Team Spirit yesterday, it's not an exact detail because I only had the time in the morning, obviously, to glance at, but they did lose their mid-tier 1 quite early, and it took them a while to actually cross the river and make some plays. And I wonder if that's something that they assessed themselves and said, we need to be able to hold this tower so that we can actually smoke across the river and not be the ones constantly run at. And in that case, they have to input more resources into Laurel than less. They can't last pick him Zeus and do nothing while he's getting coiled over and over.
I also think that's the reason why heroes like Snap and then honestly Necro now have become really popular, is because these heroes, there's no such thing as having superior lane shove to them in the mid lane. They naturally create this vacuum where the enemy has to respond with a bunch of heroes and your playmaking potential goes out the window. And this patch has really shaped up to be, we talked about the range carries and the melee supports in the safe lane, but I really think it's so much about this dynamic between these melee playmakers in the mid lane versus the heroes that shut them down. And so far, I'm seeing the heroes shut them down do quite well. And so I hope to see that trend, I hope to see teams adjusting to that and having the next layer of that meta evolution show up here. They've even seen the Snapfire ban first round.
Yeah, and we see the trend from our previous series continue that when that Darkseer is banned, you probably also want to ban out the Shadow Fiend. Just make it a little bit easier for yourself. We got Vici Gaming opening with a Treant Protector.
Very rarely let through. Treant's often first ban, and I think in the games he has been let through, he's mostly won. I was checking hero win rates today, and yeah, he has been let through 6 times with 1 loss. So this hero does fantastically. It's not just his ability to enable ranged carries, but his vision factor in the mid game just makes your game plan so easy.
Yeah, it's also the fact that he helps all 3 lanes at once with living armor being global. Don't know why it works like that. But then he also forces you to have some all-in for the tier 1 towers. It's like one of the worst feelings when you don't have meaningful tower pressure and you don't even feel like there's a point in chipping down the tower over time. Like a lot of times for offlaners, they'll just be farming the big camp and pushing the wave and be like, yeah, I'll do like 100 damage to the tower per minute. But that just doesn't work against Treant. So what I'm looking for in Team Sphere's draft is if they're allowing Treant through, is it's not as much about just the lane matchup itself, but like what's your plan for like the 5 to 8 minute mark to make some sort of substantial invasion of the safe lane that's gonna boot the Treant out effectively.
I mean, early Dispel can maybe be helpful just to secure those kills, like things like Enchantress, things like Largo. I could see those being effective.
We did see Enchantress have success against, I think it was Mao's that played. It may have been somebody else. Who was it that played Enchantress?
We've seen snaking Enchantress earlier this morning as well.
Hero, I was surprised wasn't as popular as it was in the last few tournaments, because yeah, it's still seeing play, but there's some of these other supports like the Treant and the Clock that are just having a bit more attention put on them. But I do think Enchantress is quite good against Treant in theory, because you do take the early tier 1 towers and you dispel the living armor, which is a lot of his early game potential. And you also don't really like, a lot of supports are afraid to like walk through the jungle against Tree because they will die to a Tree +1, and Enchantress is one of those that won't.
We got the Hoodwink and the Mars removed by Vici Gaming in the second ban phase.
Mars is a weird ban. I know it's collapsed and everything, and he is good at finding Treant because the arena destroys the trees, but I don't know. I think Mars has just been severely underwhelming in the past few months. Quite the respect ban, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be one of those situations where you know you're gonna just pick that ranged hero for Shiro, and you think to yourself, I'm playing against Collapse. We kind of have to take this hero out. Because Bulwark versus heroes like maybe Gyrocopter or Wind Ranger, that could come out. You don't want to deal with that. And I believe Vici were in a situation where they picked Wind Ranger to flex it and ended up having to shift to an Ursa, and that didn't look good. So maybe just secure Shiro's game was what they talked about.
Yeah, I think the reason that didn't look good is because when you were flexing it, you had a problem to solve. It was not that, okay, we can just move Wind Ranger or not. It's like they have a Lifestealer on the enemy team that we have no BKB piercing damage. So when you flex it, it doesn't feel like you're free to choose. It feels like you have to solve this problem, and that means, okay, I guess if Wind Ranger doesn't solve that and none of the 4s in existence do damage through BKB, then we just have to move the Wind Ranger, and that's an example of if their draft is a bit more well-rounded, then it's like, okay, what lane do we prefer? And that ends up being a more free-flowing idea of your draft.
Speaking of free-flowing, I feel like Largo is a free spirit.
He is, I agree with that.
He goes with the flow.
Yeah.
He's a viber, for sure.
He really is.
And that's the idea versus Treant, is we're going to have a Dispel, and they do it through the offlane instead. While Largo, I think, is not as strong as he used to be. He is quite the good hero for Team Spirit, which is not necessarily the kind of hero you'd attribute to Collapse, but he's played it a lot. He's had some really strong games on it, and the only issue with it is that it needs time. But again, Spirit are maybe like, it doesn't matter. We'll find that one mid-game fight. We're okay to go slower on our lanes.
Yeah, what is the... I mean, it's not really threatening to push Treant's tower. It looks like you're more content to just trade farm. Largo's more of a push out the lane, go back to his jungle camps kind of offlaner. They do go for the XM Storm Spirit. I was very curious about the mid lane dynamic for this series. I would be curious if Laurel's willing to whip out the Huskars or the Necros. This is not a hero that's flexed. You can definitely punish Storm Spirit in lane. They might just go for the Ember like a lot of other teams do. But I think there's a lot of options to potentially punish this. And I feel like Liquid last series did not respect a player like Lornoff. When you're like, Nisha, I'll give you Ember, I'll give you Puck. against Lorinov's Necro, and so I'm wondering if Team Spirit's willing to do the same thing.
I wonder if they're willing to play Keeper of the Light at all, because if they're thinking about this Ember versus Storm, they could just take a page out of 1W's book and just go for that Coddle, Ember, Largo.
That would be a nice trio. I always think of Coddle, Ari even said himself, like, you have to be a Coddle team.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if Team Spirit is a Coddle team. I'm not sure if that's up Not Me's wheelhouse. Now, Skywrath Mage, that is an interesting pick. I'm wondering what their idea behind. Have we seen any Skywrath Mage? I haven't seen it myself.
We have, at least not on streaming.
In theory, it's good for bursting Largo, but then at the same time, it's really bad against Largo if you're not going on Largo, because whoever gets silenced into ulted by Skywrath just gets licked, which not only removes the silence, but it also moves you out of the ult. So they have this combo of root into Skywrath Mage damage that's all countered as long as you're not casting it on the Largo, which seems a bit unreliable unless they have some idea of, okay, we're going to focus Collapse really hard with this. But yeah, it's a kind of a weird choice for me. I'm wondering what Xinkyu's thinking here.
I think it's fine for me because you know how earlier we were talking about having a clear idea of what it is that you want to do? And they had this idea. We have this jump of Storm plus 1 damage dealer, and we're just going to really simplify it with the Skywrath Mage. We're going to have the burst, that first smoke with the Storm Spirit. We know we're going to have kill threat if Sky is 6, and to me that is better than just picking that Storm Spirit and thinking, oh, he's going to carry us through the mid game.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the only reason Skywrath Mage is not super popular right now is because safe lanes are so oppressive and they're like meant to win. Oftentimes Skywrath Mage played from the 4 is he's meant to ruin the carry's life, and I think that's very difficult in the pool of 5s that are popular right now. They oftentimes either heal the carry substantially, like the IO last series, or heroes like Clock and Treant that draw a lot of attention to themselves. So I have to imagine that's why we don't see too much Sky. I think the hero's still, like, theoretically strong. Terrorblade, it's a pretty good blind pick, meaning you do know your lane, but you don't see your carry-to-carry matchup. A lot of the heroes that Terrorblade doesn't want to play against, like the Drow, are either not good or they're worth banning in the first round. You don't have a lot of these like Zeus's and Tinkers in the mid lane meta right now, so I was hoping to see a bit more Terrorblade. He is effectively a ranged carry when it comes to lane pairings with Treant Protectors and the Clockworks. I like the pick. I think it's good for Shiro. I think it fits his playstyle a lot.
I really like the Terrorblade here, yeah. I think versus Largo on lane, I look at Largo as a hero that you have to kind of address with a lot of single target damage.
Sustained damage.
And an overwhelming, right? Because ideally, this hero wants to take these long drawn out fights, pump out those gradual heals, and make it difficult to actually run into them in that mid game. But Terrorblade, as a hero who can just throw everything on one target and take him out, exists to solve Largo in that sense. I also think that the strength of Largo is that he's got high armor and high damage. So on lane, he trades very well against most heroes, but Terrorblade is not an easy hero to CS against in melee form. Like, his BAT is better, and it feels like they've correctly addressed the Largo threat.
I mean, I'm liking VG Gaming's draft overall. The Skywrath Mage is going to remain a question mark in my head, because every time I just will approach it with a bit of skepticism, saying, why is nobody else picking Skywrath Mage? What is Xingqiu going to do? Is he going to roam on mid really early and try to shut down Laurel's early game and gives XM the playmaking potential that he was kind of lacking yesterday due to the setup they had in the draft? If that's what they're going to do, and they pick a hero for Bach that's more independent and able to play for itself, then that would make a lot of sense to me. I'm curious with their last pick.
Listen, I have very particular opinions on Skywrath Mage, and I do think the hero isn't in a very strong place competitively, but I also think if you're picking Skywrath Mage, you have to be a player like Xingqiu. You have to be somebody who plays for your own farm, finds a way to play griddily, get that early level 6, and you have to play like a pseudo core if you're really going to pop off on this hero. He's not like a sit back and cast spells every once in a while kind of support. There's so many supports that do better than him. But if you're pulling some shenanigans and you get a really good start, the hero looks good. So I kind of believe in it in the hands of Xingqiu. I probably wouldn't say that if anyone else picked it.
What does that look like though, in terms of, I understand what you're saying, to play for yourself.
Shard.
Okay, early shard.
An early shard.
Gotcha. So it's a little bit of that mid game like farming mixed in with not always going for plays basically.
Yeah.
So we see Centaur, like a nice generic offlane pick when you know it's likely a ranged carry because they've got the Clockwork 5. Centaur does quite well against a lot of the range carry. I feel like it's weird that they banned Wind Ranger and then picked Centaur, because Centaur I think is unplayable for Wind Ranger because the focus fire is just useless against you. So that's a bit peculiar to me. I'm wondering if we might see like a Yatoro Morphling or something like this. It's going to be a bit susceptible to the silences, but I think like an early Manta buyer that's ranged would make sense to me. Luna.
Based on the tier list you guys made on the first day, this tier list might therefore already have changed. Nature's Prophet is still pretty high up there.
That would work. Oh, they actually go a completely
Double
different
melee.
direction. It does decently against Centaur later, but I actually think Lifestealer will struggle a bit in lane here. I actually don't love this Lifestealer pick. Like yesterday I thought P-Vision set up the perfect Lifestealer draft. I think that this is like a 7 out of 10 Lifestealer pick for Yatoro. I think it does offer them a win condition, but I think that if I were going purely off the drafts and I could not see the teams, I would prefer to be Vici, I think, for this one.
I agree. I really like what Centaur gives them in terms of an early pipe. Lifestealer does give them that physical damage and the scaling that they need to fight into Vici, and of course Rage versus Terrorblade, allowing you to maybe get those key kills on him before he sunders. But early game, that damage is going to be coming out of that Dark Willow plus Ember. So if you get this pipe and just run at them non-stop, and you don't let this Lifestealer breathe, I think Vici have a really good draft to set the tempo.
Yeah, my main concern with the Lifestealer pick was that I think that he is bullyable in the first 3 or 4 levels. I think that's exactly what Xingqiu wants when he picks Skywrath Mage, and I think there's potential that if top lane goes poorly for Team Spirit, that also bleeds into mid lane. And I think that the lane momentum will heavily determine this game, like it has been for a lot of the matches we've seen thus far this tournament. And if Shiro's given a free farm, I think that XM or Vici and the rest of their lineup will be able to capitalize quite well on an early lead. They have objective taking, they have pick off, they have good wave clear. So yeah, I mean, I think that both teams have a win condition, but I think it's all about Team Spirit slowing it down and Vici ramping it up.
And for me, the big question mark right now for Vici is, did they fix their atrocious laning from yesterday? Because the talk that we had about their draft, if they lose their safe lane and Largo gets a good start, then it's not going to be very relevant. And they're going to have to be playing on the back foot, going for a comeback. And that's not what you want in picking Treant plus Terrorblade.
Indeed.
It is indeed not. So laning stage has to be going well for Vici Gaming to have a good shot in this game. We feel like they drafted kind of well, so I'm kind of optimistic on this one. I am curious about the Storm versus Ember. I want to touch upon XM versus Laurel there a little bit, because I feel like that's the lane where I think it's supposed to be even.
Yeah, the lane itself is pretty even. I'd say the lane slightly favors Storm, and then the game favors Ember.
Because that's where I feel like a difference can be made, with also potential rotations coming out. Skywrath is a very fast hero. It can tip the scales in the favor of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, if Vici Gaming ends up in a spot where Bach is just chill farming top and Skywrath Mage is roaming on mid, I think that favors them heavily.
Well, we are gonna find out which team will take the lead in this 2-game series between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit, as it seems like Yatoro has found some friends. Let's head over to Sunsman and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Yatoro's in a bit of trouble. He's going to get stomped up, licked up as well. Everything in between. He will survive on half HP. As we begin game number 1 between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. We watched Team Spirit yesterday. They were pretty good. I mean, not their top form, but quite good. Vici, in the game that we cast, they just didn't show up.
Yeah, they were not that good. So I do hope that we have a bit of a like a better gameplay coming out from them, because I do think they will need it. And we've got some interesting drafts coming out. I think both offlaners in this game should do very well. Like, I think the Largo, Dark Willow, quite a strong lane. Same also with the Skywrath Mage and the Centaur in the offlane. So at least for now on the bounties, nothing really too crazy happening. You've got a 2-for-2 split. But yeah, the Skywrath Mage is a bit of an interesting pick. It's not a hero you see very often. Of course, he's very fast. He has very good early laning, so I love that. But this hero has always had the same issues. There's so many things that counter you. Glimmer, Force Staff, any items, pipes, really. It's
any items?
Like, it's literally any saving item illusion heroes kind of own you. Luckily for him, there aren't really any. But even Largo, I think if you're not silencing Largo himself, he'll just lick it off and he's going to be A-okay. So I'm looking at Xingqiu at least for this early game. I want to see them pop off up here.
Okay. Well, later in the game, I feel like they have a couple of good opportunities to get Mystic Flares off. The Hoof Stomp, the Electric Vortex, the Overgrowth. Not the worst. Not like a Cataclysm or anything, but Mystic Flare can certainly delete heroes.
That's definitely what they will want to be playing for. Like you said, they do have quite a bit of setup for that. So it's just important, like, can Collapse not be in those moments? Because if you just lick off both, like, the Ancient Seal, like, that's already enough. There's so much bonus damage that you're going to miss out.
My question is for Yatoro, are you relying on the lick, or do you need to go for a Manta or something like that?
I guess we'll just have to see what his item build is going to be, right? But most likely it is just going to be perhaps the Radiance Armlet that we saw yesterday. There is a lot of nice, like, good things that you would get from a Desolator, but I think when you're playing Lifestealer into TB, Radiance is just very nice overall for you. Just give yourself like a little bit of hybrid damage.
Let's see Jin-Q. See how much harassment he can get away with in this top lane. Brew playing the Clockwork this time around. And our boy, Faith Beyond, aka Bach on the Centaur.
I'm looking at him also to redeem himself a little bit. I would say especially the Largo game he had the other day was very uninspiring and way under his like usual impact that that you expect him to have. But yeah, Jin-Q should have a good laning stage. You're just very fast, especially against the clock. You're against a double melee. Because you also heard, like, Panda was talking about it, Lifestealer. I think, yeah, the one-to-one carry matchup into TB is not in your favor, but the thing that Spirit have going on for the draft, it is actually quite difficult to kill these heroes. Like, you have Ember with Flame Guard, Lifestealer can be tanky, you have Largo saving each other, you've got the defensive infest, so it's more on VG later. Can they find this moment to burst through one guy, as Y?
Will be First Blood, not me. Gets the gold for that. I have to remember that throughout this game.
Of course.
And other than the Ancient Seal, what else can the Lick take care of? You got the Living Armor.
Yeah, very good one.
I mean, it works against Overgrowth.
Yeah, Overgrowth, Ancient Seal, and now, some Reflection
if you
maybe
get the
later.
Shard, the Lick won't dispel yourself still, right?
Correct. It's going to be like mainly on your items and what you're... Well, later on you get the double Lick talent. You know, if you're into the licking stuff, then that's going to be good.
Of course, everybody's into that at some point in their life, but I think Lotus has got to be the big item in this game for the Froggy.
Oh, absolutely.
Collapse will get the first Lotus of the game here. But yeah, mid lane, Spirit versus Spirit, XM on the Storm. Spirit doing a lot of damage to Laurel. Fairy Fire will keep him alive a little bit longer. The tree actually blocks enough vision for him to walk away. Very, very close to a solo kill, which would have been pretty disastrous for the mid laner of Spirit.
Very nice pressure by XM, and this is something else that you don't really see it so strongly, but you know, Tree and Protector has a lot of value, especially on these lanes that are gonna play very aggressive and hit each other a lot, so it could definitely be one of the small reasons why XM can get off, you know, maybe a little more hits and a little more pressure than usual.
Yeah, 21-3 CS right now for XM. We're 15-4 for Laurel. I mean, how is this supposed to go in theory?
It is slightly Storm favored. There's a lot of skill variants that can push it like maybe a little more one way or the other. But most of the time you should see Storm coming out on top. And I think especially with the Living Armor, I'm not too surprised right now at the CS.
We'll grab the Water Rune pretty much uncontested. We'll see what the rotations look like at the 6-minute mark for that first Power Rune. Shiro was getting gone on, but is going to be perfectly fine. How does this feel in terms of a Terrorblade game?
It's a pretty good TB game, I would say.
I mean, historically against Lifestealer late game, it's pretty good, right?
No, you have a good matchup into the Lifestealer. You're also pretty good against Clock. I think Willow can be both ways, but overall, the longer the game goes, you're quite good against her. You get Manta, you have many illusions. You're not really ever in threat of getting solo killed. It's more about what I'm looking at is the Largo Ember. Like, usually TB suffers against the mids and the offlane heroes because it's more about the magic damage, the spells, there's like more spell items or auras, as Shiro in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, pops the Fairy Fire to try to stay alive. Obviously has all that physical armor. Now the Living Armor on top of that. Nice block from Y. Is that going to be enough? The Shadow Realm not going to have enough vision to finish the job, so Shiro will survive.
That's nicely done. Good fogging, and of course the Living Armor. So it would be nice also if you have Y that he can clap a creep to give some HP to his boy Shiro.
Another Bramble actually will root Shiro. A bit of a weird spot, gets licked back into the fray. This is with meta up. He's going to fall here. That's a huge kill for Spirit. He's going to come back to lane with no meta. And obviously the death. We saw Shiro kind of, well, not to put it bluntly, but feeding yesterday relentlessly.
The SF, yeah. But that was, I'm not gonna lie, that was a nice connection by not me. Like, finding the Bramble behind Shiro, who had an illusion up at the same time, that's not an easy feat at all. And it's, I still feel like Largo he's getting disrespected when it comes to the laning stage. Like, this hero is not a weak laner if he can play aggressive. This is a double melee lane. You have the strongest support. I think that's usually also what tips it like over the edge. Just not me on this Dark Willow in a very good Dark Willow lane. Like, there's nothing pressuring you really. So that Collapse definitely up to a very, very good start here with the first active rune. XM is level 6, Laurel is not yet level 6.
Yep, Searing Chains to start things out for Laurel. Looking for the rune, will get the shield. As XM will be forced out. First rune going the way of Spirit. Yatoro and Bach in a 1v1, and I guess Centaur wins that for now.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see too much pressure. Like, what's going to happen is top lane is either Jinkyu can find a nice timing on like a silence where they, you know, kind of surprise Yatoro. It is semi what they're kind of looking for right now, but I think other than that, you can just have Jinkyu look at potentially other lanes. I think him and XM going together is quite good for Vici, but of course they didn't get the active rune, so XM, he doesn't really have any resources to work with.
And Jinkyu, we'll see how fast he can get level 6, because I feel like against Lifestealer, Ancient Seal is insanely good as long as Collapse is not in the area.
Yeah.
Get some early pickoffs on the carry.
And they do need that follow-up damage. Like, Centaur is not the type of offlaner who moves all that much, very static. You want to get your Stampede, and that's how you help your team. As Rue is being very annoying. I mean, they are bringing Laurel over as well, who's very strong on the Ember.
Yeah, they're stealing. So they're going to get both runes, actually.
This is a little bit too easy. I mean, very nice play from Spirit, just angling over, you know, with the clock. Of course, Ember loves doing this. You leave a Remnant behind in the mid lane, you posture your body over, and it's like, okay, if you're not coming, you just Remnant straight back to the mid lane.
I have to ask the question everybody's wondering, Kazu. How many chainmails is Rue going to eat this game?
So how long do we think this game is going to go? I'm going to go with 0. Ask me again when we get to 58 minutes.
I mean, even at that point, I don't think it's worth
It's true.
it.
You're support. You have to like play offlane Clockwork at some point. You need an offlane Clockwork game at minute 78, which you'll never see because the hero's too goated as a support.
Yeah.
This time around,
Spirit, they're no strangers to the late game, though.
No, they definitely are not. But if I look at Rue's net worth, that's kind of sad. Like sub 1K. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Searing Chains with the Bramble nearby. Bedlam not up quite yet. The zip away with the first crown. He mistimes it a bit. XM does zip out, but takes away to not Mii's Blood Grenade as Jinkyu looks to be next on the list. So in the end, 2 big kills for Spirit as Collapse will show up mid.
That was a pretty costly, silly mistake there by XM to not get the dodge off, because he didn't just get himself stunned, he also got his friend Mr. Jinkyu stunned. So that's pretty bad news over here. I also like that Collapse went over there to the mid lane. Of course, you can push out your lane with the Largo, then move over to the mid lane, because Collapse, he's having a banger of an early game here.
Yep, top net worth, not too shabby. He actually made the rotation mid as well, so we'll see how much he can snowball with this. And I mean, I'm trying to remember Collapse's build of choice. I guess it's just the standard Meteor Hammer now for basically every Froggy that we're seeing.
As long as, like, if there's nothing that makes you deviate, it's pretty nice if you do end up getting to go the Meteor Hammer. It helps you farm, because you also don't pressure all that much, but you have very nice wave clear. You can chip away at towers. As you just see a lot of maximizing. Like Laurel here with the max flame guard, you love being able to do this on the Ember.
Yeah, I've been trying to deal with the Ember, but 2 rotations in addition to XM being there, not enough.
No, that's nicely played. You just know that now there's 3 heroes in the mid lane. You can use this to push a little more aggressively in the top area on the bottom side as well.
A little bit of pressure to Bach, but obviously has that Stampede, worst case scenario. I feel like there's no real variation on the skill build for Centaur. It's typically just the max of return.
It's just too much about farming. You get the Dominator, you pull some waves, you hit the neutrals. And also to answer your question from earlier, it looks like Yatoro is going the Radiance into the Manta. At least that's what he has
going to bring up
queued
chainmail eating.
Oh no,
you got me excited there.
No, buddy, this is not happening.
The sub 10-minute chainmail eat.
That'll be kind of lit.
I
would love to see that.
It would be a misclick. Jinkyu.
Block grenades.
Yep, he's dead. Very easy killing. Gonna try to give it to Laurel. Living Armor is going to delay it a bit. He will get the kill nonetheless.
As we got the Prowler.
Yes, we do. Trying to remember his name from Artifact.
Didn't play the game, so I wouldn't know.
Something that Farvon the Dreamer.
Yeah, definitely Jekyll and Hyde type situation.
Hey, you got it right this time.
I did.
You looked it up after our cast, the research. That's really good. Tier One under peril. TP on the way. Good cog placement. Gonna push Bach out of the way.
This is not good.
Bedlam. He's in a lot of trouble. He's just gonna get bursted before he can do anything. But they get the Ancient Seal and the kill now onto Yatora. So a good turnaround from Vici despite not having the Centaur at all, really. And now the zip in from XM to try to finish off Rue. Terrorize hits 2, and away they go into the Searing Chains from Laurel. Can Spirit now turn this around? They're going to get the bowling action from Rue, and that should put things to an end. Basically, everybody's showing up here in the mid lane. Other than Collapse is just chilling.
Yeah, he's full on chilling. I mean, it's nice that you kill the Lifestealer and you get some levels like injected into your team, but you brought 5 heroes mid and you still lost your tier 1. And now in the meantime, Collapse is just chilling bottoms, gonna have his Meteor Hammer, which also means, you know, you're gonna get to slowly chip away at the tower sooner or later. So even though like they hold the area somewhat, this is not a very good sign.
Yep, Shiro gonna have to have a masterful performance. I mean, he has second net worth despite that death, so
he definitely can do
nicely.
it. Like we said before, it is a very good TV game. I do emphasize a little bit though, Skywrath Mage, Jinkyu hasn't really gotten much done yet, and I don't think it gets much easier. Like, you
wait for that 6, brother. Wait
okay.
For that 6. Trust.
I'm just saying, you hate playing versus Ember Spirit. Like, this hero is so annoying. If you can kill him a few times in the early and mid game, that's nice. But high-level Flame Guard, once you get Slide or Chains, like, you're in so much trouble.
Yeah. But if you get the Ancient Seal on him
of
first, I mean, you can't rely on licks from Collapse every which way. There's only so many tongues that he can use.
True.
As he does get the tier 1 tower, XM making the rotation though. Collapse healing up, completely out of mana now. As he gets brought back into the fray, should be being taken out here. It's actually Y to get the kill.
This is a good one. Like top net worth, top level hero of the entire game. You take him out. You did pay the price by losing your tier 1 tower, which of course does hurt you a little bit, especially when you're playing this type of very map-centric heavy lineup with the TB and the Treant.
Now Shiro. Surprise on the high ground is the entirety of Spirit. It feels like the Bedlam doing a massive amount of damage. He can't get anything off. Laurel gets the kill there. They're trying to separate themselves. Looks like Spirit may be wanting to retreat. Laurel want to focus on XM. There's the first Mystic Flare of the game. It's enough to take out Not Me. And Laurel still with that damage rune. Will be pressured away for now.
And it should be okay. Does have the remnant available. I'm like, this Not Me guy, he is very good. Like, I didn't know him all that much before he joined, but his first stunt with them was at like, what? It was at Dream League where he had some banger games, and here too. Like, I think his spell usage so far in this game on the Willow has been very, very good. So Spirit overall.
I mean, I feel like they've gone through quite a few roster changes, and this one has stuck better than the rest. Is why trying to get things started onto Laurel, but he's just a little too mobile for the likes of Vici.
I mean, definitely the best thing that Vici can play around currently is, of course, like both XM and Jinkyu going together. You allow Shiro to get the space that he needs, you know, being TV. You just kind of need to farm up. Same with Faith Beyond, of course, on the Centaur. You're just playing your little Helm of Dominator plus Stampede mini-game. XM.
Sam, Searing Chains, Bramble to follow, and the Bedlam as well. Is this actually enough? This time he dodges the Curse Crown.
Where did the hooker go?
Learned his lesson there. Yeah, hook shot onto Y. That should be an eventual kill as Laurel will close the gap.
So they do get away with XM, but one of the problems is that if his net worth is, it is struggling. 4,100 at 14 minutes is really ain't no bueno. As Wisdom Shrine should be able to get this one.
Yep, Bach secures it. And looking at his farm, very inches, okay. I saw the Ring of Tarask. I was like, all right, another heart, but no, a pipe incoming. We have not seen that on the Centaur so far.
Okay, so they want to go for more of a like fighting head-on into Spirit. It's always been, there's been a lot of metas, I think, where it's a pretty big 33 thing. Like when you play against a carry who rushes Radiance, if you can match the Radiance timing with a pipe on your offlaner, it can be somewhat easy to fight into it. But it does mean that you are losing a little bit on your scaling, and it also means that you are itemizing and you want to fight into Spirit between this like 16 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, and I feel like with these Chinese teams, something that I've noticed is a lot of times they don't align in what they're trying to do. Like this pipe, I feel like we're just going to see Shiro farming and not aligning with another item in order to actually fight.
I think you might be right, but that's at least where I hope that they do find those moments where you can go together and make it happen. Because TB can fight, especially like backed up with a pipe. It's not that easy to get him killed from full to zero, then he can still get the Sunder off and you can play into it. But I will say this will hurt Bach's game in the long run, you know, if they do take it there later.
There's the Radiance. Online now for Yatoro.
They're doing quite a good job at holding on to this game. Because with like the 2 tier 1s being down, like both your mid and safe lane tier 1 being down, not really dropping much more net worth, is quite good.
2K, I mean, if it wasn't for the towers, it'd be even.
Yeah. The one that's struggling here is going to be XM. Like, again, I have to point out his net worth is low. And when you lose your tier 1 this early on, you are never going to get any of the active runes. You can just see that Laurel, he's getting his hands on every single rune.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to get involved in some fights to get something to go his way.
It's very likely that Vici want to try and strike in their own jungle. They've done a very good job at like fortifying their own area here with a lot of vision.
All right, let's look at the timing here. So Pipe is now being delivered for the Centaur. Mystic Flare, not going to do too much here, but they get the meta come out as XM takes out Rue. Going to zip right on top of the Dark Willow before the Terrorize comes out. So there's the double kill for XM, desperately needed. And now Laurel will have to Remnant away. So a good fight there from Vici.
This is very nice. I like what they did there. Like, if you look at their vision too, they have a deep one down bottom in the lane. They still have one in the jungle. And even though Rue went quite deep to take that one, as Jinkyu living the Skyref Mage life.
Yep, it happens.
Oh, it does. And it will happen many more times this game.
I love this hero, but he is really difficult to make work.
Collapse will be optimizing, or itemizing rather, for that Lotus next. No big surprise. Yatoro going to take out this tier 1 now, so they have the full set. And for him, it will be the Manta, so is going to respect. I mean, Manta Radiance is good in general.
It's very good. Also, it does help you not just against the heroes, but also the map play overall, as Shiro is currently being smoked on.
Yeah, Rue spots him, bounces him back twice, actually, so he's going to have to pop his wand to get a respectable amount of mana. Is Wyatt nearby to try to assist with the living armor. Laurel, Searing Chains only onto one, though, gets sundered, and now the Mystic Flare comes out. That's a lot of damage onto Laurel. But a big Terrorize to follow. Laurel is still sticking around, has to Remnant away finally. Still no kills quite yet. Curse Crown Connect on the outskirts here. Laurel with the Remnant, so they will find the Treant Protector eventually, along with the Sky, who's just been dying relentlessly. So 2 supports go the way of Spirit.
I actually can't believe Laurel lived there, but I think he got like a Mage Slayer proc on all of the heroes before they got their spells off, because it definitely looked like he should have ended up dying there. But yeah, certainly a little backfire there on Vici, losing 2 of the heroes. In what definitely looked like could have been quite good, as Laurel, of course, gets another active rune.
XM, very unfortunate for him. We'll have to zip away.
Yeah, it's an annoying game to be Storm at the moment. I think there's more ways where... Oh, good Bramble. No, not another chain!
They get him here. Bramble into the Searing Chains. It's enough. XM can't get anything going. I mean, he did get that double kill, but then immediately shut down again. Look how deep Spirit are right now.
Yeah, maybe
on the outskirts.
Too deep.
Okay, that's an 8x kill streak brought to an end, and now Collapse will fall as well. So double kill for Shiro, basically gifted on a silver platter by Spirit.
We've been seeing some crazy plays in like the last couple games. There's a lot of high skill stuff, but then eventually people end up so deep. Because here, like you said, Vici kind of being handed those. They'll gladly oblige and take those. You have Bach, Pipe completed. Now you actually get to return all of this, and you get to take the tier 1 tower.
Yep, and Bach has the Blink Dagger, so can now get a little bit more aggressive. Rue. Knows that the Treant Protector's nearby, but won't be able to defend too much. Now, I will say, one downside to Spirit's lineup, it's a little harder for Collapse to steal Aegises. You're just running in as a fat frog.
The frog ain't that good at it. But this is where Rue can pick it up. He's got the Rocket Pack.
Yeah.
Okay, not me.
Vortex, Mystic Flare, that is the deletion of Dark Willow, but there's the hookshot to follow up. Do they have the stun lock? Yes, they do. XM, nothing for free, my friend.
Man, that hook AoE barely got the stun off. They really needed that connection, because he didn't actually hook the Storm. It was onto the Ember.
And well, when there's one death, there's another. And
when there's one Ember, there's a dead Skyref Mage. He's got the Kaya at least, which... this is the other problem. Like, Skyref has such weird itemization. Like there's some metas where you could go in early ATOS and like try to force defensive items out of other people. But other than this, you don't really have any good first items, and it really hurts people. Like, and the heroes that you do play, like if you don't have nice natural itemization, it also just feels awkward.
Now first Tormentor of the game goes to Spirit.
Yep, there's the rocket pack.
There we go.
As Collapse will top off everyone.
The Blink Dagger almost online for the tree, actually, so why? Not too shabby of a timing, actually.
No, I do like it. It's very good against the Dire draft as well, right? Especially Ember. Like, if Larla is ever out of position, just getting that root on him, because they have a lot of damage, right? We talked about the Mystic Flare and also Shiro. Like, he's having a very, very good game on this TB, even with the 2 deaths to his name.
Nope, he does get dusted, though. Buys the Blink Dagger knowing that this death is incoming. At the very least, he won't lose any gold.
Oh yeah, Meteor Hammer his ass.
Oh yeah, ultimate disrespect.
And then lick him. I like that. Just saying that if Y had not had a greedy enchantment, he would have died without being able to purchase the Blink Dagger. But of course,
thank you.
Being able to have that is very nice. So upon the respawn,
keep us updated on only his.
I absolutely will. No, of course there's more. I'm sure Collapse has it. He also unlocked one of the better Largo talents, level 15. Of course, the Croak of Genius max DPS. Also nearly has the shard available. So some good timings being hit here by Spirit.
Yeah, it feels bad for Treant Protector when you can just take 2 overgrowths off immediately with that shard, as we're going to see a pickup on the Not Me. Is this one free, though? It looks like it. For once, XM not going to die afterwards.
It's good that the game slowed down a bit here, especially for XM, because he's making a pretty decent recovery. He's getting quite close to his BKB, also getting up some more galvanized charges after kind of losing most of them in the early game.
Yep, 1,000 away from the BKB. And Yatoro gonna farm some enemy ancients. Has his Manta style now. We'll be going for the armlet into Ags.
This is quite good, of course. Like a lot of the carry matchups, you can try to like sway a little bit with itemization, and I do like that they gave Lifestealer like the Aghanim Scepter, like especially like back in the day, like this is kind of unplayable against some heroes like Ursa and whatnot, and now you have like more avenues to actually play that. Bak will be okay.
It's very interesting to see the armlet as a 3rd item. I feel like usually you're seeing higher value items picked up.
Yeah.
In fact.
I mean, the Manta is a nice in-between, I think. So we all talked about the Skyver Silence.
Yep, Searing Chains and Spirit versus Spirit. No connection made, and he's attempting to TP out is fine.
Yep, we'll make it out. I think the armlet is just too high value.
Yeah, but
Jinkyu is dead.
This is going to be death number 6. Feels like
he's going to end this game with 13 deaths or more, regardless whether they win or lose.
Okay. Let's keep an eye on that then.
No, I will.
So now you're keeping us surprised on the greedy enchantments and the plus or minus 13.
Yeah, who had first blood this game?
Hold on.
That's taking too long.
Not me.
Oh, good job. It was him indeed. One,
I would have been right
2.
either way if I said not me.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's true. Let's see where they can go from here. Because the game, it did stall a little bit, but you do see that Spirit are looking for smoke. They are showing Yatoro on the map in the meantime. Bak is in a lot of trouble.
Goodbye, good sir. They have a lot of stun lock. Does pop the Stampede. Gets licked back in. Still surviving. Shadow Realm not quite enough. He does tick away eventually. As XM able to delete Rue, so they get some sort of a trade. Big overgrowth on the 3, but immediate double Lotus. Just disgusting display. And now Y, left to his own devices, will be the 2nd death for Vici.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult to have nice overgrowths here from Y in these fights, as long as like Collapse is around. Even with just the Lotus available, that's a double dispel like on the spot. And not just that, like at least for now.
I know the counter.
What's the counter? Kill him?
Aghanim Scepter on Jin Q, who's doing really well this game.
Oh,
of course. You get the double silence, you force out the Lotus, and then you overgrow.
But then he can still lick someone. But only one guy.
Only one.
So you overgrow 5, but first you force out the...
It's important to get more than 2 people in the overgrowth, of course. Very easy.
Very, yeah. That's a good... How about just killing him? Just kill the frog. That's a good counter, too.
I've seen that attempted before. It doesn't seem to be too successful.
Okay, so we're going to veto that play.
Yeah.
That's good. What else?
See how I mean, do you think the execution is difficult for Vici in the mid to late game?
It's gonna depend on how Shiro gets to continue farming, but for now, they are happy with how the game is progressing. It is a very, very good TB game. It's more about if they're gonna be kited, because I don't doubt Shiro's ability, or TB's ability for that matter in this game, and I like his itemization. Like the Crystallis into Daedalus, I think the high damage is what I love. You don't always need to go Skadi because like, oh, here, you know, I can slow them. You just want raw DPS, especially when the enemy team can kite you. Like, you have stuns available. You can have a Centaur Stomp, an Overgrowth, even if it's half a second. It could be enough.
Yotaro wants to force something. No Roche attempt yet, but he is looking very strong. Level 18 right now, not me. Looking for the potential plan. XM has to use his BKB. Looking for maybe a pickoff on somebody. Gonna go for Collapse, and there's the Mystic Flare. It's almost enough damage, and the last right click does do the job. A big kill for Vici. You're right, that's the way to deal with the frog.
Absolutely, just murder him. I mean, not me, he was a little bit off there on his spell usage. Don't think it would have mattered either way, as XM did have the BKB. This is now on low mana, though.
And we'll get out of the Cursed Crown, but now Yotaro greets him. XM will get stampeded. Hook shot is gonna hit. And now XM in quite a bit of trouble as he will drop to Yotoro's right clicks.
Okay, Spirit somehow find a round 2 on this whole engagement after losing the Largo initially. But the thing also, like, for Spirit, what they're gonna have to keep hoping for is that Larl is gonna continue to have a pretty good game, because Ember plus Largo is going to be the bigger answer against the Shiro TB later.
And looking at Shiro's farm, has the Crystallis, so Daedalus actually not too far away to go along with the Hurricane Pike Manta.
Yeah, I do think it's really good. And Spirit, they're having a bit of a problem when it comes to, I'll say, progressing the map. Their lineup isn't very good at killing a tier 2. Their Roche is okay, but it's not quick. And the problem is if they don't threaten Roche at some point, I do think the moment that Shiro gets Daedalus, it's very easy for them to just walk over there and like take over the area.
All right, another greedy enchantment there, just to give you a prize.
Yeah, it's good. Searing Signet plus Greedy. Very nice combo on the Froggy Frog.
He just kept the same thing.
Yeah, that's how good it is, both of them.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
You really had me on board of this deletion of Greedy.
See? It's just good. I mean, it feels good as a support, I'm not going to lie, but I do think it does drastically change the game, and a lot of the times it's also a factor why games in general go a little bit longer, I would say, because I think when you're more stuck in specific places, you can just wait. You will hit some of those bigger item timings that can get you back in a game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh,
Nice.
Now we have a smoke from Spirit.
A nice active rune from XM. It would be great for Vici if they can wait just 100 gold. Shiro is about to finish his entire Daedalus. He will really hurt. If they disrespect this TV for a couple seconds, the hero will be deleted.
It's interesting that they smoke now because Yotoro's only 200 away from Ags himself. Now counter smoke for Vici as they are good to go.
So he's sending his Ags away. Gonna have a smoke on smoke.
Bach has a Lotus as well. As already starting out, XM had to use the BKB pretty damn early. Go for Rue. And he's gonna get infested and back to full HP. And now XM has to run away with the Stampede. Actually gets stunned by the Cursed Crown. Has not been timing that particularly well this game. And yeah, the Dark Willow is likely to be isolated here, although they do have the Agnum Scepter now for the Lifestealer, but they're going to zip on in onto Collapse. Look at the damage coming out from Shiro.
Nice
There's the Overgrowth onto several. Yotaro trying to run away. The crit's starting to stack up as they are just falling left, right, and center as Spirit lose 4.
Beautiful. This is why I love myself some good carry itemization, where you just man up, you understand what needs to happen, and just a good team fight overall. Like, Bach starts it out, fight gets prolonged, he finds another reinitiation, and Shiro with his itemization. Like, look at his damage numbers. Just 6k through the board, sure. Yotaro comes around with his Axe, he helps out Drew to stay alive, but it's just quite difficult for them to, like, keep it together. I like that both XM and Bach are just very aggressive here in this fight, even though there's a good Terrorize that pushed back Shiro initially. It's not that easy for Spirit to keep the fight going. Because they want to prolong the fight, they want to heal through, but there's no staying alive against his TB damage.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this fight is that Axe was delivered after he had used Infest. He would have been able to get 2 Infest off in this fight, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, that probably doesn't turn anything, but...
No, at this point it wouldn't have... did find one somewhere, so they did get a kill on the tree end.
XM gets the Aegis. Terrorize cancels the TP of Bach. Does have Stampede in a moment, along with Lotus. See if he attempts to get out of dodge here.
So much lockdown.
But dies. Infest actually finishes the job. XM. Yeah, you don't want to be here, young man. And Jin-Q is
no, not again.
One teammate died. I need to go to the grave with you.
Come on, Jin-Q. Yeah, he's still 5 away. He's got a couple deaths to go. And I think it will be acceptable. It's life of a Skywrath mage in games like this.
So was it worth the pick is the question.
I don't think so, but we'll see. You know, he might just win. It doesn't matter. You know, sometimes all you need is vibes and follow-up damage. He's been doing good things in some of these fights.
All you need is vibes.
Sometimes you do. There's a lot of vibes players out there. But now Spirit, they get a couple of kills that maybe they, you know, didn't really deserve. But there's still an Aegis available on XM. BKB as well on Shiro. Who is
he is starting to get up there now.
Yeah. And it doesn't really change. Like, Shiro's strength is going to be the strongest of the game for at least another 1 or 2 rounds of items on Spirit. Like, I think Larl needs to finish up at least the Kaya Sanj and the Aghanims to threaten this TV a little bit more, or at least the people around him. I mean, Bach he's also being a pesky little rat. Look at where his Dom Cube is in a dire base. Just like making some triple wave and just being annoying. Like, what is this?
That is, it's been a long time since I've seen this.
Some Lord of the Rings orc type shit. Oh, they're smoking to or against the Ultra Wave, but Spirit are looking for a smoke themselves.
And they'll be running into each other not anytime soon.
Could be an active rune. Call the active rune, Shannon. What's it gonna be? Arcane top.
Damage. Bottom.
Jeez. What's a good try? Damage bottom, shield topped. Polar opposite.
Well, not me gets rewarded with a shard, so...
That's the second Torm, right? First one was Rocket Pack, and now it's the Percy Crown. Still smoked up on a couple of the heroes. You've got Shield Rune and Aegis on XM. I think this is about one of the first times where he can be incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, well, he's been incredibly aggressive and has died most of the time, so... But he can get that licked off, of course, the Shield Rune, that is.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Only the Aegis got licked off as well.
Oh, that would be a big one.
Looks like this tier 2 will be given up. I mean, very even game. I mean, whose shoes would you rather be in right now? Like, ignoring the Aegis, I guess.
Right now, definitely Radiant. I don't know if it even tips at some point. There's a lot of gameplay that goes into it, but Vici should be quite happy. There's probably a point in like the ultra late, like I think Ember 5-6 slot, you might hit like a specific timing again with him and Largo where they overtake it. But overall, I will definitely give the advantage to Vici here.
What do you consider ultra late? Because 5 to 6 item, that's just normal late game now.
Is it?
Yeah.
I still feel like that's very late game. Like, for me, in 10 minutes, they're in late game, and then...
I feel like most games that I cast, at least, go to late game. Like, actual 5-6 slots. Somebody. Yotaro runs into Bach.
Nice Cogs
from Rue. And Shiro blocked off as well. They've already used the pipe on the side of Vici, but you can see the infest onto Rue means exiting is the strategy for Spirit.
It's going to be another active rune from a boy on
what's the average game time? Isn't it like 40-something?
It's usually around 40-ish.
Yeah, that's late game already.
Okay, I'm looking at like 55 minutes plus. So like around the tier 5 items, maybe slightly before.
Fair enough. Zip in onto Rue. Already at half HP. Yotoro's there to try to counteract this with the Infest. He does so. That means he's not... I mean, it is lower cooldown thanks to the Ags, but I think he's only used it aggressively one time this game.
It is true. I mean, it's still, like you said, the lower cooldown is nice, and they did force out the meta. Which means if you can, like, delay this defense and not take the fight, like, head-on right now, but maybe dangle with them a bit, you know, do a dance, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and you slowly get to kite after, this could be an opening for Spirit.
Yeah, Terrorize constantly being threatened here from Not Me. And Bach gonna have to Lotus himself. This could be a big overgrowth. They're all grouped up on the Spirit side.
Vici need to be careful though. Meta's running out.
Ready to go. Cogs pushing Bach on the other side. There's a Mystic Flare. Again, the Lick, the Infest, everything to save Rue, it seems. As Shiro, his meta is about to pop out. He's going to have to pop the BKB and run away. In fact, he'll Nightfall away as Jin-Q,
successfully,
as per norm, will be the one to sacrifice himself. that's it, that's not the worst for Vici.
Not it yet, because Laurel has one more remnant, so double BKB.
And that Aghanim Scepter is something to behold.
Oh yeah. Definitely one of the best Ags in the game. Probably top 10.
I think it's top 5, yeah.
Top 5 even. I can see it. I think it's like...
It might be the best Ag.
It's way too core.
It might be top 3.
Okay.
Top 2.
top 1. Oh, it's the best. Here we go. Soul to Shannon. No, but nicely done by Spirit, and this is something that you have to respect as Vici. Like, while TB has the one-to-one matchup against the Lifestealer, you have, a lot of the Spirit heroes are very slippery. So if they can kite you out the first, 10, 20 seconds of the meta, and then it's also not that easy to disengage, right? You talked about the Ags on the Ember.
33.
You have the hook shot. 33 is around. He is in the next series, of course.
Yeah, he's waiting. Making sure the lights are good to go. Let's see Laurel enjoying himself.
Yeah, he should be. Having a good game on the Ember. He's got Largo in his team to keep buffing him up.
Are you surprised? I mean, I feel like, and I'm not saying it's the wrong move, I'm just surprised that so many things are being used to keep Rue alive.
In these fights?
Yeah. Like crucial spells, like Infest.
I'm not surprised. Because also, with how they want to fight, they want to, bait out the meta and then keep it going. So any type of delaying this, I think it's good for them.
Right. This is, of course, a replay. Just so we remember. That
appreciate you pointing that out.
There was a time where I was casting. Did you watch that?
I don't know.
You know what I'm referencing? I think it was Anime Major. It was a long time ago. But
Anime?
Put on Anime Major.
Oh, yeah. Animator.
And I was casting a replay thinking it was live. I had just casted.
You would be the only one. You would be the only guy to do that. It says in really big letters replay.
Yep. Sometimes I don't know how to read.
Quite
comes and goes. It's not like riding a bike, apparently.
Yep. Doesn't stay.
XM, pretty close to finishing. I believe this is an Ag, so...
Yep.
That is an extreme... I mean, imagine that with a Terror Wave later in the game.
Yeah, and that's something you cannot dispel. Doesn't matter if you have 1800 Licks or Lotus Orbs. Those vortexes, they're gonna stay. So you've got more ways to help Shiro to dish out the damage.
Already has it, actually.
Yeah, and he's finishing a Butterfly on the TB. It's not like he really needs it for the defensive capabilities, but you have it's like one of the best heroes also for just DPS. You have so many illusions, your main hero in meta, you hit so hard, you hit so much faster as well. So I think Shiro's still holding up to what I would say is perfect itemization for this game.
And a smoke from Vici. See if they can find a meaningful connection. Bach has his Shivas now. And is actually going BKB next. Not sure if the Ags is going to be on the menu for him. I mean, it feels late enough, of course, but...
Yeah, I guess it's fine to do it later. For now, I really like their itemization. Not just TB. I think also Bach, this pipe has done a lot of work. Same with, Y on the tree end. It's got a Vlad's.
XM.
Trying to force his BKB here.
They will attempt it. They will be successful. Yeah, you can tell he's got some PTSD with that.
Oh, he does. I'm zipping
the length of that
all
zip.
the way, baby. But these are the small things that you have to look for in these type of mid to late games. Like now suddenly you can take control of the mid area. You get an active rune most likely on Laurel. As JK, Shiro, with some good micro, will take that rune away. But it's about 1 minute of aggression that Spirit can look for on the map. What's my boy Jin Q got? Consecrated Wraps on Skywrath. This is probably one of the first.
Yeah, well, he's sick of dying, I guess.
Yeah.
Barrier's not too bad.
Also took Quicken, so some more move speed and some evasion for him. Maybe that could help him to stay under the 13 death mark by the end of the game.
Needs an Eon disc.
Oh, he
badly.
needs 7 items.
Needs a heart as well, I think.
Yep.
Behemoth Blood's really good on Skywrath.
Very good, yeah.
I mean, doesn't his shard make him... Oh, wait, they...
Yeah, no, it's the shield. It's still very, very strong. But it means you have to get your stuff off.
Yeah, that's been difficult.
I mean, it's innate, because his shard is the triple bolty bolt.
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, I'm really glad that they kept that in the game, you know, when a lot of stuff was removed or removed or moved around, one or the other. I think Skywrath definitely benefited.
Shiro on the high ground. Open things up onto Laurel. There's the silence, but he's able to get off the Yules. Yotaro going to go into a little action here as well as Bach with that pipe. biding their time, and again, the infest onto an ally as XM comes in with the Electric Vortex, only hitting one. Yatoro looks to be A-okay for now. The Terrorize onto 2. Remnant's coming as well. That's a really late game Meteor Hammer, a double in fact. Don't see that every day. Sure, looking for a Sunder target. Yatoro with the Rage though, and then the Lotus applied as well.
He's gonna need a
Gonna have to Sunder his teammate, and guess who it is? It's Jin-Q. As Yatoro gonna get gone on now. He's taking a lot of damage. Does he have Infest? It's gonna be close. He does get it off in time. Getting some right clicks off inside of Shiro as well, but no more Sunder to work with, and that means the deletion of the Terror Blade as Jin-Q, again, yet another death. XM uses the rest of his mana, now has the BKB, but all he can do is walk, which is not enough to get away from the likes of Lifesteal. A triple kill for Yatoro.
Oh, they're not done.
And Faith Beyond, the last remaining member of Vici, will be vanquished here in a matter of moments. Curse Crown will ensure it. And that's a full team wipe, and Spirit lose 0.
Very, very clean from Spirit. And I've seen these moments before. You can tell from Spirit just how crisp their comms are. Like, they get this meta out and then just disengage so nicely. They don't, like, jump the gun after to, like, you know, kite and, like, follow them too quickly. And it happens so often when you have these transformation heroes. You pop the meta and you feel like you have to go. Like, it's even here, like, they get to kite so nicely. Yatoro gets the Dispel, he gets the secondary Infest off, and at this point, like, already, I think VG have overplayed their cards, like, quite a lot.
Yeah. And once the fight goes poorly, Stampede is down, you're just dead.
Because VG need a strong entry to the fight. A prolonged fight, or where you get, like, you're not running away from this draft. It is impossible. It's Ember, Ags, and Clockwork, and Lifestealer who's incredibly fast. Vici definitely going to have to be more clear and more clean. Jin-Q.
Yeah, Mystic Flare, just for style points. He is dead. Aegis now to Yatoro.
All right, so quite quickly from a somewhat or very even game. It's got a double-digit gold lead here on Team Spirit, plus an Aegis available, and an MKB plus Basher combo on Yatoro against TB. So this is about...
Butterfly hasn't been up that long either.
No, not really. This is, I would say, the first time where Yatoro would actually win a man fight against Shiro.
Yeah, that Infest was pretty dirty, and now you have the MKB to worry about. And Rue. Maybe looking for an opening here. Yatoro gonna start going for some buildings. Pops the Rage to avoid the Hoof Stomp. You see the pipe already activated. Shiro trying to stand his ground in melee form with that Demon Zeal. Meanwhile, on the other side, XM opens things up onto the Dark Willow.
Good
nice dodge. Laurel in the area, though, slows Bach to a crawl, able to get to the other side of the wall. No casualties as of yet.
Well, all of this harass, it doesn't really do that much. You're doing this against a Largo. Obviously, you have to try to force them away, but Collapse will just keep healing everyone up. And if you ever make them use this meta on Shiro, they're in big, big trouble.
And Bach trying to fake it out. He actually would have gotten the stun that time. Yatoro kind of brushing it off. We'll be able to get the tower. Now the zipping from XN, but you can see the Infest already on the teammate. The Mystic Flare completely misses.
Yep, full HP in next round.
And Spirit just a little bit too far ahead right now. It seems 17k, and it ballooned out of nowhere. It's just that 1 5-for-0 fight. Feels like was the difference in this game.
If you're VG, I think you need to think about a different way. Attacking full frontal.
Now Stampede, but the lick onto the Dark Willow. Now the Mystic Flare, but Bach is going to get infested. Not that much damage being done. He gets licked back into him as well as Yatoro looks to be finishing the job with the help of the Dark Willow. Nice Sunder, though, onto Laurel. He's going to get the Yules to take out that silence as the Barracks is going to go down. Now there's the Overgrowth, but Yatoro, again, just brushing things off. Gets the bash onto Shiro. Trying to run away as XM will zip away. And now Jin-Q, well, he's around, so he's dead. This will be life number 1 for Yatoro. There's Bach. That's a buyback, a double buyback, in fact, from Vici Gaming. Pops the Shivas. XM trying to finish the job. Yatoro focusing on the Terror Blade, getting completely stun-locked and killed off. No buyback for the Terror Blade. And XM completely out of mana. He is dead again. And this is likely the beginning of the end of this game. As Vici Gaming called GG.
Come on, kill Jin-Q. He only has 12. He needed one more.
That's unfortunate for you. You lose the game along with Vici. And Spirit take game number 1.
Not Spirit. They're just showing like what this team does. I think they're the team that finds these moments more often than others. I think they pressure you with the way they play the map, the way they handle team fights. But I will say, Vici overall, I think they've played a lot better than what we saw them do. I think it was up against P-Vision the other day. But it's still like this mid to late game, a crucial decision making of how do you want to fight, what is like our best win condition, what is the perfect way for us to start the fight. Because against a team like Spirit, if you don't execute that one, we saw exactly what happened. It was a 5-0 fight in an even game.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this so many times too, but I mean, at the very least, they showed it. Yesterday, they didn't even have that opportunity. Yeah. That's the difference, right? Today, they were definitely in the game, had a good chance. They had the first Aegis of the game, in fact. Shiro was having a terrific time on Terrorblade. I mean, XM did get off to a really slow start. I feel like he's kind of the key to this team. He needs to get out of the laning stage without being behind.
Yeah, it definitely didn't go his way. They had some very nice rotations, of course, on Spirit. I think also, especially Larl, again, had a very good game. So did Yatoro. I think only 1 and 2 deaths to their names. Overall, all the spell usage kind of on point, but I still like what Vici did. Like, overall, it's not that hard to go from this game to the next one and, like, step it up a little bit. Think about, okay, in the mid-game, there is this one moment of what we want to do, and you try to be on the same page to make it happen, because this game, it was very competitive.
Yeah, and I thought that fight was maybe the turnaround for XM, because he gets a double kill after kind of struggling early on, but then never really able to materialize this into anything more. It was mostly just the Terrorblade doing things, with, of course, the backup of Bach and, of course, the feeding of Jin Q, as we've been accustomed to in this particular game.
Man, I love Skyref, but this hero is so hard to play and so hard to make. One force step, and it's like you deal 0 damage. One dispel, and, like, again, like, it's very, very hard to make this hero work. And I want to see what they have in store for us in the next game, and I think it's just here where I think Spirit, they're just kind of doing the thing where they bait something out of you, then they back off, you chase a little too far, now suddenly the next one of spells comes out, and they're just ready to make it happen.
Yeah, so let's go to Shiver so she can break down this game number 1.
Thank you very much. So we will break down this game, and this moment that we see here definitely felt like the damning moment for Vici Gaming in this game. But there was a lot of things that we want to talk about before that moment even happened, because yes, it was an even game, which if you only watched the first 10 minutes, you'd be quite surprised that it turned out to be an even lane, because it felt like, Brian, at the start of the game, it looked like Vici Gaming was going to lose a lot faster.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Vici is when you draft weak lanes, you're like, okay, we'll just draft stronger lanes for next game and come back stronger. But both of their series the last 2 days, I think they've had strong lanes, and then they haven't gone all that well. So that's very concerning, because that's like a play problem that is not nearly as easy to fix, Mira.
For sure. I mean, if you're drafting Treant plus Terrorblade, you're not drafting with the idea that, oh, we might die a couple of times, but we'll make a comeback. You know, you pick this hero so that you can secure your safe lane and have kill threat, and a little bit of misplays going down in that bot lane, but Largo and Dark Willow, that's a very strong lane in and of itself, and I can see how you can misplay versus a lane like that, but in an ideal world, you don't, right? Because Largo was top net worth around minute 10, which is not a situation you want to be in against Largo drafts. You want to make his early game slower, make his entrance into that mid game not that relevant, and play off of that.
So why did this game last as long as it did? Because, yeah, at minute 10, it looked pretty darn bad.
I mean, I think that Vici, when given openings, will take them. I quite frankly think Team Spirit overextended underneath the tier 2. I think that was around maybe 15 minutes that those type of mistakes, they happen. You know, it's kind of like you die once, you're like, okay, I gotta buy a BKB. Like, those are the mistakes where, okay, we overextended once, let's like reel it back in. And I do think Team Spirit did a great job of that, because they gave Vici a couple fights, but once again, Vici capitalized on those mistakes. But then the rest of the game, Kezu was mentioning it throughout the cast, that Yatoro and the rest of Team Spirit was doing a great job of effectively baiting Yatoro, forcing reactions, drawing a lot of attention to him, disengaging and re-engaging. They had really good spells for that. They have heroes like Ember Spirit. Largo is one of the worst heroes to ever have to run away from, because he makes his entire team move faster, and they had virtually no cooldowns. So really well executed later on from Team Spirit, but a bit of sloppiness, I think, that caused the game to extend.
Yeah, a bit of diving here and there, maybe taking not ideal fights, but I do want to praise Spirit for a lot of the moves they did in that early game, like bringing their Lifestealer to the mid lane and an Ancient Creep, taking that mid tower around minute 10, making it so that XM doesn't have an easy game to play, really was all of the difference. compared to how they played yesterday versus Team Nemesis, they protected that mid lane. And we can see from Laurel's stat line, 16-15, it really added up to something. And special shoutouts to Rue, of course, on that Clockwork. I don't think I've seen a more annoying Clockwork in a while, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork in and of itself is just inherently annoying. Speaking of those like early game rotations from Team Spirit, there's always these classic combos that you see in Dota 2. You know, you'll have like Axe plus Skywrath Mage, and you're like, okay, yeah, like bring it back. It's really obvious when you look at the draft. But something that I thought was really cool about this game, and hopefully I was going to get to pull up some clips for, is a combo that I would have never considered looking at the draft, and don't think I've ever seen in my entire history of spectating or playing Dota 2, and that's actually Dark Willow plus the Clockwork. So this is XM in the mid lane, and we're going to see an Ember Chains on him as we play the clip. XM chains with the Bramble, and then the Clockwork Cog knocks XM into the other Bramble, and he's going to barely tick out to the Blood Grenade damage as he zips away. And I thought to myself, maybe that was just coincidence or like impulse, and that they were, you know, coincidentally getting that. So then we see a second version of this where we're going to see Centaur TP in front of their face, and he's going to lay a Bramble on the ground. Rue is going to knock him back with the Cog into the next Bramble, and then he's going to Cog him into another Bramble. And this was leading to some really cool kills. You know, these early game invasions, for me, we were talking about that collapse on the mid lane from Collapse, as well as the rest of Team Spirit, but also this idea that if I'm Vici, I would not put that in my calculations of this is how I'm going to die. A Cog into a Bramble into a Bramble. That was just such a unique and cool combo, and I thought it was really high skill to execute it.
Still, Vici made quite the hold in this game. Is that something they can build on? Because, okay, if you know you're apparently not going to win lane, Sephi, that's not something that they're strong at. They win mid games, or rather, they do well in mid games. Can they build on that?
For sure they can. Maybe like you could replace a hero here and there if you're not playing for lanes and you just want to make those big team fights. You know, maybe something with, instead of a Skywrath Mage, something with team fight that allows you to take more of those mid game fights. But I really do think the problem for Vici right now lies within the lanes. They're drafting good heroes and they're losing. And I'm not really sure how you fix that between game 1 and 2. We talked about it earlier and we said, okay, someone takes personal accountability, they try to do better. But it's becoming a pattern that they're drafting strong safe lanes and giving away kills in those safe lanes. And I'm really baffled on how you fix that in 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe I'm projecting a bit here, but in my experience, there's like two types of carefree play, and one of them is, man, I feel like we're just vibing, we're on a roll, let's pick me Skywrath Mage and like, I'm just gonna make it work. And the other one is like, man, it feels like nothing else is working, throw the playbook out the window and just give me Skywrath Mage. And in my experience, when I do the latter, I end up just losing even harder than I did with the regular stuff. And that may not be what Vici Gaming's doing, but it does feel like it as a spectator. They're like trying to overly adjust to like the mistakes, not the draft. The mistake, in my opinion, is the gameplay, and I feel like they're adjusting to the draft, which, I don't know, I feel like you're kind of throwing, you know, a lighter at a fire, basically.
It's a temporary fix.
Yes, yeah.
Because eventually you'd hope that you'd play better so you can come out of the lanes better. I do want to talk to him, and I know he doesn't want to talk about the draft, but I want to talk about the draft. I want to talk a little bit about the Centaur that we saw come out, and you guys already vocalized that they can't run away anyway. You know, there is an Ember Spirit, there is a Largo that's gonna sing the songs to run fast. There's a hookshot coming from a most annoying Clockwork.
Is he singing the songs or playing the songs?
Well, he's playing the songs, but in my head, he's singing too.
Okay, fair enough. He's like humming along. Okay. Sorry
That's
for interrupting.
what I do.
Yeah. So you go back to the draft. I interrupted you there.
Yeah. So, you know, people are running at you, and you're not going to be able to run away. And even if you think you can run away, there will be brambles, and you still can't run away. So, on hindsight, I know you don't want to talk about the draft, but maybe everyone wants to talk about the draft. That's interesting.
I mean, ideally, you're not running away at all. Like, you have Terrorblade, you're pressing meta, and the fight that we saw Vici do well in, where they then got Roche, Shiro stood there with his Metamorphosis and got to click people with that early Daedalus. and pop off. So with these heroes, it's not runaway. It's we're going in, we're getting a kill with this Sky plus Storm combo. Our Centaur is going to stun, our Terrorblade's going to beat people up. So no running away, just commit to the kills. The issue is there is so much sustain and so much long team fighting potential out of Spirit that later on in that game, what we saw was they were going in with that Mystic Flare play with Storm, and then, he was getting infested by his Lifestealer, the clock that they went on. They were getting licked away, they were getting healed by the Largo. So you want those situations to be happening earlier before they can make the sustained counterplays, and they got that Aegis, for example, but then they chain-fed a few kills, so they couldn't even play with the Aegis.
They could not. We'll see if they might be able to play with an Aegis in game number 2. Before we get there, though, we're going to find out how Lara was feeling before this series even began.
Hey, I'm here with Laurel from Team Spirit. Now, I have a question about game length. Feels like we've had a lot of long games, especially on the mainstream. Your guys' games have been relatively long. Is there something about the patch or the meta right now that's making these games long, or is it just like you and the teams you play against?
I would say it's more about us, like how we play the game. We also like maybe love long games. All the time we like play a bit scaling, a bit like farming. And game we play, like a lot of teams try to pressure us on the early. So we like need to play more long game to win the game. But it's also depends on the patch. Right now all games are long. Like 40 minutes is like basic standard right now.
Yeah.
You cannot like rush. You take first rush, you farm. You take second rush, better farm. Maybe third rush is more you can win the game. You get refresh or cheese and you can win the game. But two Russians it's useless. Like you need to farm, like take objective and don't let enemies run from base.
So what's the point of Aegis 1 and Aegis 2? You just get it to not die?
Just take risky zones, play more risky, steal enemy like zone to farm, and like if you have some heroes like Storm, maybe it's easy to
use it. Yeah.
Yes, and he like go run into enemies, make a lot of pressure. So first stage is more for pressure, second like to take all objective.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You played Lina yesterday. The hero got changed a little bit with facets being removed. How do you like her right now?
I would say it's just middle hero, like okay, like for me like okay hero. You need to farm a lot. Like for Lina it's good on lane, you always pressure, but bad into maybe mid game because you're easy to kill. You need to have good heroes, maybe some stun in team, some melee. So I guess it's not imba, just right now people don't know what to pick against her. And like when I see you just stomp lane and then like free farm a lot, like farming a lot, and split push of course.
Well, it's fun to do spell damage too. I like that part, and I'm glad the damage over time is not dispellable anymore. That was like really awful.
You can counter it.
Yeah, exactly. One other question: how are you liking the Dota TV changes? You can't spectate your friends anymore. They just removed that. Is that affecting your gameplay or strategies at all, or do you just not care?
Probably don't care. Sometimes I just watch when. At least I don't know. I eat. I want to watch some game. I have some friends. I don't know, some. Some of my friends I cannot watch.
That's why you boot camp, right? So you can just stand behind him and watch his fun games. Yeah.
Or maybe stream in Discord sometimes.
Okay.
So for me, it's just stupid. I don't know. I don't know why they do this, but to like have full private by pro players. But anyway, everyone gonna show like pro players gonna show at like pro match. So you're gonna see what he do and. I don't know, just...
I think they did it so that 9 class can win EWC and TI this year, so he can practice some stuff. Yeah.
I hope so, but he's streaming and show his game list. So.
That's true, okay. Oh, well, thank you for joining me, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Well, hello there. Welcome. Stop laughing. That's not good for the intro.
That's hilarious.
Suns fan here with Kezu. We're just relaxing over here in the Vitality booth. Our first series today is going to be a real doozy. Your favorite word.
You keep saying that every day. It is going to be a good one, though. Which series is it?
It is Spirit versus Vici Gaming.
That's damn right.
Vici didn't look particularly good in the game that we cast.
They look bad. Say it as it is.
That was the first day, just jitters. You know, Faith Beyond very nervous to be here.
Meteor Hammer.
He's only won TI one time.
Yep.
But I think they'll bounce back. I think it'll be a good series.
I think it will be good, but I still got the upper hand has to be on Spirit because, like you said, they didn't look very good. They didn't inspire me very much. So I I'm a Spirit fanboy. Miposhka is back, as I will tell you every day. It's easy for them.
Okay, well, let's see how the first series go. Z.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
We are getting ready for game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. And the game 1 was the way of Team Spirit, and it looked smooth for them. Apart from the mid game a little bit, and I'm hoping that Vici Gaming can bounce back here in game number 2. We focused a lot on what Vici might be wanting to do different in game 2. I want to actually focus a little bit on Team Spirit, because I know they like winning, they love winning actually, and I think the way that they won, Brian, you're going to look back at that and be super happy with the way that you won, or do you feel like it should be more dominant? Because for a large portion of that game, after the laning stage, it was an even game, and I feel like that shouldn't have been the case.
I think the discussion I would be having is just simply, hey, what we did later on in the... I feel like there was some moment in the game where they snapped back to reality. You know, whoop, there goes gravity, right? But they basically said, okay, clean it up. We know what we have to do here. They're a great team at like mentally resetting, but that's something that if the discussion I'm having between games is, let's not make ourselves have to do that. Like, let's remain composed and present within the game, because we saw them being able to force out the metamorphosis and kind of baiting Vici a bunch, and Team Spirit's really good at these type of team fight executions and being on the same page, and there was just that little window where they got a little overzealous, and that's about all I would change. I don't think that takes much. It's almost, I think that's something that was less likely to happen in the days of old when Miposhka was in the game. I think he was a very unifying voice for them. I assume he basically just said something like that between the games, and I think over time they will, I think he will kind of bleed into the games by virtue of just being around them outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have dive heroes, it's really hard not to dive.
It's
right?
hard.
It takes a strong voice to say, okay, go back now. Don't dive this tier 2 and give the Terrorblade 2 comeback kills.
That's where they need Miposhka, in the game rather than as a coach.
Bring it back to 6-man PPD.
But I think calls like that are just a matter of playing more games and getting more reps in, you know? And I think overall they should be pretty happy, especially with that early game, because they took that mid tower very early on and that bottom tier one very early on too. And when you get those 2 towers within 10 minutes, it does feel like the entire map is open to you, and that's the ideal scenario for any Dota team.
Yeah, they definitely had a clear vision of taking down the Treant Protector. A lot of times whenever people let through the likes of Treant Protector or Lone Druid or in any meta we're in, the equivalent of these heroes that are just often permabanned, there's something about the hero that's often game defining, and I think for Treant it's always the laning phase, the living armor that was effectively giving XM a much better time against Laurel, and then also preserving the tier 1 tower. Something that we've now seen a few times now is the Largos, who consistently would be going for Kaya Sange, are actually turning that Kaya into a Meteor Hammer, which is, I like the adjustment a lot in theory, because we've often talked about Largo as a relatively unimpactful hero for the first 15 minutes, but suddenly the hero has tower pressure, he can walk from safe lane to mid, and that's exactly what they did there. So I'm personally going to have to be factoring that in to how I read teams' drafts, and I'm assuming the teams will do the same when you see a Largo and what it represents for the game plan.
Well, we got our opening picks with the Snapfire and the Bane. I'm a bit confused, Effie, about the Mirana ban.
Oh, I was going to say, Mirana incoming for Mr. Zincu.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Bane Mirana classic.
Okay, well, the classic.
Just like the Clockwork Willow.
Oh, yeah, that one.
He loves this hero. And he played it a lot during TI qualifiers from what I've seen. And Bane is one of those heroes that opens up unusual combos that we're not used to seeing, like the Mirana. So while it does look odd, it makes sense within context of the draft. Snap, on the other hand, that's no surprise. She's banned in almost every game. She just wins that mid lane way too hard. The flex is also open, but for the most part, you know it's going mid.
Yeah, I wonder what is the percent flex here? Because I know teams like Team Yandex very commonly flex the Snapfire to Soxa on the 4. But I imagine it is most likely mid. The most important thing for me about Snap, though, at least from what I saw at Dream League, was if you pick a melee, it block picks all the melee guys. You don't want to do that in the mid lane. But if they pick like an Invoker or a Zeus or some ranged spellcaster, Snapfire has felt relatively lackluster because I don't think the hero's good enough anymore to just trade evenly mid. Or like maybe go 55-45. I think the whole point of Snap is that she has this like insane laning stage and then a bunch of damage to follow it up, and it bleeds into the rest of the map. So I would hope they have some flex there.
There's also a game that XXS played where he was the off-lane Snapfire. Looked amazing in that game in particular.
Team Spirit did that in Dream League as well, actually, where they moved Collapse to off-lane Snap. So that's something we definitely have to keep an eye out for.
For sure. I mean, especially if you're picking Snapfire into Vici Gaming, who have XM, who plays all of the ranged lane dominators that can beat up Snapfire. He plays Viper, he plays Sniper, he plays Razor.
He plays so much Viper that they've decided to first round ban that hero. That's how much Viper he plays.
It's an annoying hero to play against. I don't blame them. I don't blame them one bit. We got the Clockwork and the Ringmaster coming out, so locking in the Snapfire as a core, you know, could be still mid and potentially off lane, but for sure locking in 2 supports with those.
Yeah, Ringmaster conceptually counters both Windranger and Bane because they're both very heavy on single target, and the Escape Act kind of nullifies what Bane wants to do in that early game entirely. It puts you in a position where suddenly you have to pick backline dive, go on the Ringmaster first, and then your Bane can play team fights. Otherwise, his job is way too hard.
As a carry player, it's very difficult to itemize or draft around Bane. Like, it's just a very anti-carry hero, and by picking the Ringmaster, it makes Yaturo's life a lot easier because I don't have to be an illusion hero, I don't have to be somebody who jumps the Bane, I can just have a Ringmaster behind me ready to do exactly what Mira just said. They go for the Pangolier. Against the Snap, I think that would struggle a little bit. I guess it also potentially could be for Bach, yeah. And they do have overall last pick. So I maybe like this. I guess this is a bit of flex with the Windranger too. So I think that they're gonna have to reveal something here.
You need the backline control for the Ringmaster. Like, you need these dive heroes like Pango in order for your Bane to play. But there is an issue of the Snapfire scaling versus Pangolier. When Snapfire was trending at Dream League, in that late game, with one little Shredder and one scaling damage item, she was one-shotting these Pangos.
Yeah, I forgot about the fact that the ground target physical damage from Pango is one of the few, because Ringmaster's box gives you 80% magic resistance. So Pangolier is one of the few heroes that can actually do meaningful damage within the Escape Act. Which is interesting, because Vici's now drafting more for game matchups. While I think it's kind of at the sacrifice of a lane matchup.
I mean, if you're gonna assume they're not gonna do well in the lanes anyway.
There you go.
There you go.
You never want to be drafting like that. Like, we're gonna get.
We can't win them anyway. Just give it up.
No, they can win lanes. Just, it's been hard. Centaur once again. So locking in the Pango as well, though.
Yeah, that means that Windranger, I mean, they could end up picking Zenkyu heroes last, but that likely means that it's a Shiro hero coming out last and Windranger going to the 4. I think the Escape Act, like Mira was saying, it does make Windranger carry's life a lot more difficult. Support Windranger's a lot less about the focus fire, so Ringmaster would only be good against Bane there, which still makes it a good pick, but I guess I would not want to be a Windranger carry given the matchups that I see so far.
For sure. I mean, I remember this one game where Nightfall was playing Windranger against Not Me's Ringmaster, and he made his life a living hell in that late game. This is the kind of game where you could get an early Ags on Ringmaster and get away with it too, because there's no natural dispel or nullification on the side of Vici's heroes.
I also like Pangolier because he doesn't mind buying a nullifier. He's one of the few mid to off laners that it's never, I would say, convenient for a core hero to buy nullifier. There's oftentimes a lot of items you'd rather buy for yourself, but especially as a carry player, it's like I hate buying nullifier, so having in a mid laner who can against Ringmaster is really nice. So I think even though they don't have that in the early to mid game, I think they will have an answer much later on. Ags doesn't make it indispellable or anything like that, right?
No, it just gives you more charges.
Yeah, it just gives you 2, okay.
Terrorblade again, but this time on the side of Yatoro for Team Spirit.
It's a very good hero against Bane. He's not an easy hero to just grip. So again, Bane's life, he does not have an easy task at all in this game. And the scaling against Centaur, the damage boost, the synergy with Snapfire's little shredder and armor reduction, they're going to be able to take early Tormentors, they're going to be able to take Roshan. It fits very nicely.
I think what's interesting about TB for me is that the hero's identity later on in the game, I think, has transitioned a lot. I think he used to be a lot about being like a man fight carry that says you can't enter into my ring of Metamorphosis attack range and otherwise I'll shred you. But I think a lot of the lineups we saw last game as well that deal with Terrorblade quite well are ones that force him to run away from you. And I think that oddly enough, his identity in teamfights for me has kind of shifted. It's not like 1-to-1, but it's shifted in the direction of a Drow, where it's like you want your teammates to initiate the point of contact, and then you want to just be wailing on people with a butterfly and a Daedalus, just doing a ton of damage. So I'm curious right now, what I'm looking at with Team Spirit's draft is there's no one on their team that really minds getting initiated onto. Like, yeah, Ringmaster is going to save you, but then it's always like, then what? And right now, I'm hoping Collapse picks... I guess they're eyeing that it might be a Snapfire off lane, but there really needs to be a go in and draw attention to yourself kind of hero.
Oh, hey. How about this hero that you might have heard about? He can turn himself into a rock and roll about, and roll in if he wants to.
Pangolier.
No, Earth Spirit.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where you're going with that one.
But Earth Spirit is still in the pool, is what my point was.
That would do the job. I actually think that would be a really nice pick for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban it. I feel like I've never seen an Earth Spirit banned throughout this tournament. He's either been ignored
he's been
or
first phase banned a lot.
Oh, I just thought I'm getting first phase picked.
Yeah, that too.
It's one of those heroes that I don't think he's game defining enough to ban a lot of the time, but then you see Malrine magnetize himself for a minute and a half earlier, and that's pretty game defining by my definition.
With the Muerta ban, are you worried about potential Necrophos coming out?
I guess I would say yes. Like, I think Terrorblade doesn't... Like, Muerta's good against Terrorblade in theory because she's all magic damage against your high armor, but I don't think it's worthy of a ban just because I have a TB. So yeah, I think Necrophos is a worthwhile consideration here. It would be a hero that draws attention to itself like I was hoping for. My only concern if they were to do that is I'm always weary of picking Necrophos with a defensive support who's also countered by Nullifier.
Yeah. I think you just need a carry right now on Vici that can buy Nullifier and do damage against Terrorblade, and Muerta would have fit the bill very nicely. Other carries that buy early in Nullifiers, like Templar Assassin, for example, don't have naturally good matchups into Terrorblade. So they had a smaller pool. Another early Nullifier buyer that can get on top of TB is the Spectre, and they take out what I think were the two best options there. So I don't know if Necrophos is in consideration as a pick for Team Spirit. I might be wrong, but I would like more of things along the lines of that Earth Spirit that you suggested. Something that just goes in. Stuns for the TB.
Well, they are running out of time, and it will be an Axe. I hope he has the automaton skin, especially in celebration of, I think tonight, Chapter 2 being released. That'd be cool. But I digress.
I was thinking about it earlier when they picked Ringmaster, because Clockwork's also like a robotic guy.
Yeah.
I'd given up on it when they didn't go Yatoro Morphling. One of the heroes getting the new sets, but they do. He better have it, Shiva. It's really important here.
It is especially important in this game. How do we feel about the Axe? Does it tick a lot of boxes that you wanted it to tick? And there is still the Necro just on the other side.
Other team, which is great now that you see the Axe. So this Necrophos actually... No carry comfortably lanes into this idea that Axe is going to just blade mill you later, except Necrophos. You're not really doing damage to yourself. You're going to bully him out of lane. The two times that I saw Team Spirit lose their early game yesterday versus Nemesis, Collapse is playing Axe both times.
Yeah, I mean, Axe is one of his worst matchups is Necro, because basically all the melee guys are best against Axe in game, but then they usually don't do the best in lane because of the spin. So, and then all the ranged heroes that do well against him in lane die to the Blade Mill call. But like Mira said, Necro's the only hero that does both lane counter you and game counter you. I love Necro carry. I was talking about it before the series. We've actually been seeing him rotated a lot to the off lane and mid. We saw Yuma play him a couple times throughout this tournament as a carry, getting like an 11-minute Radiance. The beauty of this hero for Radiance is that he can just go Brown Boots Wand and get a super early Radiance, usually earlier than like an Alchemist. I love the Necro pick. He is dealing with a save from the Ringmaster, so Reaper Scythe is not a big part of his kit, but he does offer a lot of early to mid-game tempo. They have like a physical scaling mid laner with the Pangolier, which is what you always have to consider if you have a magic damage carry like Necro. I like the Necro pick a lot. I think I've been not liking Axe picks. And I don't think it offered them... Because the difference between Axe and Earth Spirit is Earth Spirit will be the point of contact. He will go first and just draw attention. Axe is going to wait for something to happen and then go. And I don't necessarily think that rounded Team Spirit's draft off as well.
But we said at some point during this draft that the Pangolier up against the Snapfire in the mid lane would not be great for the Pangolier. And that was a pick that was done. The Pango was picked into Snap?
Yeah, I mean, it's Snapfire favored, but Pango still has ways to disengage from the creep wave. He has Shield Crash out, he has a Swashbuckle out, and he hunts the backline. It's very important to have this hero to go in and look for the Ringmaster, and I think what he does for the game is more important than having the best lane against Snapfire.
I think the mid lane is only consequential if Laurel turns that into going bottom with his early level 6 and then ruining Shiro's early advantage. If he does that, then I think the Pango was effectively a detriment to them. But that's kind of the win condition, I think, for Spirit's early to mid game. It'll open up Collapse's game, but I'm still favoring them as a team.
I'm looking. Can we see it? Can we see it? Oh, I need to zoom in on the Axe. I'm sure that Sunsfan and Kez. Oh, here we go. Hold.
He doesn't
he's
have
too
it.
He doesn't have it. He's very sparkly though, I will say.
By immersion.
Lame.
That's a lot
Ringmaster's got a good set though.
That is true. We're finding out what's going to happen in this game number 2 with Sunsfan and Kezu.
I think Collapse needs a third TI victory in order to afford that set, it seems. Very unfortunate for the viewers, of course, as we get into game number 2. Vici versus Spirit. Vici could not hold on in that game number 1. It effectively, for me at least, came down to one team fight.
It did.
Spirit went at 5-0, and that was the difference. Went from an even game to a 10K, and then it just snowballed from there.
Yeah, no, that game kind of exploded on an instant. I do like what Vici have kind of cooked themselves up here. I think especially, of course, the Necro was talked about a lot on the panel, rightfully so. It's a very good pick here, as Collapse also taking a very big beating here. Same goes for Y.
has the knives. Y is going to survive this. Shiro will make sure of it.
So we've been seeing this for a while already. Like, this is not some like new thing that's coming out where you pick Necro safe lane into Axe. It's one of the best matchups you can go for. So obviously Vici are very happy with that. But the good thing for Spirit is that they have ways to deal with it later. Like, Snapfire is one of the best mids at like offsetting some of these like lane dominating carries, because when you get your ult, it doesn't matter who the hell you are. When Snapfire shows up on your lane with kisses, you're gonna die.
That's right. XM will be playing against that Snapfire on that Pangolier, and how does this matchup supposed
this
to go?
is very Snapfire favored. It used to be even more Snapfire favored when the innate used to work on denies. Luckily they took that out. But Snapfire just deals a sick ton of damage, and you have so many good spells. Pango generally has to play up in your face, so it's a very Snapfire like favored lane. But Pango's very good in the game against you until later, when you get like your 20 and 25 talent, maybe you play physical Snap, then it's Snap favored again.
Glad to see Necro back in the
Yeah, this hero is so satisfying.
Yeah, position 1 this time around for Shiro. Is Yutoro getting blocked a bit? He's playing the Terrorblade this time. Back on his Centaur.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You should be so happy that Centaur is back. You love this hero.
What do you mean back? He's never gone anywhere.
Oh, he was not that good for quite a while.
I mean, it was like 6 months he was semi-picked, and then before that he was picked every game.
Sometimes
for 3
I wonder
years.
what games you're watching and what games I'm watching.
Just watching my own games, I guess.
Probably. Centaur's in every one of them.
90% pick rate for me on Centaur, so, you know, it is what it is. I mean, ever since they came out with that set, where he's a donkey.
Yeah, the Courier Aghanim
We have
set.
a support battle. Not Me versus Y, and Not Me comes out on top. They probably gave Ringmaster a little bit of a buff in that last, when the Clown Fall came out.
Yeah. I mean, he does have the triple dagger, which I think when it comes to small instances like this, that was kind of nice because he was he was able to outtrade Y in like, even though Y had a level advantage on him. I also want to see, because people have played this Axe Necro matchup a lot, you need to go Helm of Dominator on Axe to like later on try and skip the wave and like not really lane into him and just like get some stuff going. Because not just that, but also the HP regen, because you do not want to interact with Necro. That is how you lose. This guy just slowly wins the lane, he keeps healing, he keeps, you know, being full HP. And it's also not just the fact that he counters you, he keeps his support on full HP like all the time with the heals against the Battle Hunger.
Yep, that's true. So what is the idea behind Axe this game?
Well, it was definitely very good, like, for them until they... I mean, obviously the last pick Necro is supposed to be good, right, when it comes out then. But it is very good. You want the type of lockdown for the Snapfire. And it is very good against heroes like Centaur as well. And you need a heavy lockdown with the TB. I feel like there may have been some other picks that could have been even better. And also, not gonna lie, Collapse has played Axe twice and he demolished both games. So
they
there's also
actually
flavor.
just fortify for that single creep there?
Yep.
And he didn't even go for it. What the hell?
I mean, unless there was something in the mid lane, of course, we didn't see. Could have been simultaneously, because usually, you know, it's the nerdy mid players saying, oh, you get a deny here, you do something there.
They still haven't added that yet, where you can see who fortifies,
You should see that. I don't know which mid player I played with, but at some point, I think it may have been Quinn. He's like, don't use Glyph.
Oh, Bach in a lot of trouble. That is the right clicks of Yatoro. Too much to handle. Kills bottom
they
lane
got a
as
kill
well.
here?
Y is taken out despite all the heals from Shiro. Looks like not me will be the trade. Does pop the Fairy Fire. Not going to be enough.
That was
very close, though.
Does take down to it. A bit surprised that there was even a 1-for-1 trade to begin with, but not gonna lie, any gold injection into Necro is very, very scary. Like, this hero already free farms, and now he got a kill as well in the lane. It's, oh, this is quite cool. You know, with Collapse, like, just walking to the triangle to stack, now meant he could be on the water rune.
Yeah, but the Nightmare sets up this shield crash. Laurel's gonna get some TP support from Rue. We'll be able to cookie to the high ground.
Well, luckily we don't have bottle refills anymore. That was garbage.
Yeah, that was, I always hated that mechanic.
That was a great removal.
And it was in for so long, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like a decade.
I mean, before that, you could even refill it with couriers. This is like very long time ago, like 10 years.
Yeah, it's very dumb.
Glad
they had it so the courier would go slower.
Yeah.
Very random. Band-Aid fixes, always fun.
But for now, you know, of course, Shiro's doing very, very well in this bottom lane, but if you are whittling your way through with the Axe, you are fairly happy. Because the other thing, too, is you cannot creep skin. Usually you can against Necro, but there's a Bane in this lane, so obviously that's something you cannot do.
And Shiro right now doing pretty damn good in the CS department, but you can see Yatoro not too far behind on that Terrorblade.
It's funny, because already at this point, a lot of the heroes in this game can like think about some of the first moves. Like if you're Shiro, you're gonna have to pay attention to Lars level 6 and a TP rotation. And if you're VG, you're already talking about the enemy triangle. You know that they're stacking for Collapse. And not just do they have a very strong safe, then you have Pango. Pango loves connecting to some of these early moves and like just being able to play into that, maybe aggress into the triangle, steal the sacks, or also kill some heroes.
30 seconds away from the first power room. We'll see how aggressive these supports want to be and taking that potential first fight of the game. Oh, the unicycle, not enough for not me. Man, I always get really excited with that thing.
We saw it yesterday used for like 0.1 seconds and it just always got insta-cancelled. So this is the third time it hasn't done anything.
I didn't see that.
No, I did.
It's one of the coolest spells in the game. Just for some reason it sucks.
It's just so hard to use. I do love when people like use it to cruise into the mid lane to like the active rune.
I mean, what would you want to see change with it then?
Maybe there should be like a damage threshold of how you get like bounced off or something. I don't know exactly.
No, not me. Able to steal the regen rune. Gets nightmared for his troubles though.
Nice box.
Doesn't have the unicycle any longer. He's going to get going on as Collapse comes in as well with the Battle Hunger onto Y. And the first ult from XM, he actually levels it at level 6. Stuck in the corner is not me though. Actually pretty damn good position. Y taking the brunt of this, but it'll be a trade of support. So now XM out of mana. Outnumbered as well. Battle Hunger going to shrug it off for now. Still wants to stay around apparently. Scatterblast. We'll rip him a new one.
He's trying to somehow bait because, you know, Shiro's around, but you can see that both teams already warded the river, so they knew that Shiro was walking over, like what he's doing currently. You know, very early level 6. Want to make use of it.
Oh, that's a nice little stack steal for Shiro.
Now, this is very, very nice.
Your Necro seeing these, you get very happy. I mean, we'll be going for Radiant's first item.
This is one of the strengths. Heard BSJ talk about it on the panel. You know, one of the things that is so nice about Necro is you don't really need to upgrade any items. You just go boots, fluffy hat, you get a magic wand, and you go straight Radiance. Collapse getting some...
Getting bullied out a bit here.
Did sneak into the nice though, which is quite nice for him.
And I do believe Shiro's going to go back for that stack.
Oh, he should, but they need to respect this first Snapfire ult. Would like to see Spirit, of course, talk about this and make use of the fact that they are going so deep into your triangle. But seems for now, they're not really too interested.
Yeah, they get this one for free.
So, very good early macro movement coming off from Vici.
These Ancients are the important one for Axe, for Collapse to get a healthy amount of farm. It looks like Not Me will be able to get another stack going here as the rest of Vici have exited the area.
It's definitely some very nice hero synergy too. Like, of course, Bane with Necro, not just are you a strong lane, but now that you had a good lane, your Bane is very much freed up to walk around. And of course, in this first nighttime, can easily walk in here. You have 800 HP, Brain Sap, Nightmare.
Okay. Yep, that's
I thought he was. I knew he was gonna do that one. Just testing, you know, it works.
Yep.
And Collapse gets the chip vest. Definitely the item you do want to pick up here on the Axe.
Nope, Shield Crash on the Laurel. He just jumps right over him with the cookie.
Okay. Gets a little bowling ball in the face.
Yeah, the mana burn is kind of annoying for XM. We'll make it to the other side of the river, though. Still working on his diffusal. I mean, what's the first item going to be for the Snapfire?
It's usually Boots of Travel. There's like not really too much deviation. Nice shackle.
Yeah, no follow-up, though.
Yeah, looks like they're just gonna leave it be. And I do like the magic build overall a little bit more. It is also what he has queued up. You know, the travels with the Shard, the Kaya, BKB. Bot in trouble.
Oh, boy. Yeah, does get out of the cogs eventually. Stampede already ran out. He should live, but kind of wasted spells here. As XM and Y teaming up. Try to take out Not Me. Mortimer's not going to be enough to kill off the Centaur.
These are some big wins for Vici. Well, hold that for now. It's XM. What
okay.
the roach?
Are you gonna die to Not Me? Gets Nightmare, but the whip just sets it up beautifully. Not Me. Illusion Rune. Not gonna be enough. He does fall in the end, but my goodness, he kills off the mid laner in a 1 versus 2.
Dude, this guy's a gangster. I'm telling you. Like, I didn't see the initial start, but yeah, XM definitely not respecting what can happen in that situation. Because I was about to say,
stack up.
Like that was so good initially for Vici. You just have full freeform on your Necro bottom. You baited out the meta in the top lane, and the first Snapfire ult didn't really grant them anything. Which means this is another full minute where Shiro has 0 pressure on him. Yeah, this is going to be like an 11-minute Radiance, maybe 11:30. So very, very happy days for the Necro. Haven't talked about Yatoro yet, but he's also had an absolute freebie of a game. 5k net worth. We all know what he does.
First, and well, do like to see the Shard Demon Zeal allowing you to farm that jungle pretty easily in melee form.
That's always one of like the main core items. It's just too good. Tells you also so much to just like walk around and not just be a full bot when you don't have meta available. He also has an Orchid queued up for now. Wanna see if he will end up continuing with this. It is quite cool, and we saw it. This happened a lot around the like Singapore TI with Naga. If you can play these map heroes, you know, Naga with Manta, TV with Manta, and then you get an Orchid that can help you get kills. That's great.
He's actually going to go for this roll onto Laurel. Able to dodge the initial
power shot too.
Stun. Rue coming in to try to assist with the cogs, but it's not enough. XM does get the kill. So a little bit late rotation here from Spirit. Collapse. Looks like he'll find Y, although the Stampede's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Rue takes a tumble under the tier 1 tower. Stampede gives enough distance for Y to get out.
Good sleep.
So Spirit losing 2 and not able to get really anything out of it.
Oh, just good plays. Just also taking what I would say is a little bit of a freebie. Like Lar just being on low HP and XM being like, okay, I'm going to take that one. So just a good rotation to the mid lane. They do take out 2 heroes. They are eyeing a Bach. But without a hook
for the
shot.
heart this time.
Yeah. Do like that one.
Gets sundered. Very early sunder from Yatoro, and there's the Mortimers from downtown.
So it's a very interesting approach. They've never really looked at this bottom lane at all. They keep playing towards the top lane, make sure that Yatoro's top net worth and shutting down the Centaur. Collapse also has gone through what I would say is the hardest stage of his game. Is level 8 with a Dominator. So he can start, you know, kind of cheating interactions in the game by just pulling waves for himself.
So after Radiance, what do you want to see on Necro? I mean, as a safe lane, do you go Boots of Travel?
Always.
So
Radiance,
then Shard.
travels into Shard, and then you can kind of see, hold that, Y is definitely Giga dead.
Yeah. Boom. Collapse gets the choppity chop. Radiance is online now. And Shiro looking for his first Reaper Scythe of the game. Won't be allowed it though.
Nice try on the power shot. Well, we've got some of the most satisfying ultimates in this game. I think maybe Mana Void is missing. Like both Scythe and Dunk are very, very satisfying. But yeah, like with the build, it's cookie cutter, at least when it comes to your first three. You've got the Radiance Travels into the Shard. I've been seeing more Manta styles. I think that is quite good. Consecrated Wraps also is one that falls like into this category. And then you have like your BKBs, Shivas. I also really think that Aghanim Scepter is a very underutilized item on Necro. You don't build it early, it's like your 5th or maybe 6th item. Because it depends on like the overall HP region you have, so you want like stacks on the side, maybe a hard anti-Aghanims. Super strong.
I mean, will you see Ags without Heart? That's my question.
I don't think so. Because it's just way too good. They're like, it's the combo. You need them together.
What if you're already 6-slotted? Then you eat an Ags.
Well then, sure. Why not?
Okay.
You'll always do it at that point. As they are not looking for one of their own smokes, but of course, I mean, you have both the offlaners who are kind of playing a very much non-Dota simulation. They're just farming neutrals and, you know, the Dominators are pulling creeps around, so it's on the rest to make some moves here.
Yatoro, that is not good communication from the Vici side, but the grip is there. Rolling Thunder as well, but the box comes out, and that's the save Yatoro needed. As XM, he's actually going to continue to roll. Shiro is there with the Reaper Scythe. It's
still
enough.
Dead.
Big kill, even though it wasn't the best execution from Vici. They get the kill they came for.
Yeah, thank God that Shiro came through the gate, because honestly there was no real reason to start with Sleep. I think it just gives more time to Spirit to actually bring heroes over. So of course Not Me did come on through with the box. But good rotation to collapse onto this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, hookshot with the Wheel of Wonder. That's enough to get the Pango into range for the Mortimers. So Spirit able to fight back a little bit here, and they find a Nightmare on the Axe as well. So
it is just
Collapse, gonna get focus fired. Yeah, but they can slow him, surely.
And he's got a chip vest, so Jinkyu is basically killing himself.
And gets the call into the Battle Hunger, looks for the chop. Gets the shackle at the last moment with the power shot as well. He is getting kited. Will get the kill onto Y and the chop onto Jinkyu. Double kill for Collapse. And now the Cookie on top of the Necro. Already at half HP. Shiro in a bit of trouble now. Doesn't have his ult, of course. As you can see, Collapse from far just getting those Battle Hungers. Looking for another chop for the road. He won't get it, but it's still enough for the kill. And just like that, it's a 0 for 3.
How does this guy keep doing this? My God. But it's also, Vici, your only 2 supports, and obviously Collapse has like the best neutral item. I'm pretty sure Chip Vest dealt like 500 damage to Jinkyu in like that whole engagement. Literally 503 damage.
Crazy, what the hell?
Oh man. I mean, that is a huge turnaround. The guy who got absolutely obliterated by like a last pick Necro is standing his ground at minute 14 and like killing 2 heroes on his own. I mean, he played this really well. Like all the fog going back and forth.
For here.
Yeah, he's also bringing Mr. Pinecone Man over.
Oh, that's true.
Bam.
Not able to get the chop, but kill is all that matters there. See Collapse very happy with himself. Getting away with murder. He's done that a few times in his career.
Oh, he does it in like every series.
All right, how many Aegis steals this game?
1. And that could be 1.
I think he'll get
Because I'm thinking Radiant...
He has a good hero for it.
Yeah, they're still doing very well, and they're looking at Mr. Larlito here in the mid lane.
Yep, the Shackle into the Shield Crash. Rolling Thunder coming for him as well. Laurel still very healthy, though. So he tries to run away with the help of the Stampede, but not enough HP in the world to save you there. XM is going to get hook shot. Very nicely done from Rue. Swashbuckles there from XM, but now he's going to get called by Collapse and get chopped to the ground.
Of course, because this guy has Dominator, Blink Dagger, Phase Boost at minute 16.
Easy.
Against last pick Necro. Oh, Amplify Rune.
Surprised he didn't just deny that. Might have to deny his own life to Roche, who's not there actually.
Well, here comes Terrorblade.
Joining the party. We'll get a nice little free kill.
Yep, don't mind if I take that one. I mean, Vici is still in a good position. You've got the Radiance. You've got the Boots of Travel as well, of course, on Shiro, who's queuing up the Shard. Essence Ring also quite nice. Looking for an aggressive sleep, but of course with the Dominator, you can just take that off for now. Vici could definitely look for like a smoke type move eventually, maybe around box lane, because with the Boots of Travel on Shiro, you can always connect. But Spirit are ahead of things.
Shiro. Meanwhile, Yatoro finding a freebie on the support. Now the Mortimer's Kiss is right on top of the Necro, setting up yet another chop for Collapse. He has 4 to his name. And he is absolutely owning now, second in net worth in the game. All I heard this entire pregame from you, from the panel,
because
he got countered by Necro.
Dude, it's true, and this is the beauty sometimes of some of these players. They just defy like the whole game. They're not supposed to be up 4K gold. He's not supposed to be higher net worth. Okay, being higher net worth than Necro is fucked up. This is illegal and not okay. I can show you 20 other games where this thing happened and the Necro has like 5K net worth on the axe. This is like skill. This is just raw skill and good team play coming out.
Laps too good. Rue will find another target. This time it is Bach. Does have his heart now. We'll go for the TP. Should be fine.
Ooh. Yep, he's out. No level. Oh.
He does have a level in battery, so it wasn't in range.
You know, it looked like maybe he wasn't. We're gonna
or maybe you forget that you have that spell because it's not even a spell on the hero anymore.
Because you don't take it until it's minute like 17 and a half.
Which makes me really sad, by the way. I think that's one of his cooler spells.
Well, I saw it earlier maxed by some clockwork, and they lost horrendously, so apologies. It's just too good.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, nice little random kobold there. Very good.
Movement speed
good
is
for
good.
The story of this game as another chop for Collapse. XM
box him.
With the help of the Fiend's Grip. The box is there. He is out of mana though. Wheel of Wonder. Bach not looking into his eyes, but there is the Reaper Sight.
It's okay. While
Finally,
he's dead, he
that's
can
a
play
7x kill streak.
I mean, yeah, and they need that one. At least while he's dead, he can play the Kobold, so it's all good. You know, you're technically not dead. Not a benefit of buying Helm of Dominator.
Yeah, very good. Very good creep to get for doing just this.
Yeah, Kobold Foreman going strong. Look, Shiro's even TPing over. They don't like little Johnny boy.
Don't think his name is Johnny.
Oh, his name is Johnny. You don't go out with this guy?
His name's Keith the Bull. No, that's the older bruiser.
Okay.
What is that guy's name? He has a name.
Good story.
That's a real name.
We'll pick it up later when
he's not an artifact though. I'll have to think about this. Get back to you.
Yeah.
Keep us surprised. Who got first blood this game?
Okay, not me. Boxing himself up.
And Power Shot's gonna miss. Another nice cogs with the whip to follow.
These guys
a
are
lot of
so
annoying spells. Focus Fire, the Nightmare. They do not talk about what spells they're using, but they get the hook shot from Rue. What? And he actually gets out with a TP. I thought he was dead for sure, and now Rue is
God, what is
happening? Meanwhile, top lane, core kill incoming, attempted TP. That's a cancellation. That's how you do it, says Spirit. They are styling on Vici.
Okay, they're like what they're doing individually with how they're pressing their buttons and like moving around trees to like fog them is actually out of this world right now. And to boot, he's got the unicycle. We're gonna pay attention to my boy, not me.
Please do.
He's gonna do a drive-by on the Tormentor with the Wheel of Wonder. Oh man, these guys are good. This is why you gotta love watching this team. Doesn't matter if it's at minute 5, 15, 20, or in the late game.
Yeah. Gonna get a nice pine cone here once the fog. There we go. Nice 100 gold, and there is the Tormentor, which gives. Actually, that. I was going to say that's good against Terrorblade, but,
but
that's
he's
on
his team, so it's all good.
So it's kind of meh.
Yeah, would have been quite nice for Vici, but obviously they do not have their hands on a Ringmaster.
Maybe in a future update,
where you steal heroes.
You can steal a spell.
That's good.
Without Rubik.
Yeah,
you can buy it in the shop. Like 10,000 gold, you get
spell
skill from the other team.
Oh, you choose one.
I could see that.
Sounds like some ability draft garbage.
That's right. Blink Dagger now up for Laurel.
So if you're Vici, you still have a very farmed Shiro on the Necro who's eyeing up a BKB, so he's doing good. You don't have a Blink Dagger yet, which is a bit of a problem. Like neither Scent nor Pango have it available. So you should be waiting for, I think, at least one of them to kind of change the state of the game, because they have no real initiation yet. They are still very strong, but they're just getting outplayed on the map currently by Spirit.
Shiro pops the smoke. This is the double support duo setting up another potential kill on a core with the help of the Mortimers, and they get it. My goodness. This support duo is absolutely destroying this game. Well, Laurel going to try to block XM, but the Rolling Thunder goes right through. Still pretty healthy. XM not doing that much damage, and he doesn't really have any backup either, so he has to roll away. Feels like a lot of these I mean, he needs Aghanim Scepter super bad. It's coming relatively soon for him.
Yeah, they all need quite a lot of things. They need the Pango Axe and the Centaur Blink Dagger. which I believe Mr. Bach has flying out to him, so that should help. But the Netro fleet is building up, because you can see that Spirit, they're just honestly playing the map very, very well. Using the heroes nicely up top, Collapse is constantly down bottom, not really dying to some 2v1 pressure. I mean, even if there's a sleep here, there's honestly not a lot of stuff going his way.
Yep, Yatoro shows up to take out this tier 1 mid. Shiro's like, okay, never mind, I'm out.
Yeah,
BKB almost up for Shiro.
The thing is also, even though he gets the BKB, like this matchup is not, you're not supposed to be playing from behind on Necro. And it's not just like behind, it's 2k deficit to a TB.
A rare misspell there from Rue.
Yeah, stupid mud golems.
Yeah, I have to say, out of any game that we've cast so far, Rue and Not Me have owned more than any support duo I've seen.
This support duo is ultra clutch. And it's like not just the team fighting and like the stuff together, it's also all the moments where they're individually somewhere here or together as a duo and just like bailing each other out perfectly. No, Collapse has his BKB. Yatoro has a pike available as well. Multiple crossbows, also very, very nice against the Radiant draft here.
Yeah, we're seeing several BKBs now, so one for each side just picked up. And the fact that Collapse has it, gonna add insult to injury. I mean, is this not, I guess this is not a blade mail type of game, I'm gonna hold that thought. You have a team fight incoming, Reaper Scythe, not enough to take out Not Me. So Shiro not able to get the kill he was looking for, has to use the BKB and the Stampede just to retreat. They've lost their Wind Ranger. As Collapse, with the help of the knives, will be able to chop down yet another kill. A double for Collapses. Yeah, Necro thinking about going back in, and now getting slowed.
Yeah, Toro's going ham.
XM. You have to be careful. They have a lot of physical damage. He's just going to get chopped as well, as Collapse just will not end. And the Fiend's Grip immediately canceled. That's 4 dead now for Vici, as Shiro left all alone, but not for long. He's going to join the rest of his team in the grave. It's a full team wipe from Spirit. And they are in charge in this game number 2.
Yeah, they did the same thing last game. At some point, they're just ready. They play a team fight very nicely, and they 5-4-0 you. Like, it looked like it was going to be a nice jump, but I think Not Me even, he got off the cushion right before the Centaur Stomp hit him. So, sure it did, but he created a little bit more distance, and even, like, Collapse gets a very nice call in the back. And yeah, at this point, it is very difficult for Vici to, like, try and make a good comeback here in this one. Like, it's just so simple for Spirit to hold their ground. They've got multiple BKBs, and the Scythe didn't even connect either. Like, Not Me just stayed alive with barely any HP. It's honestly also very late for the roll coming out from XM, but yeah, at this point, it's all credit to Spirit.
Yeah, they have played on another level this game. Jinkyu's always happy. I
mean, that's...
Even when he's getting completely destroyed. I'm a happy guy.
There's just some players you gotta love. I think that both GH and Jinkyu rank quite high up on that list.
Yeah, that's true.
Always cheerful, always kind.
Usually we have a lot of negative Nancys like myself and God knows how many players.
Like 90% of us.
That's right. I wouldn't say you were a negative one, though.
I'm a pretty tame guy. Takes a lot. Takes like playing with Swindle Melons or something.
Oh, Collapse. Another initiation onto XM with the Cookie. Nightmare saved for now, but the chop is still there.
Let him chop, let him chop, let him chop.
Yeah, they actually hold off as Collapse gets a double kill. And that is Culling Blade number 9. So he has 18 armor harvested so far this game.
Yeah, this guy would have been a problem with 0 stacks, and he's got 9 of them.
So now Shield Crash does nothing to him. Windrunner never did anything.
Wind Ranger was already killing herself by hitting him. Let's a Bloodthorn on Yatoro as well. Yeah, whoever runs into him, if you're not getting saved by, I don't know, a Nightmare or you BKB it off, you're dead in half a second. Also means that Roche just dies instantly, pretty much.
Who do you think the best duo in the history of Dota is? It can be any positions. Because I'm trying to figure out one better than Yatoro Collapse.
Well, Yatoro Collapse is one. I think you probably need to put like...
No Tail Seb?
Yeah, like No Tail Seb or like Jarex Thompson or Ana +1. Something like that I think is also something you can put in there.
But yeah, this duo is standing the test of time. This is for a long period of time as well. Like OG was, that period was like 3 years.
Oh, I mean, they were
This
just
is much
completely
longer.
owner. I mean, there's others too, but I guess then you're like going like very far back into like history. Could also go with like some, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Zai. Like I think even like some Puppy Zai combo. I think Zai was always a player who definitely should have won a TI, I think.
Yeah, let's just gift him one.
Yeah, I'm gifting him this one, so shout out to you.
XM? Oh my god, what? The damage from the Bloodthorn somehow was enough. Reaper Scythe, not quite enough for Yatoro, and he gets off the Sunder. My goodness, what? That damage did not look real from the Bloodthorn.
I mean, he must have gotten Bloodthorn from like full HP down. You know, like he was literally full HP when it was used. And it probably was like a near perfect kill.
That's dirty.
Yeah, just like, look at it. It was barely after he got initially hookshotted. It is... Yeah, 20k lead at 28 minutes.
Yeah, Spirit in full control. Have the Aegis for Yatoro. He can pound into the buildings now. And Shiro, another game. I mean, I think he had a pretty good game this time around, though. Just the support duo for Spirit. Just playing better.
Honestly, just outplayed. Like in the mid game with a lot of the movement and some of their own kind of plays didn't really connect as it should. And I think like an insane overperformance from some of the Spirit players. You talk about the support combo, same with Collapse on the Axe. Kind of a criminal performance, if you may say so, on his Axe here. Looks like they may just cleanly wait for some of their next items. Got a BKB coming out on Yatoro very soon. Should pair up with his meta cooldown. We'll still have the Aegis available, and then you can knock up on the high ground again. And best way for Vici to fight. You do have the Agnes on the Pango, but he is lacking the Blink, which of course hurts your team fight quite a bit.
You know, I'm just looking at the lineups now. This is such a bad Bane game. How do you ever get Fiend's Grip off?
There's
so many stuns, you have box save.
Even the box, you kind of can't. I think you're playing on like going around in the fight and like sleeping your core hero while the fight is going on to like try and take out the Axe perhaps.
Then you have Yatoro who can just unsleep himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Bane.
Likely if you're Vici here, you're gonna try and think about a defense where you work around buybacks or maybe forcing out a meta, prolonging the fight, and then looking to play after, or smoking around. You don't really have any other options. I think defending from the front at this point won't grant you anything.
Yeah.
You need something big, or you need to, like, you're gonna go home. Because if you just wait and chill, you're not gonna win this game.
And now the high ground will commence. Yatoro not using the meta quite yet. Aegis for another 2 minutes. There's the call onto the Necro. Wheel of Wonder to follow, and that's just a dead Shiro already. 70 seconds as Bach not able to get fully chopped, but he's dead as well. So 2 without buyback, and Spirit can do whatever the hell they want now. They get the taunt.
He's dead.
Onto the XM Pangolier. That's all 3 cores dead. Capital GG from Shiro. As Spirit, again, domination.
No, I am not surprised. Like, when you just look at this last play, they're getting ready to go up on the high ground. They're smoking up that everything is clean, and you can tell that they have a plan in mind. The moment that Shiro shows, it's a blink call into the Wheel of Wonder. Everything is perfect. Everything is there. Yatoro is ready. Get a clean kill. Nothing complicated. Very simple, but so clean from Spirit.
Yeah, Rue and not me, though. I have to give it co-MVPs to this game.
Oh, absolute banger from their performance.
Outplayed everybody in the server by a long shot. And we even got to see Unicycle for about half a second, which was really the highlight for me.
Well, honestly, we'll see it more often. I like that it's like part of his main kit. And we've seen some good Ringmasters, but yeah, there was too much outplay going on. This is not something that's, I would say, allowed to happen. Of course, you know, when you play against the best of the best, if you give them 0.1 second or even half a second, it's too much. You gotta be more careful with that. And Spirit definitely seem in form.
Yeah, Collapse obviously dominating this game as well. I mean, Yatoro ends the game 11-1. He didn't really have to do that much, though.
No, he was chilling.
Collapse was making the plays with the help of the supports that we talked about. Collapse ends the game 12-1 on Axe, despite being in a not so great situation against the last pick Necro, which was looking good initially, but Vici just not able to hold on here.
And that's why you have to look at these things and you need to develop your skill. Like for all the offlaners watching and it's like, oh, Axe into Necro is unplayable. Honestly, nothing is unplayable if you're creative enough, if you're good enough to make it happen, because you can see what can happen. This is not about a hero matchup. This is pure skill, understanding the map, how to play, because ending this game 12-1 and 7, I don't know if there's any other offlaner in this tournament that would have replicated this performance.
But he didn't steal an Aegis this time.
True, they won way too hard. They won so hard that
needs to be closer, I think, for that to happen.
Maybe next time.
But yeah, that's gonna maybe be the most chops we will see in the tournament in a single game. This was an insane Axe performance overall. And I felt like after the initial good start for Vici, every fight was like this. They get one hero picked off and they try to run away and there's nothing for them to do. XM felt like wasn't able to really, I mean, he was getting Rolling Thunders off, but they weren't really doing any damage at any point this game.
Yeah, it was really, I think they had a similar struggle in this game. It was around the mid game again, but this time around it's happened a little bit earlier, just some misplays here and there, but yeah, Spirit just looking so good.
All right, let's go to Milos with an interview on main stage.
Yes, my friends on the casting desk, here we are with Laurel from Team Spirit. And we have to talk about this because this game was very clean and smooth from you. And you got to premiere your Snapfire. Pretty cool. How do you feel about it so far?
Well, like, they nerf a bit Snapfire on lane, but the game it's also broken. And like, good hero to flex. That's it.
Who do you feel is more quote-unquote broken, like Snapfire or Necrophos in this stage?
I mean, depends on the team and players. For some team, Necro. For some team, Snap. I guess Necro more broken on the lane still, because Snap get fixed by the lane, but Necro still like OP. It's hard to deal with him.
What's your preferred personally?
Snap.
Fair enough. Well, you look like a really solid new unit throughout this whole game. I feel like you fully adjusted now to not me joining the team and all ready to go?
I mean, yes, it's we like have 2 months prepared, so we played 2 or 3 tournaments before Riyadh, so I guess we kind of adapt. We're still learning and try to understand each other more. Yeah.
Another big name is, of course, Meposhka coming back as coach. How do you feel he's been adding to the team? How key is he to your success?
I mean, he just tried to adapt more our drafts, talk with Milan, play like more structure, try to put our heroes, like best our heroes to we play. So I guess he's fine because we play with him like a long time, so it's not, he's not adapting. He just need to adapt to heroes, meta, but he really like enjoy it, so it's good.
Helps you see things from the macro side when you can't see it maybe sometimes.
I mean, macro about him. Yeah, he also like do a lot on macro because he's still like good player, like in maybe previous, but he still understands Dota a lot, and we like still learning from him.
Very good. Thank you very much, Laurel. Congratulations to you and Team Spirit. That is a huge win for Laurel and Team Spirit that go up in the standings. Let's go back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Team Spirit. You know, game 1, of course, they won game 1 as well, but game 2, they just, both teams adapted. Just one adapted a little bit better than the other. I think this was a knocking it out of the park situation, Brian.
Yeah, I think Kazu said it well. Like I was deeply disturbed looking at the net worth chart, seeing an Axe above Necrophos around I think 18 to 20 minutes. I think that requires some sort of slipping up on the side of Vici, but it also requires a lot of just knowing what to do in a given situation from the side of Collapse and the rest of Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit looked really strong today. What I really liked about watching them play, as opposed to their games yesterday versus Team Nemesis, where I feel like they had this very clear vision around what they wanted to do with that mid lane, and they played it well. In that game 1, their ability to just bring all of their heroes, take the tower. In this game 2, for them to set up for a Snapfire draft and play around it, rotate to the top lane, use their Ringmaster saves, they had it on point.
They had it on point. Why could Vici Gaming not do more this game? Because they also adjusted, surely.
Yeah, I feel like what happened there was Vici was trying to invade the triangle a lot and take Collapse's stacks and effectively shut him down that way. But then the trade-off for that was Team Spirit didn't try to fight back. They didn't try to boot the Necro out of his lane. They didn't even like contest him for the first 10 minutes or so. They actually just chose to pick on Bach and kill him. And in return, Bach was shut down more than Collapse was. And Yatoro somehow had higher net worth than Shiro after the laning phase. So I feel like basically the rock, paper, scissors. Vici adjusted, Team Spirit adjusted, and it turns out the Team Spirit's had the upper edge strategically.
Yeah, Team Spirit adjusted to what they thought VG Gaming would adjust to.
They read the adjustment, basically.
They chessed it.
Indeed.
Yeah, Yatoro on that Terrorblade, though, like, topping the net worth, he had some really good rotations. I think we're going to look at one of them later on in the Telestrator. But if everyone's even net worth in this game, in a vacuum, then your Pangolier can't really play. And we saw that during the last fight in this game. You're using your Rolling Thunder and you're just getting chunked by this Terrorblade. You don't have the means to control the fight, which is why you pick this hero. And if you're unable to control the fight as the Pangolier, then you're unable to get grips off, because then the Ringmaster is in play. You can't really depend on your Bane. And this is the type of game you want to approach with a net worth advantage if you're Vici. That's why you pick this Necrophos. You want to snowball. You want to make sure that they can't just kill your Pangolier when you're taking these fights. And unfortunately for Vici, it is Team Spirit, and they will always find a way.
And it is Collapse who said that when he is at an EWC, he smells it. It's in the air. He calls it the EWC buff.
I thought that was the ramen that we were eating earlier.
No. He actually literally said that. And
he said, I didn't hear him say the word smells. He said he smells it?
No, he feels it in the air.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know, smelling it.
I feel like maybe he feels it in the air in his nostrils.
Oh, because when you said he smells it, I thought that might be like the fighting game community or something like that.
No. That'd be mean.
Sorry.
No, but it is a joy to see him play this Axe. I got no complaints. I know that sounds a little mean potentially, but even though we watched a very one-sided game, I feel like we still got treated to a good show.
I mean, I think it says something to slaughter teams like Vici. It's not like Vici is tier 1 by my definition, but by no means are these guys pushovers or some, qualifier stack of caliber of a team. We've seen it from P-Vision yesterday and Team Spirit today. I think P-Vision was a bit more convincing than Team Spirit, but they also have very different ways of closing out and winning games. So I'm optimistic for Team Spirit, and it's always impressive to see what difference in caliber can look like when played out like that.
Yeah, I also wonder for Vici Gaming, the two teams we saw them go up against today and yesterday were two very strong teams in P-Vision and Spirit, so potentially, the difference is just too big. I don't think I'm counting them out just yet, because they also were able to win a series earlier on day one of the group stages, so I feel like maybe they just were mismatched. But Effie, as you mentioned already about some Axe plays, I believe you want to show us something more about that.
Yeah, how does an Axe come out on top playing against Necrophos? I would actually love to show you guys, and I feel like this play here really was definitive in getting Collapse back into the game. His Pangolier is dead at this point. There was a skirmish earlier where he dies, and Y and Zenq tried to go on him. He's just stacking that battle hunger. Two supports are attacking him. With his range creep, with his dominated creep, he just gets the double kill, whereas he was really suffering before. Then Laurel connects to him here. Shiro comes to try to help, and they also get the kill on Shiro here. And I truly believe that this play had not happened, then Collapse would have not been back into this game in the same way. And this is something we've seen Vici do, where they just kind of stagger kill by kill, and maybe that's the difference between them and other teams in this tournament and what we consider tier 1 and 2. Unfortunately, the 1-by-1 feeds, you can't do it. And in this play, we just saw Yatoro go through the gate, set up this really great kill on Shiro's Necrophos, where we see Laurel again giving us that range damage, and this is how Axe gets back into the game.
I mean, there were several moments in this series that it felt like Team Spirit was playing with their food. Collapse was dangling them so hard, all three of them for that first play. He kiting the supports around the trees. He knows Necro doesn't have ulti.
He's getting focus fired, so he's spinning like a dancer.
Yeah, I mean, that was very impressive. Watching those clips, Team Spirit's definitely operating at full capacity when it comes to the mechanical skill. I was pretty blown away by Not Me. He had a one play in the mid lane where he 1v2'd and killed XM, I think it was. And also he was winning trades against Bane. You were talking about giving the 3 charges of Dagger to Ringmaster level 1. I still didn't think he'd win trades against Bane. And at the end of the day, I think he did play a crucial role in Collapse getting off to the start that he did. And yeah, I was just impressed by everyone on the side of Team Spirit.
Impressed by Team Spirit and wanting more from Vici Gaming in their next series, and I'm sure they feel the same way. And for some of those feelings, we're going to check in with Purge, who's talking to Zenq.
And Purge here with Jinkyu of Vici Gaming. How are you feeling after that loss?
我们现在呢和 VQ 呢 VG Gaming 在这边。那么刚才那个比赛输了，你感觉怎样呢？
就是输的比较搞笑吧，就感觉。
We lost, but actually it was a bit funny.
就是我觉得是输的比较搞笑，不是说就是感觉比较搞笑，就是我们输的方式比较搞笑。
I mean the way how we lost it. I mean, I think it's a bit funny. And
What was the way in your mind that happened?
您觉得为什么会比较搞笑呢？能具体说一下？
就是我们明明就是有优势，但是我们就是因为我们的点子比较多吧，然后我们就是一个比较滑稽的姿势就输掉。
Well, in fact, I thought we performed well and we had a lot of thoughts, but because of that, maybe that was a mistake and then we just accidentally lost it.
Okay, there was a lot of Terrorblade in both games. Why do you think that hero was played in both matches?
在这个2次的比赛当中呢，都有很多这个角色，英雄角色是这个恐怖利刃。然后你觉得呢？这个在这次当中，为什么有这个角色这么多呢？
因为第一把的话是因为他们的阵容比较怕 Terrorblade 吧，然后第二把是因为我们有个那个 ban， 就是有个 ban， 然后那个对面觉得比较好发挥就选出来了。
Well, I think during the first game, we think they kind of scared of Terrorblade, so we chose that. And then during the second game, we had a banning, and I think so somehow Terrorblade came up again, so we just used it.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, but good luck on your upcoming matches.
是的，没问题。我们对您这个失利还是很遗憾的，希望您下一次会有更好的成绩。
好的，谢谢。
Okay, great, thank you.
Definitely a lot to learn from a series like that. So looking forward, not down, definitely the Vici Gaming away. And I'm sure we're going to see them tomorrow with potentially some fresh plans or redefined ways to deal with, for example, the laning stage. Now this game in particular, and maybe even this series, it calls for an MVP. I don't think you guys would have chosen a different MVP than the one I have in mind.
Does that start with a C?
It starts with Laurel.
It starts with the C.
Okay, well, I was guessing 2.
No.
You weren't supposed to confirm her answer yet.
You would have guessed wrong.
Well,
Wow, we were not watching the same game, were we, Brian?
I'm just kidding.
He did great as well. Laurel had a fantastic series.
How can you have a bad game when everybody's popping off? I mean, it seemed like really we give Collapse the MVP, but as Effie already highlighted, the only way that Collapse can be the MVP is because he had a lot of help as well coming down from the other lanes.
I mean, this is just a pure outclass. Like,
Okay,
there's no help there.
Apart from that little moment, he did have to have help to kill the Necrophos earlier in the laning stage as well. So, you know,
No, but of
team
course.
effort.
Of course it's a team effort, but he had a really fantastic game. When you're countered this hard, but you have this kind of impact where you're just getting these jumps, you're getting these dunks, you're also getting out of team fights with a sliver of life, as we can see here when this team fight progresses. You've got to give it to him at that point.
I mean, I was nervous about this Axe pick. I've seen several Axe picks blind into, you know, they don't know if they're going to get hard lane countered like this. And a lot of times teams do elect to lane counter Axe because he is very snowbally and he farms very quickly with lane cutting and all that. And I think Collapse is the first one where I'm like, wow, I don't know how he got out of that lane, but if he's getting out of this lane, I'd be scared to give Collapse Axe ever, really.
Are we going to see more teams focusing on Axe?
I mean, he picked Axe twice yesterday, I think, as well. Like,
that good?
They're not afraid to whip it out, and the Collapse has always been the blink initiating offlaner. So, yeah, the hero stock definitely went up for him.
We might see it in our next series as well. We can take a look at the schedule and what's coming your way, because this series was actually relatively fast considering some of the other series we've had today. This was our Group C match on this stream. We have one more series coming your way in Group D, the Group of Death. And it's going to be LGD Gaming versus 1W in a 2-game series. So very important for them, especially. I cannot understate the importance of winning every single game in this group. It's so scary, Effie.
It really is. I mean, it's also a group where it's kind of sad to think that we won't have all the teams playing in it in the tournament because they could all deliver high-class, high-quality Dota. And I can't even tell you what's going to happen next.
Well, we are going to talk all about that later on. First, you might have heard some cheers in the distance. That's because there is another game that started their playoffs today. It is Valorant, and to check in with that, we're going to head over to Chris, who is talking to Janiro.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Guys, I'm here at the STC Arena with Ginny, and we are going to be chatting over what's happening over here this week. We've got Valorant going on, but we've led up into this, and there's been some upsets. First and foremost, though, opening ceremony last night. How was that? I didn't quite get the invite, but, you know, these things happen.
It was wonderful. I was on the red carpet doing the interviews. No, but it was great to just see the turnarounds, especially the amount of people that were there. Just in general, seeing the opening ceremony and it really being that marker of, yes, now we've started. It's real. It's happening. And all in all, everybody was very positive. I had a chance to talk to some of the CEOs as well as the organizations. Falcons, they won the club championship back-to-back. They're saying that they're not feeling like they're under too much pressure, especially because when they lose and they leave the stadium, there's no one there to be sad.
True. Maybe they're just like luring everyone to a false sense of security. That's what I think. But when it has come down to Valorant, though, we've had a couple of the big dogs already exit.
Yep. Yeah, we had the group stage last week, actually, which was week 0 of EWC. And during it, G2 as well as Team Liquid got eliminated, which I would say are pretty hard hitters when it comes to the club championship 100%. Point. Because we're seeing G2, they're going to be here next week for League of Legends as well on stage 1. They're going to be here, well, actually, no, they fluked out of R6 as well, so that doesn't really matter anymore. But in general, it is a big org. Liquid, 2nd place last year. Now their chances are Valorant gone. Instead, the heavy hitter here on this stage, I would say, is going to be Vitality.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, so Vitality looking pretty solid. We don't have a representation over in Dota, but that'll be a really good start for them if they can get going.
Yeah, absolutely. They've locked into the quarterfinals. They were top 4 in the last event that we saw in International for Valorant, which was in London. So they have what it takes to make it pretty far. Their first game against Gentlemates, though, ooh.
That's a big French derby. We know the Gentlemates fans can make a lot of noise as well. That should be really cool. That's at the STC Arena, though. You can hang out for that. We're going to go back. But yeah, big update here from the STC Arena. We're going to have lots of fun. Valorant is very much underway.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Hello, hello, and welcome to our final series of the day, 1W versus LGD, the hypest series of the day. Isn't that right, Kazoo?
That is damn right. That's going to be a good one because 1W, they're very good, but LGD, my boy Whisper, I coached this guy. He's very good, very competent player. It's going to be a good series.
Why?
Why? Because LGD are crazy. They're psychos. They're from South America, 1W, they think they can get away with farming and chilling. Against these guys, ain't no way. It's going to be a bloodbath.
If we don't get a 60-minute game, I'm going to take my shirt off on stream, and then they're going to have to cut the stream, so it's going to be a short day.
So 60 or 69 minutes?
That's right, 69 minutes incoming. Here we go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Our commentary team thinks this will be a long one, and I don't think I know a lot of people that would disagree with that or would object to that even, because if these two teams go late, if these games go long, I'm sure we're in for an absolute treat, because that bloodbath Kezu mentioned, I hope that will happen, and I think that will happen based on the two teams we have playing on a stage. We got LGD, we got 1W, and the style of play of these two teams, Effie, I feel like there's a big difference between them, but I think that also brings out the best in both of them.
I would say so, for sure. When you look at LGD, they're a team that has unusual hero picks compared to what you would see other teams play. Yesterday, they busted out Pudge offlane on Whisper. He absolutely cooked. Before that, he was Enigma. You have Tai Lung, who plays things... He ranges from Beastmaster mid to Huskar to Puck to mid Tiny. He can really do anything. Whereas you look at 1W, they're more structured. They have their set of heroes that they draw from. They play for GPM. They play for the overall macro situation. But will LGD give them that perfect macro situation?
Yeah, for me, LGD, they made it to TI, beating Playtime 3-0 in the TI qualifiers, and Playtime's another solid team that's in this tournament. And for me, the difference between Yuma and Wits, specifically in the carry role, is that Wits has his signature SFs and Necros, but Yuma just plays whatever the heck. He plays the Necrophos carry. He's adjusting to the meta. He's one of the few carry players that ever picks Meepo in the last last year. And I just love watching Yuma as a player because he's very versatile, but yet he also specializes in whatever he's doing. And he's also the rare, really easygoing carry player. He's always very grounded. He's always very on mission with the game, and I love the leadership that he offers there.
Yeah, we need a little bit of stability.
Exactly.
Coming out
The stability. That's a great word.
Yeah, we're going to focus our attention on LGD first, and LGD is a roster with a lot of players you guys will be very familiar with. And under a name of LGD, also super cool. I think a lot of history with that as well. They're very proud to wear that jersey. And amongst these players, there is one that's maybe not really like the other. I think he might not have even been born when the organization was founded. We're gonna hear more from him. It's Tai Lung with Purge.
Hey, I'm here with LGD's Tai Lung. Now, you've been playing pro Dota not very long compared to most players, less than 2 years. What's it like to go from a regular life to traveling the world and playing on a top team?
Eres un jugador bastante nuevo, has estado jugando Dota profesional por menos de 2 años. ¿Qué se siente tener una vida normal y luego de pronto estar en un equipo profesional?
O sea, vida normal tampoco era porque jugaba mucho Dota antes de estar en la escuela, antes de entrar al competitivo. Y estudiaba a la vez, ¿no? Pero jugaba mucho Dota y cuando empecé a viajar y eso no cambió tanto, me gustó y creo que estoy bien.
It wasn't really a normal life because I really played a lot of Dota. I was studying a little bit, but I was playing a lot of Dota either way. And now I just started traveling, but I think I'm managing. It is pretty normal for me.
That's great. Good to hear. Do you ever struggle with the pressure of playing on LAN compared to before when you played online?
¿Se te hace más difícil jugar acá en LAN en presencial a comparación de cuando jugabas solamente online?
Sí, creo que hay más presión. Por ejemplo, en mi primera Blast jugué un poco como fue mi primer LAN, jugué un poco nervioso, pero creo que ahora con la experiencia que tuve, con todos ya los torneos que jugué, creo que soy más chill y ya no me afecta tanto.
Definitely, I'm way more nervous when I'm in LAN. I remember my first blast, I was really nervous, but right now I have a little bit more experience, so I'm not really nervous right now.
That's good to hear. I have one more question. I recently saw that you played Keeper of the Light in your qualifiers for ENC. Do you think that hero is viable as a mid right now?
Vi que acabas de jugar Keeper of the Light para tu clasificación a ENC. ¿Crees que ese es un héroe para medio?
Sí, creo que es un buen héroe, solo que es situacional, pero me gusta mucho la verdad jugarlo. Podría jugarlo en este torneo, pero solo encontrar la ocasión, ¿no?
I think it's a very situational hero. I really enjoy playing him, but I do believe he is very situational. Maybe I will pick it in this tournament, but it is always depends on the situation.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for joining me, and good luck in your matches.
Muchas gracias, buena suerte.
He is the youngest player to play for Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup, and he is indeed the exact same age as the organization he plays for in LGD and has reached already such great heights in such short time, Effie.
He's got that special sauce, you know? Sometimes some players come around and you're like, oh, that's a generational talent. We had that recently with Satanic and before that in ATF, and most recently now in Thailand. Like, his debut was ridiculous, actually, at Blast Slam, because he's going up against 1W now, but back when they were at Tundra, do you know who knocked them out of their undefeated streak at Blast Slam? It was Tai Lung with this team. Just absolutely dominating them. He had such a good debut, Brian. Like, I can't even emphasize how shocked he took it. Like, he just surprised everybody there.
Yeah, I think it's always like that first few weeks that you know for sure if this guy's ever gonna, like, does he have the X factor, that special sauce that you said? And then I think it's on top of that, his continued success is because he is getting this. I give it the Sumail treatment because same as Satanic when he was new on the scene, joining Team Spirit. It's like you're surrounded by a bunch of veteran players who are leading you, so you've got that like flow, that confidence, that swag. And he's talking about being a bit nervous on LAN as opposed to playing online. I feel like that doesn't hit until a little bit after like the expectations start to come, and I haven't really seen that that floundering at all from Tai Lung, and I think that has to do with who he surrounded himself with and his ability to perform consistently because of that.
Yeah, it is impressive that he is in the squad that is the first South American team to reach a grand finals at a tier 1 LAN. That is an incredible feat, and if you take into consideration that he didn't even join a professional international team until just last year, 2025, it is incredible, and he surely has his work cut out for them though, because on the other side, we are going to talk about their opponents as well, and he is up against, in the mid lane, against another guy that a couple of years ago, we would have said almost the same things in BZM. You know, BZM is now the old age of 21, but he also joined the scene at 17, so this is going to be a very good one. We're also going to hear a little bit more already from 1W's Ari.
Hey, I'm here with Ari from 1W. You guys have looked really clean so far in this tournament. How are you feeling as a whole?
I'd say we're feeling pretty confident. It's been like a bit of a downswing couple of months for us, but we've been practicing a lot in the last few weeks, and it's been going well, so we feel like we're finding our form again, I think.
How do you balance the time off with the need to practice? Are you like one of those teams that feels like taking breaks just is more important to be healthy, or because it's going to help you play better later?
It's quite hard to answer because I think firstly it's different for everyone. Some people feel they need the breaks more than others, and it also kind of just depends specifically on the situation. Like, I think for the long-term mindset, like, you definitely do need breaks to not get burnt out. You can't just play like non-stop the whole year or multiple years, but breaks definitely don't result in better form for us. So if you want to be good for a tournament, like Real.TI, a really big tournament, I think we just want to practice a lot. And maybe for the rest of the year, you try to take it a bit easier, take some breaks so you don't burn out. It's all about finding the balance really, but at least for me personally, I don't need breaks that much. I just want to keep playing and keep my form really good. So
okay, that's great. Do you ever still get nervous in tournaments? I know you've been playing for a long time at this point.
I would say on day one, when it's like a new environment and the setup's a bit different to what I'm used to, I feel like I play worse and I feel like a little bit like uncomfortable. But then by the time we get to like day 2 and onwards, I'm like settled in and I feel normal again. And not nervous at all.
Okay, that's great. You've played a lot of Wind Ranger so far this tournament. The hero has kind of interesting utility. Obviously, he's been played carry as well, so it's a bit of a flex pick. I feel like the hero has less damage than other typical fours usually. How do you make up for that in your team? Do you just prioritize other heroes to make sure they have more damage, or is it just your goal is your goal? You're stunning and you're power shotting, and that's your play style?
I mean, I don't think it's too different from other heroes. It's just a bit harder to execute because you have to land the skill shots.
Yeah.
But obviously, Shackle and Power Shot are both really strong spells if you're hitting them. So, yeah, I think you just have to play the hero a lot and get a good feel for it, and then it's really strong. Just like other heroes, like Hoodwink Willow, whatever, other range heroes like that.
Okay, yeah, whatever works for you. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Well, those day one nerves that Ari is hinting at, I don't think we saw any of that for 1W here at this EWC, because right now they are 4-0 in this group stage, and that means the group of death is topped by 1W. LGD is trying to fight their way to that top as well. They're 3-1, still also very, very good. May I remind you that they're in the same group as tournament favorites Yandex, so there's definitely some fighting to be done, but some fighting is going to happen here on the stage as well. I think 1W, there were some questions, Brian, if they were going to come in swinging, because they have had, okay, they haven't won the most recent tournament, and to be honest, they've got 4 titles already this year, so everybody's like, oh, they're not in the top 5? Oh no, something must be terribly wrong. It doesn't seem like anything is wrong.
No, I mean, with a team like this, I'm willing to chop it up to you can't be at your top form every day of the year, and there are always a lot of tournaments going on, and they've proven, like you said, 4 times that they can be the best team in the world. I have no doubt that they're going to be a formidable opponent for anyone they see here, and this series, I mean, these best of 2s can be kind of brutal, because usually with best of 3s, you're allowed to mess up a draft, you're allowed to let one go, but if you drop a game to LGD here, for all you know, they 2-0 Yandex, and you might not be getting first place in the group. So every game here matters, and I think LGD can definitely take one from them at least.
It does, but they've got the momentum from their win yesterday against Virtus Pro, and they looked solid. Like, that was the 1W that we expect to win tournaments.
Yeah, 2 Ws.
The 2 Ws, yeah, exactly. Yeah. They 2W'd their way into their snowball, I think. And we heard a little bit from Ari, but he is a player that I wanted to talk about because his Wind Ranger seems to be a staple for them, where this hero isn't succeeding so far at EWC. Her win rate, when I checked earlier today, was 28%, but not in Ari's hands. He's won every game he's played on her.
That's quite a painful stat there. So maybe as a carry, it's maybe failing a little bit more so than as a support. I also want to touch for 1W on their offlaner, because we mentioned the new kids on the block here in this series. But we also got to mention the 2TI winner in 33, leaving his mark here on this squad and, of course, on the meta. And has he done anything where we're like, ooh, that's the 33 we know?
I mean, I think he was the first one I saw that was going the Centaur build. He might have stolen it from somebody else, this whole early heart. I think out of everyone in the scene, 33 will be the one that tries his hardest to delay the Blink Dagger, delay the BKBs. He'll go for the hearts, the pipes, like any utility item or farming item that he can possibly go. And I think that's actually a really good playstyle right now. I know we just got done watching Collapse play a super active, stylish form of play in that last series, but I do think that the best way to play right now is like the Darkseers, the Centaurs, that just scale really hard with farm, and 33 has always been the meta-defining offlaner for that type of playstyle.
Yeah, he really has been, and interestingly enough, this is one of the metas where I don't look too much at the offlane, just because of how strong safe lane picks tend to be and how hard it is to get out of it with a good start. But like Brian mentioned, this is what he's known for. But for that reason, I actually think Pure plays a very important role in this team, in this meta, where the safe lane has to crush. This is what he used to be famous for.
Yeah, and he didn't used to be famous for the ranged carries, but they find ways to make that work anyway, and he is crushing it on some ranged carries as well. Will he do so in this series? That is a question we're going to have answered in a little bit, because the drafts surely soon will start. But first, we're heading over to the stage to get the players on there.
Absolutely correct, Shiver. Yes, we are about to kick things off. We've had 3 series so far in this day. One that took forever, another one way more exciting story-wise as well, and that was quick as soon as it started. But our next one has a lot on the line for our 2 squads, so let us bring them out. First up, it's LGD! LGD Gaming, this is their first true test here at the Esports World Cup. Second place at their last major tournament and contenders for first here in Paris. This elite South American squad is ready to show that they can absolutely hang with, if not crush, the best or one of the best from EU. South American pride showing up here also in the arena itself, but on the other side, it is 1 win! More like 4 win, am I right? Yet to lose a game so far in the group of death. Remains to see if their undefeated streak will continue or if it will fall as it did last time they faced LGD. Bit of history, as you might have heard on the panel between the 2 teams. And we'll see what ends up happening once all the cards are up and ready here in Paris. The late night show continues. Of course, we'll keep you warm throughout the whole night of Dota. Gentlemen, please 1W, please LGD, you may go. Place your key, get yourselves ready, gentlemen, because this one is a bout here for the groups. Remember, the group of death continues. We'll hand it to the panel to get it on.
Thank you very much, Milos. I am so looking forward to this. So when we were choosing our Sony story of the day this morning, we had to choose between 2 matches, and the other one, other than this one, was Enigma Galaxy versus Team Liquid. And we had Seb on the panel, and he's a big Enigma Galaxy fan, so we had to go for that one. But this series came a close second, and for some people was definitely the winner, because we're expecting an absolute brawl here, Effie.
Absolutely, and I have to mention this again. This team, these players in LGD, they broke 1W, formerly Tundra's undefeated streak at Blast. So 1W have a bone to pick with them today. They're gonna say, this is our turf, this isn't our first EWC, we're gonna show you what's what.
I'd like to give a shout out to King Jungles for the coolest walkout I've seen of a player so far. He was rock. Did you see that swag that he was carrying with him? He might as well be playing Shadow Fiend 5 right now.
Wait, who brought the swag?
It was King Jungles on the walkout there. If you can hear me, King Jungles, that was awesome, dude.
Oh, I didn't.
He was doing some nice boogie dancing with the sign and everything. I'll just say, a lot of the players, they come out, they're stone cold, they're pure business. But this guy, every time you hear him in an interview, every time you're watching him walk out on stage, every time you're seeing his player cam during the game, he's just having a good time. I think that's undervalued.
I think everybody's a big KJ fan.
Yeah.
You have to be at this point. I'm sure that everybody has seen his exit interview at TI.
Yeah.
That's a classic. Or it's going to be a classic.
Now, even his interview earlier today, I really liked what he said. He said, our team has been grinding nonstop. We haven't taken breaks. Our longest break was 3 to 4 days, while other teams were taking 2-week-long breaks. And he said, guess what? You guys made a mistake, because we're coming for you.
And it has paid off so far. From being in the finals of last, I think it is so important, by the way, if you're going to be a team that has never been in grand finals, the pressure that comes with that, with the best of 5, so new setting, it's on. It's more pressure than any other match you played that tournament, which already is a lot of pressure. I think having been in that situation in Blast for them might be enough to the next time they get into a grand finals, there's no shock regarding that pressure factor because they've experienced it.
But you can also have to think about a team like Team Liquid who lost 5 grand finals in a row.
We're not thinking, Brian.
I'm just saying there's one approach, which is to get past the nerves on the first final. The other thing is to just lose 4 more, Sheever.
To be fair, though, if LGD is from this point onwards going to lose 4 grand finals,
I think that's a good problem to have.
I'm still rooting for them. I think they're still doing very well.
Yeah, I think SA playstyle has always been one of my favorites to watch. It's always fun, interesting, and unique no matter what patch we're playing on. Like even yesterday, we saw them whip out a Whisper offlane Pudge early on in the draft. It wasn't even like a 10th overall pick cheese. It was just in response to this ranged hero carry meta. And Yeah, that's just the type of sauce that, we were talking about Tai Lung having it as a young up-and-comer, but he fits in so well with these guys because they're always innovative, coming up with their own strategies. I know 33 is always going to cook up some macro, how do I get the most GPM out of this game kind of thing, but, they're always going to be the disruptive team, and that's what I love watching them for that.
Yeah, and outside of that offlane pudge, that was very cool and very much an SA flair. I have to say, they let Lone Druid go, and they beat Lone Druid very definitively. And on top of that, they had a mid-Huskar versus a counterpick Sniper, and Tai Lung went boots first and solo killed Sniper, and then went to Lone Druid's lane and killed his bear.
That's just the stuff, like, we saw it last series with Vici. It's like, on paper, it doesn't matter if the guy is just better. If he's played this counter matchup several times and he's learned that the adjustment is that Sniper being at long range is the difference maker, then going for boots, like, yeah, it sounds kind of weird, but in theory it's pretty freaking awesome at the same time. And that's the kind of thing, is I say they're disruptive, but it's because they throw things at you that you just don't expect, whether it's the pick or whether it's the items they buy or the playstyle they have.
By the way, you guys might have noticed that the draft hasn't started yet, even though normally it does, but...
Can you please start it, Cheer?
No. It's exciting news, actually.
Oh.
It's Chapter 2, I believe, from the Dark Carnival.
Oh, Dota update, huh?
And I don't have this very often. Sometimes I'm seeing people playing Dota. I'm like, well, I really want to play Dota right now. And then, a minute later, it's faded, and I still really much enjoying my job. And it's not fading because I need to earn the tickets and I need to go for the path. And I can't. Have you guys done your...
We can take over the panel, Sheev. You can fit in a turbo game real quick.
I know there's a computer in the green room. Don't tempt me with a good time. But no, that's why we're having to redo everything, is obviously people having to update their Steam and whatnot. So that's why we're slightly delayed. But that's okay, because we got a lot to talk about with these two teams. And we mentioned their playstyle a couple of times and how it's cool that they're clashing. I don't think we've explained their playstyle. And for people that might not watch every single Dota game, which I know we're all, Dota freaks, but people watching from home might not be. What is their playstyle? How would we describe the playstyle of the teams?
Which team would you like to start with,
Which
Shiver?
team would you like to start with, Brian?
I mean, I think 1W is going to be the team that is the team to beat, despite what Mira talked about happening at Blast. And their playstyle, for me, is all about how do we enable Pure and BZM to play that kind of chill farm game for a bit. Pure is a very aggressive farming carry. He likes his Kezes. He played TA yesterday, rushing Hydra's Breath, so he'll whip out a few surprises of his own. He was like the OG carry SF player. So he loves playing hyper aggressive while playing for that farm, and BZM always plays the scaling invoker type mids, and obviously 33 and even Ari, like, just really they're a coddle team. I want to point that out, a coddle team in the sense that this is a hero that changes the way you play the draft, and it's all about that efficiency on the map. And they're a team that when they're ahead, they'll just suffocate you. They're not going to run at you nonstop, but they'll just gather a 1K per minute lead on you.
Yeah, so many times with 1W, we've seen them in situations throughout the years where the game stabilizes, nothing is happening, and their money printer just goes burr. Like, you're looking at their net worth graph and it's just going up, 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 even though both teams are doing the same thing, sitting back and farming. They've just optimized all the little things from almost every position. They've talked about it probably ad nauseum as a big part of their playstyle, and going for a slow game against them will never work, which is good for LGD because they're not known for slow games.
On the side of LGD, I mean, everybody knows the South American Dota style is go, 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 fight, fight, fight. And for a long time, that kind of chaos, anyway, don't get me wrong, a lot of fun to watch, but it didn't really reap results the way that this LGD is reaping results. What changed? Because that chaos, that fire from South America is very much there.
Go ahead, Mira.
It's just become more of an organized chaos. When we talk about go, go, go and skirmishy Dota, it's not like the SA days of old where that was all it was that they were doing, and they were only good at that. Like throughout the years, they've refined their laning, they've refined their drafting, and while it does look like they're constantly running at heroes, they're doing it with a game plan. Like they draft lanes where they think will enable them to, let's say, take the tower, run to the mid lane, make a move there. So while it looks really action-packed and exciting, it is something that they've practiced and talked about.
Yeah, when we were watching VP yesterday with Saberlight's interview, I think what he was trying to say they were struggling with is this: how do I hone in like what exactly I'm doing and why is it working? And I feel like that's a problem that LGD has solved from the SA region's player perspective of, yes, we have chaos, yes, we run at you, but they don't understand, they don't just understand, okay, here's like the vibes, here's like the intuition that we're going to use, but we understand also why it works, which allows you to recognize the exceptions so that you don't do that crazy tower dive that ends up throwing the game 20 minutes in. So I think they're able to reel it in because of the deep understanding of their own strategy over time.
And to simplify that and give an example, we talk about something kooky in an offlane Pudge. But was it an offlane Pudge in a vacuum? No. He also had a Bane and a Coddle on his team, which Pudge struggles with the ability to actually hit those hooks and the mana cost of throwing them out early on. Those two heroes correct for that and allow them to play with a Pudge, who then looks like a crazy hero. But there was an idea with it.
Yeah, I think that chaos and the dedication to holding that chaos. I just want to take a quick second. By the way, we are getting the draft very soon. Quick second to appreciate the dedication of the players. I think it is often maybe slightly overlooked about how many players that are not from Western Europe have to boot camp in Western Europe, because that's where the best, if you want to be the best, you have to play the best pubs, and the best pubs are in Europe. So you have to boot camp there, and that's a long flight away, and that's a lot of time away from friends and family, and that is quite the dedication and the sacrifice that a lot of these players are making, and definitely in LGD's case, it is 100% paying off, as we do have the draft of Game 1 on our screen. It's a 2-game series, so far 1W undefeated, but LGD is close behind with only dropping 1 game to Virtus.pro on day 1. We're gonna start with 1W on the Dire side. We're gonna have LGD on the Radiant side, and the first pick goes to 1W, and they have already banned out the Husker and the Enigma, with LGD banning out the Doom and the Ember Spirit. Are there any other team-specific bans we are expecting to come out? I realize Husker is not specifically team-specific, but sometimes you don't need to ban it against a team when you know that they're not playing it.
I mean, they haven't banned it yet, like on the side of 1W through this tournament, so it's definitely targeted to some degree. And I guess rather than focusing on what other team-specific bans are there, every time we see this type of stuff, we have to remember that now there's all these broken meta heroes that we often just kind of assume are out, that are now in the pool. We're talking about the Drows, we're talking about the Lone Druids, we're talking about the Treant Protectors. We're 4 bans in, and not a single one of these heroes has been removed. So I think we're going to get a interesting opener. Like, what creme de la creme hero are both of them willing to give and willing to take first? Because you're going to have your pick of the litter appears. Okay, so Treant still gets removed.
Yeah, this is, by the way, the draft was delayed, and that generally leaves you more time to think about things. They used 40 seconds of their bonus time to think about this Treant Protector ban. I feel that is very unusual, right?
It is, but like Brian mentioned, there is a lot that's left. So you just have to decide what it is that you are most scared of. And to me, the fear in the Treant Protector ban is just him being able to enable the safe lane. But the statement they're making is, we don't actually care what care you have in particular. We care about our support's ability to play into your support, Treant's ability to protect your towers early on, and that's what we're going to address. Enigma tells me that maybe Lone Druid could be on the table for 1W if it isn't banned here.
It is not banned, and it is picked up.
Because, I mean, Lone Druid is a highly contested hero, but one of the solutions that they had on LGD for Lone Druid yesterday was this Enigma. And with the Eidolons just clicking the bear, taking the tower early, kicking him out, it looked fantastic.
I always forget how universal hero matchups are, because I remember I played a pub where I was supporting a guy and I had a Lone Druid. I'm like, I can just play whatever the heck I want as support because I'm going to win the lane anyway. And then the offlaner picked Enigma and we got slaughtered. And I'm like, oh, that's did we just play it badly? But no, it's clearly like some, like, you know, it's one of the few heroes in the game that doesn't get absolutely steamrolled by Lone Druid. And this Puck pick was a bit telegraphed because of the fact that they first round banned the Night Stalker, the most common counter pick to Puck thus far this tournament. They did play it earlier on in the tournament on 1W, the Night Stalker. So I think it kind of had this double whammy of a, hey, if you don't want to pick Puck first on the side of 1W, so we know that we're going to get this Puck and we'll have an extra ban to protect it. I don't know how I feel about this trade. Like, these two heroes represent two very different things. Lone Druid represents the problem of how is this offlaner on the enemy team going to get out of the laning stage. I think Whisper will have the creativity to figure something out, but then at the same time, Puck is a hero that if you don't address it with disables or like lane dominance, then it will get out of control later on in the game.
Yeah, when we saw Gamer Legion let Lone Druid through twice, their recipe to dealing with it was Winter Wyvern and Underlord for the percentage-based damage.
That's a cool idea. I mean, I think Winter Wyvern, if you have a player who's exceptionally good at it, will always be a solution, because with that book, you can add one more level into the Arctic Burn, and all you need is +1 disable, and you can kill that bear whenever you see it. I don't know if I would attribute Winter Wyvern to LGD. Like, I just don't think it fits their playstyle that well. But what they could do is draft a lot of range damage plus melee catch. So something like a Techies or a Willow with a Clockwork.
I think they're definitely picking Techies, because if I'm an offlaner and I'm thinking I need a 4 position that gets me out of this atrocious lane, Techies with the reactive taser on his allies early, I'd be surprised if they take anything other than that, because that seems like the best option. And I do think King Jungles plays Wyvern. I think I'm almost certain I've seen him play that in the past. They haven't picked it yet this tournament. So I think we could see both of those heroes, perhaps.
Ringmaster, okay.
Like we said, Ringmaster coming out here.
So I don't really think of Ringmaster as a hero that addresses Lone Druid bear or solves it.
Is the dagger percent HP?
It is percent HP, yeah.
Okay.
And that would be good against the bear. It's just that it doesn't really have, it's not a burst damage ranged hero, and it's not a really good or reliable catch hero, because your Wheel of Wonder is high cooldown. So it's strange, but the Escape Act can be good to counterplay any Shadow Blade bear plays around the map.
Yeah, I mean, Lone Druid to some degree is a pseudo-Lycan in the sense that his bear turns into this summon that can just hunt supports. And oftentimes you want to be able to protect yourself in some meaningful way. A lot of supports will just feed to that, and Ringmaster is probably one of the few that can. I think Lone Druid's a lot scarier, though, because the bear can come out of Invis and then fear you instantly. Now, another hero that can nightmare you is Bane. We've been seeing a lot of Bane. I feel like Bane is a hero that teams are picking because it's strong in lane, and then a lot of teams are a bit lackluster, like we saw Vici, with the hero's impact later on in the game. I know that Whitemon is a fantastic Bane player, so we know the top lane is about as good as it gets. You have a Lone Druid Bane, but I want to see what Whitemon's impact is 10 minutes plus, basically.
I wonder if this Ringmaster was just a pre-pick with LGD knowing that this Bane is gonna come out top, because a way to play against Lone Druid on lane is to cut waves and just not lane in the first place. If you don't get an ideal matchup, and Bane solves that.
And we did see Nami owning the trades against Bane last series, so maybe that's one of the few heroes that can.
No, this is a hero we don't see very often. It is an Earthshaker.
That is the disable they need against the Puck. I think that solves a lot of problems. I think Earthshaker mid, it's like a crappy Earth Spirit, I think, in the sense of its reliability to actually get out of the laning phase. Like, if you blind pick Earth Spirit, you're also able to move it to support. I think Earthshaker's just far too greedy of a 4 position right now. So I think this is BZM layers into the meta, saying that, yeah, this is a hard stunner that can burst Puck, and it will also have a perfectly fine lane. I think Puck will win the lane, but because of the constant harass, Earthshaker does suffer against that a little bit. But I think Earthshaker will have the recovery mechanism of the Ancients, all eyes on potentially a Keeper of the Light coming out, or some other 4 position for Ahri that is going to heavily stack the Ancients for him.
Yeah, what's reasons for not picking Keeper of the Light? They've picked it first in a couple of games even.
I mean, we were talking about all these premier meta heroes got taken. They're like, wait, we get Lone Druid? Like, I think that's why I think Keeper or Light's kind of like maybe third rung on the totem pole of priority for them. And I don't think they're concerned about LGD taking it, so they can postpone it, basically.
It also just depends on what heroes you can build around, because if LGD hadn't banned that
Oh my gosh.
if LGD hadn't banned that Tiny, then I do think that they would have just gone for the Tiny mid with the Keeper of the Light, which is one of their very old school combinations and a solution to Puck. But without the Tiny, they probably thought that they were better off going for something different in the Shaker.
I feel like they genuinely thought LGD was not going to take Coddle. I know they do play it, but I think
Stolen.
Yeah, they did steal it. I think they thought they were going to get it on 8th overall pick here. I like this, though. Both teams have a lot of Ancient stacking. Keep an eye out for the macro game in that sense. I'm going to be looking for Bane to be waddling his way in there just to check on it. He's going to be using the cheese dancing taunt while he's doing it. It's very important. I think that neither team invades particularly well, though. Like, I feel like Earthshaker is not going to help the Bane do that. Centaur, I think it's really important you pick an offlaner that's meant to cut creeps, because the farm that's behind you is taken. That's going to the Earthshaker. So I think that Centaur and Axe made a lot of sense here. And that I like that idea. This is the kind of stuff that you have to think about. What areas of the map does each hero farm? And, 1W, they're the masters of that.
All right, there's only one pick needed for both teams to round out their draft, and we're entering the last ban phase here. On the side of LGD, it looks like we're needing the hero for Yuma. There's already a Shaker. Meepo is out of the equation. Sad sounds all around. On the side of 1W, we are looking for our Ahri hero. Is there... I mean, there's no chance Shaker is support.
I wouldn't think so, to be honest. I just think you need to lane something against this Puck mid with the Shaker, and Ahri still has a lot of his signatures in the pool. He's got his Wind Ranger, he's got his Hoodwink.
Hoodwink just got taken out for that very reason.
What about that Wisp?
Could see it.
I would be surprised if they didn't ban Wisp. I think they'll ban Terrorblade on the side of 1W, and they'll ban... I would hope they ban Wisp on the side of LGD. I really think they need Ahri to just be some macro 4 that kind of plays a little bit of lane chill sustain, but also wants to go back and double stack the camps.
Brian, you told me you don't like ranged and ranged carries against... too ranged on the safe lane. So we have already the two supports, both Ringmaster and Keeper of Light, both ranged. Why would you not want a melee carry? First of all, they're up against a Centaur. Why not Lifestealer?
I don't love Lifestealer against Bane. I also think Beastmaster is an incredibly greedy offlaner, generally speaking. So my idea was that you want to make it so that when you're stacking Ancients and you're farming them around 7 to 10 minutes, like, you don't need to give any of your support energy to the bottom lane. So I was thinking some independent, decent laner that will also be able to jungle. That's why, Terrorblade is ranged, quote unquote, but I also think, he basically is a melee hero for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Do you think Ursa is pickable if you have this Ringmaster to save you from Bane? Or do you still hate that hero?
I personally think Ursa is I think there's a reason that Centaur is as high a priority as he is not only is he good against the meta carries, but the Ursa's the Slarks, and I guess maybe Monkey King is viable, but I feel like Ursa and Slark specifically, heroes that usually counter Centaur, they feel really awful to play right now. It's so hard to actually... We're in the meta again of a bunch of Force Staffs and Glimmers and Blink Daggers. Everyone's just running away from you. The best idea for carries right now is usually to just sit there hitting people. And a Lifestealer is a different example, for instance, because with him and Alchemist, you can just walk around with Radiance and you're dealing damage, but any hero that actually relies on right-clicking with a Battle Fury just feels really out of place right now.
I see. You know what's a cool hero that we haven't seen enough of that I think can punish Centaurs and the like?
What is
Gyro?
that? Gyro.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see Gyrocopter. I don't know how it matches. Gyro's a weird hero because they buffed a few parts of him, but then they also nerfed his flak cannon cooldown pretty significantly, and they also nerfed the fact that you get 2 extra shots from your Ags when you have Flak Cannon activated. So the Satanic build is a lot worse and you actually die if you get locked down. I think that was kind of a quintessential part of his kit. We see the Willow come out for Ahri. That's much more of a lane dominator than it is a macro hero, I would still lean towards TB here. I think you need a reliable laner that can jungle.
I like that Willow gives 1W damage when they're waiting for the period for Lone Druid to get strong. Like this Centaur, if he had a Wind Ranger instead, he wouldn't have had that threat on the stun. Whereas with a Bedlam, if they make a play, try to get a tower, try to make any kind of cheeky little smoke, Willow does secure that period of the game where they're waiting for Lone Druid.
What if the Earthshaker was partially like, okay, it deals with Puck and it counters Meepo?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Just saying.
That's why I said there's probably no Meepo. Unfortunate.
Yeah, one of the... I'm sorry if I missed that, Shiver. They do go Terrorblade. I think that the role of Yuma in this game was to just be a self-sufficient laner. I think that whenever I have Beastmaster Puck as a carry, obviously I'm the carry, I need to scale, but I'm third priority when it comes to making sure these other two heroes have decent mid-game impact. And so I really like the Terrorblade pick for this. I think that 33 and Ahri will have a good lane. I think it's a very scary lane to play against, but worst case scenario, you're recovering as Terrorblade and it will free up KJ and Thea Lacour to play around their other two cores.
I like the Terrorblade a lot. Not just for the reasons you mentioned, but just that consistent damage to be able to take out two bears in those late game team fights. You need to be able to really kill him at that stage of the game where you're not really getting that damage out of your Coddle, you're not getting it out of your Ringmaster, and usually it's addressed through at least one of your supports, and LGD didn't actually solve the Lone Druid through their supports. So there is a lot on Terrorblade's shoulders to solve a lot of problems and plug a lot of the holes, but it is a hero that's absolutely capable of doing it.
How are we looking in terms of how skirmishy this game is going to be when we're talking before the series began that it would be a bloodbath and, fire? Is it going to come out based on these two drafts?
I mean, Lone Druid's a pretty exciting hero for the first 20 minutes, Shiver.
I will just say to people at home, this is Brian Sarkar. Continue.
Pure will be brawling with those jungle creeps for quite some time, as most Lone Druids now, they do go Treads Mjolnir into an Ags, and yeah, that was sarcasm. Lone Druid, he's living the dream if he's allowed to just hit creeps. What this hero does, though, is he eventually gets that Shadow Blade after the Axe, and he wants the map to be split up. So I think there's going to be a lull in action from like 10 to 20 minutes, and then the map can very quickly become chaotic when you have a Shadow Blade Bear walking around, and then you have the stun damage follow from heroes like Willow and Earthshaker. So it's all about who has map control at that point.
And how about FER Caster's prediction that this would be over an hour-long game coming our way?
An hour-long game? Honestly, I could see it. We've seen 60-minute games, 70-minute games, 80-minute games nearly this EWC. Ooh. Anything can happen.
All right, I'm sending it over to Sensfan.
That's a first blood already. 33 killing off the Olacor right off the bat. Just in time, Shiva. Great throw as always. 1W on the board already as they exit with relatively healthy lives right now.
Yeah, making it look easy. And Shiva mentioned the 1 hour mark. They aired that piece where you said you were going to take off your shirt.
That's right. We will be doing so. I mean, 33 already pausing the game. You could see he waved to KJ to pause.
It's like, yo, people are getting suspicious if my teammates do it. You gotta do it. Honestly, all the players are in it together because they all love when it's dark, so I'm down for the shenanigans.
The real truth is he started a meta.
He did, and it benefits everyone.
His name is Neta, after all.
Meta's meta. He is very good at figuring out the meta, that's very true. And as we're in a pause, I'll enlighten you about another thing, because yesterday we had Inner Peace, of course, the TA's Innate, which is a Kung Fu Panda reference.
Okay.
We have Tai Lung. The name Tai Lung, he's like the main protagonist of Kung Fu Panda 1. He's the bad guy.
Okay. Oh, there's more than one movie.
There's multiple movies. Okay. You suck, man.
Why would I watch?
That's not Kung Fu Panda. And when you cast with Cinder and you make fun of him for not knowing like stupid-ass American movies that no one cares about.
That's not true.
Oh, it's true.
He doesn't even watch Game of Thrones. Like, he doesn't watch anything.
Okay, that's an L to him. So Cinder and...
Any major production he hasn't watched.
Well, then
period.
He's going to take those L's, but you need to take the Kung Fu Panda L. The KFP
I'm fine with that.
Good.
I can't watch everything.
Good. 33?
I have a life after all. It's 33. Yep. He gets gone
ain't got a life,
Yuma
but he dead.
gets killed. The lights in 33's eyes could not dodge that gank.
Oh, good Fisher.
Yeah, good Fisher. Fiolacor looks to be dead, although Ahri might have to trade his life.
Oh, the tonic!
The knife goes right through the uprights as Ari will fall. Theolacor on his horse will gallop away.
He had double Fairy Fire, and you had was Mr. KJ, who very cool walk-in earlier, by the way. Like he put on his little flare. He had the tonic. But this is disgusting.
That's blurred.
Takes it off the screen. God damn.
And we finally get to see an Earthshaker mid from BZM. It has been a hot minute since I've gotten to cast this.
No, I like
against
this hero.
Puck. Well, how does this matchup go traditionally?
It is definitely like Earthshaker is an answer to Puck, but when it comes to the laning stage, they're both fairly happy. I do think that Earthshaker should have a slightly better time. You have good attack damage, of course. With the totem, you can get all the denies, but it's a lot about how early you can get your blink dagger. Like have a blink reveal, blink echo slam the Puck. Because we all know what Puck can do in a game where he's not answered, but I think this time around 1W, they've got good tools.
Why are we seeing Terrorblade every single game?
I mean, these somehow
feels like days of old.
Yeah, most of these games just turn out to be pretty good TB games. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, against both the supports, TB is good. He is quite good against Lone Druid. It's not as one-sided as it used to be. Like, you know, Lone Druid, how he's played now, Aghanim, Mjolnir, Farm Around, Shadowblade, and you're more of a map play type of hero, but I think it's just overall a very good TV game. And they rounded it out with a Kato, which this is a great combo.
Yeah, we've talked about the combo with the Metamorphosis, Chakra Magic, but you also have the Axes, which is just a classic as well. And not too bad for Puck either in the mid-stage of the game. KJ was going to take some Shadow Realm, does in fact, still wants to be aggressive though, has to pop the Fairy Fire in response. Meanwhile, 33 just going ham on Yuma with the double edges.
It's also, I mean, it's the same with Centaur, right? This is now the third game in a row that we've
but I can't ever get sick of Centaur.
No, me neither. I think this hero's great. And also from playing Centaur against TB, I really like this matchup for Centaur. Like, he's generally quite good against a lot of the, like, illusion heroes. Of course, when TB gets a couple items, he can be quite good against you, but you have a lot of magic damage. You're gonna go early Helm of Dom. You generally kind of free farm. And later when you get, like, the Heart and, like, a Shard and Shivas, if you have decent net worth against the TB, you're very happy in this matchup.
And should mention, Ringmaster picked a lot today as well. It is good against Centaur, especially in the laning. I mean, throughout the game, the knives just do percentage-based damage, so always going to be a nuisance for the fat horse.
And you've got the save, of course, again, against the grip in this game. Also want to see how Whisper does in his top lane. Like the Caudal Beast, very, very strong lane, not just for the Axe Spam that you mentioned, but also the Boars. Boars are very strong against the Bear, which is...
What order was Ringmaster and Bane picked as, well, Whitemon's dead. Okay.
He's dead.
Wrong place, wrong time, wrong decisions, wrong hero, maybe?
I believe that... I don't quite remember the exact pick order, but generally Ringmaster is a response to Bane.
Yeah, it's more... It feels like Bane should care more, and they should maybe prioritize banning that.
Potentially.
Or is it just...
I mean, it's also... I think they're just protected.
I mean, I guess there's plenty of saves in the game you could technically get for
I mean,
it.
there's like Silencers and what else? Like some Shadow Demons. Yeah, Tusk also, of course, is on the board. I believe that they were just protecting like their Lone Druid with some of the bans. As Pure did a good job of killing the board there.
Theolacor getting chased by the Bear. It's enough. Pure, his first kill of the game.
All right, gotta be careful with feeding some of these boars, because there was two of them back-to-back. And again, the main part of boars will always be the amount of experience that it shoots into you. Looking for a turn play here. Good Bramble.
Yep, KJ, now we get the whip off, gets hoof stomped instead, and nice blocking from 33. Just like he blocks the light every time he turns on a computer.
That's true. So his monitor doesn't create lights? What do you think about that one?
It's hard. That's why he's so good. He uses other senses to play Dota.
Man, this guy's good. Tai Lung.
Nice dodge there from Tai Lung. Be able to get the water rune.
He, of course, learned that from Master Shifu, a reference you wouldn't understand.
Is that Kung Fu Panda?
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting better.
It's good.
So tell me how the Earthshaker's game is supposed to go. So laning stage, you just farm. Like, I feel like you don't participate in fights that fast until you get the blink.
No, you really don't. You rely on a pretty solid laning stage, which you generally have, and then triangle stacks, which is why I believe that the ward that they placed early on is actually blocking the Ancients, so you have no Ancient stack available that can come out there, even the same on like the other side. You just know that there's so many camps nowadays that you want to play around, so like, yeah, here. But this is what Earthshaker wants, at least later on. It doesn't have to happen yet, but definitely will be something that 1W will put their eyes on.
The first Echo Slam for all the Ancients. Love to see it. A little bit more satisfying than Warlock Golem on top of Tier 1 tower.
Oh, yeah.
which is just disgusting.
Theolicor in trouble again. Maybe not as much.
Doing some good damage.
It's always been a good matchup for Bane against Caudle. He actually just got the kill.
Too easy. Whitemon. Bane Elemental.
Yeah, but I mean, traditionally Bane is just seen as a good response because first of all, you have the night vision. You're also a hero that you can play quite aggressive as a 5, and Caudle wants to like play around the tree lines, be annoying. And I like this rotation from Ahri. At like minute 5, it's very nice to rotate to the safe lane because now both supports will move to the mid lane here.
Tylong gets nightmared. BZM, only level 5, gets the enchant totem with the right click to follow. Fair Fire pop, but the fissure was still available, so Tylong nowhere to go. And now KJ getting run down. Meanwhile, Yuma taking some heavy damage from 33.
Theolicor did at least steal the shield rune in the meantime, but definitely a big deal. You're definitely not supposed to be dying here on the puck.
So with the lineup like this from 1W, when does 33 want to get Blink? Because Earthshaker traditionally not... I mean, he can kind of pseudo-initiate with the fissure, but he's usually the guy that follows up with the Blink Echo.
Honestly, I think they're all just going to be farming. It's going to be on your like 2 supports, as he is going to be forced to TP out here. And especially knowing 33 too, I think he's just going to farm up, and which is totally fine. Like, if you look at the other heroes too, like Lone Druid doesn't really make use of any Blink Dagger until later, so I think you just let BZM with an early Blink do the work. As they want to go for a Wisdom Shrine invasion here. That's double board kills again.
Yep, Curse Crown gonna hold him in place. Nightmare as well. Or the Beastmaster completely surrounded now as well. And BZM, another enchant totem. Doesn't have mana for the Echo actually.
Ahri TP bottom to help out on this.
We'll get the shrine, but yeah, other side, 33 kills off KJ, takes the shrine for himself.
There's so many snowball things, and Dota at the top level is all about snowballing. They go mid, they kill Tylong. Now they know when he respawns, he TPs mid, so he couldn't TP to the top tier 1 to help them on the Wisdom Shrine. And then Ahri notices very quickly, if he TPs down bottom, suddenly they can also defend this one. So yeah, very big moves here in the early game.
So basically what you're saying is both teams just want to farm.
Honestly, kind of. I mean, you have a few more early game plays, I would say, from LGD. Like Tylong, whatever lanes he goes to, there's a lot of pressure. And it's always nice to go to like towards a Beastmaster lane.
I mean, if you're 1W, because you know that LGD likes to go late game. Well, I don't know if they like to. They just end up being late game.
Oh yeah, they always end up in the late game.
Like, does 1W, are they just... Is that kind of what the draft is about? Let's just match their late game because it's going to get to that point anyway, as opposed to just more pressure early to prevent the late game from ever coming?
No, I think for them it's more about... I don't think they nearly care that much about their opponents. I think it's more about when their timings come together, which is... Lone Druid is kind of a stupid hero, but he doesn't interact for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So until this guy has an Aghanims and Mjolnir, I think it's kind of just on the rest, play around your Blink Shaker, keep farming on your Centaur. But I don't think that LGD mind that much, as the Ogre Cruiser actually got the TP cancel.
Yeah, you don't get to see that very often. I didn't know he was an Ogre Cruiser today. That's good to see.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Tylong will be able...
Cruiser Bruiser is close in the alphabet, B and C, all the same.
True, of course.
You know what BC stands for? Big Chungus.
Thanks for letting me know that.
You're welcome.
As a hoof stomp will find KJ. The 33 actually going to use the Stampede, and with the help of the Echo Slam, they find Yuma out of nowhere. Great rotation from BZM. Feel like they baited that in very nicely as KJ gets caught by the Brambles and will be brought down as well. So nice couple kills there for 1W.
Oh, definitely good stuff there. At least in the meantime, Tylong...
Oh, look at this Ogre Bruiser. Boom!
Bam! Double.
It's a Ravage onto 2. We're counting the bear as a second.
These Bruisers are doing some good shit in this game. Well, we'll be feeding some gold at least after all. Whisper died to a new... That's not normal.
Was not intended.
That's not normal. He's laughing, which is good, but trust me...
He's crying
on the inside, he's dead. He got Prowlered. Man, classic. Classic Prowlers. Okay, we are...
Oh, that's a huge solo kill. My goodness. Okay.
Well, it is Puck with an Amplified Damage rune. This hero has insane damage early on. You just keep them there. You know, with your coil, keep hitting them like 7 times in the face.
Did you play Dota 1?
Like 40 games. So, no.
There was an ancient creep that existed that has never existed in Dota 2.
What's
that
its
I
name?
kind of miss.
Give me the name.
It was like a lizard of some kind. But the ability was it had evasion, which I thought would be an interesting skill to have.
Like just passive, or it's like an active?
Passive.
Okay.
Passive evasion, like 20% or something.
I see.
Not sure why they never brought it back. It was actually in the files of Dota 2, not that you care. But
I guess another type of files that didn't release. Anyway, back to you.
Just gonna hold that thought here. Let's appreciate the moment. Pure on Jabert. How far until he got his Maelstrom? So 700 away.
Yep. It's just very hard to pressure this hero early on. Like, we all know that the bear is strong, you have a lot of lifesteal. As the tier 1 does fall, so Ari and 33 playing quite aggressive here. And it is overall quite annoying. Let's see if they can pressure Yuma much more.
Traverses pretty nicely, but gets the Curse Crown proc with the Pine Cone helping out as well. Hoof Stomp to follow, Stampede to run away, and it just leaves Asunder as Ari just lets him get it off. As on the other side, BZM gets some revenge on the Tai Lung. So action all over the place.
There's just so many small things happening. Like, they're just bruising around down here. In the meantime, I don't even know how the mid kill happened. I assume it's either like a sleep or a grip, of course, with the follow-up. Yeah, so nice setup from Mr. Whitemon. And I like this move from Pure too. We've seen this a lot more already in the last couple days. Like around this minute 10 to 11 mark, the carry goes to the mid lane, pressure to tier 1. Will force a lot of heroes over.
How often is it a lone druid doing that?
Honestly, not that often. Like, it can happen quite naturally if you've killed the safe lane tier 1, which they did not. So he's just moving over. It looks like for now they're... There's better smoke somewhere as well, so they are coming over.
Coil, first of the game as far as I know. Axes come out from Whisper. Try to help out. And gets the ult off onto Pure. They're going to use the Roar, so they want to commit for this. Do they have the damage? They do with the axes, and now no more reinforcements on the way. He did buy the Maelstrom in time, it seems. But a good kill. One of many that's needed, I feel, for this lone druid.
No,
don't want to leave him to be AFK.
No, especially in like this type of game, like where the early game doesn't go perfect, and suddenly the Centaur is taking over your safe lane. And lone druid, he's generally a hard hero to kick out of the safe lane, so this play definitely very, very big, because this should open up the tier 1, or at least it should allow you to get it very, very low. Let's see if OneDub are able to hold it.
Yeah, Helm of the Overlord not too far away for Whisper.
Even after dying to the Ancients.
That's right. Part of, I mean, it was intended. It was for morale.
Okay. I guess it should make the Ancient Creep stronger that you take later.
Yeah, true, of course.
Who had first blood this game?
Oh boy, that was right off the bat too. Was it Ari?
I actually don't remember.
I'm gonna say it was Ari.
Yeah, sure that was correct.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, I don't trust you.
Looks like this tier 1 tower will be given up, so 1W. I feel like they have a good balance right now of
Yuma's got something. Actually, that's Tai Lung. They've got something to say about this one.
Yeah, apparently. Coil out onto 2. Trying to roar him away, but Whitemon, he's going to be sacrificed at the very least. Gets off his spells, though, and a nice terrorized fall for Ari, but Tai Lung eventually finishes the job. Now Ari on the run. Being chased by a glimmering horse. And the Solar Bind will slow him to a crawl.
That's a nice play. I also like when Terrorblades like play a little bit different. Yuma was on low HP. He was waiting to TP in to get an aggressive Sunder off. So it may not look like a lot because it's only 2 supports, but KJ gets to take the mid lane in the meantime. Everyone's kind of chilling. And BZM, very, very close to his blink, which means they're currently pinging the ground because it is time to smoke it up. Probably with him and Ari. Maybe even Whitemon as well, as the grip is available.
Yep, so smoke likely to come here pretty shortly. Oh, Tai Lung, he's going to show. Whitemon's going to connect, and obviously the puck is who they have their sights set on. The creep wave is there, setting up the Echo Slam with the Bramble. Oh, he does get the phase shift off with the Waning Rift as well, but the grip in time from Whitemon. They get the support on the sideline as well, and they should get this tier 1 in addition. Nice sequence of events for 1W.
That was nicely played by Whitemon too, like just to, you know, not grip at the start, but just wait for everything to be over, and also BZM just echoes the entire wave plus Tai Lung. So they do get themselves the mid tier 1, and everyone is still free farming on the 1W side. Of course, you know, Pure in the safe lane, 33. This is probably going to be the fastest hard of the tournament. It's going to have it at like minute 15, 16-ish.
That is like turbo timing right there. Goodness gracious.
It's going to be quite difficult to kill this man.
So you have knives. You're falling into the trap of KJ.
Yeah, but the Heart's gonna outreach in that one, so they're gonna need a little bit more of that. Maybe coil him up and have Yuma clap into him for a while.
Now, smoke coming out from LGD, looking like they want to make something happen.
They do
have the roar, have the coil.
Yeah, good Overlord timing with the BBD, of course.
Ari, he's going to pop one part of the smoke here on Theolacor, and they will find him. Roar is there. But if you're 1W, you'll take this. Having a support tank the gank, no problem.
No, it's very similar plays. So you can see that both teams are utilizing their timings like very, very well. Whiteman on top of a ward that KJ got to place.
BZM has to blink away. Good dodge.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, didn't quite get to cancel his blink dagger there. Tai Long, very deep here with the foil.
Foil with the knife to follow. Right next to the tier 3 tower, and BZM just gets demolished. 33 with a late TP. Does get the double edge hoof stomp, and that will be at least a support for 1W. And Pure actually joining the party. That's, again, a bit unusual to want to be able to fight right now on that bear. Does scare off the rest of LGD, but they get exactly what they wanted, which was that mid laner.
Yeah, they forced everybody here as Whitemon isn't quite done yet. But I like this. This is the, you know, the LGD flair. These guys don't care. If they can find you anywhere, they will go for it. Also got 2 very aggressive wards out in the meantime. 33 is ultra fat in this game. 2,000 higher net worth than the next guy on the board. Also very high on the level department.
1,000 from Blink, and then the Shard will follow suit. And there's a Mjolnir. So what's the order? Mjolnir into Ags?
Yep.
And then Shadowblade.
Yeah. Shadowblade, Silver Edge, and then honestly kind of just whatever you need. Sometimes it can be a BKB, it can be a Basher. Maybe you need an MKB also eventually against TV.
Yeah.
Very high chance you may end up opting for a Butterfly.
Now Whisper might be getting ganked here. Grip right off the bat. BZM with Ori helping out. That Bedlam, is that even in range? No.
One or two
Whisper
of them
does get the roar up. He's going to TP out. He's fine. Oh my
He's actually out.
That is insane. Thought he was dead for sure. That Bedlam was really unfortunate. This is just out of range.
Well,
definitely would have been enough for the kill.
Yeah, that's definitely a kill that they thought they had, you know, like you had some Terrorize available, even the Echo Slam if you did want to secure it fully. Well, good job by Whisper to get out of there. Tai Long, I believe, has his blink coming out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
33 has blink.
KJ at least in a good position here with the box if they were to ever need it.
Tai Long. So Witchblade, Blink Dagger, what's next for him? Does he need a defensive item at all, or is this...
I think you can go Parasma. Honestly, I think just dishing out like more damage, you know, Solar Bind with the Parasma on top, there is no Orchid, nothing.
BZM, he's going to snap the coil right off the bat. Pure popping his ult in turn, very healthy, and he's has a very nice animation going as well. Whitemon kills off KJ, so only a support kill. The Echo Slam comes out onto the Coddle. Looks like that's going to be the death of the horse with the double edge to follow for 33. Still relatively healthy. The Behemoth's Heart starting to stack up. Uses that Stampede to get away, so it's a couple of supports killed off. And he's 400 away from Shard as well.
Oh, the Behemoth's Heart.
Huh?
Heroes of New Earth.
What? Did I say Behemoth's Heart?
Yeah.
I meant Behemoth's Blood, I guess.
Don't worry. We're all good here. We respect.
What's it called? Behemoth's Heart?
That was literally Han's virginal heart, yeah. You keep that shit up.
You know what the worst one was? PK.
Portal yeah.
Just blink, for God's
blink
sake.
is just...
Oh, 33.
Hold that.
Gonna be spotted, we'll blink. We'll PK away, depending on the game of choice.
Yeah. Like also Whisper's combo. He's got the drums plus the Cobalt Cup. I'm a huge Cobalt Cup enjoyer. Move speed. It's a very nice thing to have, especially with, you know, the bigger map. Everyone's running around trying to dodge you.
Wasn't Earthshaker Behemoth something? What was he?
Just Behemoth.
Just not to be confused, of course.
Oh. This was not on my bingo card to be talking about, but I love it.
Where's Chipper? Please bring him to
best
Dota.
hero ever.
Please.
If they're listening, that's the one hero you should bring over. And Bombardier. Love that guy.
I mean, that's the same hero, basically. Oh, 33 with the hoof stomp.
Okay.
Wheel of Wonder off the mark here. Gets roared up as well. Man, he is so tanky. And now the fissure coming through with BZM. Getting the enchant totem as well. 33. Gonna get saved by the Nightmare. Whipped up. The Triceratops is right on his heels. The Illusory Orb as well. But now you can see the Behemoth's blood healing up quite a bit. And now the Triceratops looking to be the only casualty of this fight.
Yeah, Whitemon snatching that one.
And Pure's animation still completely bugged. They will find the support in KJ.
Yeah, KJ is very low level, only level 6, so 1Dub just easily running him down there. Definitely struggling a bit.
But can we take a look at the lone druid? The actual hero here in a second.
We'll get there in a moment when there's no pressure.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like waddling.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I thought it was just his ult form, but it's his regular as well. Interesting that.
I think it happens sometimes when you get like stunned mid-animation while ulting.
Grip.
Oh, good grip up.
Yep, Tai Long, oh boy. They have stuns for days here.
No.
KJ, no box to come. And BZM, he might be getting run down. It's just a couple of supports for now, though. Blink is back up in just a moment. A little bit late from Yuma.
Yeah, he was so close to get the box save off there.
So, again, Tai Long, does he need... Are you just relying on the box, or do you need Lincolns? There we go. That's a nice close-up.
It's hard, because even if you go Lincolns, like then
it's got some swagger. Look at this. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Why is he inside of the Torment? Okay.
Maybe we'll just get a free shard for themselves. It's going to go to Whitemon, which is very good.
Love it.
Especially in this game. Like, you have so many like units you can hit with your brain sap, whether it's some summons or illusions, and you just full heal. But yeah, honestly, I think the way it's going to go for Tai Long is if he doesn't want to die, he just needs to be very aware of the heroes he's playing against. Because Lincoln's only helps you against Bane. So honestly, the Ringmaster should
he's gonna get E on disc at some point, right?
Absolutely. The problem is like,
but how early can you get it?
You can't buy it that early. Like he's gonna go Shard and I think Parasma after. Because even Echo Slam, there is no real item to buy against Echo. You can go like any type of HP, obviously, that can help you out.
Disc.
Yeah, sure, but if you go Witchblade into Aeon Disc, that...
No, I'm not saying this early. Yeah, that's the eventual answer, though. Surely.
Absolutely. It's like the best answer later on.
Yeah, what do we usually see? Like Octarine somewhere in there.
Yep. Some Aghanim Scepters also gives you some HP. It's quite good for the damage output. But at least for now, he's just going to Shard. More damage, more farming capabilities for him. And so the build is slowly leading right now.
Okay. Aghanim Scepter for BZM.
Yeah.
Very nice. Is this somewhat normal now?
It's very good. I think
this dropped off completely. His support will bite the dust here.
Yeah, if his game was slightly worse, I do think BKB would have been needed for him, like against the Coil and so on, but his game is going very well. They're up 5k gold, and I think it just helps you farm more. It also makes you more mobile, so it's nice. It's a bit more greedy, but it is the correct choice in this game.
You can see the Aghanim Scepter now for Pure's Bear. He can be unleashed at all times. Whisper. Not able to cancel that teleportation.
Yeah, it's just...
So now the Bear, this is where it gets really scary, because Lone Druid himself won't even be joining fights anymore.
I think it's both the Aghanims and the Mjolnir build, but also the 15 talent on the Bear. I don't think it should like increase the channel speed on the return and give it 0 cooldown. It's just permanently everywhere.
Oh, the roar, 33. Can they do? Oh my god,
no.
The Echo Slam from BZM. Great counter initiation with the Terrorize to follow. The box does save Whisper for now, but it's not nearly enough. Whitemon gets the double, using that shard to full fruition. And they're going to find a third on top of that, and now 1W with a sizable lead. They can go for Roche, they can just get towers. The world is their oyster.
Yep, the whole map kind of belongs to them, and it's also... It's not just that they're killing heroes. If you look at 33 Centaur, he's reaching the point where it is very difficult to kill him. It is already difficult.
It's been difficult.
Yeah, and he's about to finish up a Shiva's Guard. Like, if he just starts the fight and gets 1-2 double edges, he's on 5k.
I mean, how often do we see Centaur top net worth by this margin at this stage of the game?
Incredibly rare.
Very cool.
But he's had a great lane, great play overall, and it was just a nice bait overall, like just dangling him here so deep in the lane. Perfect setup.
Yeah.
Yep, that's 2 kills, an Ancient Overlord creep, and then KJ to top it all off.
What do you think of Ringmat? Oh, that thought, Nightmare. They have 33 with the hoof stomp as well. BZM, Fissure, they don't need that much anymore. Their lead has grown to basically double-digit. 10k about to pop here. Tai Long down for 40.
What do you think of Ringmaster hiding here, or what was your question? As he's dead.
He's not hiding there any longer. Grip into death, and that is death number 10 for KJ.
He might overtake Jin Q in the Skyrap game earlier.
That's right. 2 more to go to tie that.
Yep.
I think Wheel of Wonder is a bit underwhelming as an ultimate. Would you agree with that? I like the concept.
It's very
the numbers
high skill.
I think are too low.
Okay, so is it for you that it's it doesn't land as often. Like, it's hard to execute.
I mean, it could be either that or it's just not enough damage either. The taunt is obviously incredible if you can get it
Well,
off.
I feel like it's just that when the spell hits, it's ultra strong, but it...
Is it really, though?
It is strong.
I'm not saying it's, like, horrible, but for an ultimate, it's slightly underwhelming.
I don't think it needs a buff.
Okay.
Maybe you just need to learn to hit them.
I don't play the hero. I could give
That's
a shit.
a good start as to why you don't understand. Because the hero is fine. He's looked pretty good overall, honestly.
I mean, the hero itself, yeah, the other spells.
It's just high skill. I think it's a high skill hero. Greedy Enchantment, of course, on 33. Both tier 2 and tier 3.
Yeah, this needs to be deleted. There's enough farm to go around anyway. This is exactly what Cinder would want. Deletions of things.
I mean, why not? I think sometimes it's necessary. It's not like
Just like the facets,
Yeah,
apparently.
it's not like they shy away from that.
Tai Lung. Fissured up, but
yeah,
we'll be fine this time. Whitemon, okay. Single coil, but 33 jumps in onto the backline, gets the horse in his sights and deletes him. Meanwhile, he gets roared. Do they have the damage this time? The Echo Slam, I think, was still actually available. You get the fissure onto Yuma, and they're going to back away, so still cannot kill the Centaur. As BZM showing off that Aghanim Scepter, 33 with the hoof stomp now. BZM not connecting quite yet.
bear.
He gets rooted instead. Actually gets brought back into the ground thanks to Whisper's Ancient. That's the Aegis down and out. But he still has Echo Slam. Whisper getting gone on. There is the Fiend's Grip finally coming out. And that is going to be the death of the beast. 3 dead for LGD. And they find a connection onto the puck. Man, oh man, they just have so much crowd control on 1W. You get stunned by one thing, you're stunned by 4.
No, their spell usage is very, very incredible.
Not over yet, apparently. 33. Looking to get aggressive. Taking a big beating, though. Gets 4 stabs out. BZM thinking about it. He still has Echo Slam.
Like, even when you... Like, if people want to learn about spell casting and patience, they should watch this replay and rewatch this mid-fight that happened like 30 seconds ago. They're so patient on the grip overall. Even BZM, he was fake pumping his Fissure like 5-6 times while Tai Lung was in the Orb plus Phase Shift combo. It's honestly just super nice to watch. And even here, like 33, he knows that he can just go super aggressive. They're saving each other here in the backline. Whitemon with a good defensive sleep as well. And you can just see, like, when people really play like towards like their perfect timing, what they can do.
As we come back to live, 15k lead for 1W. Everyone but Ari on a kill streak right now, as you can see on the top right. Flames. Roar. On the bear.
I like
get
that.
it.
Yeah, get it out of there.
It's necessary.
If you can ever create a team fight where there's only one bear, that's very good.
Roaring the bear over Centaur, definitely the case, as the big Echo Slam comes out on top of the Ancients as well. The box, though, to temporarily save Whisper, but he's, again, just getting completely stun-locked over and over and over, and eventually 33 with the Stampede finishes the job. A BKB being shown now from BZM. Yuma with the right clicks. He's already at half HP. Is the coil coming in?
Coil.
Tai Lung trying to finish the job himself, but there's the Terrorize. Can't follow up with any damage, and instead it is Tai Lung that takes a tumble. Theodokor gets batted across the map, and just like that, it's 4 dead for LGD, and might be more. They get the double edge. No Sunder. Actually, there is a Sunder hoof stomp, but do they have the stuns for days again? Curse Crown. There's the Sunder. Yuma gets to the other side of the wall, and I think he'll survive, although BZM has the fissure, has the enchant totem, finds the distance, finds the kill.
Pushes him over.
All they get is the support here. And KJ, I believe this is going to be death number 13, so that's the record for the day.
Yep.
And totem
33.
33 with the Shivas, and goodbye, KJ.
They're doing some good stuff. Also playing around with the Psychic Headband. That's how BZM pushed 33 over the gate. And yeah, I mean, 10,000, you cannot deal with this 33 Centaur. He starts the fight with 4,200 HP, then he keeps double edging a few times. He has like 100 plus HP regen. He's even buying an Octarine just to have more stuns and faster stacks on his shard.
Interesting. That is really interesting. Octarine.
I kind of like it, not gonna lie. He's always in the face. He can use multiple Shivas, multiple stuns, and also just like the double edge, right, to get all the stacks more quickly.
Why do we never see double heart?
It's just not, I mean, at that point, okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is becoming too much of a pattern now. Tai Lung just cannot go anywhere without dying. 8 deaths for the puck.
Yeah, it's now just starting to be difficult. Now also Pure is like reaching the state where he can solo kill people. 4,000 gold on him as well. That's 33. TP's in very aggressively. Can of course look to chase here.
And Whisper nightmared. It must be an Aether Lens. The Fisher coming out as well, and there is the grip to follow. Another easy pickoff for 1W. They get Theolicor on the other side as well. Echo Slam finishes it up. Why not do it in style?
Man, I love Slugger. It's such a funny innate. Just playing bowling with some corpses is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, what is the one comeback that you have here for LGD? You can look for, you need a high damage item on Yuma. Currently he's got the, I guess it's a Bloodthorn queued up. I think you need either that or a full Daedalus. Play for some later timings, but I don't really know how easy it is for you to get there. Like, they can just push top and bottom at the same time. You always have a Fisher and Sleep to bail you out. And yeah, Tai Lung is going for an A on this right now already, because he can't really do anything else.
The Bear on top of the Mjolnir, Ags, and Silver Edge just bought a Butterfly, so not even needing to optimize against Yuma, who doesn't have a Butterfly yet anyway.
I like it. Like with the Butterfly, you know that like TP has to kind of itemize for damage anyway.
Oh my goodness, just demolished. And they dropped the gem, so more net worth in the pockets of 1W. They're just diving the base now. 2 dead just like that. They do have buybacks, but I mean, what can you do?
At this point, it's starting to be a massacre. Takes over the board here on 33, but yeah, the Bear with the Butterfly, they already had problems, and now it's even more problems.
On the hoof stomp initiation.
Psychic Headband to push him out.
Psychic Headband again, and that's the death of the horse. 46 seconds on the deck with no buyback from Theolicor.
Now this to me is one of the cooler neutral items. Psychic Headband is cool. You can also use it on your allies. I think that's one of the nicer changes. Very interactive. We like.
KJ,
dying outside the
you left your fountain. That's not acceptable for 33. As he looks into the bright lights.
Oh, he's coming for round 2 with the buyback here on KJ.
That's 2 sets of racks as Whisper on the other side gets the roar and the right clicks to follow from Yuma on top of BZM. He gets the Echo Slam, so they trade lives in the end. Double buyback from LGD on the supports as Whisper caught in no man's land right now. And yeah, 33, once he catches up to you, you're a goner. Double Edge, he's got a shit ton of HP, 7,000 in fact, as the game ends. GG is called, 1W on top big time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that these guys are incredibly feared by all the other teams. I think they played super well. Love the Earthshaker pick against the Puck, worked out very well. And I think also 33 putting on a very clean performance on the Centaur. Probably the best one we've seen. Some of the fastest timings, constantly in their face, very nice movement overall. And yeah, for LGD, look, it crumbled very quickly. Also 17 deaths, not too bad.
Wow, yeah, you're right. I did not realize.
In 32 minutes also, mind you.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, 33 ends the game 11, 1, and 22. And like you said, just went completely beast mode. Ended the game with the Octarine Core and a Glimmer Cape, interestingly enough. Didn't see that one. Pure, I mean, he was left to his own devices. And this is what happens when Lone Druid is given that much space. But of course, a lot of it has to do with the support roles. 33 taking over, and of course, BZM playing a hero that is kind of all over the place.
No, for sure. And it starts in a lot of these games with like the double Wisdom Shrine. Teams need to be more aware. You cannot just let it go so easily, and also like the early rotations, how you're going through the gate, because honestly, 1W kind of had this entire game from start to finish. So LGD, we all know they're a great team. No, you take 1L, talk about what you need to change, come in for game 2, do it more clean.
You can see BZM's picture back there pointing at his eyes. Make sure you don't turn on the lights, because 33 will have an issue with that every single time as we look at some of the highlights. I mean, the one thing I'll note for 1W, we didn't know who would show up to this tournament because they've been somewhat inconsistent this year. They've been incredible at times, winning a bunch of tournaments, but they've fallen flat as well. But they look really strong right now.
Now, we really know like how good this team can be when they're on the money, and I definitely think it comes from a lot of like individual things and like knowing what you want to do with your hero, but then also just combining it at the right time with your team. And I feel like they definitely showed that like small things of 33 going aggressive, you're baiting him, and the small plays here too, like baiting each other, you get a good sleep off, you keep the fight going, and just patience. I think that's also the key. You cannot feel pressure, and they look very
cool and calm.
Have to give them credit though. They also shut down Tylon quite a bit with all these stuns. Like this is a guy that I feel like whenever we see him play like one of these skill-based heroes, he just dominates. But not this time because 1W take game number 1. Shiva.
Yeah, they do take game number 1 in quite convincing style as well. And I want to properly apologize for saying that this game will be very close and hype and bloodbath. And I think Jesus should apologize for that as well because he said the same thing. It wasn't. They tried. LGD tried, but at the end of the day, FE1W was just like, oh, this is the game we're playing? And yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, they put on a clinic for sure, and they did what they do best, which is if they're given any kind of space, any kind of breathing room by their opponents, they're going to double their net worth very quickly. This is what they excel at, and this game was no different. I do want to say, though, that I was wondering what LGD had in mind when they let through the Lone Druid. It's a hero that's banned in almost every game for a reason, and what approach they would take to it, and I just didn't see the clear vision this game, Brian.
Oddly enough, I agree. I don't think they did anything in particular to counter the Lone Druid, but I actually feel like the Centaur was the biggest problem. That's like another hero that's been very popular as of so far in the tournament, and both these heroes pose problems because LD Lone Druid has like very high innate HP with his ultimate plus his bear, and Centaur tends to go heart second item. And so what I was seeing this game was a severe lack of damage on the side of LGD.
Yeah, I thought that Terrorblade was supposed to be able to do most of it and should be comfortable with that.
Yeah, we saw a similar story with Team Liquid earlier when they played Drow. Like, you have a carry whose sole job in the game is to do damage, but for the first 15 to 20 minutes, that's not happening. Every carry in the game is just going to be farming a bit. And it's like easy in theory to say, yeah, just connect to the fights on TB. They need your damage in order to finish people off, but there's a Lone Druid split pushing. Even like Centaur pushes waves really aggressively in a game like this.
Yeah, and we couldn't really see what the TB could do because the fights were so hard to take. I mean, if we look at KJ's score, he had a really rough one on the Ringmaster. 1-17-4. For me, the story of this game, outside of how well 33 played, how farmed he was, and how much of the map that he took over, was how good 1W were at just picking off LGD's heroes. It felt like at a certain point in this game, they were getting pick-off after pick-off, finding the Ringmaster, finding the puck and gripping the puck, that there was never a situation where LGD could bring all 5 of their heroes and take these fights. We were often seeing them fight 1 hero down or 2 heroes down, and Terrorblade can't really do much in those situations.
No, he cannot. It was a bit sad. I feel like this was also a little bit of the response. I mean, we talked a lot about him before the game, and they went for the opening pick of the puck. But I felt like he was a little bit quiet in the game. And was that just because Earthshaker actually turned out to be a great answer against the puck?
I mean, I think every hero in the game of Dota has weaknesses for a reason, maybe other than Lone Druid. I think that when you have a hero like Puck picked early in the draft, you always have to consider, it's always been this way for Puck. Will we have damage problems? Puck will absolutely destroy people 40 minutes plus. Like, she does all the damage you'll ever need. But for the first 20 minutes, do we have damage problems? And so when you pick Lone Druid, and then you pick Centaur, heroes that are not burstable, and now all of a sudden you have Earthshaker, who counter-initiates any combo that you have, and you have to kill them before the Echo Slam comes out. It's just a really high bill to pay, and I just don't... The thing is, not only did they pick Earthshaker to counter the puck, but they also enabled it with the Ancient stacks. They enabled it with playing around mid in the early game. They got that kill on Tai Lung like right when he got 6, when LGD was the one trying to make a move. So I feel like 1W covered every stage of the game through and through.
Yeah, and part of that was, as we already said, the not being able to kill any of 1W's heroes. In particular, the tanky one, the fat one, the offlaner, the Centaur, Brian. I believe you got something to show us.
Yeah, we were talking about like the disruptive nature of LGD and the way that they like to play. And to do that, you have to be able to make plays. As we pull up this first clip, we see there's 1 hero, 2 heroes, there's a 3rd hero coming in over there. But Puck, he's not here just yet. He's actually busy with Lone Druid over there in the triangle. And you're going to see this Centaur looks like he's going to go down, but he's narrowly going to escape. And you see Tylon, he barely connects late. The orb's barely going to miss. and that heart regen is going to kick in real quick. So let's try it again. I'm sure you're a little bit frustrated after that one. This time around, if you look, 1W is actually smoked behind 33 here, and they are going to take the bait. Masterfully done by 33 as BZM insta-blink Echo Slams for the counter initiation. This is like the punch, like, yeah, you brought 33 down to half HP, but that's just something where you're never bursting these targets fast, and when you don't kill them, the punishment is immense.
You never want to be in a situation where you're going on a Centaur first anyway. Like in an ideal scenario, you're ignoring these Centaurs, these Abaddons, these Tides. These aren't the target, but 1W did a really great job of not really showing many heroes but the Centaur. And they showed us that yesterday too. They're just really good at playing the map, picking heroes off, and hiding heroes off the map too. Shaker was not showing on lane there and wasn't showing on lane for a lot of the game.
Yeah, when you think about like what it takes to play the way that 1W does, like the 33 mastermind of macro, the map and stuff, a lot of it is like point of contact, who they show, what information they give you. If you were to watch this game back as like somebody trying to learn Dota, what I would tell you to look for is, why is it that 1W is always able to find the supports while LGD feels like they're only able to find Centaur? And a lot of this is the vision and information manipulation game that they're playing.
I'm taken back to yesterday when we saw 1W up against Virtus.pro, and they 2-0 that series. 1W is still undefeated, but Virtus.pro did do something very well. We felt that they, and correct me if I'm wrong, but their laning stage, both games, was pretty solid, and then 1W won the game. Is that something that we want LGD to focus on more? Is that where 1W might be potentially weak, Effie?
I think that's a really great point, and that's why I brought up the Lone Druid at the start of our talk, because while he wasn't the main story of the game, he messed up that draft real hard. Like when a first pick Lone Druid shows, you're changing the way that you're thinking about the game and what kind of heroes you want to pick. And oftentimes when LGD do well, it's off of Whisper being able to actually play for kills on his lane. And he wasn't really able to do that on his Beastmaster, because games could be really different if your offlane is winning and that mid, like that top tower is taken away from the enemies and you're suddenly able to invade their jungle and make moves. Different kind of Dota.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that they're always going on Centaur, is because Lone Druid is not a hero that ever shows himself either. So if you're like, the fact is, in that draft, one team opens with Lone Druid and the other team opens with Puck. It's very clear after watching it that Puck was addressed and Lone Druid was not. And I think when we look at the draft going into game 2, it was a fascinating approach that both teams kind of elected to just leave all the broken heroes in the game except for like Treant. And if that's going to be the case, I think both teams, LGD in this case, have to be equally prepared with an idea of, okay, if we're going to give you this one, that's how we're going to deal with it. It seems like Enigma is the only answer to Lone Druid in the lane, and 1W banned that out first. So I think, you know, we've seen Night Stalker get banned in order to enable Puck. The meta's constantly evolving, and I just feel like these top tier teams, meaning like the tier 1 probably have a chance of winning it teams like 1W, just seem like a step ahead.
Yeah. It's a rough one when you're because they literally traded Lone Druid for the Puck because they banned out the Night Stalker to protect the Puck, whereas they could have banned the Lone Druid and not have that trade happen to begin with. So hopefully also for LGD they can just chalk this up as, okay, you know what, we tried our versus Lone Druid plan, learned a lot from it, hopefully, but Effie, I don't think they're gonna do that again.
I would be very surprised if they did. I mean, that's one of those games where they clearly had an idea. They thought that Beastmaster could replicate a similar scenario to Enigma where he's able to take that tower early and maybe like you bring in your mid hero and it works. And they did make some really good moves early on, but it just didn't function in the same way. So an easy thing that most teams are doing is banning that Lone Druid. But I also have to mention that I think we might see a Centaur ban too. That was just a ridiculous performance.
I mean, you did say, Brian, that it was 33 that seemed to have pioneered that build. So he is the most comfortable on that.
Yeah, if there's one guy in the world that's going to build to be absolutely unkillable and then farm really aggressively in your face, that is going to be 33, and he just played it perfectly for us there. I just want to remind people, including myself here, that there are so many ways to lose a draft. And when you're kind of in uncharted territory when you're leaving all these heroes in that, once again, that most of the time doesn't happen. And so we're talking about the reasons that LGD lost, but there are like a million things they did correctly, but they missed like the 3 or 4 things that we're talking about. And when we're talking about like fixing the draft, I think they have much more hope than we've seen some of these other teams have after losing game 1. But at the same time, it's like maybe you just go back to the comfort zone of ban the most broken heroes in the game and put yourself in a more familiar spot.
Yeah, we're going to find out if they can do that. But first, we are going to check in with Chris, who is at the Apex stage.
Well, I've made my way down to the lively Gadia City grid. I'm here with Lauren once again, just checking in what's happening on Apex. Things are starting to heat up here. We're losing some teams and some really important teams of the club championship.
Absolutely. I mean, right now we are moments away from closing out our group stage, and closing out the group stage means a lot. On the top side of things, there are some positives, okay? We do have the likes of Elite Esports, Team Liquid, S8UL, and Falcons pretty much already guaranteeing themselves all the way through to our match point finals on Saturday. However, like you said, on the flip side of things, down there at the bottom, we're currently about to eliminate 6 teams. And out of those 6 teams, Aurora Gaming is one of them. So kind of a big surprise. They were very highly expected to do well in this tournament, so kind of a shock.
That's the beauty of BR, right? I mean, sometimes you can get these kind of moments, but that's happened so quickly through here in Apex. In comparison with Dota, we're still just moseying on through the group stages, but yeah, happening very, very fast for some of the big teams.
Absolutely, and it's only going to get even more difficult as we head into the survival stage tomorrow for the teams itself to battle their way through to the finals. 10 matches in a row that they'll have to make their way through. It's not about to get any easier.
Oh, wow. High stakes over here at Apex, though. So that's your update on the club championship. Things starting to heat up a little bit.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Do you believe you can go out of the meta or create some twists maybe? Or maybe not change it completely, but change it like a bit?
Maybe I can, because if I find new heroes on the offlane, so I'm trying my best to find the new heroes, but usually they
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We're all hoping that new heroes are found every day because that spices things up every now and then. At the moment, though, we already have a very broad hero pool picked here at this EWC for Dota 2, and I'm expecting that to still even be a bigger pool later down the line. We're focusing our attention on game number 2 coming your way. It is LGD and 1W. It is 1W in this group of death that is undefeated as of yet. LGD They were 3-1 before this. Now they're 3-2 because they lost that first game. But I'm sure they're looking to tie this series. They need to change things up. It can be as simple as this time around. Why not just ban the Lone Druid? One way or another, Brian, I think we're going to have a completely different style of game on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think LGD is going to probably ban out the Lone Druid, and then we're kind of back to square one of the meta. Like, what is the rock, paper, scissors? That might even mean that the Night Stalker stays in the pool, which means Puck doesn't get picked. There is quite the domino effect that happens when just one ban like that changes. So I hope we see something very different, because I like that LGD was trying it, but at the same time, if you're leaving a hero in that will get picked every single time and you don't have a very, very clear-cut plan on how to beat it, then that leaves me a bit skeptical.
It's always a good sign when teams try to beat the meta heroes instead of just defaulting to banning them out, and they've had ideas that have worked before, but it does seem like Enigma was a big part of it too. So I wouldn't mind them moving away from it. We do see the Centaur ban here too, which was pretty expected. I think they had decent answers to it, but it still was not enough. A hero I'm curious about though is the Bane. I think that the Bane did a lot for 1W in that last game, and if it's the kind of support hero that maybe LGD could look to steal for themselves.
I'm always a bit weary of picking Bane against 33, just because it does struggle a lot against Lycan and the other summons guys. So if you're going to pick Bane, just be careful. That's all. I think it's very strong and it's worth considering taking.
See, this is what I was expecting when we are coming into the tournament altogether. Just a couple of bans, Lone Druid, of course, banned, you know. But the Drow Ranger as the opening pick. We've seen it here or there, but it felt like this was the meta before we saw the current meta, and it kind of fell off. We haven't seen her picked overall first that frequently, effing.
Yeah, because she's usually banned.
Yeah, or ignored for another one.
That's very true. And I'm really curious what 1W have prepared against Drow, because I feel like Drow is a hero you could just pick things like Spectre against. And if you have a melee hero that you're thinking about drafting, suddenly you see the dynamic of maybe the Invoker coming out, because typically you don't really pick Invoker with ranged carries like you mentioned, Brian. So to me, this says they might go for something like a Kez, a Spectre gets banned out.
Yeah, eyes on Alchemist as well. I would be surprised if Kez gets banned here. I mean, I'll just talk about Invoker as a response to Drow real quick. You know, obviously they're two completely different roles, but I do feel like every role in the game every hero in the game, has a general role that counters them, and a lot of the counters for Invoker are actually carries. Like, if you think of Invoker versus, like, Lifestealer or, like, Faceless Void, it just can really make your game a lot less impactful. Invoker loves the ranged heroes that just stand still. You're like, yeah, I'm going to Tornado you, I'm going to Meteor you. The only way that ranged heroes can generally deal with this is using a Hurricane Pike, and oftentimes you don't want to go for that early. Like, a lot of these range carries like Drow, they want to go with the Mantas, and they want to go potentially Ags or Shadowblade, and Invoker feasts on this type of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for like a Shadow Shaman or a Lion or some really reliable stun setup in the laning stage that makes Sun striking these side lanes very reliable. That's something that I think 1W does better than any other team.
And adding to what you said, BKB as well, right? Like, the one feature of Invoker is if you're playing against them, you have to buy BKBs. It's just what the hero does. And Drow is a hero that does not really want to buy that item. She oftentimes does, but in an ideal world, you don't do it. And Bane does come back for 1W. There was no addressing of it, which I'm a little bit surprised about, because they had this Ringmaster ideas. Okay, they're going to Bane. We know they're going to Bane. We're going to pre-pick Ringmaster, and that's our counter. But their counter didn't work.
It didn't work big time.
Big time. So what is your other solution for Bane? Because something 1W does better than any other team here is play the map, create situations for pickoffs, and then take fights with one hero down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, obviously they have a more in-depth understanding of Dota than I do, so when you ask these questions, I'm like, if I knew how to beat them, I'd be out there on the stage. I don't really know like when I think about what 1W poses the problem with this draft right now is you're already seeing a potentially very strong safe lane. Beastmaster and all the summons heroes do cause issues for Bane individually in the lane, so a lot of times you'll need a carry like Lone Druid that's banned out, but in this case for Beastmaster, like a Gyrocopter, or like, I know DOTA never gets picked, but you want a carry that's specifically good against Beastmaster. This does require you to do that. But now you're thinking like, okay, Bane might be freed up to go mid. Invoker's a mid that often will win the 1v1, so you need to bring multiple supports to the mid lane, but then your off lane's under duress because it's against Bane. And then you also probably need to help your Drow. Like, I don't know, like for me, I'm always thinking they're going to spread you thin, and I don't know how to solve this problem.
Is Omni Knight or Undying, are they off the table as kind of fixes for Bane? Are those heroes just not as reliable, do you think?
I think I like the Clockwork a little bit more here, just because, yes, Bane is a concern, but you also need something that jumps Invoker. You need a backline disruptor, because if you don't get that, then even if you're getting saved, you're just going to get pelted by a bunch of rounds of spells anyways. So I think Clockwork's, rather than just being a strict save, he is a generally decent Fiend's Grip canceller, and he's also, you know, going to be somewhat catch at the same time. And here comes the Lycan from 33. Relatively predictable against the Drow. One of the best ways to deal with these ranged carries that often don't have any sort of AoE clear. Drow can go Ags, which in theory is nice and all, but it doesn't... It's like, yes, it does deal with summons to some degree, but also a big part of the Ags is the slow, and that doesn't do anything to Lycan specifically.
And the Hoodwink coming out for Ahri for them as well, so that will be their offlane. That will lane against the Drow Ranger and the Clockwork. Most likely. There's still mini chance that Theolacor will take that Clockwork and we'll get a different 5, but I'm assuming right now we're first gonna be seeing which hero Tai Lung will play. He already knows he's going up against an Invoker, and this is their 18th pick. What lanes well into an Invoker? And is it Batrider? Or, well, hear me out. Tai Lung is a master of a Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's probably Beastmaster mid at this point with the Batrider pick. What do you think,
the
Mira?
Whisper Bat, signature hero.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Whisper Batrider. And what I like about this potential for an offlane Batrider is you think about heroes that want to combo with Invoker from the carry role. They're going to be the melee types, you know, the faceless voids, the stunners. And Batrider's a hero that can really punish these melee carries early on.
Yeah, it's true. Also, a lot of Batrider's bad matchups get solved by like Drow and Beastmaster as well. Like a lot of the mobile guys that can kind of kite Batrider around get silenced and bursted by Beastmaster. So it does make Pure's pick a little bit more difficult, but at the same time, you know, the only thing I'm thinking difficult here is, okay, I don't know what exactly I'm leaning against. Like, theoretically, this could be Beast 3 and Bat 4, but, you know, you'll know that information by the time that you pick your hero. I want to mention with the Bane, you're also getting reliable Sunstrike setup, so whatever happens top lane, you have that global factor of, okay, we have effectively 200 less health whenever we take trades on the side of LGD. So I do think that makes Pure's life a little bit easier. But I like the Batrider specifically for LGD. Fits their playstyle really well. If it ends up being the offlane Bat for Whisper, I'd be curious if he goes like the Boots of Endurance, or sorry, Boots of Bearing plus like a Crimson or something like this. Like, they don't really have the best way to deal with Lycan summons right now.
Yeah, Batrider's itemization has gotten really wonky since all of his nerfs, where it used to feel like offlane Batrider always had a path into the game with the Boots of Bearing, but nowadays, it just doesn't feel like enough. There are a lot of ways you can itemize this hero, but ideally, you're picking it to crush the lane. Like, I hope that if there's a scenario where a Batrider encounter is picked, that they're still willing to play it as a support.
Well, we got that Omni Knight banned out that you mentioned earlier, Effie, together with the Winter Wyvern, and it is up to LGD to go for their last pick first. And I just want to take a second look at the bonus time both teams still have available. In this draft, 1W did not use a single second of bonus time. I'm actually quite surprised.
They came prepared.
Yeah, and would that not make you worried? If you're LGD, you're like, Nothing we do gives you pause?
No,
Come
there will
on.
be a pause, Shiver, at the beginning of the game for
Hey,
33 to fix the lights.
There wasn't previous. We saw 5-man-5 brawl.
Yeah, it's true. Most of the pick, we were already talking about the Bane threat. You know about the Lycan threat the minute Drought comes out. I think that, honestly, 1W's gotten everything that they've wanted out of this draft, and it's like, I don't know, it's just this sinking feeling I'm getting watching this is, for a team of LGD's caliber, I also feel like Enchantress is interesting. The enchant of the wolf in the lane can maybe give them a little bit of the oomph that they needed to win the trades, because oftentimes as a 5 you're dealing with the 4 plus 2 wolves.
But does that mean you want Enchantress as the 5?
Yeah, 100%. I want the Enchantress there. I wouldn't see any other reason to pick it. What do you think, Mira?
I agree with you for sure. And oftentimes when you look at Enchantress, the way that I perceive this hero is that what can she do for her mid laner more than what she can do for her carry? And obviously you need her to give Yuma the best start that he can have, but she's kind of something that needs to go mid. Take Invoker's Tower, kick him out early, come with like a Centaur and gank him, anything. Because if you're not getting a successful mid rotation out of Enchantress, I don't think she gives enough versus the heroes on 1W. Like, she's not really... The dispel that you get from Enchantress isn't really good for anything except dispelling like an Alacrity or something right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm wondering if we ever get a Faceless Void. If there were ever a Faceless Void game...
You think this is it? No, it's
Kez. I was trying to think outside the box, but we went right back in there and picked Kez.
You already mentioned Kez because you figured they should, and LGD should have banned this out in the second ban phase. They did not. Kez is in the pool. Is it still then a good Kez game?
Well, yeah, Mira mentioned earlier, like, when you have the ranged mid, you know, you want that melee playmaker, and that was why Kez came into the conversation, and so I think the mistake we saw from Vici yesterday was picking a ranged carry and a ranged mid, neither with stuns, and I think that these teams like 1W don't make that mistake. So they've got, like Lycan and Invoker, they're pretty greedy at the end of the day. Like, they'll come online hard when they get there, but having a carry that's going to put pressure on the offlaner, that's going to take part in these early skirmishes with like an early Mage Slayer, it just rounds off their draft quite well.
Yeah, there's definitely like the fear of taking it to late game in a slower game versus 1W. They've shown us time and time again they're the best team at slowing it down and playing the macro game. But something LGD has this game that they didn't have last game is the ability to out-skirmish in those first 15 minutes, whereas they were uneven in that last game. But we know this Enchantress is moving mid, we know this Beastmaster is going to hit an early timing, and while Lycan does counter Drow in a big picture, she still has a good lane against him. So I hope that they can just use this, you know, South American magic, keep running at them while they can, and not give them that space to do the 1W and out-network you.
It sounds like 1W is in a somewhat of a similar situation as what we saw from them yesterday, where they did have, once the timing was there, very strong timing, very scary. But before that, that is LGD's time to shine and LGD's time to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it reminds me actually of the P-Vision draft yesterday with Lifestealer, where at like 15 minutes, it's not going to be specifically 15, but in that game, that lineup came on all at the same time and ran them over. I think if this game's like stable and even by 20 minutes, then that's what's going to happen to LGD. So that's kind of their time window to, okay, let's get that 3K lead. Let's make it difficult for 1W to play that map game that they like to play. They're going to have the Boots of Travel Invoker, Lycan Summons pushing lanes, Kez playing off map and hunting you with the Bane. If you're playing at that stage an even game, you're going to operate with no information. All of the heroes on the side of LGD have to be literally on the creep wave in order to clear it. They're very susceptible to these ganks. That's the point where I'm concerned, if that gets there.
We got a couple of signature player-hero combinations in this matchup. The first that I want to talk a little bit about, as we are having a little bit of a tech pause, is the Beastmaster on Tai Lung. There was, of course, earlier this year, there was a Beastmaster patch, and I know Tai Lung is only 17 and he's only been in the professional scene for so long, so how can he already have a signature hero? It's because the way he played this Beastmaster. Super excited to see him playing that again. How does it lane into Invoker? Is it quite okay? He's gonna get his levels?
For sure. I mean, that's the great lane for Beastmaster. Invoker is a hero that, like Brian mentioned, he needs to ramp up. He needs that time. He kind of gets his net worth lead from those Sunstrike kills on the side lanes, but Beastmaster has this point of the game where he's just tankier, he's outlast hitting him and can get his tower.
Awesome. We're going to see if he can deliver in this second game between LGD and 1W with some spam. And guess who?
Thank you, Shiva, very much. LGD versus 1Dubs. We got game number 2 underway. I actually really like LGD's draft, I'm not going to lie.
Okay, tell me why.
It's cool.
Okay, any real rationale or just what's cool?
I just like the old combo of Beastmaster Drow on the same team.
Okay.
Feels like they push really fast. You
Okay,
got,
fair.
I mean, you have Whisper on Batrider, one of his specialty here. This guy's a complete
now that's a good
beast.
reason. Yeah.
I just like not even looking at the enemy lineup. I just like their 5 together.
Okay, honestly, I think that's kind of fair. And also with the man you have on your screen right now, you know, they talked about Tai Lung before for the correct reasons. His Beastmaster is legit as hell. Of course, they did give up the Bezium Invoker, which is, that's his Sigi. But Beastmaster can take it to town on Invoker in the mid lane. You absolutely dumpster this guy in the lane. Invoker has no ways of clearing out the boards. You can outlast hit him. They also talk about what Ench loves doing is collapsing on the mid lane. So that's absolutely what I want to see them do, because other than that, 1W have really good scale. Kez, Lycan together are very strong. We talked about it yesterday. This is, I think, currently the best hero you can wolfbite later in the game. And trust me, you don't want to play against that.
Yeah.
You die in half a second.
Yep, I can see it.
Yep, and you might.
See how fast 33 wants to itemize for something like that. I mean, is that... You go Helm of the Overlord, and then what?
Nah, it's going to be Helm of Overlord, and then you always go AC. First of all, AC is way too good against the Radiant draft. It's also very good with your own draft. Then you can look if you want, like... I think a BKB, but I don't think that's that good. So it could be like a third item for him in this game. But look, so Whiteman already got a Wolf kill, I think, early in the mid lane. And he de-warded an Observer Ward just now, which means a little bit of an advantage there when it comes to the early XP. This is very interesting. Starting Ahri in the mid lane just to like clear out the double board timing. Super cool play.
Yeah, he gets rid of one of the boars.
Yeah, and most importantly, they got rid of the one that was freshly summoned, which means this one is timing out. So actually the worst timing of the entire lane. They kind of skipped by doing that. That's ultra cool.
You see the kind of ramifications they had. I mean, they did have to share some XP. I'm not sure if that matters that much, but...
Not as much. I want to see how long Ahri lingers around, though. I don't think he should stay for too long. Looks like he is making his way down bottom now. But yeah, you talked about the Whisper Batrider. Absolutely one of his ultra signatures.
Pure. Is he dead here? Sunstrike's going to hit the Olacorp. Pure going to try to turn this around as the first blood goes the other way onto Whitemon instead on the Bane.
Man, that was such good pressure. If that just didn't turn out to be a kill, like it would have been so nice for LGD and Whitemon level 2 with the early Observer he killed.
Whisper.
He's got a Fairy Fire.
Okay, Whisper. Who's winning this? Flame Break is there, and he goes down to Whitemon. A double kill for the Bane. I thought there was something I didn't know. Like, what is he going to do? He's going to pull something. No, he just died.
No, he just dies. Yesterday, Whitemon had a triple kill to start the game. Now he has a double kill and an Observer Ward kill straight up to start.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, there's a reason that this guy is considered one of the GOATs. He's top net worth right now for his team.
Okay, well, Bane can do a lot with that, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely a good start. He's level 2.5 at the moment.
Which is pretty nice. Of course, 33 doing 33 shenanigans, pulling creeps in front of his tier 3 tower. But to go back to the draft, I did like the Ench pick quite a lot. It's a cool answer to the Lycan in the lane. Of course, you can always take over one Wolf. You're also one of the few supports that you don't really just get destroyed by a Lycan, as most supports just suffer from that. Also, nice little courier kill.
33 did not communicate. It was
no.
There's an Enchantress there.
He's about to get a CS, okay? That's what the brain power is focused on.
That's true. And the lights.
Of course.
Let's see what Whitemon can do with this little level advantage here. Whisper. I mean, the thing about Whisper on Batrider, I don't know if I've seen him get shut down before. So even when he initially doesn't have a good start, he somehow finds his way back in the game. He somehow finds incredible impact.
It's definitely rare for him to get shut down. I do think Whisper occasionally has some off games, but his Batrider is very good. And
he's off every game, off lane.
Oh yeah, very good one.
Sorry about that.
I think Cinnamon would not laugh at that joke, so I won't either. I'll make him proud. But no, it's also a very good Batrider lane in general. So even with the death, he'll be A-okay. Who hit first blood?
Bane Elemental.
Okay. Took you a while. It was only one guy who got the kill. Okay, Brain Sap.
Yeah, speaking of Brain Sap, Pure. Okay, we're going to see the Flame Break on the Whitemon, burning to a crisp. Whisper wants the kill. He'll get it. It will cost him his life. Cog's very close to saving his teammate, actually. And Pure going to be pretty happy with this exchange overall.
It's
Almost
definitely
level 4 here.
Yeah, it is one of the problems in the top lane. Like when you go up against this Kez, you just have magic wands, so many charges, he can always stay on top of you. But you can see what happens in the mid lane. Tai Long already has 11 denies. That's pure. It's gonna take it a little bit here to steal the core.
22 and 11 versus 11 and 2.
And that was with him starting the first wave with 0 boards because Ari started there.
Yeah.
And this is amazing. This is, first of all, the matchup should pretty much go like this. And it also means that it is very easy to play through this hero. You can go here like 1 inch rotation. You can easily threaten the tower with the level minute 5 siege creep.
And let's talk about the BZM Invoker, obviously one of his signature, like you said.
Absolutely his best hero.
And what kind of combos can we look forward to this game? Because
that one.
Sunstrike, okay, there we go. Right on cue. Whitemon will finish the job. I mean, they don't really have that much CC, though, if you look at it.
It's both.
It's Bane, and that's kind of it.
It's both the subs. You can definitely do it with Bushwhack if you like communicate, or like you ping the tree, because obviously you don't know exactly where you're dragging him to. There's also like when you have Lycan, like Dominator creep, you can like pick up a Centaur. So there's some random ones. And then honestly, this guy is so good, at some point you don't need a setup. Obviously it helps if you have it.
Yeah.
But he will hit the ones that you wouldn't expect him to.
As we have a little gank here from the Mud Golems. Ari's going to help out as BZM will take the heavy damage. He'll be rocketed as well. Tai Long trying to create as much space as possible to do some heavy damage to this tier 1.
Yeah, they're being ultra aggressive, but also perhaps a little bit early. I think you kind of want to time this with your level 5 siege creep and also make sure that both your cores are doing well in the side lane. Because look what happens.
There's the setup with the Nightmare again as Whisper's going to take an Echo Slash and another death to his name. So 3 already at 5.5. This was a caster curse if I've ever seen one. BZM though, going to get some help from Ari as the Cog's not going to fully hit, so BZM does survive. But still a lot of pressure in this mid lane.
Well, definitely good pressure. The thing is, though, they did pay with Whisper's life up top, and 33 is getting to recover down bottom. So I do like that you're putting your supports into the mid lane, but perhaps not the ultimate best timing. But let's see what they can make use of it here, with the 5-minute siege.
What is this, dude? 33 is always on some random side of the map. Anytime he's not given any kind of a lane, he'll make his own.
Yep. I mean, Yuma has an incredible game, and he's TPing to shut down 33 here.
Ends up canceling, but Yuma will force him out.
This is why it matters a lot. First of all, nice block by KJ, but you need to pay attention to like the guy that you're looking at. Like basically 33 was paying full attention to Yuma the moment he stopped showing. He TPs out, but yeah, minute 6 tower gone. Very textbook and nice early game here from LGD with the Beast and Eng combo.
But they have been getting killed a lot.
True.
Which isn't really being shown in the net worth at the moment.
No, absolutely not. And
I mean, this is one part of the game I think will change eventually, is the impact of how much you get from getting hero kills versus just sitting and farming. I think it's, over the last year, it's been a little bit too skewed towards farming.
It's also here, LGD need to be talking, because you need to understand this Wisdom Shrine is yours, the aggressive one. Maybe you can TP a couple heroes up top to then like kind of do both at the same time. Tai Long is now here.
Oh, Whitemon.
But it is a Bane.
Yeah, one of the best heroes for stealing his Wisdom Shrines. Are going to get Aurora onto Keds, though, and that is a bigger kill than taking the Wisdom Shrine, I would think. Gets off the Nightmare, will TP out.
Honestly, that was nicely done.
And KJ takes the other Shrine.
They also got the bot tier 1. Honestly, these guys are having some really good movement right now in this early game. I'm very much liking it. You also gotta remember, like 33 was pulling this entire family around for 2 minutes. Now you have a double wave here with the siege creep. So that's a tier 1, 2 tier 1s gone at minute 7.
Yeah, some nice damage on the tier 2 as well. Whitemon showing himself. Level 4 right now.
Yeah, tier 2 glyph. Alright, Sunstrike.
Nightmare back in. No Sunstrike to come until, unfortunately, Theolacor read the situation.
He sure did. I mean, look at OneDub's heroes. Like, 33 is farming his own jungle. Up BZM, hello, Meteor.
Yeah, Meatball will finish KJ off. So good forcing rotations here. So 1W as we get to the 8-minute portion of the game. Haster top, so Tai Long will be able to bottle that. Has a Helm of Dom coming out soon.
That's very nice to get a Haste Rune on Beast. You don't really like buying boots quite early on, as you can see, of course. It's about to have his Dominator complete. I also saw Yuma, you know, scribble on the mini-map around the top area, so very likely that he wants to go through the gate soon, maybe clear up the last tier 1 of the game here.
Is Beastmaster not buying Ags in the mid lane anymore?
You kind of want to still, I think, when you play it from
you do
from
both.
mid. Yeah, like
interesting.
I've seen both worlds where you go like Overlord and then later you go for the Aghanims, but you kind of need to turn, I would say, into one of the cores still, unless you want to all in on like an early timing. Then you can also go like some drums, blink, AC, and play around that. Going for some aggressive D-warding here by KJ. I like that. I mean, you can see 1W's warding. Like, this was this high ground here, then their own high ground in the triangle. Because they understand all this aggressive movement that will be coming out.
How strong is Drow right now? Because at the beginning of this tournament, everybody's thinking it's the best hero in the game, essentially.
I would say she is an S-tier carry. She might be the highest on my list with Lone Druid. As why did you curse him?
Yeah, good job. Whitemon getting another kill. As this time it is Yuma taking the death as Pure on the other side. So both carries going to be traded across the map.
Good turn kill here, for sure, by LGD. So nicely done by Thailand to immediately spawn the boar. Otherwise, you'd be greeted with a little nightmare from Whitemon. It's very like if LGD can hold their own tier 1 towers, it is infinitely more like useful and more important than taking the last tier 1 of 1W. If you can just keep their map small by holding your own tier 1s, it is so good for them.
33 with a shapeshift just to run away. So what kind of power spikes should we look forward to for 1W?
Honestly, I think they're going to have to, similar to last game, I think you're just going to keep farming with a lot of your heroes. I mean, you have Invoker who's going to farm Meteor Hammer, who is currently in trouble.
Yep, Yuma gets Tornado, but he's going to turn this around onto BZM with the help of Theolacor. Good ice wall slowing him down a bit. Gets cogged up. We'll be able to get out, but
that's actually enough, huh?
No mana to speak of.
Yeah, I would say for 1W, it's more about overall map play and splitting up LGD. Like, you have Invoker who's super greedy, Lycan as well. Without a good early game, like, this hero doesn't really do that much. And sure, Pure, maybe he can get a Mage Slayer, but it's all gonna be up to Whitemon and Ahri to help them in this early game and keep them in it.
It's already a 3k lead here for LGD, as they're gonna take some stacks as well. This feels like something 1W are gonna need to do something about. Ahri aware of it, Whitemon as well.
It's honestly
they're
very
outnumbered.
difficult. I mean, these creeps alone are like about as strong as at least one of the supports.
Tai Lung gonna force them back with the threat of the roar, and just like that, these creeps are gonna be mostly going the way of LGD. Ahri and Cup, they do leech a little bit of XP, but the gold is really what you get these for.
I mean, honestly, what matters for 1W is just that their cores get to keep farming. So if you have to give up your Ancients to like basically give your other 3 core space on the map, I think that's fine. Right now, I do feel like Pure's getting away with a little bit too much. Of course, they did take away the Ancients, but he got to push in the entire lane, which now means he can just farm his way backwards very nicely. So I want to see where LGD take it next here.
Grip. BZM gets the Meteor, and they get the Sharpshooter as well. KJ, I don't think he's going to die 17 times this game.
Oh, that's it. I think near impossible.
Echo Slash on the Tai Lung. We'll be able to walk away here.
Definitely a bit of pressure that was dropped there. But of course, Tai Lung and Yuma still with absolutely incredible games.
Yeah, Yuma is going to be going... So he has Yasha and then straight into Ags after.
I do like that build. I think especially with you having like a good early game, you always need Falcon Blade, and I think then one of your next items should be either a Yasha or a Dragonlance, and then you can kind of decide. I do think there's a ward where you can go Specialist Array, but it is very greedy. So I do like that he goes the Ags next. There's lots of summons to deal with that you can splash off of later with your multi-shot. Definitely would like them to keep up the pressure here, and looks like they are trying to do so with a smoke.
Under this tower, Theolacor tries to go for a hook shot, missing the mark, and Whitemon, he's spotted, will get roared. Should be the death of him.
Yeah, I guess if they only lose him, then they won't mind too much. Of course, LGD are also okay with it. But let's just see how the map play does continue, because we have to think about it. Like 1W, you are always going to have double Forge Bird around on the map. You're going to have at least 2 Wolves and always 1 Helm of the Dominator creep, which currently 33's creep is just continuously cutting the bottom side of the map over and over and over again. Mr. Tomato Man will have to give up soon.
You can see the difference in farm right now between the two off lanes. Not that big of a difference, about 500, and that's pretty crazy considering 33 wasn't even in lane.
Yeah.
As Pure is going to have to use Raptor Dance to get most of the damage done here, but does have to be a bit careful.
Going for their own smoke. They're accepting to potentially give up the Wisdom Shrine, but this would be a huge kill.
Grip opens things up with the Meteor to follow and the Meteor Hammer as well. 33's like, I won't even right-click. No point. As Tai Lung Centaur just stunned.
These are big kills right now. And of course, LGD are happy with the game, right? You have a 3k gold lead, but I do think there is a world at the moment where you can continuously pressure, maybe even take a tier 2. I don't really know what 1W would do if you're aggressively forcing.
Oh, okay. Pure not going to get hit by it. That would have been the death of him.
These are expensive.
They're going to turn this around. Ice Wall with the Sharpshooter as well. Pure not going to fall here. Meteor Hammer was going to miss as KJ does have the heals up, and of course the Untouchable making him incredibly annoying to kill.
Can count themselves lucky that they lose only one hero there.
And the first
33,
yeah,
he's
Whisper,
dead.
okay. Okay, 33 gets run down. Very, very slow young man.
Okay, that's a good entry to the game here for Whisper. It also gives him his Blink Dagger, which it should vastly change how the game can be played now. So it's not only going to be on Theolicor to try and get the map play going and some pickoffs.
He is the highest level by a pretty large margin in the game. So he fed early, and he's come back with a vengeance. As KJ is going to get Raptor Dance into death, but the Primal Roar is really what Tai Lung was counting on towards Pure. And they get the more valuable kill of the two.
That was definitely very, very worth it. As Tai Lung gets to show off his Helm of the Overlord. 4k lead now. Good Ice Wall into the Meteor Hammer.
And Black Dragon will fall.
It is a lot of gold. Cannot underestimate it. Still sitting at a 3k lead though, so LGD are very, very happy.
All right, Whisper, let's see it. Going for the gank on to that creep from 33. Just dodging the gank himself very narrowly. He doesn't have very good posture, you can tell. That looks very uncomfortable. He probably has very tight shoulders.
He's been, just like you.
I would know a thing about that.
Hard. He's been playing like this for years. This is how he gets in the zone.
Guess it's my shout.
Tai Lung, top net worth in the game right now, having himself a free one for the most part, which is creating a lot of space for Yuma.
Yeah, I also think he will keep it that way as they find Ahri.
Very nice.
Absolutely a freebie here.
So Whisper, I think he was 0-2 to start, if I'm not mistaken. 4-3 now.
Nice, been having a lot of space, making use of it right now.
And with those drums, with these creeps, gonna force out the fortification on this tier 2. Yuma making an early push for himself. Dragonlance in tow.
Should be a tier 2 gone, especially with the Ancient Creep helping him out.
He does have grip. Gonna start out with the Nightmare, back away. Yuma looking for the catch, but he's already ran away. They will get the tier 2, so 17-minute tier 2 tower, not too shabby at all.
So there's a lot of little things that happen. All of this was very good for LGD, but also look at their gold lead. It is only 2k, and White One got off a very good ward before he TP'd back earlier in the enemy triangle, so they know that Tai Lung TP'd back all the way here, currently smoking up because they know they had to split.
Now the shapeshift and the grip. That's going to be enough to take out the Ench. Meanwhile, Kez in a lot of trouble. He's going to get hook shot with Gusset to start things out. He has no play at all. Just stun locked into a silence. So another big death for Pure. BZM under the cover of his shroud. We'll be backing away. So 2k lead still remains for LGD.
Yeah, Pure was talking about doing some tricks yesterday when he was like overplaying. I think in this game he's found himself in a similar scenario a few times. Rocking up 4 deaths at the moment. Still playing on his aggressive ward from earlier.
Now they're gonna run right into Tai Lung. He's gonna get bushwhacked with the Sunstrike to follow. Lasso comes out though, and they're gonna turn this around to BZM. Gets a deafening blast. It's not enough to kill off Whisper, so the LGD coming out on top of another fight here. They get the support on top of it. Double kill for Whisper, and I mean, we called it. It feels like every game when you give this this young man the Bat Rider, he just goes ham.
It was also clutch. If he wasn't in time there with the Blink Lasso, with that Meteor Hammer connecting, Tai Lung would absolutely have gone down.
Yeah.
So, LGD.
All right, I like this.
Gonna go for a Roche. I want to see where Yuma takes this here. I guess he already has one item, so he did go for the Manta. I'm okay with that. Do think there's an aggressive route with an earlier Aghanim, but he's playing it semi-safe with the Manta into the Pike. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Theolacor creating some good space here. Yuma gets off the Gust and Whisper nearby. That's the death of BZM. They're racking up these very valuable kills. I mean, they were down close to 10 kills at one point. Now have come back with a vengeance.
Yeah,
still only 3K lead though.
Yeah, I mean, 1W have always been very, very good at this. I think they're still able to take a Roche. Should be like fast enough. I don't really see 1W doing too much about this, so they're just gonna keep vacuuming up the whole map, get everything that they do need and want themselves.
And Whisper finds himself a little solo. Whitemon burned to a crisp again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So yeah, will be the first Roche of the game. Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark. Good attempt though. And Yuma rewarded with the first Aegis here.
Okay, so let's see. The thing that LGD definitely want to keep up is continuing to pick off the important heroes, which absolutely are the 3 cores. Like if Whitemon and Ahri are going to take some deaths to their name, it won't really matter all that much. But it seems like for now they're just going textbook style. Tier 2, and to take the outpost, you get the Roche, you're going to get the Tormentor. But 1W, of course, they're going to know this, so they will make some of their own moves. Hard catch still on the Bad Rider. 550 movement speed.
While this is happening, Tormentor for LGD. Sunstrike very close again. Man, BZM.
He's on the
close calls.
This guy knows his Invoker.
KJ will get his shard, so we're going to get to see some Sproink action.
Always like that one. Sadly, it's been nerfed so many times.
Used to be the Ags, though, right?
That was very long ago, but yeah, it used to.
Hook shot. Whitemon. Another easy pickoff for LGD. Starting to gain some momentum.
It's definitely all them. Like, they have all the control on this map. You still just see 1W. What they want to play for is continuously get net worth, try to split them up, and then look for their own pickoffs. But LGD, for now, not giving them any chance. And honestly, I do like if they just look for a force. Like, even if you end up hitting the tier 3 for a bit, forcing some heroes back. Definitely wouldn't hate it. We've seen a lot of gems picked up this early on. Like a 21-minute gem right now that's coming out from Theolacor. I like it a lot.
Oh, poor Farvon the Dreamer. Actually will survive just barely.
Don't feed that shit. Bring him back. Very
now
nice.
BKB for Tai Lung, so items starting to come in pretty fast and furious.
And he's a happy boy. Wouldn't mind if he either goes for like maybe a Blink next on the Beast as well. Like at this point, when you think about it, 1W are never really interested in 5-on-5ing you. So you have 2 routes of itemizing. You either itemize A, items that allow you to go high ground and just end and force, or B, you need items that help you play the map because you know they're gonna just jerk you around. So Gem is a good start. Secondary now, movement speed. Any items that help you catch them is amazing.
Dire's middle tower is under
BZM looking for an opening, shadowing Pure at the moment. This is while another tower will fall. And Zuma not scared.
tower has fallen.
And that's all the tier 2s actually.
Yeah, but I do want to see where LGD take this because killing these last tier 2s, honestly, it doesn't really change the game. If 1W keep getting the space on the map, they're quite happy.
Well, they'd love to burn this Aegis, still 2.5 minutes to go.
What would matter more right now for LGD is getting kills on the course or threatening the high ground at some point if they find a good way to reach it nicely. Because you can tell that 1W are just trying to be pesky rats by cutting some waves here, pulling some waves on the other side.
Farvon going to lead the charge here on the tier 3, but Bushwhack, Sunstrike not there, not mattering though. It's considerable damage to this tier 3.
Yeah.
They have to respond at some point.
Can't we heal up Yuma, like bring some edge, you know, give him some nature's attendance, heal my boy up? Seems like they don't really care. Just hitting up this tier 3 tower with 600 HP.
And for 1W, are they waiting for something specific before they're ready to fight, or?
Honestly, they are happy with every time that they're given. But 33, he's closing in on an AC, not too far away, as Whisper. He's eyeing a bigger
got
prize.
The blink, lasso onto Kez. Pure gets hookshot and gusted, dead to rights yet again. Buys the BKB after death, and now Whitemon will be the secondary. Will be burned down by Whisper. He's on a wicked 6 streak now.
Very good plays by them. Looks like KJ found himself somewhere else in the meantime. Nice force off the shapeshift here by Tai Long onto 33.
And 33.
His birds are going half.
Considerably. Axes come out, not enough. Ooh. Oh, and the rocket.
Usold. He'll be fast enough.
He has Assault Cuirass now.
Yeah. It's
and
kind of
will
crazy.
Be Ags next, so we're going to get to see that.
It is crazy that it's only a 2K lead, because it is all LGD throughout honestly, the last 15 to 16 minutes.
If you ask them how much they think they're up by, what do you think they'd say? I don't think they'd say 3K.
I think they would say 5 or 6, but not more.
Yeah.
Because I think they can tell that the 1W, while they're owning them, they have been getting away with some things on the map as well. Like, I'm not going to lie, I think the AC is a huge power spike. And I don't really see 1W wanting to fight until, like, if they're allowed to farm without needing to go back to the high ground to fight, they will be okay with it.
Well, no power spike coming for BZM quite yet, but 33, you talked about the AC, and Pure, he has BKB.
Nice ward on the high ground here.
Ready to go for him as Tai Lung will have to pop his instead, but the Fiend's Grip will pierce. Sunstrike to follow with the damage coming out from the Chicken. Is it enough? Tai Lung gets the roar on the Chicken Man as Tai Lung gets deleted by Ari Sharpshooter. My goodness, that was a burst of damage. KJ gets a D-Ward before his untimely death as well.
Found themselves a good smoke timing. The Aegis was expiring and LGD were not together in that moment. Also made Tai Lung use his very, very fresh BKB there.
I feel like this second Roche is going to be very, very important. Yeah, look at this Sharpshooter. Looked like he was going to be fine. It was the boomerang into Sharpshooter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't realize he had Shard. One of the more effective shards for supports in the game.
Yeah, no, it's a very good one. I think also like spell damage overall is very nice to have. Spell amplification, you've got the Invoker with you as well. But Pure also very much racking up in the network as the game is nearly even when you're looking.
It's felt like he's died a lot, but he's still not that far behind first place in the net worth.
It's definitely the type of play where you can tell that 1W, they're just splitting 3 cores on the net worth, and LGD they're grouping up.
Lasso right on top of him. Whitemon in the area for the Nightmare is actually going to dodge the Gust, but it's not going to matter. The damage is too much. And Whitemon, again, we've seen this time and time again. Trying to save Pure, but just a little bit out of position.
Yeah, Whisper beyond godlike. He's like, well, if you guys ain't doing it, I'll do it myself.
Right. BZM gets the cold snap. On to Tai Lung. Sunstrike not going to hit, has to force the BKB.
Honestly, it's crazy damage. The fact that he like threatens a kill on him like that is kind of nasty.
That far away, there was not that much commitment, really. Yeah, he's very close to getting his Lincoln Sphere. So, obviously the Roar and Lasso, the two main things that you'd love to block.
Yeah, it's absolutely the best ones. And they don't have the best Lincoln's breakers, like some long-range stuff as KJ.
Oh,
he got bursted out of this one. Sharpshooter Sunstrike will definitely give you a lot of damage to your face. Yeah, I would assume what LGD are going to be waiting for.
This is feeling like one of those entertaining late game.
Oh, it's all gonna reach there already very soon. Like, I think that actually when you play with like this Lycan Ags, which it should be the first time that 1W really look for a very aggressive move if they find one. And with how it's going currently, I think they could be reaching that state later at like the second Roche.
Oh, he's actually switching it up. It's not the Ags. He switched it up to BKB.
Okay. Looks like potentially thinking that, okay, you know, the second Roche could have been quite early, as it is a pretty long respawn here.
You got me excited for the Chicken Wolf.
I think we'll still get it. Chicken Wolf will be on the menu.
I mean, I have a hard time believing that one fight is going to decide this game. But we've seen so many this tournament that it's hard to...
No, this game will probably drag on even if the Wolf Bite does come out, because Drow Ranger in nature is like... She's a very, very strong hero. And while like Kez in the Wolf form can go kind of ham, Drow can just always keep her distance. But yeah, like you said, he did swap it up to the BKB. Which, if you're watching his gold tick, you can tell that he has a greedy enchantment on the Lycan.
He gets one every game, huh?
He does.
Radiant are scanning.
Thank you, observers. Love you.
should keep track of the percentage of greedy enchantments taken every game for both
It's
teams
so many,
combined.
but definitely the next one he will not take. I think the moment you have the BKB, like the moment the next fight breaks out, you just take gunpowder and just, you know, you call it a day. You do not accept minus 60 attack damage on a Lycan, not in late game, not at the time where you can actually go for a team fight.
Yeah, I guess that kind of just shows he's not interested in fighting yet at all.
Yeah. And it's also the fact that it's not just going to be Wolfbite later. You have Wolfbite and Alacrity. Like, you cannot really buff up a core more than that. Unless you have, like, what, Ogre +5 and some Magnus?
That's right, BZM. Lasso, or rather the Lincoln Sphere does pop.
Yeah, that's the Lincoln's reveal.
So that was Roar, I believe.
Yep. Roar is gone.
Now they know.
BKB now.
You have to play around that. I mean, what kind of Lincoln's Breakers do they have?
Honestly, like, not many. Like, you can't really walk in and, like, enchant him. And Drow Ranger will never use a pike aggressively, so honestly, nothing. Like, enchant, after all, is your best option.
That's pretty bad.
It's
I mean, the
awful.
range on that's very low, right?
Yeah.